The moment Han Chong spoke, everyone except the 6 members of the Qi family collapsed in a rush. They seemed to have lost all strength, as if they had been struck by a debilitating poison. Those without martial arts skills or with low abilities fainted one after another. Han Chong's face changed dramatically as he shouted towards the top of the canyon, falling rocks. But there was still no response. He struggled to turn his head and looked at Ye Siyin.
Was it you?
Ye Siyin, linking arms with Qi Yanzhou, nodded calmly. Yes, it was us. You're crazy. If the Emperor finds out, what if he does? Without the antidote, will he let me die from broken meridians? Han Chong saw that Ye Siyin didn't care about life or death and swallowed the rest of his words. When did you poison everyone? Ye Siyin smiled and said, It's not when, it's all the time. Do you know what kind of poison it is? Broken meridian powder. Han Chong involuntarily blurted out the words and suddenly understood. So you already had the antidote and weren't threatened by the Emperor. I can prevent and treat plagues, so dealing with a simple broken meridian powder is no challenge. She not only replicated the poison but also developed a drug to enhance its effects. The exile group had been gradually poisoned since last night. When entering the canyon, she used the enhancing drug to successfully trigger the effects of the broken meridian powder. Han Chong never expected that all 100 dragon guards would fall for Ye Siyin's scheme. He asked, What do you want? To kill everyone and escape? Ye Siyin looked at Han Chong as if he were foolish. If we wanted to escape, we wouldn't wait until now. After saying this, disappointment flickered in her eyes. Captain Han, I thought after hearing my advice and witnessing the people's support for the Qi family, you would change your mind about destroying them. I didn't expect you to still choose blind loyalty. Han Chong turned his face away, feeling embarrassed. Just kill me. He had failed his mission, and death awaited him. It made no difference whether it was sooner or later. Ye Siyin stepped in front of Han Chong, looking down at him. Even in death, you're still thinking of that foolish emperor. Your loyalty is truly remarkable. If the exiled officials died at the hands of the Qi family, the emperor would have a justifiable reason to eliminate them. But Han Chong simply sought death and did not wish to harm the Qi family. He quickly explained, Madam Qi misunderstood. I didn't think that much. Ye Siyin ignored him and said to Qi Yanzhou, Zhao, go bring Ye Jingchuan here. Ye Jingchuan had already fainted. When Ye Jingchuan was thrown in front of Han Chong by Qi Yanzhou, he showed no signs of waking up. Ye Siyin grabbed his hair, lifted his head, and put an antidote for the broken heart powder into his mouth. Ye Jingchuan quickly regained consciousness. He was startled to see Han Chong's face right in front of him. His body instinctively wanted to retreat, but Ye Siyin was still holding his hair, causing him pain and making him grimace. Ye Siyin, what are you doing again? Ye Siyin released his hair and said, Tell Commander Han what happened with the weapons in the prince's treasury. She could have forced Ye Jingchuan to reveal the truth long ago, but Han Chong would not believe him. He would think that Ye Jingchuan, after being exiled by the emperor, was harboring resentment and deliberately slandering. However, with the emperor colluding with the northern barbarians and the people supporting the Qi family first, Han Chong would have doubts about the Qi family's rebellion. Now was the perfect time. Ye Jingchuan was stunned by Ye Siyin's words. Once he regained his composure, he immediately pretended to be confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Ye Siyin did not press him further and turned to Han Chong. Commander Han, tell Ye Jingchuan what would have happened if I hadn't given the antidote to everyone. Han Chong remained silent. Qi Yanzhou spoke for him. The emperor ordered the dragon guards, the Zhao family, concubine Su, and Atang to join forces to eliminate the Qi family in this canyon. If they failed, boulders would fall from the mountain, burying everyone here. After saying this, he asked Han Chong, Commander Han, did I say anything wrong? Han Chong still did not speak. His silence indicated agreement. Ye Jingchuan understood and slumped to the ground. So the emperor never intended for me to survive. What about my son? Before his exile, the emperor had sent someone to find him. He was told to keep the secret, obediently accept his exile, and cooperate in eliminating the Qi family, and his eldest son, Ye Anzhi, could live under a new identity. At that time, he had lost everything: his wife, children, and home. The unfortunate Ye Anzhi had become the last hope of the Ye family. To ensure his eldest son could survive, he agreed to the emperor's plan. Ye Chutang looked at the pale Ye Jinchuan and said, "Ye Anzhi is dead." Qi Yanzhou added, "Before I married Atang, Ye Anzhi died in prison and was thrown into a mass grave." Ye Anzhi had been sentenced to death after the autumn interrogation. However, he could not endure the suffering in prison and did not want to be beaten every day, so he took his own life. In such cases, the family would typically be notified to claim the body. But since Ye Anzhi was not worthy of a proper burial, Qi Yanzhou took matters into his own hands. After the emperor learned the news, he kept it a secret to control Ye Jingchuan. When Ye Jingchuan heard that his eldest son had been thrown into a mass grave and was left unrecognizable, he fainted. He felt like he had lost everything. After Ye Chudang used a silver needle to wake Ye Jingchuan, she kicked him. "First finish talking about the weapons, then you can die." Ye Jingchuan looked weak and lifeless, appearing much older. He moved his pale lips and explained to Han Chong in detail how the emperor had framed the Qi family for treason. Han Chong had suspected the Qi family was framed. Hearing the truth now didn't surprise him much. He just felt cold inside. He found the existence of the Dragon Guard quite laughable. Ha ha ha. He laughed so hard that he almost cried. Qi Yanzhou waited for Han Chong to finish laughing before squatting down in front of him. "If I wanted power and planned a rebellion, I wouldn't hide weapons in the Prince of Chen's residence. I would mobilize the Qi army and join forces with those who have long wanted to overthrow the emperor, directly storming the palace to kill him. Commander Han, you of all people in the Dragon Guard should know that if I wanted the throne, it would be easy." Han Chong had no way to refute this. His face looked as bad as Ye Jingchuan's, and he asked in confusion, "If the emperor wants to wipe out the Qi family, why don't you resist? The people are precious, the state comes second, and the ruler is the least important." These 3 short sentences stirred up a storm in Han Chong's heart. Ye Chutang seized the moment and straightforwardly explained why Qi Yanzhou did not seek rebellion. Zhao has no desire to become emperor, nor does he want the northern Qin kingdom to fall into chaos, causing suffering for the people and allowing foreign enemies to invade. Commander Han, the current royal family takes pleasure in oppressing the people, living in luxury and indulgence, ignoring the state and its people, favoring the unworthy while neglecting the wise. They are not worth the Dragon Guard's loyalty. I still say, blind loyalty is not protecting the country. Don't forget the true mission of the Dragon Guard. The royal family's roots are already rotten. Don't assist in their wrongdoing. Every word from Ye Chudang hit Han Chong like a heavy, making him feel a rush of emotions and deep shame. "Madam Qi, my commander's Dragon Guard will no longer act against the Qi family." He couldn't decide for all the Dragon Guard, nor could he make the emperor spare the Qi family. He could only control his own men. Ye Chutang handed Han Chong a bottle of antidote. "I'm glad you can turn back now, Commander Han. I hope we can work together pleasantly from here on." Han Chong didn't take the antidote immediately. Instead, he endured the pain in his veins and asked, "Given the current situation, how do you two plan to resolve this?" He can control the Dragon Guards, but he can't manage the officials escorting them, nor the Zhao family, the Yi family, and Aunt Su. However, if he kills them all, the Qi family will definitely be detained when they report to the government. After thinking it over, he didn't know how to solve this difficult situation. Ye Chutang smiled and said, "Captain Han, you take care of your people and leave the rest to me." Since she dared to make this move, she surely had a plan. "All right." After Han Chong agreed, he struggled to remove the cork from the medicine bottle. After taking the antidote, the poison from the broken muscle powder was soon cleared. His strength and inner energy were restored. He immediately got up and shared the antidote with the Dragon Guards. The Dragon Guards were skilled fighters. They were only poisoned and hadn't fainted. They listened closely to the conversation between Han Chong and Ye Chutang. So without Han Chong saying anything, they all knelt before Ye Siyin and Qi Yanzhou. We pledge our loyalty to young Master Qi and Madam Qi. The Dragon Guards did not exist to uphold the Zhao family's power, but rather to protect their country and people. Since the Zhao family oppressed the common people and disregarded the kingdom, they felt no need to obey the emperor's orders. Qi Yanzhou said, "From today onward, you are no longer the Dragon Guards, but the National Defense Army." Han Chong thought this name was good. "All right, let's call it the National Defense Army. From now on, we protect the country and the people, not the ruler." 100 members of a National Defense Army shouted in unison, "Protect the country and the people, not the ruler." Qi Yanzhou said, "Get up now, and let Tang handle the aftermath." Han Chong looked at Ye Siyin, very curious about how she would manage things. Ye Siyin walked up to Wu Qinggang and asked, "Do you want to live or die?" Wu Qinggang was frightened by the killing intent in Ye Siyin's eyes and quickly pledged his loyalty. "I will follow Madam Qi without question." Now that this couple had won over the Dragon Guards, he wouldn't dare to oppose them, even if he had 10 lives.
Ye Chantang nodded in satisfaction.
"I will give you the antidote for the broken muscle powder when we reach Tianshan County." After saying this, she handed Wu Qinggang 9 temporary antidotes. This medicine can only suppress the poison temporarily and needs to be taken regularly. "If anyone seeks death, I will not only fulfill their wish, but will also reunite them with their family in the afterlife." Wu Qinggang and his men swore their loyalty. "If we betray the Qi family, may we be cut off from our descendants and our entire family perish." Although their oath was serious, Ye Siyin did not fully trust Wu Qinggang and his 9 men. Wu Qinggang took the antidote and shared the remaining 8 with his subordinates. After regaining their strength and inner energy, he stood up and asked, "Does Madam Qi still want to go to Tianshan County?" He thought the Qi family would escape and secretly plot to overthrow the emperor. Ye Siyin nodded in agreement. Of course, the Qi family never sought power. Even if they wanted to end tyranny, it would be to establish a worthy ruler. Qi Yanzhou felt the same way. He only wanted to protect the Qi family and had no interest in the highest position. Wu Qinggang looked at the sincere Ye Siyin and the calm Qi Yanzhou, feeling a deep respect for them. They took it upon themselves to ensure the people's peace without seeking anything in return, which was admirable. He bowed his head sincerely. "On this journey of exile, please let us know what you need, Madam Qi." If his family weren't in the capital, he would have wanted to follow the Qi family, like the National Defense Army. Ye Siyin looked at the earnest Wu Qinggang and waved her hand. "I don't need you to do anything, just forget what happened at the canyon. We will keep it a secret. A verbal promise isn't enough. Gather your people and have them watch me." Wu Qinggang didn't know what Ye Siyin was planning but obeyed her. Once the 9 of them were gathered, Ye Siyin used medication to assist in hypnotizing them. She had said so much earlier just to facilitate the group hypnosis. Otherwise, doing it one by one would waste too much time and energy. When crossing the canyon, Commander Han suddenly attacked, threatening you with poison under the emperor's orders, forcing you to obey him during the exile. She explained in detail what had happened from the moment they entered the canyon until they woke up. She altered the memories of Wu Qinggang and the others. With vacant eyes, they repeated Ye Siyin's words 3 times, imprinting them in their minds. "Now go stand over there." The 9 of them immediately lined up neatly against the mountainside. Han Chong was surprised and confused by the hypnosis. "Madam Qi, will they really believe your words as truth?" Ye Siyin nodded, "Yes, so you must follow my instructions carefully and not give anything away. What if we do give something away? They will doubt their memories, and over time, they will remember the truth." Han Chong cupped his fists towards Ye Siyin. "Rest assured, Madam Qi. We will be cautious with our words and actions." Ye Siyin looked at the more than 10 people lying on the ground and said, "Commander Han, please tell me in detail about their roles in dealing with the Qi family." Han Chong explained the plan to eliminate the Qi family in great detail. When he finished, he knelt on one knee before Qi Yanzhou. "Young Master Qi, we were foolish and almost caused a disaster. Please forgive us." Qi Yanzhou raised his hand slightly. Get up. Each serves their own master, I understand. Ye Chutang said to Han Chong, take away all the weapons you gave to the Zhao family and Aunt Su. There must be no omissions. Yes, Madam Qi. This is the antidote. Give each person one. Han Chong took away the hidden weapons from the Zhao family and Aunt Su's needles and cured everyone of the poison. Ye Chutang followed the same method, first hypnotizing Aunt Su and then the 9 members of the Zhao family. She altered their memories, erasing the existence of the secret order and today's assassination plan. Please sit down by the canyon. In the end, only the Yi family members and Qi Jingyao with Aunt Gao and her son remained. They were unaware of the assassination plan. Ye Chutang erased their memories from when they entered the canyon and told the 3 family members, Yi Jingchuan is too tired and fell down.
Ye Wingchuan.
Before he could understand what Ye Chutang meant, he was hypnotized and all memories of today were erased. He fell and hit the back of his head. Under hypnosis, Yi Jingchuan showed no hesitation and immediately fell backward. His head hit the ground with a dull thud, and his body crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Once Ye Chutang confirmed there were no flaws, she snapped her fingers. 3, 2, 1, wake up. Everyone who was hypnotized opened their eyes at the same time. Yi Jingchuan lay in the sun, looking confused. He sat up and touched the swollen back of his head, wincing in pain. Old lady, Yi called out to him, Chuana, stop sitting there foolishly and come to the shade. Yi Jingchuan quickly moved to the shadow of the mountain and brushed off the dirt from his clothes. Wasn't he supposed to be spending the night outside the post station? How did he suddenly end up here? Mother. As Yi Jingchuan was about to ask, old lady Yi worriedly checked the injury on the back of his head. Did you hurt yourself? Do you want a doctor to take a look? Oh dear, that's quite a bump. Be careful not to hurt your head. Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan guessed he might have fallen hard and forgotten some things. The Zhao family showed no signs of suspicion, thinking they were just resting by the mountain. Wu Qingang, after realizing he and his men had been poisoned, looked at Han Chong with fear in his eyes. Han Chong approached Wu Qingang, patted his shoulder, and spoke in a low voice. Wu, don't be nervous. I will call on you when I need your cooperation. Just do what you usually do, and as long as you listen, you won't die. I understand. Rest is about over. Let's go. Wu Qingang nodded and said loudly, after the canyon, there's a small stream not far ahead where we can take a break. His memory was altered, and he repeated his words as they entered the canyon. The exiled group continued their journey. As they passed through the canyon, the view opened up. After walking for nearly half an hour, they could hear the sound of flowing water. The rocky shore was hidden among sparse trees. Wu Qingang led the exiled group to the creek. He looked at the nearly dried-up stream and said, the water level is so low, it seems like it hasn't rained in Dinggha for a long time. In fact, not just Dinggha, many places in the north hadn't seen rain since spring began. Fortunately, last year's snowfall was particularly heavy, so they still had enough water for now. The sun is scorching today. Let's rest for 2 hours and take another break at 5:30. Everyone agreed. It was better to travel in the dark than under the blazing sun. They each found a shady tree to cool off, eat, and rest. Wu Qingang was too lazy to mention distributing the black buns. Anyone who wanted one could take it themselves. Qi Yanzhou noticed Ye Chutang's fatigue and knew she had overexerted herself while hypnotizing. He found a smooth rock and moved it under the tree. Chutang, sit down quickly. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it. Aunt Su had learned many dishes these days and was eager to help. Let here, and I handle it. After saying that, she and Ye Siyin took the cooking utensils off the cart and arranged them neatly. Ye Chutang looked at the bird cage and said, these birds are getting thin. Let's eat 4 for lunch. Qi Yanzhou acted quickly. He took 4 birds from the cage, broke their necks, and while their bodies were still warm, he plucked their feathers. He then started a fire to burn off the down and gutted them. Finally, he diced the meat and marinated it to remove the gamey taste. After preparing the bird meat, Qi Yanzhou asked Ye Chutang, what else do you want to eat? The townspeople sent a lot of vegetables. Just choose some that won't keep well. Hearing this, Ye Siyin handsome face fell. Sister-in-law, can we have something different? We've already eaten 2 meals of this. Ye Chudang smiled and said, then let's make a hot pot. In ancient times, hot pot was similar to modern-day shabu-shabu. Old Lady Chi said, won't eating hot pot be too hot? Just eat slowly, it won't be a problem. Ye Siyin happily said, I'll go fetch some water. He took a bucket and went to the creek. The water flow in the creek was not strong, and the deepest part was only up to his ankles. Fortunately, there were a few small pools that made it easy to collect water. When he returned with half a bucket of water, Ye Siyin walked towards him. As they got closer, she suddenly twisted her ankle and fell into Ye Siyin's arms. Startled, Ye Siyin dropped the bucket and jumped aside. Ye Siyin missed him and fell to the ground, scraping her hands. She looked at Ye Siyin with tear-filled eyes, fragile and pitiful. Young Master-san, I'm sorry for disturbing you. Ye Siyin replied irritably, stay away from me in the future, and don't disturb me again. After saying that, he picked up the bucket from the ground and turned to fetch water. What bad luck, at least the bucket isn't broken. Ye Siyin thought. Wasn't it said that the 3rd young master of the Chi family was devoted to poetry and art, and was polite? Just as she was about to stand up, a hand reached out. It was Zhao Qingshu. Miss Ye, you're hurt. Ye Siyin hesitated for a moment, then used her uninjured hand to grab Zhao Qingshu's arm for support to stand up. Thank you, young Master Zhao. After speaking, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her fair face showing a faint blush. Zhao Qingshu saw through Ye Siyin's little trick, but chose not to expose it. Miss Ye, you're too polite. Do you need help? The journey was lonely, and if he could hold someone lovely in his arms, it would be a delightful experience. Ye Siyin shyly shook her head. No need to trouble young Master Zhao. After that, she picked up the vegetables that had fallen on the ground and went to the stream. Zhao Qingshu watched Ye Siyin's graceful figure and became even more interested in her. But to Ye Siyin, Ye Siyin's charming movements looked like those of a flirtatious woman, which he found distasteful. As they passed each other, he jumped back deliberately, creating distance. Ye Siyin noticed and twitched her eye. She knew Zhao Qingshu would be easier to win over, but a stubborn feeling arose in her heart, and she was determined to pursue Ye Siyin. When Ye Siyin returned to the tree, he immediately complained. Ye Siyin is so malicious, she almost broke our bucket. He had seen it clearly. That woman had deliberately twisted her ankle and lunged at his bucket. If he hadn't thrown the bucket onto the grass in time, it would have landed on a rock and broken. Ye Chudang found Ye Siyin's foolishness amusing. Raising an eyebrow, she teased, "Third brother, is it possible that Ye Siyin wanted to pounce on you?" Ye Siyin immediately denied it. Impossible. He had nothing and was just a son of a concubine. Why would she want to pounce on him? Aunt Sue was speechless at her son's cluelessness. She reminded him, "Here, stay away from Ye Siyin in the future." "Don't worry, mother, I'll avoid her." After saying that, he poured the water from the bucket into a wooden basin to wash the vegetables. "I'll go fetch another bucket of water." To avoid Ye Siyin, Ye Siyin went to a slightly farther pond. The water in the pond was a blue-green color and looked deep. A long white flash passed by. It was the reflection of a fish swimming. "There's a big fish." Ye Siyin immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to catch the fish. Suddenly, his legs went weak, and he fell into the pond.
Plop.
Ye Siyin fell into the pond and was quickly swept away by the current, disappearing from sight. The nearby guards rushed over immediately, but were a moment too late. They saw Ye Siyin being carried away by the current. Young Master Chi fell into trouble while trying to catch fish. As soon as this was said, the Chi family members turned to look at the stream. Chong, who was nearby, hurried over to check. The pond was deep and seemed calm. He threw a stone in. The stone fell a short distance before being suddenly swept away by the strong current. The guards who arrived first said, "The pond must connect to an underground river." Once young Master Chi fell in, he was pulled into the river. This implied that Ye Siyin was in grave danger. The current could sweep someone away instantly, showing how fierce the river's flow was. Ye Siyin, who couldn't swim or fight, had no way to resist. Han Chong's expression turned serious as he shouted to Wu Qinggang, "Get a rope. The more the better." Before he finished speaking, Ye Anzhi arrived at the pond's edge. He grabbed Han Chong's hand and insisted, "Hold on to me. I'll go down and check." Han Chong glanced at Ye Siyin and, seeing she didn't object, nodded in agreement. "Young Master Qi, be careful." They held each other's wrists tightly for support. Without hesitation, Ye Anzhi jumped into the pond. The pull from the bottom was strong. If Han Chong hadn't been holding him, he too would have been swept away. Han Chong began to struggle, finding it hard to hold on to Ye Anzhi. With a great effort, he pulled him back up. "Young Master Qi, your brother is likely in serious trouble." This was said gently, but the truth was that Ye Siyin was almost certainly doomed. Ye Anzhi, dripping wet, had a dark expression, lost in thought. Madame Su rushed over, looking distraught, as if she might break down. "Where is my here?" "Here, don't be afraid. I'll come to save you." With that, she tried to jump into the pond, but the elder Qi grabbed her.
"Su, calm down."
Her tears blurred her vision as she choked out, "How can I be calm when I don't know if here is alive or dead? That foolish child, trying to catch fish. Now he's fallen into the pond. What should we do?" Ye Anzhi couldn't find the words to comfort her, his gaze falling on Zhao Qingshu nearby. He knew very well that Ye Siyin was timid and cautious. He wouldn't jump into the pond to catch fish. There was definitely something wrong here. Zhao Qingshu noticed Ye Anzhi's gaze and calmly met his eyes. However, the sweat in his palms betrayed his calmness. He had shot a stone at Ye Siyin's leg, causing him to fall into the water. He only wanted to embarrass Ye Siyin, but he never expected it would cost him his life. Fortunately, he had been discreet, and no one noticed. At that moment, Wu Qing brought over a lot of ropes. Ye Anzhi said, "Tie the rope around my waist. I will go deeper to take a look." Han Chong was hesitant to let Ye Anzhi take the risk. "I'll go." But Ye Anzhi ignored Han Chong and directly took 2 ropes to tie around his waist. Under the tree, old lady Qi was extremely anxious. "Tang, what should we do? The water is so dangerous. Will Zhao be okay?" She felt sorry for Ye Siyin, who had been swept away, but like anyone, she was more concerned about her own son. Ye Tang had unknowingly slid down to the ground, her palms pressed against the earth. She comforted the old lady, "Mother, good people have their own protection. Zhao and the 3rd brother will be fine." After Ye Siyin fell into the water, she used her earth-based abilities. Countless mud tendrils reached out around the dark river, searching for Ye Siyin. Earth can overcome water, so finding him was easy. Ye Tang had already located Ye Siyin and placed his unconscious body in an area of the dark river where there was air. She didn't rescue him immediately because she hadn't thought of a reasonable way to bring him back. She initially wanted to create a false current by using a pond downstream, but the next pond was 3 miles away. It was too far, and if something happened before they were found, it would be disastrous. Old Lady Qi was not reassured by Ye Tang's words. She kept her eyes fixed on her son, tying the rope around his waist, tears streaming down her face. "Tang, you always have ideas. Is there no other way to save Hian?" She truly didn't want her son to take the risk. Just as Ye Tang was about to shake her head, she found a reasonable way to save Ye Siyin. There was a large fish weighing over 100 pounds struggling to swim upstream in the underground river. She placed Ye Siyin on the fish's back and, using her earth-based powers, sent both the person and the fish toward the pond. Ye Anzhi finished tying the rope and said to the weeping Aunt Su, "Aunt, I will do my best to bring back the 3rd brother." Although he said this, he knew very well that Ye Siyin had likely been swept away by the current for miles. Aunt Su understood in her heart that her son might not return. She didn't want Ye Siyin to get into trouble either. She grabbed his arm and said, "Second young master, life and death are fated. Here definitely wouldn't want to see you take risks for him."
God knows how hard it was for her to say that.
As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a sharp pain in her heart and fainted. Old Master Qi also advised Qi Yanzhou, "Zhou'er, don't go down there. It's too dangerous." "Dad, there are so many ropes. I won't get hurt," Qi Yanzhou replied, preparing to jump into the pond. But he noticed that the blue-green bottom of the lake suddenly turned black. Something was wrong. Just as he was about to take a closer look, a large black fish jumped out of the pond, carrying Qi Hian. Actually, Yi Chutang had moved both the person and the fish to the dark river connecting the pond, using muddy tendrils to fling them out. This created the scene of Qi Hian riding the fish as it flew out of the pond. Thud! The huge fish landed on the ground. Startled by being out of the water, the fish thrashed its tail wildly on the ground, making a loud noise. Qi Hian fell to the ground. Seeing that he might get hit by the fish's tail, Yi Chutang quickly shouted, "Zhao, save him." Qi Yanzhou immediately snapped back to reality, pulled Qi Hian away from the tail, and placed him in a safe spot. He quickly checked Qi Hian's pulse. To his surprise, he found that Qi Hian was not injured. He had just fainted. Logically, even if Qi Hian, who couldn't swim, had been caught in the dark river for a while, he should have been in serious danger. But his pulse was strong, and he seemed fine. Yi Chutang came in front of Qi Yanzhou and pretended to worry, asking, "Zhao, is third brother okay?" "He's fine, he just fainted," Qi Yanzhou replied. Yi Chutang checked Qi Hian's pulse. It's truly a miracle that third brother returned unharmed. Qi Yanzhou agreed. It really is a miracle. After saying that, he patted Qi Hian's face and pinched his nose. Qi Hian quickly opened his eyes. He looked at the soaked Qi Yanzhou, confused. "Second brother, what's wrong with you?"
I'm fine.
"How do you feel?" Before Qi Hian could finish, he was startled by the commotion caused by the big fish. Where did such a big fish come from? It must weigh over 100 pounds. It's really scary. Yi Chutang frowned and asked third brother, "Do you remember anything?" Qi Hian looked puzzled. "Sister-in-law, what should I remember?" As soon as he asked, he recalled being ambushed, falling into the pond, and being swept away by the rushing water. "Sister-in-law, I remember. Someone hit my leg with a rock and made me fall into the water." He then rolled up his pant leg to show Yi Chutang the bruise on his leg. At this moment, a group of people, shocked by the unbelievable scene, came back to their senses. Did I just imagine it? Did I really see a fish flying in the sky? Young Master Qi rode a fish out of the water. Can he control beasts? Have you been reading too many comics? This young Master Qi has survived a great danger. He must have good fortune ahead. The discussions continued, but Yi Chutang ignored them and focused on Qi Hian's injured leg. "Third brother, where were you standing before you fell into the water?" Qi Hian stood up and limped to the edge of the pond to recreate the scene. He stood in the same spot, pretending to reach for a fish. "Second sister-in-law, I was standing here, and I fell into the water, like this." Qi Yanzhou looked at the bruise on Qi Hian's leg and guessed the direction from which the stone had come. He and Yi Chutang simultaneously looked toward the Zhao family's location and quickly identified who had harmed Qi Hian. Zhao Qingshu. He was the only one in the Zhao family who could fight. Zhao Qingshu felt a chill run down his back under their gaze and nervously looked away. Qi Yanzhou untied the rope from himself and threw it at Zhao Qingshu. The rope wrapped around Zhao Qingshu's neck, tightening with a strong pull. His neck hurt terribly, as if it would snap at any moment. He tried to loosen the rope, but was yanked closer by Qi Yanzhou.
"What
do you want?" Zhao Qingshu managed to squeeze out 5 words with difficulty before Qi Yanzhou kicked him into the pond with a fierce look. He reacted quickly, spreading his limbs to brace against the sides of the pond to avoid being pulled under by the current. "Officer, help me." The officers escorting him were loyal to the emperor and wouldn't just stand by while he was in trouble. Thinking this, he felt panic as the pull from below increased, fear showing on his face. Han Chong coldly looked at Zhao Qingshu. "You almost harmed young Master Qi. Why should I save you?" "I didn't." Ye Siyin picked up some small pebbles from the ground and flicked them at Zhao Qingshu's knees. Zhao Qingshu's knees buckled, and he lost his grip on the edge of the pond, sliding down. He clung desperately to the gaps to stop himself from falling. But the pull from below was too strong, and his grip was weakening, making it hard to hold on. At that moment, Zhao Mingshu rushed over. "What are you doing? Hurry and pull my son up." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Siyin threw 3 pebbles at Zhao Qingshu. They hit his knees and elbows. Zhao Qingshu, now powerless, was swept away by the rushing current and disappeared into the pond. Zhao Mingshu was terrified, his heart racing, and he screamed frantically, "I will make you pay for this." As he spoke, he lunged towards Ye Siyin. Before he could get close, the rope in Qi Yanzhou's hand snapped out. With a loud slap, 2 red marks appeared on Zhao Mingshu's face. In the next moment, the rope wrapped around his neck. On the other end of the rope was Zhao Qingshu's life. Zhao Mingshu was pulled to the ground, sliding towards the pond. Terrified, he flailed his limbs and finally managed to grab onto a large rock. The rope tightened around his neck, turning his face red. Qi Yanzhou watched Zhao Mingshu with a smile and said, "Zhao Qingshu is on the other end of the rope. You can either pull him up, fall in with him, or cut the rope to save yourself. Choose." Zhao Mingshu only had one son, Zhao Qingshu, so he couldn't let him die. He couldn't speak and could only look at Han Chong for help. If Han Chong didn't want to reveal his alliance with the Qi family, he couldn't just stand by. He said to Qi Yanzhou, "Young Master Qi, Zhao Qingshu has already learned his lesson. Causing a death is not good. You're right, but this matter can't just end here. The Zhao family needs to compensate my 3rd brother." Zhu Rong, who had rushed over, immediately agreed. "We'll pay 5,000 taels." Zhu Rong glanced at Qi Yanzhou's high demand, squatted down, and pulled the rope around Zhao Mingshu's neck. Zhao Mingshu was able to catch his breath and hoarsely said, I'll pay. At least you know what's good for you." With Qi Yanzhou's permission, Han Chong and his men pulled Zhao Qingshu out of the pond. Zhao Qingshu had been underwater for too long and was swept by the current. The rope had cut into his skin, leaving him bleeding. He was suffocating, his face turning a deep purple, struggling to breathe. His stomach was swollen, indicating he had swallowed a lot of water. Zhu Rong rushed over and untied the rope around Zhao Qingshu's neck. "Son, wake up. You can't have an accident, otherwise I won't survive." She cried out in despair, making it sound as if she was mourning. The doctor arrived to examine Zhao Qingshu's injuries. "We must get the water out of young Master Zhao's stomach to save him." Wu Cheng ordered his men to hold Zhao Qingshu's ankles and hang him upside down, shaking him. But it had little effect. He couldn't expel the water. The doctor said, "Young Master Zhao has been submerged for too long. We can only try to resuscitate him." Zhu Rong cried out, "Then hurry and try." Ye Siyin saw that Zhao Qingshu would not die and decided to take advantage of the situation. She said, "I can save him." Hearing this, Zhu Rong immediately knelt before Ye Siyin and bowed her head. "Please save Qingshu. I will agree to any conditions. 10,000 taels. All right, as long as you can save Qingshu, I'll give you what you want." Ye Siyin knew that all the Zhao family's money was in Zhao Mingshu's hands and looked at him coldly.
Will you save him or not?
Zhao Mingshu covered his swollen neck, his eyes filled with struggle. He only had about 12,000 taels in cash, and he had promised to give Qi Hian 5,000 taels as compensation, so he couldn't come up with the full amount now. If he counted the jewelry of the female family members, he could manage to gather enough. But then he would be left with nothing. Seeing Zhao Mingshu hesitate, Zhu Rong rushed over and hit his chest. "You only have one son, Qingshu. If he dies, the Zhao family will have no heirs." These words changed Zhao Mingshu's expression drastically. "What do you mean?" At this point, Zhu Rong only wanted to save her son and wasn't afraid to tell Zhao Mingshu a harsh truth. "Sir, you have overindulged and harmed your health. You will not have any more children in the future." Zhao Mingshu didn't believe it. "Did you do something to me?" Zhu Rong had already given Zhao Mingxiu a medicine that would prevent him from having more children, and Qingshu was her only legitimate son, which was also her achievement. But she would not admit it. Sir, you are overthinking. I just wanted to protect your dignity by not telling you. After saying that, she urged, first save Qingshu. You wouldn't want to lose your son, would you? Zhao Mingxiu, not wanting to lose his only heir, immediately looked at Ye Siyin. As long as you can save Qingshu, I will give you 10,000 taels. Ye Siyin took out silver needles and pricked them into Zhao Qingshu's chest and throat. Soon, he coughed up a lot of water. After the doctor checked his pulse, he said, Young Master Zhao is fine now. He just needs to rest for a few days to recover. Then he looked at Zhao Qingshu's bloody neck. Does this injury need my treatment? Zhu Rong understood the doctor's implication. No need. We have some excellent external medicine prepared. After Ye Siyin put away the needles, he extended his hand to Zhao Mingxiu. I've saved him. Now give me the money. Zhao Mingxiu reluctantly handed over 12,000 taels in silver notes, using jewelry to cover 3,000 taels. Ye Siyin accepted it with satisfaction and took out 5,000 taels, handing them to Qi Hian. Qi Hian quickly waved his hands in refusal. Sister-in-law, you've been in charge of everything during this journey. It's better if you keep this silver. The unconscious Aunt Sue had already woken up and agreed. Madam, Hian is careless and shouldn't handle silver. Ye Siyin did not decline further. All right, I'll hold on to it for the third brother and give it to him when he gets married. Qi Hian's face turned red at this remark. He quickly pointed at the big fish and changed the subject. What should we do with this fish? The big fish had been flopping around and looked dirty, its gills weakly opening and closing. If returned to the water, it would surely not survive. Ye Siyin did not answer but asked, Third brother, what happened after you fell into the pond? How did you end up riding a fish out? She knew this was a question everyone was curious about, so she asked it for them. Qi Hian scratched his head, looking quite silly. I don't know, I just fainted after being swept away by the current. He only remembered that the water was very fast, and his body was spinning uncontrollably, making him dizzy. The dark river was so deep that the pressure of the water made it hard for him to breathe, and he quickly lost consciousness. Maybe it was just good luck. Besides this explanation, no one could think of anything else. After all, Zhao Qingshu not only had martial skills but was also, and he had barely survived. Ye Siyin smiled and said, With your good luck, we will surely have a safe journey during our exile. Qi Hian felt a bit pressured and weakly asked, What if my luck runs out today? Being swept away by the current and returning unharmed might have used up all his luck for a lifetime. Then do more good deeds. Good people will be rewarded. Second sister-in-law, I understand. So, should we release this big fish that saved my life? Ye Siyin looked at the fish, which was barely alive, and said, This is a blessing. We should cook and eat it. After saying that, she looked at Qi Yanzhou. Zhou, I can't eat all this fish by myself. Please take 5 or 6 pounds of meat from its belly and give the rest to the officials. Qi Yanzhou looked at Ye Siyin with concern. Is it okay to eat the fish? He worried that the fish might have a strong smell that could make her nauseous. Ye Siyin nodded slightly, indicating that it was fine to eat the fish. Now that the fish was in front of her, not eating it would surely raise suspicion. Moreover, as long as it was prepared properly, the fish meat wouldn't have a strong odor. Qi Yanzhou agreed. Okay, I'll get the fish meat. Ye Siyin reminded him, Zhou, also take the fish stone. Fish stone? There's a hard piece at the throat of the fish. Take it out, I have a use for it. Qi Yanzhou nodded. All right, you all go back and rest under the tree. Okay. Once Ye Siyin was far enough away, Qi Yanzhou began to scale the fish and remove half of its belly. He took off all the fatty parts and also removed the long bones. The large fish head was split open, revealing the white fish stone, which emitted a strong, unpleasant smell. Qi Yanzhou frowned and did not touch the fish stone. Sir, you handle the fish first, and I'll come back later for the green fish stone. After saying this, he took the fish to the stream and washed it thoroughly. Once he was sure there was not much fishy smell, He handed it to Ye Chutang. Chutang, the green fish stone has a strong odor. Are you sure you want it? Ye Chutang nodded. Just wash the green fish stone clean and soak it in peanut oil. Peanut oil can cover and remove the bad smell of the green fish stone. Soaking it for 3 days will eliminate the odor. All right, I'll take care of the green fish stone. After Ye Anzhi said this, he looked at the drenched Ye Siyin. Third brother, you have a fishy smell from riding the fish. Go change into dry clothes. Okay. Second brother. Ye Siyin glanced at the sparse trees around and used a simple toilet as a cover to change clothes. Aunt Sue asked Ye Chutang, Madam, how should we eat this fish? Ye Chutang thought for a moment and said, let's make sour fish. Sure, madam, I'll do it. Cut half of the fish into thin slices and use salt. As Ye Chutang spoke, Aunt Sue quickly marinated the fish slices. Aunt, there's a jar of pickled vegetables at the back of the cart. Get 2 portions to soak. Just as she finished speaking, Ye Siyin's angry voice came from the woods. You pervert. Why did you take my clothes? Aunt Sue immediately stood up. She lifted her foot but quickly put it back down. Sir, here is changing clothes. It's not appropriate for me to go. You should check. Old Master Chi nodded. You focus on cooking, I'll go take a look. He hadn't taken 2 steps when Ye Siyin's terrified voice came through. Don't come over, help. The shaky toilet suddenly fell over. In his undergarments, Ye Siyin knocked down Ye Siyin, who was disheveled.
Ye Siyin cried pitifully.
Chi, third young master, I just wanted to borrow the toilet. How could you treat me like this? Ye Siyin was stunned by Ye Siyin's accusation. You. Stop talking nonsense. He was so angry he couldn't speak, and even defending himself felt weak. Ye Siyin pushed against Ye Siyin's chest, her fingers restlessly touching him. Get away, don't bully me. Ye Siyin, feeling wronged, was about to explode with anger. He quickly got up but suddenly felt weak and fell onto Ye Siyin. Seeing the effects of the medicine kicking in, Ye Siyin quickly adjusted her position and leaned in. As long as Ye Siyin kissed her in front of everyone, he would have to take responsibility. Ye Siyin looked at Ye Siyin's dry lips, feeling nauseous.
Ugh.
As their lips touched, he accidentally vomited all over Ye Siyin.
Ah.
Ye Siyin's terrified scream echoed, startling the birds in the trees to take flight. Her face was covered in, and the sour smell made her feel nauseous.
Ugh.
Ye Siyin vomited, and Ye Siyin did too. Old Master Chi arrived at the collapsed toilet, feeling dizzy from the stench. He held back his nausea and helped Ye Siyin up. The heat from his palm told him that the young man's temperature was abnormal. This foolish son must have been set up by Ye Siyin. Ye Siyin looked terrible, and when Aunt Jiang arrived, she didn't dare to come close. Wu Qinggang also came over, demanding, "What's going on?" Aunt Jiang quickly replied, "My daughter just wanted to use the toilet, but she was bullied by the third young master of the Qi family." She had no idea her daughter was planning to harm Ye Siyin. She guessed it from the 2 phrases Ye Siyin shouted earlier. Old Master Qi immediately countered, "You're talking nonsense. Siyin would never bully a woman he's been framed. Sir, just take a look at Siyin and you'll see he's been drugged." At this, Wu Qinggang and Aunt Jiang turned to look at Ye Siyin. His face and exposed neck were flushed with an unusual redness. He felt weak all over. If old Master Qi hadn't been supporting him, he would have collapsed. Aunt Jiang noticed that Ye Siyin had been drugged and her expression changed slightly. Her daughter was too bold to scheme against Ye Siyin in broad daylight. "Sir, there must be a misunderstanding. My daughter doesn't have any drugs on her." Old Master Qi snorted coldly. "If it weren't for Ye Siyin, would my son have drugged himself? That's not impossible. The third young master can do strange things, so other odd events are normal. You're talking nonsense. Once Siyin wakes up, you won't be able to deny it. We certainly won't admit to something unfounded." Wu Qinggang was getting a headache from their pointless argument. "Enough. Be quiet." After shouting, he looked at Ye Siyin, who was lying on the ground. "Miss Yi, why is the third young master like this?" Ye Siyin was about to again, shaking her dirty face as she replied, "I don't know." After saying that, She got up and ran towards the creek. Wu Qinggang said to old Master Qi, "We'll investigate once young Master Qi wakes up." "Yes, sir." Just then, Ye Chudang arrived. She checked Qi Hian's pulse and gave him an antidote. "Father, don't worry. Third brother will be fine. Let's help him rest under the tree for a bit." Old Master Qi picked up the coat that Qi Hian hadn't put on and the wet clothes he had changed out of, guiding him to a large tree. Ye Chudang followed with the makeshift toilet that had fallen over. Back at the tree, old Master Qi threw the dirty clothes on the ground. "Su, come here and wash here's clothes." Recently, most of the heavy work in the Qi family had been done by Aunt Su, who was often asked to help. Aunt Su had gone from unwilling to numb. "Sir, I will come after I finish eating." She had already eaten the food she prepared and was relying on helping Aunt Gao with heavy tasks for meals. It wasn't that she wanted to lower herself. After tasting the black steamed buns, she never wanted to eat another bite. Ye Chudang sat on a rock, watching Ye Siyin by the stream with cold eyes. Ye Siyin has her eyes on third brother. She will definitely make more moves, so he needs to be careful. Aunt Su looked at Qi Hian, who was frowning in discomfort, feeling very sorry for him. "I don't know how Ye Jingchuan raised his daughter. She is simply shameless." As soon as the words left her mouth, she remembered that Ye Chudang was also from the Ye family and quickly explained. "Madam, I wasn't talking about you." Ye Chudang smiled and said, "Aunt, I am no longer a member of the Ye family. If you want to criticize them, feel free." Though she said this, she still had Ye family blood in her veins. Aunt Su didn't want to continue criticizing the Ye family and turned her focus to the instigator, Ye Siyin. Ye Siyin is truly shameless for doing such things to her. She wants to escape the Ye family and find a safe place for herself. Old Master Qi snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. "That's just wishful thinking. The list for exile has already been registered. She can't just escape her crimes. The Ye family and the Qi family are not the same. The Qi family voluntarily chose exile, so they are not considered criminals and are not bound by strict exile rules. The Ye family, however, are actual exiles. Unless the emperor issues a decree, they cannot escape their crimes." Ye Chudang knew very well that with Ye Siyin's intelligence, she must have thought of this. The reason she acted this way was simply to improve her own situation. Although Ye Siyin cannot escape her crimes, if she has third brother's protection, her journey into exile will be much easier. That's just a dream. After Aunt Su finished speaking, she took out the washed pickled vegetables and chopped them up. "Madam, what should we do next?" Everyone was hungry after all this work, and cooking was a priority. They could settle accounts with Ye Siyin after eating. Ye Chudang continued to teach Aunt Su how to make pickled fish. When the smell of pickled vegetables wafted from the pot, Qi Hian woke up. He rubbed his aching head, and then realized he was wearing only an undershirt. Nauseating images from before he lost consciousness flashed in his mind. He quickly covered his mouth to prevent himself from vomiting. After a while, the feeling of nausea finally faded. He scooped a bowl of water to rinse his mouth. After rinsing, he looked at Aunt Su with a pitiful expression. "Mother, I almost lost my innocence." Aunt Su, initially worried about her son, couldn't help but laugh at his silly look. "Your mother warned you before that Ye Siyin was interested in you, but you didn't take it seriously. Now you see the consequences?" Qi Hian was furious. "I don't understand what she sees in me. Of course, it's because you're naive and easy to trick. Mother, even if I'm not very smart, the people I dislike will never fool me." Ye Chudang chimed in. "If they can't trick you, they might use schemes, like just now." Curiously, she asked, "Third brother, how did you fall for it? Why did you end up vomiting?" Logically, after being tricked, one would become more aggressive, so why was he throwing up? Could it be that Qi Hian had a natural resistance to certain substances? Holding back his nausea, Qi Hian recalled the events. He had built a simple toilet in the woods to change his clothes. Just as he took off his clothes and placed them on the wooden boards, he noticed they were slipping down. He quickly realized someone was stealing his clothes and shouted out. Then, Ye Siyin's voice came, saying she wanted to borrow the toilet, which he refused. Next, she opened the toilet door and accused him of bullying her. Sister-in-law, you don't know how malicious Ye Siyin is. She kicked my knee, making me lose my balance and fall on her. Thinking of that scene made Ye Siyin feel nauseous again. He realized he had been drugged when his legs went weak and he couldn't stand. This made him even more disgusted by Ye Siyin's treachery, and he ended up vomiting on her. Although the scene was unpleasant, it felt satisfying. Ye Siyin looked at the helpless Ye Siyin and said, "When you have free time, practice martial arts with your second brother to learn some self-defense skills." Aunt Sue immediately agreed. "Cheer, listen to your mother, otherwise, even the smallest creatures can bully you." Ye Siyin had no interest in martial arts at first, but after being tricked by Ye Siyin, he changed his mind. There are too many crazy women. Men need to learn to protect themselves. Okay, I'll listen to my sister-in-law. At that moment, Ye Anzhi returned from changing clothes in the depths of the woods. Ye Siyin told him about Ye Siyin practicing martial arts. Ye Anzhi had no objections. Okay, but the third brother's potential is already set. He won't become a master. If he practices hard, he can handle ordinary people. Ye Siyin practiced martial arts only for self-defense. If he could deal with average people, that would be enough. Second brother, I will work hard at martial arts. First, practice standing and squatting. As Ye Siyin was sweating from squatting, lunch was ready. There was a pot of pickled fish and a plate of stir-fried bird meat. The main dish was fish soup with bread, tasty and easy to prepare. Ye Siyin quickly forgot his earlier unhappiness and enjoyed his meal. Second sister-in-law, this pickled fish is so delicious. Aunt Sue joked, which dish taught by the lady isn't delicious. They're all good. If I had the talent for cooking, I would definitely learn. Hearing this, Aunt Sue had an idea. Madam, when we get to Tianshan County, can we open a restaurant? She didn't realize she had a knack for cooking. She could make all the dishes the lady taught her. Moreover, she remembered them after just one try. During their journey, with more practice, she could surely become a capable cook. Ye Siyin had already planned to start making money after arriving in Tianshan County, controlling the economy of Beichen Kingdom. Nodding at Aunt Sue's suggestion, she said, "As long as you don't think business is beneath you, I will help you open a restaurant." Aunt Sue chuckled at herself. I used to think that merchants were of lower status, and associating with them would tarnish my reputation. Now I realize how foolish I was. Those in trade are self-reliant and far surpass me. Women confined to the household only see domestic matters. Merchants benefit the people and engage in worldly affairs. Of course, there are many unscrupulous merchants who profit at the expense of the common people. She couldn't control others, but she wouldn't engage in such heartless acts herself. Seeing that Aunt Sue genuinely wanted to open a restaurant, Ye Siyin looked at old Master Chi. "Father, what do you think?" She supported Aunt Sue's idea, but it was ultimately up to old Master Chi to decide. The Chi family was a family of military officials, and their honor was earned through sacrifice, not with the arrogance of wealthy families. Old Master Chi said, "Many years ago, when the Chi family defended the border, heavy snow blocked the roads, and military supplies couldn't arrive on time. It was the merchants from the border who gathered food at their own expense to help the Chi army through the crisis," implying that he wouldn't look down on merchants and wouldn't stop Aunt Sue from opening a restaurant. Aunt Sue understood and immediately bowed to old Master Chi. "I thank you, sir. Eat quickly. You can rest a bit afterward." After the Chi family finished their meal, they cleaned up the dishes and prepared for a nap. At that moment, Wu Qinggang brought Ye Siyin and Aunt Jiang to resolve the earlier issue. Ye Siyin looked at Ye Siyin with red eyes, filled with tears. Ye Siyin glared at her, his cheeks puffed up in anger. "What are you upset about? I'm the one who should be crying." Luckily, he had thrown up earlier, otherwise, he would have been kissed by this unpleasant woman. What bad luck. Tears streamed down Ye Siyin's face, making her look pitiful. Aunt Jiang immediately supported her daughter. "Ye Siyin, you bullied my daughter. Do you want to deny it?" Ye Siyin was furious at Aunt Jiang's accusation. The villain complains first. Your daughter is shameless and tried to drug me. Young Master Chi, how can you turn things around and insult my daughter? We all saw you push her down and bully her. Hearing this, Ye Siyin cried even harder. Mother, since young Master Chi doesn't want to admit it, let's not say anything more. I'll just accept my misfortune. Aunt Jiang hugged Ye Siyin, her voice choked with emotion. Ina, you've been wronged, and your reputation is ruined. This can't just be ignored. After saying that, she turned to old Master Chi. They say the Chi family has a good reputation and is upright. How does old Master Chi plan to handle this? Old Master Chi stood up, looking coldly at Aunt Jiang. The Chi family's reputation is for good people, for villains it is not. He then looked at Chi Hian. Here, I trust your character. You don't need to pay attention to this woman. To scheme against his son and expect him to admit it? What a foolish dream. Old Master Chi's reaction was completely unexpected for Aunt Jiang. Chi Hian tried to take advantage of Ina and refused to admit it when caught. Do you want to drive her to despair? Upon hearing this, Ye Siyin quickly pushed Aunt Jiang away and ran towards a nearby tree. Wu Qinggang, not wanting a tragedy, rushed to stop her. Just then, Yi Chudang intervened, and Qi Yanzhou blocked Wu Qinggang's path. Don't worry, she won't die. Originally just pretending, Ye Siyin, upon hearing this, braced herself and ran into the tree trunk. Thud! A sharp pain hit her, and everything went dark. She pretended to faint and fell to the ground. Aunt Jiang hurried over, holding Ye Siyin and crying. Ina, you're confused. The real culprit is someone else. Wu Qinggang bypassed Qi Yanzhou and approached to check on Ye Siyin's injuries. Her forehead was red and swollen, with rough bark having scraped her skin. Blood flowed down her cheek, staining her white clothes, making it heartbreaking to see. Wu Qinggang looked at Qi Hian with a dark expression. If you can't provide evidence to clear your name, you must take responsibility for Miss Yi, especially since many people saw you acting inappropriately toward her. It's truly shameful to push an innocent woman to this point. Angry and wronged, Qi Hian raised his hand and swore, if I act inappropriately towards Ye Siyin, may I be struck by lightning and suffer a terrible fate. Hearing this, Aunt Jiang also raised her hand and swore, if Siyin falsely accuses Qi Hian, may I not have a good end. Wu Cheng just saw both of them daring to swear and looked at Qi Hian. You tackled Miss Yi, and everyone saw it. Do you have any evidence that she set you up? Qi Hian thought seriously and shook his head.
No.
Without evidence, you must admit to bullying Miss Yi. Qi Hian clenched his fists, wishing he could hit Ye Siyin. I didn't. Just as he was about to deny it, Yi Chudang stepped forward and interrupted him. She asked Aunt Jiang, are you seeking compensation or something else? Seeing Yi Chudang making a concession, Aunt Jiang immediately became cautious. She asked, can you speak for Qi Hian? I am the head of the Qi family. I have the right to arrange a secondary wife for my brother-in-law. Qi Hian was shocked and widened his eyes. Just as he was about to argue, Aunt Su stopped him. Here, listen to the lady. She believed in Yi Chutang's ability to handle the situation well. Aunt Jiang's pale lips trembled. A secondary wife? Ye Siyin is the daughter of a condemned man, a criminal in exile. Does she really think she can aspire to the position of a legitimate wife? Or should I give you 20 taels of silver as compensation? Generally, a good servant girl costs about 10 to 20 taels of silver. Aunt Jiang naturally looked down on 20 taels. But she also didn't want her daughter to be a secondary wife.
No.
Feigning faintness, Ye Siyin sensed Aunt Jiang wanted to reject Yi Chutang's 2 conditions and tried to negotiate for better terms. She quietly tugged at her dress. First, she needed Qi Hian to accept this marriage. Then, she would find a way to enter the Qi family as the legitimate wife. Aunt Jiang knew her daughter had her own ideas and changed her tone. Even if Siyin is a secondary wife, the proper formalities cannot be neglected. Yi Chudang nodded in agreement. That's right, but you must first help Ye Siyin clear her criminal status so she can enter the Qi family. If Ye Siyin couldn't clear her criminal status, she would be sent to the northwest border, to Linzhou City. Aunt Jiang looked at Wu Qinggang and asked, Sir, about Yin's criminal record. I will first you to Linzhou City. This way, you will become official servants, making it easier for you to leave Linzhou, he replied. Since ancient times, exiles have been divided into two types, those who serve as slaves and those who serve in other roles. The most serious offenders remain slaves for life, working until they die. Those who receive special treatment from the emperor can work as servants for 10 years and may apply to return to the capital. The Ye family belongs to the latter group. So, as long as there is a way, the unmarried Ye Siyin can leave Linzhou City under the pretense of marriage. Aunt Zhang released Ye Siyin and stood up to bow. Thank you, sir, for your guidance. The rest is for you to discuss and handle, Wu Qinggang said before leaving. Ye Chutang patted Ye Siyin's face. Stop pretending. I know you're not fainted. Ye Siyin's eyelids fluttered and slowly opened her eyes. Qi Hian angrily asked, Why are you plotting against me? Even if you tricked your way into the Qi family, you won't have a good life.
What do you want?
Being his concubine wouldn't change his feelings. He wouldn't look at this bad woman again. Tears filled Ye Siyin's eyes. I like you and want to marry you. Of course, that wasn't the truth. The real reason she was so eager to scheme against Qi Hian, even risking her reputation, was that she had successfully attracted Zhao Qingshu. But Zhao Qingshu only wanted to have fun and didn't want to take responsibility. This man was skilled, and the officials were lenient with the Zhao family. She feared he might force himself on her. So, she clumsily plotted against Qi Hian, hoping to gain protection from the Qi family. Qi Hian looked at Ye Siyin as if she were crazy. I dislike you. Stay away from me. Ye Siyin didn't mind his rejection and said, Third young master, you will change your mind about me. Even heroes struggle with beautiful women, especially those who have never been with one. Mother, let's go. We can discuss marriage when the third young master calms down, Ye Chudang suggested. Aunt Zhang nodded and helped Ye Siyin leave. Once they were far away, Aunt Su asked Ye Chudang, Madam, do you have a plan?
Ye Chantang nodded.
Today, third brother suffered a silent loss. He can't explain it clearly and will have to accept it. But we can use his own methods against him. Seeing Ye Chudang had a plan, Aunt Su felt relieved. Thank you, madam. She only had one son and couldn't let him be ruined by a woman like Ye Siyin. We're family, no need for thanks. Let's all rest now. Qi Hian asked with concern, second sister-in-law, how do you plan to deal with Ye Siyin? If she schemes against you, then I will scheme against her regarding Zhao Qingshu. Will it work? Qi Yanzhou confidently replied, just remove the last word and go rest. Hearing this, Qi Hian's mood immediately brightened. Yes, second brother. Qi Yanzhou sat down next to Ye Chutang and patted his shoulder. Come closer and rest. Ye Chutang leaned her head on Qi Yanzhou's shoulder, yawned, and closed her eyes. Before long, her steady breathing reached Qi Yanzhou's ears. He placed a kiss on Ye Chutang's forehead and looked towards the water by the stream. Qi Hian had ridden out on a fish, likely the work of a ghost thief. But he didn't plan to ask about it. Ye Chutang slept for an hour before waking up. Not long after she woke, Wu Qinggang shouted, Get ready to set off. Qi Yanzhou and Qi Hian's wet clothes were drying on a rock, and Aunt Su went to collect them. Once everything was packed, they continued on their journey. The sun was hot, but everyone was already used to it. As Wu Qinggang said, they walked until half past the hour of the dog before stopping. As a result, they still couldn't complete the task of traveling 50 miles in a day. So, they couldn't reach the post station and stayed in a village instead. The village was small, with about 20 households. After discussing with Han Chong, Wu Qinggang borrowed the village chief's house to watch over the Qi, Zhao, and Yi families. Then the dragon guards took turns keeping watch and dispersed to stay in the farmers' homes. The quiet village suddenly became lively, with a few wisps of smoke rising. The officials naturally wouldn't take the villagers' food for free and offered some compensation. After eating, they bathed and rested. There was no well in the village, so the villagers fetched water from the river for their use. The village chief said, Sir, there's a river behind our village. You can wash directly there. In summer, The men and women of the village went to the river to bathe in groups. The officials and the men from the 3 families all went to the river. The women bathed in the village, but had to pay for water. It wasn't expensive, just 1 coin per person. The village chief's house had many rooms and buckets, so several people could wash at once. Ye Siyin spent 5 coins to take a bath. By the time she finished, the women had finished washing and the men had returned. When Chong divided the rooms, she secretly drugged Ye Siyin. The Qi and Zhao families were given 2 rooms. Qi and Zhao and Ye Siyin shared one. They had been sleeping together these past few days and would meditate before bed. After meditating, they would both drink a cup of water. Qi and Zhao's cup was drugged, and he quickly fell asleep. Ye Siyin quietly went to Zhao Qingshu's room. He was seriously injured and sleeping heavily, while Zhu Rong, who was taking care of him, fell asleep at the table. Ye Siyin gave Zhu Rong a needle, causing her to faint, and then returned to the room. She heard Ye Siyin going to the restroom again, opened the door, and followed her to hypnotize her. She took out a pill and said, "Take this and go find Zhao Qingshu." Ye Siyin obediently went to Zhao Qingshu's room. The National Defense Army knew what Ye Siyin was planning but pretended not to see it, as they also did not want Ye Siyin to marry into the Qi family. After returning to her room, Ye Siyin released Qi Yanzhou from the effects of the drug. When Qi Yanzhou woke up, he felt something was off. He suddenly felt a tightness around his waist, with Ye Chutong's face buried in his chest, leaving him no time to think. Her warm breath brushed against his skin, creating a ticklish sensation. He felt a heat rising in his lower abdomen and helplessly looked at the carefree Ye Siyin. He silently recited a calming mantra. Halfway through, Qi Yanzhou suddenly heard a soft, enticing sigh. The desire he had managed to suppress surged back. Feeling the change in his body, he quickly threw off the covers and got out of bed. Ye Siyin asked, "Zhao, what's wrong?" The room was dark with no lights on, and it was the end of the month, so there was little moonlight. Qi Yanzhou couldn't see Ye Chutong's expression, but could tell she sat up from the sounds. "Tang, you rest first. I'll step out for a moment." Ye Siyin also got out of bed and walked toward Qi Yanzhou based on the sound. "No need to go. I designed a plan for Ye Siyin to avoid complications." Qi Yanzhou wanted to leave, not only because he heard the noise but also due to his body's reaction. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, "Tang, I need to go to the restroom." Ye Siyin felt the heat radiating from him and immediately understood. "I'll talk to my mother tomorrow. We can sleep separately." Holding it in like this would affect her future experiences. Qi Yanzhou grabbed Ye Chutong's arm. "No, I want to sleep with you." Ye Siyin raised an eyebrow at the warmth of his hand. "Should I give you a calming needle, though? What do you mean?" "As long as I use a silver needle on a few acupoints, it can help you stay calm and not have any thoughts." Hearing this, Qi Yanzhou found it a bit unreliable. "No need. I will be careful in the future." If it weren't for hearing those enticing sounds tonight, he wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Ye Siyin didn't insist and reached out to press acupoints on Qi Yanzhou's body. Her hand fell, and Qi Yanzhou's impulse disappeared. He found it a bit magical and cleared his throat. "Tang, shouldn't we go watch the show?" Ye Siyin felt her way to the table and lit the oil lamp. "Take the lamp and go take a look." The stage was set, and the performers were ready. How could they be without an audience? Qi Yanzhou picked up the oil lamp, looked at Ye Siyin in her loose clothing, and said, "Go put on your outer coat." Ye Siyin put on a linen coat. The two of them left the room. Qi Yanzhou looked in the direction of the sound and asked the guard on purpose, "What happened in this room? Why does it sound so strange?" His voice was loud enough to wake the 3 members of the Ye family living in the courtyard, as well as the aunts and children from the Qi and Zhao families. "What's all this noise in the middle of the night? Can't anyone get some rest?" "We have to travel early tomorrow," said an aunt from the Zhao family, trying to provoke Qi Yanzhou. The guard glanced at Ye Siyin and said, "Miss Ye just entered young Master Zhao's room not long ago." At this, everyone turned to look at the room. Then they heard sounds of affection.
Is that
Miss Ye and young Master Zhao?" "No way. Didn't Miss Ye just She's never been a well-behaved person. Didn't she flirt with young Master Zhao before? Hurry up and get up. Let's go see what's happening. It was none of their business, but such a commotion was too tempting to ignore. When Aunt Jiang heard that Ye Siyin had gone to Zhao Qingshu's room, she wanted to argue that the person inside was definitely not her daughter. Before she could speak, she noticed the seat beside her was empty, and an uneasy feeling rose in her heart. She knew her daughter had gotten up several times tonight, so she quickly went to the restroom to look for her. But she found nothing. Her heart sank. Aunt Jiang recalled that all the daughters from the Qi and Zhao families were in the courtyard at that moment. This meant that the one in Zhao Qingshu's room was Ye Siyin. She didn't have time to think about why this was happening and hurried back to the courtyard to cover for her daughter. Just as she arrived, she saw Aunt Su push open the door to Zhao Qingshu's room.
No.
Aunt Zhang's frightened voice startled the village dogs into barking wildly. The quiet village soon became lively again, with lights turning on. Aunt Jiang rushed forward to stop Aunt Su, but was a moment too late. The door was pushed open forcefully. Qi Yanzhou kindly held the oil lamp at the door. Though the light was dim, the small rural room allowed everyone to see the two people on the bed at a glance. The scene was quite intimate. The sounds made everyone blush and their hearts race. Aunt Jiang nearly fainted when she saw this. She immediately blocked the doorway, screaming like a madwoman. "Don't look! No one is allowed to look." Inside, Zhao Qingshu was suffering from a high fever due to an infected wound, feeling dizzy. Hearing the angry shouts, his awareness slowly returned, and he struggled to turn his injured neck to look at the door. His fever blurred his vision, making it hard to see clearly. He felt that someone was interrupting something important, and he was filled with anger.
Get out.
Everyone was shocked by Zhao Qingshu and Ye Siyin's shamelessness. They were stunned to see such a scene in public. Aunt Jiang was furious and rushed into the room to pull Zhao Qingshu away. "You beast, let go of my daughter." Zhao Qingshu pushed Aunt Jiang to the ground, and his muddled mind became clear. He quickly covered himself and Ye Siyin with a blanket. Ye Siyin was still feeling unwell from the medicine in her system and instinctively hugged Zhao Qingshu's waist. Zhao Qingshu looked at the alluring yet obviously unwell Ye Siyin and said to Aunt Jiang, "Do you see clearly now? Your daughter is the one trying to me." Aunt Jiang noticed the unusual flush on Ye Siyin's face and was devastated. "You animal! You drugged my daughter! I will kill you!" As she approached Zhao Qingshu, he struck her away, sending her crashing into the wall, causing her to spit blood and faint. Yi Chutang watched the commotion and signaled to the National Defense Army. Han Chong quickly appeared. "What are you doing waking up the whole village in the middle of the night?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qingang, who was staying with other villagers, also arrived, yawning and asking, "What's going on?" The National Defense Army briefly explained the situation. The village chief's house was lit up, providing decent light. Wu Qingang immediately looked at the dazed Qi Hian and questioned, "How did your people end up in Zhao Qingshu's bed?" Implying that he suspected Qi Hian of doing something to Ye Siyin. Qi Hian came to his senses and bowed to Wu Qingang. "Sir, I don't know." He truly had no idea. He had been sleeping soundly when Aunt Zhang's terrified screams woke him up. Then he came to watch the scene unfold. He didn't think he had done anything wrong because he never intended to marry Ye Siyin. But he guessed that Ye Siyin climbing into Zhao Qingshu's bed was the work of Yi Chutang. Han Chong said, "Wu, go in and stop this. We can't let everyone stay awake listening to this." Wu Qinggang's fate was in Han Chong's hands, so he immediately replied, "I'll go right away." After he entered the room, Zhao Qingshu and Ye Siyin were still exercising without a care. Ye Siyin was under the influence of a drug, while Zhao Qingshu was still enjoying himself. A young lady raised in a high-ranking family is definitely more exciting than an ordinary maid. Wu Qingang picked up the teapot on the table and poured the cold water over Zhao Qingshu's heated head. The cold water dripped onto Ye Siyin, causing her body to tense up uncontrollably and shiver. Zhao Qingshu let out a low growl and rolled off. The cold water had completely cleared his mind. "Sir, it's not my fault. Ye Siyin climbed into my bed on her own and even knocked out my mother." Zhu Rong lay on the table, completely still. There was no other possibility besides being knocked out. Wu Chenggang checked Zhu Rong's breathing and, seeing she was still alive, ignored her. He looked at the pale Ye Siyin and asked, "Is what Zhao Gongzi said true?" Zhao Qingshu wasn't finished with Ye Siyin and didn't want anyone else to have ideas about her. He quickly wrapped her tightly in a blanket, covering her alluring figure. Ye Siyin's body felt less empty, but her head hurt badly and she couldn't hear what Wu Qinggang was saying. Noticing that something was off with Ye Siyin, Wu Qinggang asked Zhao Qingshu, "Zhao Gongzi, did Ye Gunyang take a drug? Did you do it?" "Sir, you're joking. I'm just a beneficiary, not the instigator. If you don't believe me, wait until Ye Gunyang wakes up and ask her yourself." Wu Qinggang poured the last bit of water from the pot onto Ye Siyin's face. The cold water helped her fully wake up. The first thing she saw was Zhao Qingshu without a shirt. She screamed in fright. "Ah, what did you do to me?" Zhao Qingshu sneered, "Don't turn this around, Ye Gunyang. You clearly did something to me." Ye Siyin tightened the blanket around her, feeling uncomfortable, and looked around. How did she end up on Zhao Qingshu's bed? Wu Qinggang, seeing Ye Siyin's pale face, asked, "Ye Gunyang, who drugged you?" Upon hearing drugged, Ye Siyin's eyes widened in shock. It was Ye Chutang. It must have been her. Outside, Ye Chutang heard this and said unhappily, "Ye Gunyang, you can't make accusations without evidence. Have you forgotten the lesson from before?" She was referring to when Ye Siyin spread rumors about being pregnant and ended up in prison. Ye Siyin bit her lip and reluctantly apologized. "I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn in my haste." She had no evidence and could only suffer in silence like Chi Hian. Ye Chudang smiled and said, "This time I'll be generous, but don't let it happen again." "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Wu Qinggong's whip cracked against the ground with a sharp sound. "Move faster. We have to complete the task of walking 50 miles today." If they could walk 50 miles each day, they would reach Tianshan County in 3 months. However, they would likely face unexpected situations, like the previous incident with the northern barbarians, which delayed them. Generally, this would add an extra month to their journey. As they headed north, it got colder, and if they could arrive in 4 months, they could avoid being trapped by heavy snow. Otherwise, they would have to stay halfway, facing hunger and cold, and it could even lead to death. Ye Siyin also wanted to move quickly before the sun came up. But her legs felt weak, and walking caused her injuries to rub against each other, causing her great pain. She had no choice but to shift all the blame onto Aunt Jiang. "Sir, my mother is seriously injured and cannot walk fast. Please understand." Wu Qinggang ordered Ye Jingchuan, "Carry her." Ye Jingchuan could not argue with the officer and reluctantly picked up Aunt Jiang. He looked at Ye Siyin, who was struggling to walk, and regretted spending 500 taels to buy medicine to save her. What a foolish choice. Seeing Ye Siyin lagging behind, Wu Qinggang whipped her back. It didn't injure her, but it hurt enough. "If you keep dawdling, I'll use the whip again." Ye Siyin winced in pain, quickening her steps, tears welling in her eyes. Through her blurred vision, she looked at the indifferent Zhao Qingshu, feeling a strong hatred rise within her. Once she had a child, she would ensure the child became the only heir of the Zhao family. Zhao Qingshu, walking ahead, noticed Ye Siyin's gaze but chose to ignore it. He had overindulged the night before and had no strength to support her. Since they had all eaten breakfast before setting off, they only rested after walking for 2.5 hours. Wu Qinggang looked at the long dirt ahead and said, "Let's take a 15-minute break, eat something, and drink some water. We'll find a place to rest for 2 hours around noon." The weather had been getting hotter lately, making it unsuitable to travel in the afternoon. Ye Chudang took out some jam and dried fruits. "Let's eat a little to fill our stomachs, and we can have more during the noon break." The Qi family members drank juice, mixed with jam, and ate peeled dried fruits. Aunt Gao noticed her son Qi Yunan eyeing the dried fruits and approached, saying, "Madam, I would like to buy some dried fruits." Ye Chudang thought they would reach Liangzhou City soon to restock, so she sold some at a high price. After the break, they continued on their way. As they were about to reach the top of the Ye Siyin heard sounds of fighting. Han Chong also heard the clashing of swords and immediately used his lightness skill to reach the top of the. He saw 3 carriages at the bottom of the other, surrounded by a group of bandits attacking a wealthy young man and his servants. Due to the distance, he couldn't see the faces clearly. However, he could tell that the young master and his servant had decent martial skills, but they were outnumbered and at a disadvantage. In fact, if they just ran away, they could save themselves. Yet none of them backed down. It was clear that there was something extremely valuable in the carriage. In broad daylight, with bandits running rampant, Han Chong would naturally intervene. He said to Wu Qinggang, "The bandits are robbing passing travelers. I'm going to check it out. You 10, come with me to rescue them." After saying this, the chosen members of the National Defense Army quickly climbed to the top of the to assist Han Chong. Ye Anzhi furrowed his brows and voiced his concern. Why would bandits rob here, at the foot of the hill, when it's a main road? Typically, bandits wouldn't take the risk of coming to a main road unless it was a chaotic time or a year of famine. Ye Siyin said, "The bandits must have heard that there are fat sheep passing through here." 4 words flashed in Ye Anzhi's mind: collusion between officials and bandits. To enter Liangzhou from the main road, one needs a travel permit. If the guards at the city gate ask a few questions, they can find out where the travelers are headed. Based on their mode of transportation, they can accurately determine when they would arrive at the bandits' ambush point. This way, the bandits can act quickly, rob everything, and then hide in the deep mountains. Since they were robbing outsiders, the officials wouldn't pay much attention. Realizing this, a surge of anger rose in Ye Anzhi's heart. The kingdom of Beichen was being destroyed by these pests. Ye Siyin wasn't very concerned about state affairs, but suddenly felt a wave of anxiety while walking. Ye Anzhi immediately noticed that her face had turned pale. "Ah Tang, what's wrong?" Ye Siyin pressed her hand against her racing heart and said uncomfortably, "Maybe it's just too hot." Pregnant women have a higher body temperature than usual, and with the sun beating down, feeling anxious is normal. But she checked her pulse and found nothing wrong with her body.
Why?
Ye Anzhi squatted down in front of Ye Siyin. "Ah Tang, let me carry you." "No need, once we reach the top of the and feel the breeze, I'll be fine." Ye Anzhi picked her up effortlessly and soon reached the top of the. The hot summer wind blew in, taking away the light sweat from her face and bringing a hint of coolness.
How do you feel now?
Ye Siyin jumped down from Ye Anzhi and looked down at the foot of the. She felt that the well-dressed young master being attacked by the bandits looked somewhat familiar. Narrowing her eyes, her vision became a bit clearer. But it was still not enough to see his face clearly. Seeing that Ye Siyin was very focused on the fight at the foot of the, Ye Anzhi looked over as well. Song Jingning? He still couldn't see the young man's face clearly. However, Ye Siyin paid more attention to Song Jingning than others, so he was somewhat familiar with his figure. When Ye Siyin heard the name Song Jingning, her expression changed slightly. The well-dressed man surrounded by bandits was clearly struggling, and Han Chong and his group had not yet arrived. A glinting large knife swung toward the slow-moving Song Jingning. Ye Chutong's heart raced, causing her to crouch down in pain. She quickly used her earth-based ability to bind the bandit's feet. The bandit, who could have harmed Song Jingning, fell to the ground due to the sudden restraint. The bloodied knife missed Song Jingning and only tore his clothing. Although Song Jingning noticed something strange about the bandit's fall, he had no time to think. He seized the opportunity to take the bandit leader's life. The other bandits, seeing their leader killed, roared in anger, "Avenge the leader!" Song Jingning realized that instead of being frightened, the bandits were fueled with fighting spirit, making his expression grave. As he hesitated whether to abandon the cart for his safety, he suddenly felt a sense and looked toward the. He intended to look at the top of the, but his attention was drawn to something at the bottom. Song Jingning did not know Han Chong, but Han Chong recognized him. "Young Master Song, run." Song Jingning noticed that the group approaching him was highly skilled. He immediately shouted to his servant, "Retreat." 3 servants protected Song Jingning as they fled into the dense forest. The bandits pursued them. Ye Siyin used her powers to slow down the bandits' chase, and only stopped when Chong caught up. "Tang, can you hear me?" Ye Anzhi was alarmed when he saw Ye Siyin's face pale as paper after she crouched down. He expressed concern several times but received no response. "Tang." Ye Siyin turned to look at the worried Ye Anzhi and smiled faintly. "I'm fine, just a normal reaction." Although she didn't finish her sentence, Ye Anzhi understood. Feeling unwell was a normal reaction to pregnancy. He helped Ye Siyin up and gently patted her head. "You've worked hard." Ye Siyin was eager to know if Song Jingning was injured. "It's not hard, let's go." Ye Anzhi picked up Ye Siyin again and walked down the. By the time they reached the bottom, Chong had already subdued the bandits. The remaining stubborn bandits were killed, with about 10 others surrendering. Song Jingning emerged from the forest with his servants. He immediately noticed Ye Siyin's pale face. Then, his gaze shifted to Chong and the others who had saved him, and he bowed respectfully. "I am deeply grateful for your timely rescue, sir." Chong raised his hand slightly. "No need for formalities. It's just a small effort." "Why is young Master Song here?" Song Jingning straightened up and explained, "I was passing through on my way to my ancestral home outside Liangzhou." After saying this, he looked at Ye Siyin. "I didn't expect to meet Madame Qi here. It truly is a coincidence." Seeing Song Jingning's torn clothes and bloodstains, Ye Siyin's face showed concern. "It is quite a coincidence. Young Master Song, are you hurt badly?" Song Jingning looked at Ye Siyin, who was worried, and felt warmth in his heart. He smiled slightly and said casually, "It's just a minor injury. It's nothing serious." Seeing Song Jingning's condition, Ye Siyin knew he wasn't badly hurt. But since he was like a brother to her, she still felt uneasy. "If you don't mind, young Master Song, I would like to check your pulse." Ye Anzhi noticed Ye Siyin's excessive concern for Song Jingning and began to suspect they were twins, as twins often have a connection. When Ye Siyin felt unwell and squatted down, Song Jingning almost faced danger. The timing was too coincidental, making him think more. Song Jingning generously extended his hand to Ye Siyin and adjusted his sleeves. Ye Siyin checked his pulse and confirmed that his injury was not serious. She withdrew her hand and said, "Young Master Song, although it's just superficial wounds, with the hot weather, you need to be careful to prevent infection." "Thank you for the reminder, Madam Qi. I will be careful. Before my exile, I prepared some good ointment for wounds at Xinglin Hall. I will get some for you shortly." Song Jingning looked at Ye Siyin, who made him feel close, and did not refuse. "Madam Qi, your kindness is hard to decline." He then turned to Chong. "Sir, how do you plan to deal with these mountain bandits?" "Of course, we will send them to the authorities, and I will trouble young Master Song to accompany us to the government office." "Of course." At that moment, the exiled group arrived. Ye Siyin went to the cart to find her bag and get the ointment. Chong asked Song Jingning about the details of the robbery by the bandits. After Song Jingning explained the situation, he shared his suspicions. "Sir, I suspect these bandits are colluding with the officials. Even if we go to the government office, it may be a wasted trip." Seeing that Song Jingning shared his thoughts, Ye Anzhi glanced at him. Noticing this, Song Jingning asked, "Does young Master Qi think I am wrong?" "No, I agree with your suspicion. However, I believe that with your reputation, the officials would not dare to treat you lightly." Chong said, "In broad daylight, bandits are rampant. We must get to the bottom of this." Wu Qinggang felt overwhelmed upon hearing this. He reminded Han, "Our task is not to interfere with local officials." It was not only thankless, but also a waste of time. Chong shot Wu Qinggang a cold glance, warning him. Wu Qinggang felt weak in the knees and quickly changed his tone. "Of course, if the officials and the bandits are truly in collusion, we must take action." "Wu is right. Shall we take the official road and head to Sun County now?" "All right, let's go." Ye Siyin handed the medicine for external wounds to Song Jingning. "Young Master Song, please apply the medicine first. You can travel faster in the carriage and catch up with us later." Song Jingning took the medicine bottle. "Thank you, Madam Qi." The exiled group set off for Sun County, with Han Chong bringing along about 10 bandits. Song Jingning watched the departing group, gripping the medicine bottle tightly. Whether he was Ye Chutong's twin brother would be answered once they reached Liangzhou. Zigui stepped forward. "Young master, please apply the medicine first." He was Song Zian's servant, skilled in martial arts and knowledgeable about academy management. He was assigned to protect Song Jingning and help him establish a branch in Tianshan County. Song Jingning nodded and got into the carriage. Inside were large chests made of redwood. The soldiers entering the city lifted the curtain of the carriage to check, and upon seeing the valuable chests, they assumed the contents were even more valuable and notified the bandits to intercept the cargo. Little did they know, the chests were filled with books. Song Jingning sat on top of the chest, removed his clothing, and asked Zigui to help him tend to his wounds. He had several injuries, but fortunately, none were deep. After applying the medicine, he changed into dark clothing to avoid drawing attention to his wounds. Zigui and the others also had varying degrees of injuries. By the time they set off, a quarter of an hour had passed. The carriage moved quickly, and soon they caught up with the exiled group. Song Jingning saw Ye Chutang wearing a straw hat, walking under the hot sun, and felt a pang of discomfort. But since she was in exile, he couldn't offer her help. As the carriage moved forward, it reached Han Chong's side. "Officer, I will go ahead. See you in Sun County later." "All right, see you later." The carriage gradually moved away as Han Chong continued to question the bandits. The bandits only knew that their creditor had connections to learn about the fat sheep and ambushed at a designated spot. They had never failed in 2 years. If they hadn't encountered the exiled group coming from a small road, the robbery would not have failed. "Where is your stronghold?" Ye Chutang was very interested in this question and listened intently. The mountain bandit pointed to the deep mountains in the southwest and said, "Cross 2 mountain peaks and pass through a marsh, and you'll arrive." After that, he added, "Behind the stronghold is a steep cliff, and in front is the marsh. Anyone unfamiliar with the route cannot enter the stronghold at all." Han Chong snorted coldly. "The place you chose is quite good." Around noon, the exiled group arrived at Sun County. Wu Chung handed the exile documents to the officer at the city gate. "We need to go to the county office." The officer responsible for escorting the exiles could use the documents to receive free supplies at the county office. The gatekeeper didn't ask many questions and led the large group to the county office. Along the way, the townspeople watched and whispered, "With such a foolish and jealous king, the Qi family is truly unfortunate. Isn't that right?" The Qi family fought for the Northern Star Kingdom, but now they face confiscation and exile. Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. I heard the emperor was stung by a hornet raised by the northern barbarians and is now unconscious. If the new emperor ascends, there will be a general amnesty, and the Qi family won't have to be exiled. You think too much. Everyone might be pardoned, but the Qi family won't. The townspeople spoke softly, but their words reached the ears of those skilled in martial arts. Han Chong scanned the crowd with cold eyes and warned, "If you want to be punished, speak louder." He was pleased to hear the people criticize the royal family, but he still had to maintain appearances. The townspeople were startled by Han Chong's words and immediately fell silent. The noisy street became as quiet as a chicken. The guide noticed that Han Chong's group was not ordinary and became more respectful. "Sir, we will arrive at the county office shortly." In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the group reached the county office. Song Jingning's carriage was parked at the corner. Seeing the exiled group arrive, he quickly approached. Han Chong noticed that Song Jingning had changed into a dark brocade robe and asked, "Young Master Song, is your injury serious?" Song Jingning cupped his hands in greeting. "Thank you for your concern, sir. It's just a minor injury, and I've already applied medicine." After that, he looked at Ye Chutang. "Madam Qi, the medicine for external injuries works very well." "Thank you." Ye Chutang smiled and replied, "It's my honor to help young Master Haoyue." By mentioning Song Jingning's name, she aimed to inform the county magistrate that if the mountain bandit issue was not handled well, it would offend scholars everywhere. Just then, a scholar spoke up. Young Master Haoyue. So this is the young Master Haoyue who studied abroad at 12. I didn't expect young Master Haoyue to come to our Sun County. I wonder which academy is fortunate enough to have him. No matter which academy it is, I will find a way to listen in. The young Master of the Bright Moon didn't come to Sun County to teach, but to file a complaint, right? Didn't I hear he was injured? Song Jingning, upon hearing this, bowed respectfully to the gathered townsfolk. Thank you all for your kind words. Once I finish my important matters, I will hold a class at the biggest tea house. If anyone is interested, we can discuss together. His words brought great joy to everyone. Listening to the young Master of the Bright Moon is better than studying for 10 years. I'm going to the tea house to save a spot. I need to hurry home and tell my son that his idol, the young Master of the Bright Moon, has arrived. My brother has a question he can't solve. I can ask the young Master for help. Many townsfolk and students excitedly left. At this moment, the guards at the city were informing the officials about the situation. Quickly notify the county magistrate and prepare some food. Although the guards escorting the exiles usually held low positions, they were from the capital and should not be treated lightly. The official bowed to Wu Qingang, who was at the front. Please wait a moment, sir. I will inform County Magistrate Zhang right away. Song Jingning stepped forward and addressed another guard at the gate. I want to file a complaint against these mountain bandits who tried to kill and rob in broad daylight. The officials from the capital are witnesses. Han Chong ordered his men to throw about 10 bandits in front of the county office. We killed over 20 bandits. These remaining ones surrendered. He then added deliberately, I conducted a brief interrogation, and they claimed that the officials are colluding with the bandits. This statement brought smiles to the faces of the townsfolk. This county magistrate is a greedy and corrupt man who mistreats the people. If they could remove his position, their lives would surely improve. However, the guards looked troubled. These bandits are notorious for their lies. You must not believe their one-sided story, sir. Han Chong nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Let's see what the magistrate has to say. As soon as he finished speaking, the guard who went to inform returned. Lords, please come in. County Magistrate Zhang will be here shortly. After saying this, he sensed something was off. He looked at Wu Qingang, cautiously asking, Sir, is something wrong? Could it be that County Magistrate Zhang was upset for not coming out to greet them personally? Thinking this, the guard quickly added, Please forgive me, sir. County Magistrate Zhang was taking a nap and is now fixing his appearance. Wu Qingang glanced at the bandits and said, Take these bandits inside and prepare for the hearing. The officer felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing the words mountain bandit. He didn't show it and respectfully replied, Yes, sir, please come in. Sun County was small, but the county office was quite impressive. After Wu Qing entered the office, he was taken to the main hall by the officer. Everyone, please have some tea. County Magistrate Zhang is on his way. The officers hurried to serve tea. They soon realized there weren't enough cups, so they used bowls instead. After all, it was rare for so many officials to gather in such a small place. As for the Qi, Zhao, and Ye families, they were arranged in the courtyard. The scorching midday sun beat down, making everyone sweat. Qi and Zhao knew the officers were doing this on purpose and felt a chill in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, the exhausted Ye Siyin fainted. Her face was pale, but her neck had an unusual flush, and she was sweating profusely. Ye Chutang immediately recognized that Ye Siyin had suffered from heatstroke. Everyone took medicine to prevent heatstroke daily, so it was usually not a concern. However, she had stayed out late the night before and was extremely weak, unable to handle the summer heat. Aunt Jiang panicked and shouted into the hall, Sir, Ener has fainted. Wu Chung turned to the nearby officer and said, If a prisoner dies in the county office, Magistrate Zhang will be held responsible. Seeing that Ye Siyin seemed genuinely unwell, the officer was startled. He had intentionally kept the 3 families under the sun to assert his authority, reminding Wu Chung that even if they were officials from the capital, they should not interfere with Sun County's matters. But now that a life was at stake, he felt afraid. What are you doing standing there? Quickly go to the corridor for some shade. After saying this, the officer asked Wu Chung, Sir, should we call a doctor for the fainted prisoner? Since this happened in the county office, what do you think? There was a doctor among the escorting officials, so there was no need to go to a clinic. However, Wu Cheng disapproved of the officer's attitude and decided to make things difficult. From the officer's demeanor, Ye Anzhi realized that the mountain bandits were colluding with the county office. He exchanged a glance with Han Chong, signaling him to take strict action. Han Chong agreed and nodded slightly. After waiting for about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, it was not the magistrate who came out, but the clerk. Esteemed officials, I apologize. The magistrate has fallen ill and cannot attend to you personally. But rest assured, the kitchen is preparing food, and the supplies are ready. After speaking, he glanced at the mountain bandits kneeling on the ground. Take these bandits away and wait for the magistrate to recover before questioning them. The officers spoke loudly, their eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Yes, Master Luo. The current officials are not as good as the current managers. The county is ruled by the county magistrate. This is not Han Chong's first time in the capital, but it is his first encounter with such an arrogant 7th-rank official. He drew his sword and threw it, piercing Master Luo's throat. Before Master Luo could fall, he had already lost his breath. This scene terrified all the officials present. Han Chong walked up to Master Luo, whose eyes were wide open and unblinking, and pulled out the sword. The blood-stained sword fell against the neck of one of the officials. Bring County Magistrate Zhang here, or he will be the next to die. The official turned pale with fear. I will obey. As the official went to summon the magistrate, Han Chong sent 2 of his subordinates to follow him. Before long, a disheveled county magistrate Zhang was thrown into the courtroom. There were lipstick marks on his face, and he reeked of perfume. Head Han, County Magistrate Zhang does not have a serious illness. He was just with his concubine. As soon as this was said, the people outside the county office immediately covered their mouths and laughed. County Magistrate Zhang's cover was torn away, leaving him embarrassed. Suppressing his anger, he looked at Wu Qinggang. My lord, I was just spending time with my concubine during my break. This does not violate the law, does it? It does not violate the law, but you feigned illness to cover up the robbery and murder of young Master Haoyue. What is your intention? County Magistrate Zhang would certainly not admit to colluding with the bandits. My lord, you misunderstand. I do not have the power to cover everything up. It is just. Han Chong interrupted him before he could finish. County Magistrate Zhang, young Master Haoyue is a role model for students everywhere. He was almost killed in your jurisdiction, so it is best to investigate this immediately. If the kidnappers were unrelated to the magistrate, he would investigate without hesitation. But the current situation is that he must first eliminate any connection to the bandits to ensure he is not implicated before proceeding with the case. My lord, I know how to handle the investigation. Then he leaned closer to Han Chong and whispered, My lord should know Minister Gu from the Ministry of Works, right? He is my distant relative, and the master you killed was also related to Minister Gu. The implication was clear. He had backing and wanted Han Chong to back off. Otherwise, he would face consequences. Han Chong directly took out the emperor's edict. County Magistrate Zhang, take a look. Is your distant relative's position more powerful, or is this edict's authority greater? A bad feeling rose in County Magistrate Zhang's heart as he opened the edict. He did not recognize the emperor's handwriting but recognized the imperial seal and immediately knelt down to examine it closely. When he saw that Han Chong could wield the emperor's power with the edict, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Han Chong took back the edict and said, County Magistrate Zhang, let's proceed with the court session. The emperor issued an edict to summon all capable people to deal with the Qi family. However, it has now become a tool for him to eliminate the corrupt elements in the northern Qin kingdom. County Magistrate Zhang collected his thoughts, glanced warningly at the bandit, adjusted his official robes, and took his seat at the high position. Han Chong waved his hand to his subordinates. You all go out first. Don't disturb County Magistrate Zhang while he interrogates the prisoner. The crowded courtroom quickly became spacious. Song Jingning stepped to the center of the courtroom and bowed to County Magistrate Zhang. I am Song Jingning. While passing through Sun County on the official road, I was attacked by bandits. Please, my lord, help me. County Magistrate Zhang felt uneasy and forced himself to say, I will ensure you receive justice. After that, he began to question the bandit. Seeing that he was only asking trivial questions, Chong decided to personally interrogate the bandit. In just a short while, the bandit revealed everything he knew. But they only know that the officials are colluding with the bandits. They don't know which official it is. County Magistrate Zhang felt relieved. Rest assured, my lord, I will find out which official is colluding with the bandits and give young Master Song an explanation. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of galloping hooves approached. Chong smiled and said, just in time. Before County Magistrate Zhang could understand the meaning of his words, two men in official robes were thrown into the courtroom. When he recognized their faces, he was so frightened that he slipped off his chair. They were the city guards who had been leaking information to the bandits. After suspecting the collusion between the officials and the bandits, Chong had his men ride the bandits' horses to capture the city guards. These two guards had already been severely interrogated. Without anyone asking, they quickly revealed everything, selling out County Magistrate Zhang. County Magistrate Zhang, do you have anything to say? County Magistrate Zhang crawled up from under the interrogation table and stubbornly said, there are only eyewitnesses, no. The physical evidence is here. When Ye Siyin spoke, a box of gold, silver, and jewels was thrown onto the courtroom floor. While everyone's attention was on the box, she and Ye Anzhi explored the county office. County Magistrate Zhang's face turned pale, but he continued to be stubborn. Who can prove that these items were stolen by the bandits? Compared to collusion with bandits, the charge of being a corrupt official was much less serious. Ye Siyin walked to the courtroom door and pointed at the box. Please, my lord, tell this common woman what those out-of-town property deeds at the bottom of the box are doing here? County Magistrate Zhang wanted to argue but was silenced when Chong swiftly ended him. He addressed the officials and the people, saying, I am carrying out the Emperor's orders to the Qi family to the northwest Tianshan County. If we encounter corrupt officials along the way, we will deal with them immediately. The officials and common people immediately knelt down and shouted loudly, Long live our Emperor! With this, the Emperor gained a good reputation and would not hold a grudge against Chong for abusing his power. Chong could also use the imperial edict to do things that benefited the people. He ordered the officials to imprison the mountain bandits and hung the bodies of County Magistrate Zhang and Master Luo at the city gate. Anyone involved in the collusion between officials and bandits who voluntarily confesses will receive a lighter punishment. The officials who received dirty money were frightened by Chong's methods and began to confess. The remaining officials were those who did not want to be corrupt and were marginalized. Chong wrote a memorial about the events in Sun County, mainly mentioning the county magistrate's huge corruption and the many treasures in the bandit stronghold that could fill the national treasury. He apologized for not being able to eliminate the Qi family and promised to continue his efforts. Then, he had reliable officials send the memorial to the post station for urgent delivery to the capital. After finishing his work, he had a meal. The kitchen at the county office prepared a lot of dishes, and the Qi, Zhao, and Ye families all received portions. Song Jingning was also invited to join. Chong handed him a pair of chopsticks, saying, The food is simple. Please don't mind it, young Master Song. I won't. During my studies, I even ate wild vegetables. Then don't be polite. Eat well and fill your stomach. Song Jingning was friendly and enjoyed the meal. After finishing, he approached Ye Siyin. Madam Qi, I have a difficult math problem I would like to ask you about. Ye Siyin noticed that Song Jingning had something to say to her and nodded. All right, please come this way, young Master Song. They walked to a quiet corner in the backyard. Please, young Master Song, go ahead. Looking at Ye Siyin's eyes, Song Jingning surprised her by saying, Sister. Ye Siyin never expected to hear those words from Song Jingning, and she was momentarily stunned. Song Jingning noticed her wide eyes and looked a bit flustered. The test had its answer. He was Ye Siyin's deceased twin brother. He waved his hand in front of her eyes, smiling gently. When did you find out? Ye Siyin came back to her senses and replied honestly, The day before my wedding, I visited the Song family and met Lord Song and Madam Song. Song Jingning observed Ye Chutong's slightly awkward demeanor and instinctively moved his hand above her head, wanting to pat her but hesitating to avoid offending her. No wonder my father wanted me to go to the Ye family for the wedding celebration, to see you off at Shirley Pavilion, and to open a branch in Tianshan County. When you were uncomfortable in Meishan, I felt uneasy too. I wanted to be close to you, and I felt sad seeing you leave. I didn't understand why this was happening until just now when I found out we are twin siblings. His heart was in turmoil, with many emotions flooding in, but joy was clearly visible. Little sister, I am very happy to be your brother. Ye Chudang was not an emotional person, but when she saw Song Jingning's red eyes, holding back tears, her own tears began to flow uncontrollably. She thought this must be the connection between twins. Then she jumped into Song Jingning's arms. Brother, I am also very happy to be your sister. After Ye Chutang spoke, she released Song Jingning and wiped her tears. Curiously, she asked, Brother, when did you start to have doubts? Song Jingning's tears kept flowing as he wiped them away, his voice hoarse. When we were at Huading Academy, my father subtly asked about your twin brother, and that made me suspicious. After saying this, he gently touched Ye Chutong's head, tears blurring his vision again. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you sooner, and didn't take care of you. What hurt him the most was that while he was pampered in the Song family, his sister was suffering in the countryside. It felt as if his happiness was built on his sister's pain. Seeing Song Jingning in tears made Ye Chutang feel bad too. Brother, you did nothing wrong. The ungrateful ones are the Ye family. After saying this, she grabbed Song Jingning's arm, looked up at him, and forced a bright smile. The past doesn't matter. We have both grown well. If our mother knew, she would be very happy. These words made Song Jingning feel even worse. Sister, you have suffered. Then you should treat me better from now on, so I can return the sweetness double. Okay, I will work hard to be your strong support, so no one dares to bully you. Ye Chutang linked her arm with Song Jingning's and playfully winked. I'm so fierce that no one can bully me. Song Jingning wiped his tears and looked at Ye Chutang with affection. My sister is talented in both literature and martial arts. I feel ashamed. After saying this, he felt a pang of sadness. Sister, you were bullied in the countryside and still managed to excel. That must have been tough. Ye Chutang shook her head. As long as I think about working a little harder to live the way I want, I don't feel it's hard. I just feel motivated. Brother, let's not dwell on the past. We should look forward and be happy. Seeing Ye Chutang's optimistic attitude, Song Jingning finally smiled. All right, let's be happy. Ye Chutang noticed that his mood had improved a bit and brought up Ye Jingchuan. Brother, what do you think about the Ye family? Song Jingning knew that Ye Chutang had a deep dislike for the Ye family, and he felt the same way. Sister, not being able to help you take revenge for our mother is my biggest regret in this life. He only wanted to acknowledge his sister, not the rest of the family. The Ye family killed him, and even if he didn't stay with the Song family, he would have no ties to the Ye family. We are siblings. It doesn't matter who takes revenge. After Ye Chutang said this, she asked, Brother, you went to Liangzhou City to investigate your background, right? Song Jingning nodded, his reddened eyes showing a hint of a smile. That was the plan, but when I met you and used the medicine you gave me, I thought I would play a trick on you. The result was a success, just as I expected. This is the first time and the last time. Hearing Song Jingning's promise, Ye Chutang smiled and teased, Learn from your mistakes. Even if it's not the last time, you won't trick me again. Thinking they had chatted long enough, she brought up the serious matter. Brother, are you going straight to Tianshan County next? I will still make a trip to Liangzhou City. It's been a long time since I visited my maternal family. The Song family raised me, and they're my family for life. That's true. The kindness of raising is greater than the kindness of giving birth. Ye Chutang released Song Jingning's arm and looked at him seriously. Brother, the journey to Tianshan County is long, and unexpected things might happen along the way. I want to send someone to protect you. She didn't want today's events to happen again. Song Jingning quickly refused. Sister, there's no need. I will travel to Tianshan County safely. You need more people to protect you. During his travels, he would be escorted by people from the previous academy he visited. Plus, he would announce his route in advance, so no one would dare to act against him. The incident with the mountain bandits happened because he was in a hurry and only showed his travel permit without revealing his identity. Otherwise, even if Magistrate Zhang was bold, he wouldn't dare to attack the famous Haoyue Gongzi. Ye Chutang firmly said, "Brother, the 10 shadow guards are a welcome gift from me. You can't refuse." As soon as she said this, Song Jingning immediately agreed. "All right, I will listen to my sister." He took out a talisman from his pocket and handed it to Ye Chutang. "This is a talisman I personally prayed for at Pudu Temple. It will keep you safe. You must carry it with you. A simple yellow and white item is too shallow. A talisman prayed for after kneeling on 99 steps has more meaning." Of course, this is not a welcome gift. When they arrived at Tianshan County, he would hold a family reunion banquet and give everything to his sister. Ye Chutang took the amulet and placed it in her pocket. "Thank you, brother. I will carry it with me always. We've talked for a long time. It's time to go." Song Jingning felt a bit reluctant and gently hugged Ye Chutang. "Goodbye, Tianshan County." Ye Chutang hugged Song Jingning back. "Okay, goodbye, Tianshan County." The siblings released each other and exchanged smiles. Then they composed themselves and returned to the kitchen in the back of the government office. Song Jingning bid farewell to everyone. "I promised a student to teach at the tea house, so I will leave first. Safe travels, young Master Song." After Song Jingning left, Wu Qinggang said, "Find a place to rest, and we will depart at the appointed time." Although they had spent quite a bit of time today, they saved some distance by taking the official road, so their progress would not be delayed. The county office was large, making it easy to find a place to rest. The Qi family was resting in the main hall. As soon as Ye Chutang lay down, she got back up. Qi Yanzhou immediately asked with concern, "Tang, is the floor too hard? Do you need a mattress?" "No need, I just have a bit of a stomachache and want to use the restroom." "You rest, I'll be back soon." After saying that, she asked a servant for the location of the restroom and went alone. Qi Yanzhou thought there were many men in the county office, so he followed her. Ye Chutang noticed but said nothing. She knew Qi Yanzhou followed because he was worried, but he would keep a respectful distance. There were many people in the county office, and there were 3 restrooms, all marked occupied. Ye Chutang chose the one at the back. Once inside, she changed into men's clothing and quickly moved to the bandits' hideout. There were still many people in the hideout, but most were women. They looked dazed, likely taken there to serve the bandits. Ye Chutang thought the officials would come to eliminate the bandits soon, so she didn't interfere. She used her earth powers to sense the layout of the hideout and quickly found the leader's room. Just as she emerged from the ground, she heard a man breathing heavily. "Leonor, I'm setting things up. Just hold on a little longer." Then came the sound of a woman's broken breaths. "Second in command, you need to hurry. If the leader finds out I'm pregnant with your child, we'll both be in danger. In a month at most, I'll take over as leader. And stay away from those troublesome women. It's exhausting to find reasons to deal with them every few days." Ye Chutang's gaze was slightly cold as she approached the bed. Suddenly, a person appeared by the bed covered in animal skins, scaring the 2 people exercising. The second in command wanted to shout for help but feared being discovered with the bandit leader's wife.
Who are you?"
Without saying a word, Ye Chutang swiftly dealt with the second in command. Blood splattered onto the bandit leader's wife, causing her to scream. Before her voice could escape, a bloody dagger was pressed against her slender neck. She immediately fell silent, tears streaming down her face.
"Please spare me."
Ye Chutang silenced the bandit leader's wife and restrained her limbs. She searched the leader's room, taking all the valuable items. Seeing everything disappear where Ye Chutang passed, the bandit leader's wife fainted from fear. Soon, she was splashed awake with hot tea. She couldn't make a sound, only expressing her pain and fear through her eyes. Ye Chutang pressed her finger to her lips. "Shoo, don't scream, or my dagger will go into your stomach and you'll regret it." After saying this, she released the bandit leader's wife from her silence. The bandit leader's wife bit her lip tightly to suppress her groans of pain. The stolen goods from the leader must be more than what's in this room. Where are the others? If you tell me, I'll spare your life. In the cave behind the mountain, many people guard it. The key to the stone door is with the leader. Where is the second-in-command's room? Diagonal from here. As soon as the bandit leader's wife finished speaking, Ye Siyin silenced her permanently. She looked at the woman with wide, shocked eyes and felt her power grow, smiling brightly. I never trust trash. Afterward, to avoid complications, she buried the second-in-command and the bandit leader's wife deep underground. When Ye Siyin took the treasures from the second-in-command's room and the cave and returned to the county office's restroom, only a short time had passed. She changed into the deliberately left smelly clothes and opened the door to step out. Ye Anzhi quickly approached. Is your stomach feeling better? Just as Ye Siyin was about to answer, she gagged. It's too smelly. In ancient times, restrooms were usually pit toilets, and only the homes of the wealthy had people to clean them. If no one cleaned them, combined with the summer heat, the smell was unbearable. Ye Anzhi took Ye Siyin's hand. Let me take you somewhere. In the backyard of the county office, there was a small, elegantly designed garden, a place for the county magistrate's concubine to pass the time. The garden had a small pond filled with lotus leaves. White lotus buds dotted the scene. The scorching summer breeze swept through the lotus pond, bringing a refreshing scent of the leaves. Ye Siyin arrived at the pavilion by the pond and immediately spotted the lotus pods, feeling tempted. Just as she was about to pick some, Ye Anzhi moved first. He lightly touched the ground, leaped into the air above the lotus pond, and picked 2 lotus pods, landing on the opposite side. When he returned to Ye Siyin, he had 8 lotus pods in hand. Siyin, you eat first, and I'll go get more for you, he said. Ye Siyin quickly stopped Ye Anzhi, saying, these lotus pods should be eaten fresh. It's better to pick them right before we leave. After saying this, she handed 4 lotus pods to Ye Anzhi. Ye Anzhi wasn't interested in the lotus pods but accepted them and started to peel the lotus seeds. Ye Siyin looked at the white, plump lotus seeds he offered and declined, saying lotus seeds are cooling, I shouldn't eat too many. You have them. Ye Anzhi gave the lotus seeds back to Ye Siyin and took her lotus pods. I won't eat them. I'll save them for my mother. After finishing the lotus seeds, Ye Siyin moved closer to Ye Anzhi and rested her head on his shoulder. You saw it earlier, right? Her question was vague, but Ye Anzhi understood what she meant. I saw it. So, Song Jingning is your twin brother? He had noticed that Ye Siyin and Song Jingning were gone for a long time and went to check on them, just in time to see them embracing. Knowing Ye Siyin wasn't someone who would easily change her feelings, he quickly figured out the situation and quietly stepped back to give them some privacy. Ye Siyin wrapped her arms around Ye Anzhi's arm, her chin sliding against his shoulder, creating a ticklish sensation. Yes, so I want to arrange for the 10 best night killers to secretly protect my brother until he reaches Tianshan County. Now, the night killers were managed by Ye Anzhi's people, and he was the one who could assign them. Okay, I'll inform Nanshao shortly. I'll send 10 night killers to ensure your brother's safety. Ye Siyin felt this was a safer plan, preventing the night killers from taking Song Jingning hostage and threatening her in return. Let's do it your way. The exiled group set off on time. Before leaving, Ye Anzhi picked all the lotus pods from the pond. He also followed Ye Siyin's instructions and picked some lotus leaves to make a dish for dinner. Then he filled a bucket with water and placed the lotus pods and leaves inside to keep them fresh. Ye Siyin made another trip to the restroom, then teleported to the home of County Magistrate Zhao, taking all the valuable items she could find. After that, she continued on the road for her exile. As they left, many townspeople brought gifts for the Qi family. Ye Anzhi, unable to refuse their kindness, chose some useful items to take with him, just like before. When they reached the city gate, Song Jingning got out of the carriage and handed Ye Siyin a bundle. Thank you for the medicine, Mrs. Qi. This is a return gift. Please accept it. Ye Siyin understood that the bundle contained Song Jingning's heartfelt intention, so she accepted it. Young Master Song, may we meet again by fate. Song Jingning suppressed his reluctance and smiled. May we meet again by fate. After saying this, he got into the carriage and headed towards Liangzhou City along the official road. Meanwhile, the exiled group continued to take the small path. 3 days later, they arrived at Liangzhou City. The officials escorting the exiles had to report to the local government and rest for a day at the post station in each district they reached. Liangzhou, being close to the capital, was large and bustling. Ye Anzhi thought his elder sister Qi Qingyu would meet him at the city gate, but he did not see her. Wu Qinggang handed the exile documents to the city guard. After reading them, the guard returned the documents to Wu Qinggang and arranged for his men to take the exiled group to the governor's office. After walking a few steps, Ye Siyin looked back. The Ye family and the National Defense Army blocked her view, and she saw nothing. But her intuition told her that Liangzhou City was not safe. Seeing Ye Siyin's action, Ye Anzhi held her hand. Don't worry, nothing will happen. He was not concerned about his family's safety, but worried about his sister marrying the second son of the Liangzhou magistrate, Chen. Ye Siyin noticed Ye Anzhi's palm was sweaty, realizing he was worried about Qi Qingyu. She will be fine too. Ye Anzhi nodded slightly. My elder sister is wise and kind. She will surely be rewarded. After walking for about half an hour, they finally reached the governor's office. The governor's office was the largest official building in Liangzhou, impressive enough to rival the capital's Jingzhou mansion. The city guards explained the situation to the officials and then left. The officials went inside to report. After about half an hour, the official returned, accompanied by the magistrate. The magistrate bowed to Wu Qinggang. I am Magistrate Yuan Ting. Please forgive me. The governor was just interrogating a prisoner, and you have waited long. Please come in. Wu Qinggang could not tell if this was true, or if Governor Zhao was trying to assert authority. He nodded seriously and stepped into the governor's office. However, the Zhao family was stopped by Yuan Ting. Prisoners cannot enter through the main gate. He called for an official and led the Zhao family through a side door. Zhao Mingxiu had never faced such humiliation and said coldly, I am not a prisoner. Commoners also cannot enter through the main gate. This left Zhao Mingxiu speechless. After glaring at Yuan Ting, he reluctantly entered through the side door. Ye Siyin did not care about these rules, but from Yuan Ting's attitude, she sensed something. The main gate of the governor's office was easy to enter, but difficult to exit. After entering the government office, Yuan Ting said to Wu Qinggang, Lord Wu, the post station had a flood this morning and is currently being repaired. Everyone will rest at the governor's residence. As soon as he said this, everyone sensed something unusual. Wu Qinggang frowned. What a coincidence. Yuan Ting looked apologetic. Unexpected events happen. Don't worry, Lord Wu. Governor Zhao assured me that everyone will be well taken care of. May I meet Governor Zhao? Once I settle everyone in, I will take you to meet Governor Zhao. Wu Qinggang nodded. All right, you handle it. The Qi, Zhao, and Ye families were assigned to 3 different places. The Ye family, being actual exiles, was placed in a jail. The Zhao family, being royal relatives, received a side courtyard. The self-exiled Qi family was sent to a rundown small courtyard. The courtyard had been cleaned up a bit, but it was still messy. Chong, citing the need to prevent escapes, stationed 30 guards around the small courtyard. Every 2 hours, a new group would take over to ensure everyone remained alert. Although the Ye family was in jail and had little chance of escape, he still sent 10 men to watch over them. The Zhao family also had 10 men on duty just in case. Those not on duty were arranged by Yuan Ting to stay in the guest house. Once everyone was settled, he led Wu Qinggang and Chong to meet Governor Zhao. Governor Zhao was about 50 years old, thin, and had sharp eyes. Wu Qinggang had dealt with him before but felt a sense of pressure for the first time. Governor Zhao, it's good to see you again. Governor Zhao did not engage in the usual small talk with Wu Qinggang. Lord Wu, let's get down to business. Wu Qingang immediately took out the documents and began to verify the list of exiles and the escorting officials with Governor Zhao. After confirming everything was correct, Governor Zhao stamped the documents. Lord Wu, please go rest for now. Someone will notify you when it's time to eat. After saying this, he turned to Han Chong. Lord Han, I need to discuss something with you. Hearing this, Wu Qingang immediately stood up.
You two take your time.
I'll go rest now. His official rank was not as high as the governor's, and since he was a court official, Chao Liang spoke to him politely. As Yuan Ting led Wu Qingang out, he kindly closed the door. Governor Chao's gaze towards Han Chong suddenly became sharp. Lord Han, why has the chief family remained unharmed since their exile? Han Chong, as the deputy commander of the Dragon Guards, had endured many pressures from the emperor and remained calm. The pressure that Governor Chao intentionally released felt like a joke to him. He coldly met his gaze. Governor Chao, are you questioning me? The official is asking on behalf of the emperor. The emperor had woken up, but his health was not as good as before, and he had not attended court, leaving the crown prince to manage the state. However, the reality was that Lord Da had full control over the court. This meant that even if Governor Chao received orders from the capital, it was still Lord Da's intention. Han Chong looked at Governor Chao, who was holding a feather as a command symbol, and extended his hand. Please, Governor Chao, present an item that represents the emperor. Governor Chao snorted and took out the gold medal granted by the emperor, which signified as if I were present. Lord Han, is this item sufficient? Han Chong immediately knelt on one knee. Long live the emperor. Governor Chao was pleased and put the gold medal away, his expression proud. Now tell me, why did the chief family arrive in Liangzhou intact? Han Chong stood up and took a seat below Governor Chao. Because the emperor's plan to collude with the northern barbarians to assassinate the chief family not only failed but became widely known. Later, when they tried to ambush under the guise of mountain bandits, the chief family saw through it and resolved the crisis. Soon after, they encountered real bandits who robbed young Master Haoyue, and they went to Sun County to help the emperor fill the national treasury. It only took 3 days to travel from Sun County to Liangzhou. I couldn't possibly set a trap for the chief family in such a short time. His reasoning was sound, and even if Governor Chao had doubts, he couldn't find fault. So, he deliberately asked, Governor Chao, if you were in my position, could you do better? Before Governor Chao could respond, he added, if you can, I would appreciate your guidance to help me eliminate the Qi family. I promise to promote you. Han Chong took a step back to advance, leaving Governor Chao speechless. The emperor sent Lord Han to deal with the Qi family because of your outstanding abilities, which I cannot compare to. Han Chong picked up the now-cold tea and drank it all. Governor Chao is too humble. I just approach my work with more caution. The Qi family is very alert now. If I can't strike decisively, I won't act. The people believe the emperor is scheming against loyal ministers and generals, which has only elevated the Qi family's reputation. We must proceed carefully. Governor Chao nodded in agreement, but still did not trust Han Chong. He narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Han Chong's face, and asked, Lord Han, what do you think about Ye Siyin secretly helping the Qi family? In fact, his deeper concern was whether the Dragon Guard, saved by Ye Siyin, would side with her if she defied the emperor to protect the Qi family. Han Chong understood the implication behind Governor Chao's words. He said seriously, I asked Miss Yi, and she said that to successfully betray the Qi family, we must first gain their trust. What if she doesn't intend to deal with the Qi family and is just stalling for time? Then she will die from the broken meridians without the antidote for the broken tendon powder. Chao Zhizhou withdrew his gaze and picked up a purple clay cup, taking a sip of tea. He casually asked, would Lord Han, who owes Ye Siyin a life-saving favor, really watch her die? Han Chong's eyes flashed with anger. If she betrays the emperor, then her death is no loss. Chao Liang knew Han Chong's identity as a protector of the dragon and nodded in satisfaction. Lord Han, let's discuss the plan to keep the Qi family in Liangzhou City. Han Chong felt relieved that he had finally deceived Chao Liang and gained his trust. Lord Chao, what did the emperor say? Chao Liang recalled the secret order passed to him by Da. In short, we cannot let the Qi family leave Liangzhou city alive. Otherwise, our heads will be at risk. The Qi family's influence was rising rapidly. Not only was the emperor restless, but Da was also anxious. Since the emperor's reputation was already damaged, it would be better to take drastic measures to achieve their goals. If necessary, they could even replace the emperor. Han Chong understood that the emperor would not make such a self-destructive decision. It was Da who wanted the Qi family dead in Liangzhou city, but the emperor would take the blame. Afterward, if the emperor couldn't silence the public outcry, Da would force him to issue a self-criticism and abdicate. At that point, it wouldn't matter which prince ascended the throne. Da's position would remain secure. Suppressing his anger, Han Chong asked, "Does Lord Chao have a plan?" Chao Liang set down his purple clay cup and nodded. "Yes, but it's not complete. I would like to hear Lord Han's thoughts first. Please allow me to think, and after we have our meal, we can discuss the specific plan." "All right, Lord Han, you may rest first." Han Chong stood up and left for the guest house arranged by Yuan Ting. He knew that Chao Liang would definitely have people secretly monitoring everyone. Anyone who had contact with the Qi family would be discovered. He calmed down and seriously considered the plan to keep the Qi family in Liangzhou city. He needed to deceive Chao Liang first to learn his plan. Then, he could make a foolproof counterattack. As Han Chong lay on the ground, thinking about how to deal with the Qi family, they had tidied up the dilapidated courtyard. Although they would only stay for one night, they wanted to be comfortable. Aunt Sue, as a laborer for the Qi family, did the most work. She was so exhausted that she collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. "Why hasn't anyone brought water? I'm dying of thirst." The layout of this courtyard was similar to Ning Chu's, just a bit smaller. Ye Chudang sat by the stone table in the northwest corner and reminded, "Be careful with the things from the governor's office. Keep your eyes open." She wasn't concerned about Aunt Sue. She just didn't want to be held back by her.
And struck dismissively.
"What? Do you think the officials here would dare to poison us?" If they couldn't leave the governor's office alive, not only would the governor lose his position, but his family would also suffer. Ye Chutang looked coldly at Aunt Sue, a smirk appearing on her lips. "If you dare to hold back the Qi family, I'll make you pay." Aunt Sue was frightened by Ye Chutang's icy gaze and huffed defiantly. "If you kill me, you'll pay the price. My medical skills are excellent. I have 100 ways to make your death look like an accident." Aunt Sue realized Ye Chudang could do it and quickly became obedient. "I'm not foolish. I won't misuse the things from the governor's office." Seeing Aunt Sue settle down, Qi Yanzhou began to assign rooms. He gave the right ear room to Aunt Sue and the other 3 women. The left ear room was assigned to Aunt Sue and her son. The 2 elders of the Qi family stayed in the main house, while he and Ye Chutang occupied a side room. "Everyone go rest." They all took their bundles and entered their assigned rooms. After entering the side room, Ye Chutang carefully inspected the space. She found copper pipes in all 4 corners, likely used for eavesdropping. It seemed the entire courtyard was under surveillance. Moreover, these pipes had another purpose: to release poisonous gas. Qi and Zhao had discovered the pipes and secret passages while tidying up the courtyard earlier. After exchanging glances with Ye Chudang, he lay down on the bed and started chatting. "Ah Tang, the water supply at the post station was definitely not an accident. There's something wrong with the governor's office." This situation was suspicious. If they didn't mention it, it would be unusual. Ye Chutang rested her head on Qi Yanzhou's arm and closed her eyes. "When soldiers come, we fight. When water comes, we block it." After saying that, she found a comfortable position and asked, "Isn't your sister married to the second son of the Liangzhou magistrate? Why hasn't she come to see your parents and you? I suspect something has happened to her. After the Qi family faced trouble, didn't you send someone to protect her?" Qi and Zhou held Ye Chudang close and kissed the top of her head. "No, my brother-in-law treated her well before. I was careless." In fact, he had already arranged for someone to protect Qi Qingyu in Liangzhou, but there was no need to share that with the people from the governor's office. Ye Chutang snorted coldly before, You are the Prince of Chun, above everyone else. Your brother-in-law naturally treated your sister well. Now that the Qi family is in trouble, your sister has lost her value, and everyone will step on her. Qi Yanzhou looked at the beams above him, his eyes sharp and dangerous. As long as there are still people from the Qi family alive, the Qin family won't dare to bully my sister because they fear the Qi family might rise again. Before this morning, his sister was doing fine in the Qin family and wasn't affected by the Qi family's troubles. But she didn't appear at the city gate, which meant she must have been stopped when trying to leave. Time was too tight. His people hadn't had a chance to send a message before the exiled group entered the governor's office. From the current situation, it seemed the emperor was determined to leave the Qi family's fate in Liangzhou City. If he guessed correctly, his sister was now being pressured to choose between her husband's family and her own. Thinking of this, Qi Yanzhou became even more worried about Qi Qingyu. He feared her strong will might lead her to resist, making her and putting her life at risk. Yi Chutang sensed Qi Yanzhou's tension and wrapped her arms around his waist, leaning into him. I hope we won't die in Liangzhou City. Qi Yanzhou spoke with certainty. Tang, don't worry. We will definitely leave safely. Let's sleep and gather our strength. After finishing her act, Yi Chutang quietly asked, My sister won't be in danger, right? No, if she is in danger, my people will take her away. But that was only if she was willing to leave. We are being watched closely. How can we contact your people? Qi Yanzhou gently patted Yi Chutang's back. Nan Shao will find a way. You should sleep. I'll keep watch. Yi Chutang felt wide awake and opened her eyes. It's not easy to legally eliminate the Qi family. How do you think the governor's office will handle it? After thinking for a moment, Qi Yanzhou came up with a legitimate way to get rid of the Qi family. He said 2 words, fugitive. As long as the Qi family tried to escape, Chao Liang would seal the city and send troops to eliminate them, catching them like fish in a barrel. Yi Chutang thought escaping was both easy and hard. It was easy because if they wanted to escape, they could. It was hard because if they didn't want to, no one could force them. No matter what, we won't run away. Even if they use your sister as bait, right? Even if Qi Qingyu might die, the Qi family wouldn't fall into a trap. Sacrificing one person to save the whole family wasn't loyalty. It was foolishness. Qi Yanzhou nodded. He couldn't understand how the governor's office would plan this out. So, he returned Yi Chutang's earlier words to her. Whatever challenges come our way, we will face them head-on. After hearing this, Yi Chutang had a sudden idea about the key to implementing the fugitive plan. The governor's office doesn't even need us to escape. They can justly eliminate us. Qi Yanzhou didn't fully understand, but he knew Yi Chutang had her reasons for saying that. Tang, what did you think of? Yi Chutang parted her lips and said 2 words, substitute. As long as the governor's office finds a master of disguise, they can have fake members of the Qi family escape publicly, then eliminate the real Qi family. Qi Yanzhou was startled. What a clever trick! If it weren't for Han Chong being turned, this plan would be perfect. The governor's office knows that if they target the Qi family, they can only win, not lose. That's why they made a flawless plan. Han Chong is just an added bonus, not the key to success or failure. The key is my sister and our parents. Thinking about the secret passage in the yard, Qi Yanzhou's expression changed, and he immediately stood up. Tang, you rest first. Our parents must be worried about my sister. I'll go check on them. Yi Chutang closed her eyes and murmured, Okay, be quick. I can't sleep without you here. Qi Yanzhou paused for a moment, responded, and then left quickly. Inside the main room, the 2 elders of the Qi family were worried about their daughter, looking troubled as they sat on the couch, sighing deeply. I wonder how Yuer is doing at the Qin family? If I had known, I wouldn't have married her off so far. The old lady Qi said this while looking at her husband with frustration. It's all your fault. You said the Qin family was part of the old Qi army, and that our ancestors owed them a life. Marrying Yuer there would not only keep her away from the troubles of the capital, but also give her a good home. Now, we can't even see her. Old man Qi had previously assessed the character of the Qin family and thought it was fine before marrying his daughter off. He felt that her absence today might not necessarily be the Qin family's fault.
Don't worry, my dear.
You might come back soon. He said this without much confidence because people's hearts can change quickly. Old Lady Qi, with red-rimmed eyes, questioned, "What if she doesn't come?" Just as Ye Anzhi reached the door, he heard his mother's voice, and his anxious heart settled. He pushed the door open. "Father, Mother, why aren't you resting?" Old Lady Qi quickly wiped away her tears and forced a smile. "We're not tired, just chatting with your father." Then she asked, "Why aren't you with Tang resting? What brings you here?" Old Man Qi immediately asked, "Did your sister come?" Seeing the hopeful expressions of his parents, Ye Anzhi shook his head. "I'm worried you might be overthinking, so I came to check. My elder sister hasn't arrived. She must be held up by something." He emphasized the words "held up." The two elders understood immediately. Ye Anzhi pointed to the corner of the wall and then tapped his ear, indicating that someone was listening. Then, he sat on the bed, moving his index and middle fingers back and forth on the bed to show there was a secret passage. Although the Qi elders lived comfortably, they understood military signals. Their expressions became serious and they nodded, indicating they understood and would be careful. Madame Qi sighed, "If we can't meet this time, who knows when the next opportunity will be?" Ye Anzhi assured, "My elder sister is so filial. Even if she is held up, she will find a way to see our parents." This was a promise to the elders that Qi Qingyu would be safe. "Yes, we will definitely see her." "Father, Mother, there may be hidden dangers in the governor's mansion. You need to be cautious." Ye Anzhi couldn't say much, so after a few reminders, he returned to his side room. Yi Chudang saw Ye Anzhi come back and said, "Zhao, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Please go get the medicine pouch." When they entered the governor's mansion, their cart was kept in the stable, and they only took their daily change of clothes. Although her space had medicine, she couldn't take out too much at once. It would attract too much attention. Ye Anzhi understood Yi Chutang needed the medicine, so he nodded. "Wait here." With that, he left the side room. At the entrance of the courtyard, he was stopped by the guards. "Young Master Qi, the governor's mansion is not a place you can wander freely. My wife is feeling unwell and needs medicine. Please, sir, go to the Qi family's cart and bring back the medicine pouch." Just as Han Chong's subordinate was about to agree, the guards of the governor's mansion interrupted. "The governor has instructed that no one is to have any incidents in the mansion. I will go get a doctor." This sounded considerate, but effectively isolated the Qi family from the outside world. Ye Anzhi sneered and said bluntly, "I don't trust the people in the governor's mansion. I only want the herbs I prepared myself." The guard's eyes showed a hint of mockery. "Young Master Qi, you are no longer the Prince of Qin. You can't act with authority in the governor's mansion. Is that so?" As he spoke, Ye Anzhi gathered his inner strength and shouted, "Is the governor's mansion going to harm my Qi family? Who gave you the audacity?" His voice, amplified by his inner strength, echoed throughout the governor's mansion and half of Liangzhou city. The guard was stunned, bleeding from his orifices, staring in fear at Ye Anzhi. The guards were also dazed, their faces pale. Ye Anzhi coldly stared at the guard, his eyes filled with intense hostility. "If you don't step aside, I will let everyone in the city know that the governor's office plans to harm the Qi family." The guard spat out blood, unsure of what to do. At that moment, Yuan Ting rushed over, sweating profusely. "What happened?" The guard quickly explained the situation. "Lord Yuan, although the Qi family has been exiled, they are not criminals. Young Master Qi should not be mistreated by the governor's guards. If this becomes public, how will the townspeople react?" Yuan Ting heard this, as the guards defending the Qi family. He looked surprised but didn't argue, as it made sense. "Apologized to young Master Qi immediately." The guard quickly knelt and bowed his head to Ye Anzhi. "I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, young Master Qi." Ye Anzhi reined in his hostility and said, "Since it was a mistake, you will receive 20 slaps." Yuan Ting watched the proud Ye Anzhi and swallowed his humiliation for the sake of their plan. "Slap him." As the loud slaps echoed, Yuan-ting looked at the guard beside him. Later, please explain to the townspeople that young Master Qi misunderstood the governor's good intentions, and there is no plan to harm anyone. Rest assured, Lord Yuan, I will speak the truth. The guard supported the governor's office because it wasn't the right time to reveal everything. Yuan-ting looked at the guard's swollen face and said, "You disrespected young Master Qi and made him think the governor had ulterior motives. You won't work at the governor's office anymore." The guard realized he was being used to calm the rumors and bowed his head in resignation. "Thank you, Lord Yuan, for your mercy." At that moment, Han Chong arrived after hearing the commotion. After understanding the situation, he told his subordinate, "You go with the guard who offended young Master Qi to explain to the townspeople." "Yes, Chief Han." Han Chong looked at Ye Anzhi and assured him, "Young Master Qi, don't worry. As long as the Qi family doesn't act like fugitives, they will safely reach Tianshan County." He believed Ye Anzhi understood his unspoken message. "Rest assured, the exile is the Qi family's choice, and we will not escape midway. Young Master Qi is always trustworthy, and I naturally believe you." After that, Han Chong instructed his subordinate to fetch the Qi family's medicine bundle from the stable. When the bundle reached Ye Anzhi's hands, Yuan-ting said, "Shouldn't young Master Qi let everyone know that the governor's office means no harm to the Qi family and that it was a misunderstanding?" "Of course." Ye Anzhi shouted with his inner strength, "I misunderstood the governor, my apologies." After saying this, he took his bundle and returned to the side room. Ye Siyin looked at Ye Anzhi and raised an approving eyebrow. "Well done. Although you explained for the governor's office, you have already planted seeds of doubt in the hearts of the people. If something happens at the governor's office, the governor will definitely be implicated." Ye Anzhi handed the bundle to Ye Siyin. "Tang, please check the bundle to see if it has been tampered with." "Okay, better safe than sorry." While checking the bundle, Ye Siyin took out some bottles and jars for disguise and placed them inside. "These medicines are fine. Have someone bring some hot water. I need to take my medicine." As she said this, she wrote 2 words on the bed with her finger. "Disguise." If the governor's office could disguise someone as a member of the Qi family, she could also disguise herself as someone from the governor's office. Ye Anzhi understood the meaning of disguise and nodded. "Wait a moment, I will find the official." He returned to the courtyard and looked at the guards of the governor's office. "Since we arrived, we haven't had a drop of water. The governor doesn't plan to let us die of thirst, does he?" The guard, worried that Ye Anzhi might say something inappropriate, quickly agreed to bring water. "Please wait a moment, young Master Qi. The water will be here shortly. We need both cold and hot water. There are many of us, so the amount should be sufficient." The guard felt displeased that Ye Anzhi treated the governor's office like an inn, expecting him to act like a servant. But the governor had instructed that as long as the Qi family's requests were reasonable, they should be met immediately to avoid further trouble. "Understood, young Master Qi." Ye Anzhi returned to the side room and sat next to Ye Siyin. "Tang, the hot water will be here soon. Are you feeling better?" "Maybe it was too hot. My stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Once I take the medicine and rest for a while, I should be fine." After saying this, Ye Siyin hugged Ye Anzhi's arm and rested her head on his shoulder. "I will knock out the person bringing the water. You need to help me act, keeping them in the room for a while so I can disguise myself." Her voice was soft, and her breathing gentle, almost teasing. Ye Anzhi ignored the ticklish feeling by his ear and asked, "Tang, can you disguise yourself?" Ye Siyin knew that revealing her ability to disguise would further confirm her connection to the ghost thief, who was also a master of disguise. But it didn't matter. Ye Anzhi had already accepted this fact. Disguise is a life-saving skill taught to me by my medical mentor. And the ghost thief? A secret. Ye Anzhi did not ask more questions and started talking about disguises. "The person delivering the water must be a man. I can disguise myself and go contact Nanshao." Ye Siyin waved her finger in front of Ye Anzhi. "Wait, it's me who will disguise myself. The technique is not to be shared, so you can't look for a while." Ye Anzhi was too tall and strong. Even if he changed his appearance, he would still be recognized. Though Ye Chutang was shorter than men, she could wear height-increasing insoles. As for her build, wearing a couple of extra layers would make her look sturdier. Qi and Zhao didn't want Ye Chutang to take risks. But before he could object, the water delivery person arrived. Footsteps approached and entered the courtyard. Qi and Zhao called out, "Bring the water to the side room." The guards at the governor's office reluctantly carried a tray into the side room. On the tray were 2 large water jugs, one with hot water and the other with cold water. Between the jugs were stacked cups. The guard placed the tray heavily on the table. Rubbing his sore wrist, he asked, "The water is here. You don't need me to serve it, right?" Ye Chutang smiled and replied, "You don't need to serve it, but I do need you to pour me a cup of hot water." The guard glanced at the stunning Ye Chutang and, without thinking, poured the water and brought it to her. As Ye Chutang knocked over the cup, she swiftly knocked out the guard with a chop. Qi and Zhao immediately caught the guard and removed his outer clothing. Ye Chutang took out the items needed for her disguise and began her act. "Ah! Are you trying to burn me? Go add some cold water." Such a hassle. The guard's voice startled Qi and Zhao, and he glanced at Ye Chutang. Remembering that the disguise technique was not to be shared, he quickly looked away. Seeing that Qi and Zhao wasn't peeking at her secret, Ye Chutang smiled. While pretending to trouble the guard, she applied makeup to her face. After Qi and Zhao took off the guard's outer clothing, he helped Ye Chutang act, making it easier for her. "Where are your eyes looking? Do you want to get in trouble?" Ye Chutang quickly replied, "If I don't look, I'll spill the water, and it will be my fault." Then she muttered, "I wasn't obligated to serve tea or water." Qi and Zhao snorted, "I insist. Pour me a cup of hot water, then a cup of cold. If you refuse, I'll shout again, and you won't be able to work at the governor's office." "Fine, you win. I'll pour." After that, Ye Chutang focused on her disguise. Qi and Zhao continued talking while making the cups clink. He painted a scene where the guard was deliberately put in a difficult position, unable to express his anger. However, relying on just pouring water would raise suspicion if the guard stayed too long. "All right, you can go now." Ye Chutang knew that Qi and Zhao didn't really want to send him away, so she ignored it. Wait a moment. Why did the station suddenly run out of water? Probably because of the dry weather. Qi and Zhao shouted outside the courtyard, "Sir, I have something to ask." After saying that, he pretended to tell the guard, "Don't leave just yet." Hu Guojun entered the side room and saw the unconscious guard and Ye Chutang, who was changing her appearance. He showed no signs of surprise, knowing that this couple would not just sit back and do nothing. So, he immediately played along, successfully dispelling any suspicions of eavesdroppers. Because the guard had stubble, Ye Chutang took longer than expected. But the 3 of them worked well together and successfully completed the disguise. Ye Chutang looked at the guard in the bronze mirror with satisfaction and walked over to Qi and Zhao and Han Chong. The former was so surprised he forgot his words, while the latter stared wide-eyed. They had seen some things, but it was their first time seeing someone who looked exactly like the person they were disguising. Ye Chutang, using the guard's voice, impatiently said, "I don't know anything. I should leave now." After saying that, she took off the guard's inner clothing and put on both the inner and outer garments. The guard was slim, and the 2 pieces fit her perfectly. Qi and Zhao snapped back to reality and told Han Chong's subordinate, "Please find out about the fire at the station." "Young Master Qi, don't worry. No matter where we rest, we will ensure the safety of the Qi family." While they spoke, Ye Chutang finished packing her medicine bag. She secretly returned the items she had taken out and added height insoles to her shoes. At that moment, she looked just like the guard. Qi and Zhao watched Ye Chutang leave with an empty tray, filled with worry. Han Chong's man followed her out of the courtyard and called out to her, "We're a bit thirsty too. Go get a bucket of cold water." He wasn't ordering Ye Chutang around but giving her a reason to cover for herself. After all, she had no idea what the guard was like or what duties he performed. If she encountered someone familiar with the guard, she could say she was busy getting water and avoid conversation. The back-and-forth time would be just enough for her to adapt to her new identity. In fact, Ye Siyin didn't really need Hu Guijun's help. She had already thought of a plan to deal with the situation. "All right, please wait a moment, sir." After saying this, she skillfully went to the back kitchen of the governor's office. Ye Siyin was familiar with the layout of the governor's office because she had memorized the maps of the counties and offices she needed to report to. If she had been unprepared, she wouldn't have disguised herself and acted recklessly. In the kitchen, there was a well. While drawing water, she intentionally slipped and bumped her head when she fell. Before pretending to faint, she instructed the person next to her, "Please take a bucket of water to the gentleman at Qingya courtyard." Before she could finish her sentence, she closed her eyes and fainted. "Yin Fei, what's wrong with you? He has a big bump on his head. He must have knocked himself out. This kid is still so careless. He can't even handle a bucket of water. Take him to rest. I'll go deliver water to the gentleman in the capital." Soon, Ye Siyin was helped up and thrown over someone's shoulder. She immediately tensed her body to avoid appearing too soft, like a woman. Why is Yin Fei so light? If you didn't know better, you'd think the governor's office hasn't fed him. He's been so worried about the lady lately that he hasn't eaten well, so he lost weight. Isn't he afraid his strict mother will find out and scold him? Amidst the teasing, Ye Siyin was tossed into the resting area for guards at the governor's office. The resting area had bunk beds that could accommodate 20 people. The ventilation in the room was poor, and it was summer, making it smell strongly of sweat. Ye Siyin almost felt nauseous from the smell. She held back, her face growing paler. "The injury seems quite serious. I hope he doesn't end up dazed." The guard who brought Yin Fei back found some ointment for external injuries and applied it to his swollen forehead. After applying the medicine, he closed the door and left. Ye Siyin immediately woke up and quickly made her way to the vicinity of the Qin family, the deputy in Liangzhou. She didn't enter the Qin family, but hung the jade token representing Qi Yanzhou at her waist and walked around casually. Soon, Nanshao appeared in front of Ye Siyin. His face was disguised, but his figure hadn't changed. Ye Siyin recognized him at a glance and said in her normal voice, "Let's find a nearby place to talk." Nanshao didn't expect the person in front of him to be Ye Siyin. After a moment of surprise, he quickly said, "Madam, this way please." There was a noodle shop near the Qin family. When Qi Yanzhou's sister, Qi Qingyu, married Qin Xiaoping, he secretly took over the noodle shop to gather information, worried that his sister might not be treated well in the Qin family. Over 3 years, all he heard was that his sister was being well loved. For Qi Qingyu's sake, Qin Xiaoping not only refused to take a concubine, but also sent away his secondary wife. So, Qi Yanzhou never expected to pass through Liangzhou city during his exile, but he couldn't see his sister. Nanshao took Ye Siyin to the back of the noodle shop. "Madam, this noodle shop belongs to the young master, so it's easy to talk here." Ye Siyin was in a hurry and asked directly, "Why didn't Zhao's sister go to see our parents?" Nanshao had been secretly protecting the Qi family and arrived in Liangzhou city half an hour earlier than the exiled group. When he noticed that Qi Qingyu was not at the city gate, he guessed something was wrong. He quickly came to the noodle shop to inquire, but found out very little. "Madam," before the exiled group entered Liangzhou city, the Qin family showed no signs of trouble. The eldest young lady even went out in the morning to buy pastries that the master and madam like. However, after she returned to the Qin family, she never came out again, and the Qin family has closed its doors to visitors today. Now, the Qin family was like a sealed barrel. Flies from outside couldn't get in, and flies inside couldn't get out. He tried every way possible but couldn't gather any news.
Ye Chantang understood.
The Qin family had suddenly turned against them. It seemed that Chen Tongpan chose to use Qi Qingyu against the Qi family after seeing the emperor's secret decree to eliminate them. Did Zhao place someone in the Qin family to protect Qi Qingyu? Nanshao nodded. Yes, if the eldest young lady is in danger, they will do everything they can to rescue her. The only problem now was that they didn't know what had happened in the Qin family. Ye Siyin asked, "Are you sure Zhao's people can rescue Qi Qingyu?" She needed to know the strength of the insider in the Qin family to make a plan. Nanshao replied confidently, "Yes. There should be people from Zhao in the governor's office, right? Have any insider messages been leaked? Chao Liang is a cautious person from Dinggha's side. The young master's people are all on the outskirts, making it difficult to gather confidential information. After saying this, Nan Xiao asked worriedly, "Madam, are you all right in the governor's office?" Ye Chutang knew Nan Xiao was reliable and shared her speculation about the substitute plan. Nan Xiao was shocked. Fortunately, Madam saw through the governor's scheme. Otherwise, the Qi family would never recover. He then handed Ye Chutang a signal smoke. "Madam, if you encounter danger in the governor's office, light the signal smoke, and I will rush in immediately." Ye Chutang accepted the signal smoke without refusing, just to be safe. "Wait here, I'll go to the Qin family." Nan Xiao immediately stopped Ye Chutang. "Madam, the Qin family is currently heavily guarded. You can't get in. Even using the identity of a guard from the governor's office wouldn't help. I have a way to get in." After Ye Chutang finished speaking, she quickly left the noodle shop. She walked to a secluded area and used her ability to enter the Qin family home. Although she was unfamiliar with the layout, she could sense where the most people were. The place with the most people was where Qi Qingyu was being held. Ye Chutang found a large tree and peeked out. The courtyard and roof were filled with people. The main door was tightly shut, and angry voices could be heard from inside. "Qi Qingyu, you have two choices. Either take the two children and die with the Qi family, or help the emperor eliminate the Qi family and secure a future for the children. Don't think that if you stay silent, you won't have to choose. I'll give you another 15 minutes. If you don't speak up, I will cut off Qin Gur's right hand. Don't think I'm just trying to scare you. I have many sons and grandsons. Losing one or two doesn't matter." Ye Chutang recognized that the person threatening Qi Qingyu was Chen Weiming, the magistrate of Liangzhou and the head of the Qin family, who was also Qi Qingyu's father-in-law. Soon, an angry old man came out of the main house. He warned the guards outside, "Don't let anyone get close." "Yes, sir." From Chen Weiming's voice, Ye Chutang deduced that Qi Qingyu was being held in the room on the right. She quickly entered the room, locating the bed based on the structure. The floor under the bed was raised by dirt and had been moved aside. Ye Chutang looked through the gap under the bed and saw several pairs of feet. This meant that there were others in the room besides Qi Qingyu. She ignited a strong sleeping gas, knocking everyone out. When the sounds of falling ceased, she extinguished the gas and emerged from under the floor. By the table, 5 people lay sprawled out. From their clothing, one was Qi Qingyu, and the other 4 were her maids. Ye Chutang covered Qi Qingyu's mouth and let her smell a fall antidote. Qi Qingyu quickly regained consciousness. Seeing a strange man in the room, she widened her eyes in fear. However, instead of trying to escape or scream as Ye Chutang expected, she realized her situation couldn't get any worse. Seeing that Qi Qingyu calmed down quickly, Ye Chutang released her grip and introduced herself. "My name is Ye Chutang, and I am Qi Anzhi's wife." Hearing the soft voice and looking at the plain-looking man, Qi Qingyu felt a bit confused. "It's a disguise. I don't have much time, so I'll be brief." After saying this, Ye Chutang took out a jade token. Upon seeing it, Qi Qingyu immediately took it to examine. Once she confirmed the jade token was genuine, she began to trust the man before her. She asked sister-in-law, "How did you get in with so many guards around?" "Sister, we don't have time for unimportant topics." "Okay, how are our parents and brother?" "They're fine for now. The Qin family has locked you up and is using the children to threaten you." "What do they want?" Qi Qingyu's eyes flashed with intense anger. "They want me to identify my family and falsely accuse them of being fugitives. Even if they forced her to die with the 2 children, she could never do something so cruel."
Ye Chantang understood.
The local government couldn't find a skilled disguise artist, so they couldn't create a convincing substitute. When the substitute for the Qi family escapes from the local government, they will immediately blend into the crowd for the people to see. The citizens of Liangzhou City are not familiar with the Qi family, so it's not hard for the substitute to deceive them. But the people are not foolish. They know that if the Qi family wanted to escape, they wouldn't choose the heavily guarded local government. Something unusual must be happening, and they would doubt whether the escapee is truly a member of the Qi family. If at that moment, Qi steps forward to tell everyone that the escapee is her relative, it would confirm that the Qi family are fugitives. Chao Yang could then use this reason to openly eliminate the Qi family for the emperor. After Qi Qingyu married into Liangzhou, she did many good deeds, and almost everyone recognized her. If the disguise artist's skills are not up to par, they can't find a substitute for Qi Qingyu, because the substitute might be recognized by the citizens. So, Qi Qingyu herself must step forward to identify the escaping substitute as a member of the Qi family. Ye Chutang looked at the determined Qi Qingyu and said, "Sister, for the sake of the children, you must agree to the Qin family." Qi Qingyu stared in disbelief, shaking her head repeatedly. "No, I will never betray my family to survive. Don't worry, the local government can't outsmart the Qi family. Just focus on protecting yourself and the children." Ye Chutang placed her hand on Qi Qingyu's thin shoulder, looking at her seriously. "The fact that I can meet you means we have things under control. You just need to play along and agree for now." These words convinced Qi Qingyu. She returned the token representing her brother to Ye Chutang. "All right, I will play my part well and compromise with the Qin family for the children's sake." After hearing this, Ye Chutang's tone became serious. "Sister, I need to make one thing clear. If the Qi family avoids this trap, the Qin family will face the consequences of their failure, and you will also be implicated. As long as my family is safe, it doesn't matter what happens to me and the children." Qi Qingyu loves her child, but doesn't know how to teach them the right way to survive. "It's better to stand and face death than to live on your knees." Ye Chutang asked, "Where is the child being held?" "I don't know, but if I want to identify a family member, I can request the Qin family to bring the child to me. That would make things much easier." Qi Qingyu didn't understand. "Sister-in-law, what do you mean?" Ye Chutang replied with a question. "Does your sister want to suffer with a Qin family or escape from them? If I escape, will the child and I have to live in hiding forever?" "Yes, the Qin family will never allow a divorce. You will either be tied to them for life or change your name and escape." As a strong woman from a military family, Qi Qingyu couldn't abandon her name just to survive. "Sister-in-law, as long as the Qin family isn't completely wiped out, I won't escape." The Qin family's scheme against Qi Yanzhou was the emperor's idea. Even if the plan fails and they face punishment, it would only result in confiscation of property and exile. She wasn't afraid of hardship. Seeing that Qi Qingyu had made up her mind, Ye Chutang didn't try to persuade her further. Before leaving, she asked, "Do you want me to help you deal with your brother-in-law?" Qi Qingyu quickly shook her head, her tone urgent. "No need. Xiaoping is kind-hearted and treats me and the child well." Tears filled her eyes as she spoke. "He broke his leg trying to save me, and I don't know how he is now." Ye Chutang didn't have time to rescue Qin Xiaoping, so she didn't respond to that. She took out a silver needle and said to Qi Qingyu, "You will wake up after a stick of incense." With that, she made Qi Qingyu faint. Then she did the same to the 4 maidservants and helped them recover from the sleeping medicine. When Ye Chutang returned to the noodle shop, Nan Xiao was anxiously pacing. Seeing Ye Chutang come back, he rushed over. "Madam, you are finally back." Ye Chutang noticed that he was hesitant to ask something. "I went to the Qin family and met your sister, Qi Qingyu." She explained how the Qin family pressured Qi Qingyu to identify a substitute. "Nan Xiao, don't do anything right now. Wait for the governor's office to carry out this substitute plan, and then capture the Qin family's substitute." Nan Xiao knelt on one knee before Ye Chutang. "I will obey. Get up and quickly bring some noodles."
I'm starving.
Nan Xiao. "Yes, madam." Although Ye Chutang hadn't been gone long, the governor's office was already preparing a meal. Considering the hot weather, Nan Xiao asked the chef to make a bowl of cold noodles. The taste was good, and there was plenty of sauce. After finishing her meal, Ye Chutang gave 2 suggestions and changed the seasoning recipe. "Make a bowl of noodles, as I said, and give it a try." With that, she wiped her shiny lips and got up to leave. Ye Chutang found a quiet place and quickly returned to the back room. The room was empty, and no one had been there. Clearly, Chao Yang had kept everyone busy to deal with the Qi family. She rubbed her eyes, which were red, and covered her forehead as she left the room, heading towards the elegant courtyard of the Qi family. Upon entering the backyard, she was stopped by someone. "Yin Fei, you're awake. Are you feeling better?" Yi Chutang recognized the voice as the man who had carried her to rest earlier. "I'm fine, but I left something at the elegant courtyard and need to find it." She needed to return quickly and switch back to her true identity. The man quickly replied, "You can't go now. The governor is visiting old Master Qi." Yi Chutang pushed the man aside. "I need to check." With that, she ran swiftly, using her ability to teleport when no one was around. She arrived at the elegant courtyard before Chao Yang. The Qi family had just finished lunch and was preparing to rest. Qi Yanzhou, citing that Yi Chutang was resting, did not let her join the meal, but saved some food for her. Seeing Yin Fei enter the courtyard, he felt relieved. "What are you doing here again?" "I left something very important in the side room." Without waiting for Qi Yanzhou to respond, Yin Fei rushed into the side room. Qi Yanzhou quickly followed. "Stop. My wife is resting inside." Yi Chutang's tired voice came from the side room. "Quickly find it and leave." When Chao Yang arrived at the elegant courtyard, Yi Chutang had already removed her makeup and returned to her true self. Qi Yanzhou had also helped Yin Fei get dressed. But to avoid revealing any flaws, they needed to hypnotize Yin Fei to remember his injury and the reason for coming back to find something. "Ah Tang, you handle the aftermath. I'll act." With that, he immediately got into character. "Still haven't found it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" He picked up a cup and smashed it against the copper pipe in the corner. The loud ringing noise drowned out all other sounds for the eavesdropper. Yi Chutang took this opportunity to hypnotize Yin Fei. It was just a matter of 2 sentences, and it was done quickly. She placed the fragrant pouch that Yin Fei kept close to him in his hand. "You found what you were looking for, now leave." With that, she snapped her fingers. Yin Fei's dazed eyes regained clarity, and he happily took the pouch and left. Just as he reached the door of the side room, he almost collided with Governor Chao, who was coming in. "Forgive me, sir. I am in the wrong." As he spoke, he knelt on one knee in front of Chao Yang, his face turning pale with fear. Chao Yang glanced into the side room. Qi Yanzhou stepped aside to block his view. "Governor, do you have any advice? I heard that Madam Qi is ill and hasn't eaten. Would you like me to call a doctor to check on her?" Yi Chutang came to Qi Yanzhou's side. "Thank you, Governor, for your concern. I took my medicine and had a nap, and I feel much better." Chao Yang appeared to be visiting to catch up with old Master Qi, but he was actually there to test Yi Chutang. "I've heard that Madam Qi is quite talented. I've recently written a few poems and would like to invite her to the study to appreciate them." Yi Chutang was eager for this opportunity and immediately agreed. "Thank you for the compliment, Governor. I tend to speak frankly, so if my feedback isn't flattering, please don't take offense." She was just heading to the study to gather evidence against Chao Yang. "If I could receive some guidance from Madam Qi, it would be my honor," Chao Yang said with a smile, then looked at old Master Qi. "Brother Qi, let's catch up later." Yi Chutang followed Chao Yang, but instead of going to the study, he took her to the courtroom. Han Chong was also there. Chao Yang sat behind the desk, looking at Yi Chutang as if she were a criminal. "Miss Yi, are you now a member of the Qi family or the emperor's?" Yi Chutang sat down casually and replied indifferently, "Right now, my life is still in the emperor's hands." "What do you think, Governor? Are you dissatisfied with the emperor?" "I wouldn't dare." Chao Yang snorted, his gaze sharp as a knife. "I see you are quite bold. Helping the Qi family is opposing the emperor."
Ye Chantan crosset her legs, prakticin her inner stinktang.
"What does the governor think I should do? Poison all the members of the Qi family, disregarding my reputation and future?" Her voice was soft, as if she were about to fall asleep. Chao Yang felt ignored, his anger boiling. "Yi Chutang, I am discussing serious matters with you. Go ahead, I'm listening." "The emperor has issued a secret order to keep the Qi family in Liangzhou. Then I wish the governor success in his endeavors.
Gao Liang.
This was the first time he encountered someone who could easily provoke his anger with every word. Ye Siyin, if the Qi family leaves Liangzhou, I will die, Lord Han will die, and you won't survive either. Ye Siyin noticed that Chao Liang was about to explode with anger. She lazily lifted her eyelids and looked at him. Governor, just tell me directly what you need me to do. I don't care what method you use. Poison the Qi family within 15 minutes. Should I kill them directly, or should I control them first? Her sudden friendliness made Chao Liang feel a bit uncomfortable. After thinking for a moment, he said, it's best to poison the Qi family quietly. By the time they realize there is danger and want to fight back, it will be too late. I understand, Ye Siyin replied, standing up. I will make sure to complete the task. Chao Liang watched Ye Siyin leave and asked Han Chong, do you think Ye Siyin's words are trustworthy? Han Chong shook his head. I don't know. I have never figured her out. Then he cautiously asked, when will Master Chao's plan be put into action? In 15 minutes. What if Ye Siyin decides not to act against the Qi family? My request to Ye Siyin is just a test for the emperor. Whether she acts or not won't affect the plan. Although Han Chong didn't know what Chao Liang's plan was, he sensed it was foolproof from his words. He couldn't help but worry if the Qi family could truly escape this disaster. Chao Liang looked at Han Chong with an unhappy expression. You only mentioned forcing the Qi family to become fugitives, but there is no specific plan? Time is tight. The only thing I can think of is to capture the two elders of the Qi family and force Ye Anzhi to break through the Dragon Guard and the governor's office to rescue them. With Ye Anzhi's intelligence, he will surely realize it's a trap. Do you think he will fall for it? Han Chong smiled and shook his head. Of course not. So we need to set another bait. Chao Liang asked with interest. What bait? The antidote for the fire poison. Fire poison? Han Chong nodded slightly, his deep eyes filled with calculation. Master Chao may not know, but Ye Anzhi is afflicted with fire poison and won't live long. He might not care about his parents' lives, but he will definitely care about his own. Chao Liang thought Han Chong's bait plan was good. If it could be combined with a substitute plan, it would surely be foolproof. Master Han, go rest for now. Let me think a bit more. After Han Chong left the court, he was about to return to the guest house when he overheard discussions about Ye Siyin. She just helped the governor appreciate a few poems and then went to the kitchen for mung bean soup. How shameless. On the road to exile, she lived on scraps, worse than a dog. Of course, she won't miss the chance to eat well. Did she never have mung bean soup in her past life? She actually asked for a whole bucket. Amid the harsh laughter, Han Chong quickly returned to the guest house. He gathered his off-duty subordinates in the main room. The task assigned by the emperor will be completed soon. Everyone, stay alert and cooperate with the governor's actions, understood? As he spoke, his fingers touched the tea water, and he wrote on the table. Find a chance to leave the residence and take Chao Liang's family hostage. He didn't know Chao Liang's plan and could only think of ways to hold him back. I will obey. Han Chong wiped the words off the table and stood up. Rest for now and gather your strength. While Han Chong pretended to nap with his subordinates, Ye Siyin returned to Qingya courtyard with a bucket of mung bean soup. She didn't enter the courtyard immediately, but took out a medicine bottle in front of the guards from the governor's office. Removing the bottle cap, she poured a black pill into the mung bean soup and stirred it with a spoon. Once the medicine dissolved, Ye Siyin scooped a spoonful and offered it to the guard. Would you like to try some? The guard, only following orders, was unaware of Chao Liang's plan. He kept his distance from the mung bean soup she offered. No, thank you. Just then, Yuan Ting appeared with an empty bowl. Thank you, Madam Qi. Ye Siyin turned her wrist and poured the mung bean soup into the bowl. She knew Chao Liang didn't trust her, and this bowl of potentially harmful soup was her way of showing sincerity. Lord Yuan, drink slowly. Be careful, it's hot. After saying this, she took the bucket into Qingya courtyard. Come out and drink some mung bean soup. The courtyard was hot, like a steamer, with no ice to cool off. Hearing there was mung bean soup, everyone came out of their rooms. Especially concubine Su, who rushed to the stone table in the courtyard, greedily eyeing the soup. How can I drink it without a bowl? Ye Siyin looked at Ye Anzhi, who had just come out of the side room, and said, Zhao, bring out the teacups. The guards from the governor's office had delivered 10 cups when they brought water, just enough for everyone. The cups were small, making it difficult to drink the mung bean soup. Just as concubine Su was about to complain, Ye Siyin cut her off. If you don't want to drink, then leave. No one is begging you. After saying this, she scooped some mung bean soup into a cup and drank it all. It seemed she drank the soup, but she actually poured it into a trash bin in her space. Though there was an antidote, she was pregnant and preferred to avoid the medicine. Concubine Gao initially thought something was off and worried that Ye Siyin was up to no good by offering her the soup. But when she saw the 2 elders of the Qi family and Ye Anzhi drinking the soup, she felt relieved. Yunner, come over and drink a little, it will cool you down. Before long, only half a bucket of mung bean soup was left. Ye Siyin burped and said, if you want more, keep drinking. I'm going back to rest for a bit. Ye Anzhi stopped her. Tang, I saved you some lunch. Would you like to eat a little? Wait a moment, I've had too much mung bean soup, and I'm feeling a bit full. After Ye Siyin returned to her side room, the Qi family members went back to their own rooms. Ye Anzhi placed the wooden bucket at the entrance of the courtyard. He said to the guards from the governor's office, no one is drinking anymore. Take it away. The guards quickly took the unfinished mung bean soup and handed it to Yuan Ting. Yuan Ting scooped out a small bowl and gave it to the family doctor from the Chao household. Dr. Zhu, please check if the poison in this mung bean soup is the same as the previous one. As long as it is confirmed that Ye Siyin didn't play tricks, the governor can take action. Although the family doctor didn't know what kind of poison was in the mung bean soup, he was already aware of its effects. He glanced at the apprentice behind him drink it. Time was limited, and the quickest way to know the effects of the medicine was to test it on oneself. The apprentice didn't hesitate and drank the mung bean soup. After a short while, Dr. Zhu checked the apprentice's pulse. After confirming the pulse, he looked at Yuan Ting and nodded. The pulse is consistent. The effect of this medicine is similar to that of the muscle relaxant. The more one exerts energy, the faster it takes effect. However, taking the antidote for the muscle relaxant would not only fail to neutralize the poison, but would also deepen it. Yuan Ting immediately went to the study to find Chao Liang. Governor, Ye Siyin has successfully poisoned the Qi family. Chao Liang did not believe Ye Siyin and said, find a reason to bring her here. Yes, sir. Soon, Ye Siyin was brought to Chao Liang's study by Yuan Ting. She reached out her hand to Chao Liang. I have poisoned the Qi family as you requested. When will you give me the antidote? You've come to the wrong person, Miss Yi. You should ask Lord Han for that. Ye Siyin retracted her hand and asked, if Governor Chao doesn't have the antidote, why did you call me here? Chao Liang smiled slyly, like a cunning fox. I don't trust you, Miss Yi. Keeping you close makes me feel safer. After saying this, he told Yuan Ting, you keep an eye on Ye Siyin here. He had already thought of how to combine his plan with Han Chong's. As soon as there was good news from the Chen family, they could take action. Yuan Ting bowed and said, I will obey. Chao Liang then left the study. Shortly after, 20 skilled fighters entered. They, along with Yuan Ting, stared intently at Ye Siyin. Ye Siyin asked, can I sit down? Yuan Ting thought that sitting would make it harder for her to escape, so he nodded. Of course. What about lying down? That is also fine. Upon hearing this, Ye Siyin lay directly on the floor and closed her eyes to rest. Yuan Ting looked at her carefree expression and felt speechless. However, he remained alert and ordered his skilled guards form a circle to protect Ye Siyin. On the surface, it was protection, but in reality, it was to monitor her closely. Ye Siyin ignored the group and changed to a more comfortable sleeping position. She lay on the ground with her ear pressed against it to hear better. Additionally, she could use the cover of her sleeve to dig through the floor, touch the ground, and use her powers to explore the secret room in the governor's office. She quietly emptied it out. There were 2 secret rooms in the governor's office. One was beneath the study, and the other was deep in the prison. Chao Liang's secret room was not as secure as the Dog Emperor's, and it was easily opened with her powers. Ding ding ding. The clear sound of bells rang out, indicating someone had entered the secret room. Yuan Ting's expression changed slightly as he recognized the sound. He quickly walked to the back of the study, looked at the neatly arranged bookshelf, and frowned. Someone had dug a tunnel into the secret room. He knew the contents of the secret room were very important to Chao Liang and shouted, "Someone come." The 20 guards watching Ye Siyin did not move. A guard entered from outside the study and quickly approached Yuan Ting. "Sir Yuan, what are your orders?" Hearing the continuous ringing of the bells, Yuan Ting waved the guard closer. When the guard came near, he whispered, "Go inform Lord Chao that someone has entered the secret room."
Hurry.
By the time Chao Liang rushed over, Ye Siyin had already emptied the secret room. She used her earth powers to create a hidden passage leading to the Chen family. She blocked the last 10 feet with earth, making Chao Liang suspicious of the Chen family, while buying herself time. 2 birds with 1 stone. Chao Liang looked at the empty secret room, his gaze fixed on the hidden passage, and cursed in anger. "Yuan Ting, send someone to chase them. I will obey your command." As Chao Liang left the secret room, he was filled with rage. He didn't even glance at Ye Siyin lying on the ground and walked away. He had received news from the Qin family that Qi Qingyu chose to betray the Qi family for her child. His plan could now be put into action. Chao Liang went to the lounge behind the court. He occasionally worked and rested here, with walls lined with copper pipes. Many officers were carrying out listening tasks here. In addition to the newly arrived exiled group, prisoners in the jail were also being monitored. Of course, these copper pipes had another purpose: delivering orders. Chao Liang walked up to the newly installed copper pipe and said to the round opening, "Release the poison into Qingyao courtyard and take away the Qi couple." He never relied on others for success or failure. Just like he told Han Chong, even without Ye Chutang's help, he could still take down the Qi family. Therefore, Ye Chutang poisoning the Qi family was just a test for him. In Qingyao courtyard, Qi and Zhao had been waiting for Chao Liang to act. When white smoke began to rise from the copper pipe, he noticed it immediately. Following Ye Chutang's instructions, he quickly alerted everyone. "Everyone, come out. There's poisonous gas in the room." As he spoke, he rushed out of the side room to the main room of his parents. However, he found that they were missing. Qi Yanzhou quickly lifted the bedboard and jumped into the dark secret passage. He knew this mission was dangerous and could be a trap, but he couldn't ignore his parents' safety. After going a short distance, the passage was blocked by dirt.
"Dad. Mom."
His loud cries received no response. With a serious expression, Qi Yanzhou exited the passage. Just as his head emerged, a sharp sword lunged at him. The blade glowed green, indicating it was coated with deadly poison. He didn't pull back because retreating would only bring more swords toward him, worsening his situation. He grabbed a handful of dirt and used his internal energy to send it flying. The dirt turned into sharp blades, striking the incoming sword with a clang. The sword was deflected, grazing Qi Yanzhou's neck as it went back. The masked man holding the sword tightened his grip and slashed horizontally. Qi Yanzhou quickly seized the man's wrist and crushed his bones with force. The poisoned sword slipped from his hand and fell. Qi Yanzhou flicked the sword tip with his finger, causing it to flip. He swiftly grasped the hilt and pierced the man's heart. Then he struck the man's shoulder, sending him flying back, colliding with an unprepared companion. Gaining a moment to breathe, Qi Yanzhou wielded the sword to fend off those trying to kill him and quickly exited the secret passage. Chao Liang's men noticed that Qi Yanzhou showed no signs of poisoning, and their expressions changed. Ye Chutang had deceived the governor. Qi Yanzhou sensed the suspicion from Chao Liang's men and immediately pretended to weaken. Chao Liang's plan had not yet been executed. He couldn't expose himself, or he would lose the chance to turn the tables. Leaning on his sword, his face was terrifyingly dark, revealing a barely noticeable weakness. "When did you poison me?" Chao Liang's men did not answer Qi Yanzhou and quickly closed in on him, taking advantage of his apparent weakness. Someone shouted from outside, "What are you waiting for? It's your turn to act." The guards outside the yard, worried they had no chance to help the Qi family, rushed in immediately. Apart from Qi Yanzhou, the only one in the Qi family with decent martial skills was the old master. Qi Yunan knew a little bit of martial arts, but it was not enough. So, without needing the guards to intervene, they quickly controlled the Qi family members. Qi Hian struggled and shouted angrily, "You bunch of fools, colluding with the governor's office. You won't end well." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the guards struck the back of his neck, knocking him out. Aunt Sue hurried to support her fainted son, her face pale with fear.
What?
"What do you want?" The guard sneered. "Can't you see? The emperor wants to eliminate the entire Qi family in Liangzhou City." Upon hearing this, Aunt Sue laughed loudly. Everyone looked at her as if she were crazy. Aunt Sue proudly said, "I am the emperor's spy in the Qi family. Once the Qi family is finished, I won't be exiled and will gain my freedom." Aunt Sue's expression changed from seeing a madwoman to seeing a foolish person. Someone who was no longer useful to the emperor still wanted freedom. It was simply a dream. However, Aunt Sue was oblivious to this, holding Qi Jingyao's hand and smiling happily. "Yaoer, we will soon return to the capital and live a good life." After saying this, she looked at the guards. She had just started to speak when she was interrupted with the question, "You say you are the emperor's person. How can you prove it?" Aunt Sue quickly revealed everything about monitoring the Qi family and sending messages to the emperor. "Words alone are not enough. I need proof." If Aunt Sue had evidence, it could be useful when the time came to overthrow the emperor. Aunt Sue was at a loss for words. All this time, she had been writing letters to be delivered by a maid to the emperor. If the emperor wanted her to do something, it was also communicated through the maid. She had no handwritten letter or token from the emperor. All the rewards the emperor secretly gave her were taken during the raid. In other words, she could not prove she was the emperor's person. Seeing Aunt Sue unable to provide evidence, the guards held a sword to her neck. The emperor's exact words were, "Not a single member of the Qi family is to be spared." Aunt Sue understood. From the beginning, the emperor never intended to let her live. Because she was evidence of the emperor's plot against the Qi family. She took a step back, her face ashen, and collapsed to the ground. "I regret it. I shouldn't have helped the emperor frame the Qi family for treason." The weapons were able to enter Tangzhou courtyard because there were people from the emperor among those checking the dowry. After the Qi family got into trouble, she wanted to leave with a divorce letter. The emperor did not agree to continue using her, draining her last value. Thinking of this, Lady Sue felt like a joke. She laughed again, her laughter sorrowful. Except for the expressionless Qi Jingyao, others wished to punish the traitor Lady Sue severely. The National Defense Army looked at the regretful Lady Sue and sheathed their swords. Whether to kill or punish was up to Qi Yanzhou to decide. With this thought, he looked towards the fierce fight in the main room. The Qi family also turned their gaze, filled with worry and fear. They hoped Qi Yanzhou would win, because only if he won or escaped would the Qi family have a glimmer of hope. In the courtyard, the Qi family thought Qi Yanzhou was surrounded and in grave danger. In reality, he and the National Defense Army were playing tricks on Chao Liang. As soon as the National Defense Army entered the main room, they worked with Qi Yanzhou to seal the pressure points of Chao Liang's men. They restrained them from calling for help. Therefore, those listening had no idea about the real situation inside the main room. Chao Liang, hearing the commotion through the copper pipe, believed it was only a matter of time before Qi Yanzhou was captured. He told his men, "Spread the word that Qi Wenyue and his wife have been taken hostage by enemies, and Qi Yanzhou must exchange his life for theirs." Qi Wenyue was the old master of the Qi family. He originally intended to use the real Qi elders as bait, but somehow the secret passage collapsed, burying his men and the elders inside. They were surely dead, and digging them out would be useless, so he had to use a substitute for the act. Soon, the skilled men arranged by Chao Liang took the substitute out of the governor's office. The officials immediately went to pursue them. Before long, the citizens of Liangzhou City learned that the Qi elders had been taken hostage by enemies, forcing Qi Yanzhou to exchange his life for theirs. Kidnapped from the heavily guarded governor's office? How is that possible? This news must be false. Didn't you see the officials from the governor's office mobilizing? It must be true. Have you forgotten what young Master Qi said before? It could be that Lord Zhao is staging this.
Impossible.
If it were a performance, they should have been rescued by accomplices, not taken by enemies. As the citizens were skeptical, someone suddenly shouted, "Look over there." Everyone followed the man's raised arm. A man in white, masked, was swiftly carrying someone as he leaped across the rooftops. The officials from the governor's office were chasing wildly in the streets. "Make way, everyone. Don't obstruct the governor's office from doing its duty." After the officials chased the enemy and the Qi elders away, the discussions began to change. It really was the old master and the old lady who were taken. I saw them when they entered the city. I have seen the two elders. It's them, but I still feel something is off. What's off? Qi Yanzhou is incredibly skilled, and the governor's mansion is heavily guarded. Who could kidnap someone in such a situation? Exactly. If this enemy is that powerful, they could easily wipe out the Qi family. Kidnapping seems pointless. Many people agreed with this statement. Chao Liang wanted this reaction. His accomplice immediately said, "Could this so-called enemy be fake?" This remark was like cold water splashing into hot oil, causing an uproar. Yes. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. If Qi Yanzhou is secretly helping, kidnapping would indeed be much easier. I guess next, Qi Yanzhou will disregard Lord Chao's objections and risk his life. And then take the opportunity to escape with his parents, regroup the Qi army, and change the dynasty.
Sure.
You're risking your life. Don't say such things. Chao Liang's people saw their task was done and quickly left the crowd to report back to the governor's mansion. Not long after, Qi Yanzhou injured many officials to rescue his parents and fled the governor's mansion to chase the enemy. At this point, most citizens believed Qi Yanzhou had become a fugitive, planning to rebel against the emperor. Some citizens, however, trusted the loyal Qi family and thought Qi Yanzhou only wanted to save his parents and would never run away. But they were soon proven wrong. After catching up with the enemy, Qi Yanzhou injured the guards at the city gate and escaped with the two elders of the Qi family. Did he really run away? What about the others still in the governor's mansion? Does Qi Yanzhou not care about their lives? The concubines and illegitimate children of the Qi family will surely be punished. Ye Siyin is so pitiful. She just got married and is now exiled, and now she might face execution. Why should we feel sorry for her? If it weren't for that wedding, the Qi family wouldn't be in trouble. I wonder if Qi Yanzhou will escape or be caught again. As all the citizens believed Qi Yanzhou had become a fugitive with his parents, Chao Liang issued another order. Kill the decoys and have Qi Qingyu identify the people. Yes, sir. After his trusted aide left, Chao Liang went to Qingya courtyard, planning to personally send the Qi family on their way. Passing by the study, he thought bringing Ye Siyin along would make things more interesting. Bring Miss Ye here. Ye Siyin sensed Chao Liang was pleased and knew his decoy plan had succeeded. As she got up from the floor, she used dirt to cover the two holes made by her fingers and stepped on them. Finally, everything is settled. With that, she quickly left the study. Everyone's attention was on Ye Siyin, and no one noticed the strange things happening with the wooden floor. Ye Siyin looked at the setting sun and raised her hand to shield her eyes. Lord Chao, do you think the sun can make all darkness disappear? This statement was puzzling, and Chao Liang didn't understand it. He wasn't interested in its meaning either. Miss Ye, let's go. I'll take you to see a good show. Ye Siyin lowered her hand, and her smile shone brightly in the sunlight. It really is a good show. What about Lord Han? Isn't he coming to watch too? Han Chong had taken the initiative to lead his subordinates to pursue Qi Yanzhou. Lord Han is busy, but will be back soon. Ye Siyin approached Chao Liang. Let's go, Lord Chao. Chao Liang took Ye Siyin to the Qingya courtyard, with guards protecting them in front and behind. His caution seemed like a joke to Ye Siyin. Outside the Qingya courtyard, The guards of the governor stood straight, frozen in place. The National Defense Army surrounded the courtyard tightly. Chaoyang walked quickly and didn't notice anything unusual with the guards. But Yuan Ting did. "My lord." He had just started to speak when Ye Siyin suddenly grabbed his neck.
His neck snapped.
The sound acted like a signal, and the National Defense Army immediately attacked Chaoyang. The change came too suddenly. Although Chaoyang's men quickly drew their swords to fight back, they were already at a disadvantage. Chaoyang watched the situation turn against him, his face changing dramatically. Panic set in as he shouted at the National Defense Army, "Are you going to defy the Emperor's orders and rebel?" No one responded. Ye Siyin threw Yuan Ting's body at Chaoyang's feet. "Lord Chao, don't you understand yet? The one trapped in this scheme from the beginning is you." Chaoyang looked at the smiling Ye Siyin, turned a stiff neck, and shook his head.
Impossible.
He was the one who set the trap, not the one caught in it. Ye Siyin, seeing that Chaoyang refused to accept the truth, shouted into the courtyard, "Ah, Zhao, the plan has worked, come out." Upon hearing this, Chaoyang immediately looked toward the entrance of the Qingya courtyard. Soon, Ye Anzhi, who was supposed to be poisoned and unconscious, walked out of the courtyard. His face was flushed, and he stood tall, showing no signs of being poisoned. "Are you surprised, Lord Chao?" Chaoyang stared in shock at the approaching Ye Anzhi, filled with fear. To make the substitute plan more convincing, most of the officials in the governor's office had gone to pursue Ye Anzhi. Even if he called all his men back, it would be too late to turn the tide. He turned to Ye Siyin and asked, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The emperor held her life in his hands. How could she dare to betray him? Ye Siyin kicked Chaoyang behind the knee. Chaoyang fell to the ground with a thud. Ye Siyin looked down at the helpless Chaoyang, a mocking smile on her face. "Lord Chao, you have too little faith in my medical skills. You weren't even under the emperor's control?" "Of course not. My life is mine to control, not that of a foolish emperor." Chaoyang, seeing Ye Siyin insult the emperor, slumped to the ground, his face pale. "How did you find out about my plan?"
"Ye Chantang simile videnet."
"Your brain is only slightly smarter than a pig's. How hard could it be to guess your plan?" Chaoyang showed little reaction to her insults. "You wouldn't be telling me all this if you planned to let me live, would you? Better to die early than suffer. I'm doing this for your own good." As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Anzhi's sword was pressed against Chaoyang's neck. He looked at the guards still fighting the National Defense Army and spoke coldly. "Stop." Chaoyang remained silent, and the guards did not cease their attack. Ye Anzhi pressed the bloodied sword down. Chaoyang's neck was cut, blood flowing freely. The sword was poisoned, and the blood quickly turned black, his face growing pale. But he was tough and remained silent. Soon, he felt cold all over, on the verge of collapse. The guards of the governor's office, distracted by Chaoyang's injury, lost 2 men in an instant. Knowing they could not win against the National Defense Army, they surrendered, throwing down their weapons. Chaoyang listened to the clattering sounds, closing his eyes to await death. But his hand trembled at his side. Ye Anzhi sensed Chaoyang's fear and warned, "Lord Chao, the poison on this sword was meant for me." These words gripped Chaoyang's throat like a hand, making him feel the threat of death. His survival instinct kicked in and he shouted, "Dr. Zhu." The poison was prepared by Dr. Zhu. He had the antidote. Dr. Zhu was in the front courtyard and could not hear Chaoyang's faint cries for help. Seeing Chaoyang agitated, Ye Siyin worried that the poison would reach his heart and kill him, so she quickly used silver needles to seal several of his pressure points. This corrupt official was still useful. He couldn't die just yet. She twisted the silver needle deeper, causing Chaoyang to let out a piercing scream.
"Let go."
Ye Siyin looked at Chaoyang, whose face was twisted in pain, and asked, "Where is the secret order?" "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." He wanted to lift the head but found he had lost his fingers, leaving his son covered in blood. He cried out in despair, expressing his deep sorrow over losing his child. But no one present showed any sympathy. Ye Siyin quietly turned away, not wanting the child to see the bloody scene. Ye Anzhi took the child from Han Chong and placed him beside Chao Liang. If you don't speak, the next one to die will be this child. Chao Liang quickly knelt down, protecting his grandson in his arms. Hearing his grandson's hoarse cries shattered his heart.
Beasts.
You are all beasts. Ye Siyin smiled and said, only when the knife cuts into oneself does one feel pain. That is human nature. Han Chong agreed, Lord Chao. Family is a taboo for everyone. Whoever touches it will die. Now, young Master Qi is giving you a chance to live. Do you accept or not? Accepting meant giving up the Emperor's secret order and betraying him. Refusing would lead to the destruction of his entire family. Chao Liang spat out a mouthful of black blood, his face quickly growing pale. His voice was weak. It doesn't matter if it's early or late death. Ye Anzhi corrected him. It does matter. If you die early, you watch your whole family perish. If you die late, you can leave a legacy. The child in swaddling clothes wouldn't remember, so there was no need to worry about future troubles. Chao Liang looked at his grandson with a kind expression. The secret order is in the first book on the first shelf in the study. Chao Liang was quite good at hiding things. If he hadn't voluntarily revealed it, the secret order would not have been found. Han Chong went to retrieve it himself. Chao Liang gently comforted his grandson, quickly stopping his cries. He straightened up and looked at Ye Anzhi. If you break your promise, I won't let you go even in death. Ye Anzhi's gaze fell on the child, whose face was red from crying for too long. I always keep my word. Let's go explain to the people what this big scene is about today. Han Chong had returned, indicating that the Qi family substitute had been captured. He suddenly remembered his parents who had been taken away. Chao Liang, where are my parents? This question made Chao Liang, who was struggling to get up, freeze, and his expression changed drastically. If Ye Anzhi knew that his parents were buried in the secret passage, would he spare his grandson? Ye Anzhi sensed something was wrong and grabbed Chao Liang by the collar, lifting him up.
Tell me.
Where are they? Chao Liang met Ye Anzhi's murderous gaze and immediately turned his head away. They are. Just as he was about to lie, Ye Siyin spoke up. Zhao, don't worry, Mom and Dad are safe. The secret passage was collapsed by her, and only Chao Liang's people were buried inside. Chao Liang looked at Ye Siyin in disbelief, not understanding why she would lie to help him. After all, this lie would soon be exposed. Ye Siyin noticed what Chao Liang was thinking and said to Han Chong, who was holding the secret order, Lord Han, please take Chao Liang to the court and ask the people to come and watch. Zhao, and I will arrive shortly. After speaking, she administered a needle to Chao Liang, burning his last bit of life to ensure he could recover for a short while. Chao Liang's pale face regained its color, and he felt a surge of strength. Han Chong acknowledged her request and took Chao Liang to the court. Ye Siyin returned to the Qingya courtyard to detoxify the Qi family members. After Aunt Su revealed her identity, the Qi family would not tolerate her and immediately begged for mercy. Second young master, Madam, I never wanted to betray the Qi family, but I cannot disobey the Emperor's orders. Rest assured, I will never do anything harmful to the Qi family again. I will serve the Qi family without complaint. Ye Anzhi briefly mentioned Aunt Su's previous actions. Tang, how do you think we should handle this? Unforgivable. Upon hearing this, Aunt Su quickly crawled to Ye Chitong's feet, repeatedly bowing her head. Madam, I know I was wrong. I won't dare again.
Please spare me this time.
She bowed so hard that her forehead soon swelled and bled. Ye Siyin looked at the regretful Aunt Su and said, You will come with me to the court and reveal your dealings with the Emperor in front of the people. Aunt Su hurriedly agreed. Okay, but I have no evidence and the people may not believe me. Then you will become the evidence yourself. What does that mean, madam? I don't understand. Ye Siyin spoke slowly. After you speak, you will knock your head against the court floor until you die, using your life to prove that what you said is true. Aunt Su collapsed to the ground, blood streaming into her eyes, turning everything red. You want me to die? Yes, I want you to die, but if you die, Qi Jingyao can live. Hearing this, Qi Jingyao's heart sank. She panicked and explained, I don't know anything. It has nothing to do with me. Ye Chutang coldly looked at Qi Jingyao, exposing her lies. You enjoy the wealth and favor that Aunt Sue brings you, spending day and night with her, and you truly don't know she is the emperor's person? Qi Jingyao instinctively wanted to say, I don't know, but was startled into changing her answer by Ye Chutang's next words. Ye Chutang said, if you lie, I will take your life right now. Yes, I knew from a young age that my mother was involved with the emperor. The jewelry and the unusual behavior of the maids in the palace were too obvious. After saying this, Qi Jingyao looked at Qi Yanzhou. Second brother, you and father must have known for a long time that my mother was working for the emperor, right? Qi Yanzhou nodded calmly. Of course. I have intentionally shared many pieces of information with your mother, so she could send messages to the emperor. Several times when he went out of the city to fight bandits, he pretended to be ill, allowing the emperor to send him on missions under the guise of needing his life. This way, he could achieve merit, win the people's hearts, and gain the support of officials, all at once. Aunt Sue was taken aback and laughed crazily. So, both the emperor and I have been played by you. Ye Chutang spoke directly. No one forced you to betray the Qi family. It was your own choice. The laughter stopped abruptly. Aunt Sue looked at Qi Jingyao. From now on, you'll have to walk your own path. Implying that she agreed to the conditions Ye Chutang mentioned. Qi Jingyao helped Aunt Sue up, tears welling in her eyes. Although she had always looked down on Aunt Sue's humble background and thought she was foolish, she knew Aunt Sue was the best person to her in this world. Mother, I have grown up. Please don't worry. After saying this, she hugged Aunt Sue, and tears streamed down her face. Mother, I'm sorry. I have not been a good daughter, always calling you around and not fulfilling my duties. It's my fault for not giving you a better background, making it hard for you to hold your head high. Aunt Sue pushed Qi Jingyao away and wiped the tears from her eyes. From now on, you must learn from the lady and not depend on anyone. Be independent and strong. Mother, I understand. Qi Jingyao stepped back and knelt before Aunt Sue, bowing 3 times. I bid you farewell. Aunt Sue looked at her daughter, who had grown up overnight, feeling both pained and proud. She said to Qi Yanzhou, let's go to the court. Ye Chutang and Qi Yanzhou took Aunt Sue to the court. As the 3 left the courtyard, they heard Qi Jingyao's heartbroken cries. Aunt Sue did not stop or look back. She walked away resolutely. Soon, the 3 arrived at the court. The entrance of the governor's office was crowded with onlookers. Inside the courtyard stood the students from Liangzhou, led by Song Jingning, along with wealthy merchants and local gentry. On both sides of the court, officials of various ranks stood. Many important people from Liangzhou City have gathered. In the center of the court, Chao Liang and Chen Weiming are kneeling. 3 substitutes from the Qi family are being held down by the National Defense Army, their disguised faces turned away from the court. Although the disguises are poor, they are enough to fool the townspeople who are not familiar with the Qi family. However, when Qi Yanzhou appears, the people realize they were very mistaken. The fake cannot compare to the real one. Qi Yanzhou's gaze immediately falls on the 2 elders of the Qi family as he quickly walks over. Father, mother, are you okay? The 2 elders stand at an angle near the court desk, with Qi Qingyu beside them. Old Mr. Qi says, don't worry, my dear. Your mother and I are fine. Earlier, a secret passage under the bed suddenly opened. Before he could call for help, he was hit by a hidden weapon and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he and his wife were in the back garden of the governor's residence, hidden by thick bushes. They were confused for a moment, wanting to return to Qingya courtyard. Just as they got up, they encountered the officers escorting them, who brought them to the court. Then they saw their daughter after 3 years. Sister, are you okay? Before Qi Yanzhou went to the southern frontier, he had visited Qi Qingyu in Liangzhou City. At that time, she was already a mother but still radiated the lively joy of a young girl, showing she was happy. But now, she has lost a lot of weight, and her expression is calm and composed. Qi Qingyu smiles and says, I'm fine, you both have suffered. After that, She looks at Ye Siyin. The young girl is stunningly beautiful, with bright and wise eyes that draw people in. Young sister, you have endured hardships. We are family. It's right to share both joy and suffering. Now is not the time for reminiscing. After speaking, Ye Siyin looks at the gloomy Chao Liang. Lord Chao, let's begin. As soon as she finishes speaking, Chong brings the secret edict from the emperor to Chao Liang for everyone to read. Ye Siyin also presents the previous secret edict from the emperor instructing her to poison the Qi family in coordination with Chong. The edict first reaches the hands of the Liangzhou governor. The governor's duty is to inspect the state and oversee officials, holding a rank slightly higher than the local magistrate. However, since Chao Liang has support from Dinggha, he has the final say in Liangzhou city. The governor has become a mere figurehead, receiving a salary from the court. But as a fourth-rank official close to the capital, he has seen the emperor's handwriting and knows the emperor's personal seal. After reading the secret letter, his expression turns grim. After hesitating for a moment, he decides to speak the truth. The secret edict is genuine. After saying this, he hands the edict to his subordinate, the deputy governor. The Liangzhou deputy governor has also had the fortune of seeing the emperor's true handwriting. He hadn't read the content yet, but he nodded and said, "This secret order is indeed in the emperor's own handwriting." After saying that, he finally looked closely at what was written in the order. Once he understood the content, he wished he could take back his earlier words. Admitting that the order was written by the emperor meant acknowledging that the emperor was framing the Qi family and trying to destroy them completely. The governor of Liangzhou, frightened, handed the unfinished order to his colleague beside him. The officials, seeing this, fell silent and could only pass it along reluctantly. Next were the wealthy merchants and local gentry. Finally, it reached the well-known scholars in Liangzhou. The scholars, not as shrewd as the officials and merchants, became angry and spoke harshly after reading the order. If it weren't for the ancestors of the Qi family who built this country, there would be no North Star Kingdom today. The emperor, out of baseless suspicion, is framing loyal subjects. This is not the behavior of a wise ruler. No wonder the Qi family's reputation is rising. The royal family's actions are truly unacceptable. Now that we have evidence of the emperor plotting against loyal officials, we can file a complaint. File a complaint. File a complaint. Hearing the scholars' passionate outcry, Ye Anzhi raised his hand to calm them. Everyone, please don't rush. Let's first hear what Lord Chao has to say. While everyone was looking at the secret order, Chao Liang was explaining how he had plotted against the Qi family. He spoke in detail, matching the information known to the common people. Therefore, before he finished, the scholars and the public were already furious. If the courtyard hadn't been filled with people, they would have thrown rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables at Chao Liang. Ignoring the insults from the public and scholars, Chao Liang clearly and methodically finished explaining all his plans. The clerk wrote down the charges based on Chao Liang's testimony. Chao Liang, having lost his fingers, bit the pen to sign his name. The handwriting was shaky, revealing his fear of death. "Young Master Qi, please keep your promise." After saying this, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Madame Su turned pale with fright. But for the sake of her daughter's survival, she spoke up amidst the crowd's insults. "I am Su Pinger, once a famous figure in Yangzhou, and a spy placed in the Prince of Chen's residence by the emperor." She detailed her years of delivering messages to the emperor and the tasks he had assigned her. Madame Su also mentioned the secret order she received after her exile. "The order was given to me by Lord Han. After I read it, Lord Han had it destroyed. Although what I said lacks substantial evidence, if you investigate, you will find that I am telling the truth." After speaking, she knelt before old Master Qi. "Master, I have failed your trust, and I am willing to die to atone for my sins." As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up and bumped into a pillar. Aunt Su, determined to die, made a loud thud, and blood splattered everywhere. By the time she fell to the ground, she had already lost her breath. The noisy students and townspeople stopped their insults when they saw Aunt Sue sacrifice herself for atonement. Ye Anzhi stepped forward and said, "The Qi family has always been loyal to the emperor and has never harbored rebellious thoughts. No one knows better than the emperor that the Qi family is wronged, and I believe that if we investigate, we can clear their name. However, the Qi family does not wish to conflict with the emperor and cause turmoil, which would harm the people, so we choose to stay away from the capital to show our intentions and reassure the emperor. If the emperor continues to pressure us and seeks to destroy the Qi family, then I will follow the will of heaven and rebel to fight for the Qi family's survival." Ye Anzhi calmly finished speaking and looked at the governor of Liangzhou. "Governor, please make sure to accurately record my words in the memorial to report to the emperor." The governor of Liangzhou nodded respectfully. "Rest assured, young Master Qi, I will report every word to the emperor." "Thank you, governor. Please add that the Qi family has no desire for the throne and only wishes to stay away from the capital and conflict. If the emperor takes action against the Qi family again, the Zhao family's throne will be in jeopardy." Although Ye Anzhi's words were bold, they were the truth. If he disregarded the people's lives and the neighboring country's threats, seizing the throne would be easy for him. The emperor wanted to eliminate the Qi family precisely because he understood this. The governor of Liangzhou agreed again. "I will convey young Master Qi's words to the emperor." Ye Anzhi stood in the court and bowed to everyone outside. "Thank you all for speaking on behalf of the Qi family. Please do not spread news of today's events widely." The implication was to give the emperor some face, but not too much. Song Jingning bowed to Ye Anzhi. "Young Master Qi, don't worry, as a scholar, I will ensure you are not put in a difficult position." Although he never engaged in indirect criticism, if the emperor harmed his sister, he would not hesitate to rally the scholars to expose the emperor's disgrace and ruin his reputation. Ye Anzhi knew that Song Jingning was Ye Chutong's brother and did not dare to accept his courtesy, quickly returning the gesture. "Thank you, young Master Haoyue." Ye Chutong saw that the two were being overly polite and quickly interrupted. "Young Master Haoyue, I would like to discuss how to right this matter with you." Song Jingning understood that Ye Chutong had something to say and nodded. "Sure. Where shall we discuss it?" "How about the back garden of the prefectural office?" "That works." Ye Chutong thought it was not appropriate to meet Song Jingning alone, so she invited Ye Anzhi to join her. "Zhao, leave the rest to the governor. You come with me to the back garden." "You all go ahead. I'll be there shortly." Ye Anzhi was not familiar with the governor of Liangzhou and was unsure if he was genuinely helping the Qi family or just trying to regain power. So, they needed to discuss the punishment for the officials involved in the substitute plan, especially regarding the Chen family. Ye Chutong and Song Jingning left the court and headed to the back garden. Wealthy merchants, local gentry, scholars, and common folks left one after another. Only the officials remained. Ye Anzhi asked the governor of Liangzhou directly, "Governor, how do you plan to handle this case?" The governor did not answer, but instead asked, "Does young Master Qi want to escalate this matter or downplay it?" To escalate, it would mean exposing evidence of the emperor harming loyal subjects. To downplay, it would require finding someone to take the blame for harming the Qi family. To downplay it, I will give the emperor one last chance. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish to rebel and cause suffering for the people. The Northern Star Kingdom was on the brink of collapse, and the people were suffering greatly. He could only endure for now. Not bringing the emperor's intent to harm the Qi family to light was a way to inform everyone of the Qi family's choices. This was to prevent anyone from using the guise of helping the Qi family to pursue personal gain while pretending to act for the country and the people. The governor knew that Ye Anzhi truly cared for the people. Otherwise, with the Qi family's resources and his own abilities and influence, he could have overthrown the emperor long ago. He nodded seriously. "Then we will do as young Master Qi suggests and find someone to take the blame. Who do you think is suitable?" The most suitable person was naturally Chao Liang, but he respected Ye Anzhi's thoughts. Ye Anzhi glanced at the already stiff body of Chao Liang and said, "Let's conclude the case with the old grudge between Governor Chao and the Qi family. After all, The truth would not be buried by closing the case. Everyone would only think that the Qi family endured humiliation for the sake of the people and the country, which was admirable. The governor handed Chao Liang's confession to Qi Yanzhou. Young Master Qi, take this. It may be useful in the future. Qi Yanzhou understood the governor's implication and accepted Chao Guang's confession. The governor looked at Qin Weiming, who was still kneeling on the ground, and coldly asked, Young Master Qi, how do you plan to deal with Qin Tong? He despised those who burned bridges after crossing them. Qin Weiming became a judge because his legitimate son married Qi Qingyu. Yet, after trouble struck the Qi family, he wanted to wipe them out completely. He was simply worse than a beast. Qin Wei understood that Qi Yanzhou would not let him off easily, so he quickly turned to face Qi Qingyu. Qingyu, Xiaoping has treated you well, and I have never mistreated you. This time, dealing with the Qi family is due to the emperor's order, not my intention. He still couldn't understand why a foolproof plan had failed so completely. After all, he hadn't accounted for the help of the Dragon Guard and Yi Chutang when he designed the plan against the Qi family. Qi Qingyu looked coldly at the regretful Qin Wei, showing no sign of sympathy. Lord Qin, when you and Lord Chao conspired to destroy the Qi family and used children to force me to betray my family, did you ever think you would come to me asking for mercy for the Qin family? The distant title showed her attitude. Qin Wei gritted his teeth and warned, Qi Qingyu, you are now a member of the Qin family. If the Qin family falls, you and your children will not have a good outcome either. Since kind words were useless, he resorted to threats. Qi Yanzhou looked at Qi Qingyu, who appeared troubled, and said, Sister, I can help you get a divorce. Thinking of Qin Xiaoping, who had his leg broken while protecting her and their children, Qi Qingyu shook her head. Yanzhou, I will not divorce. If she divorced, only she would leave the Qin family. But she could not abandon her 2 children and her injured husband. Qin Wei was merely assisting Chao Liang. His crimes were not enough to warrant the destruction of his entire family. He could either be demoted to a servant or exiled. She could accept either of those outcomes. Qi Yanzhou knew Qi Qingyu was stubborn. Once she made a decision, no one could change it. He stopped persuading her and said to the governor of Liangzhou, confiscate Qin Tong's property and exile him. On the way to exile, he would find a way to have Qin Xiaoping separated from the family. The governor understood Qi Yanzhou's meaning and nodded. Confiscation is fine, but it cannot be in the prosperous Tianshan County. It must be in the harsh land of Linzhou City. Linzhou City was a border area, often plagued by war, where the Yi family had also been sent. Understood, Governor. After Qi Yanzhou finished speaking, he turned to the 2 elders of the Qi family. Father, Mother, don't worry about my sister. As long as she is alive, she can change her situation. The 2 elders thought the same. Having their daughter and grandchildren go to the northwest with the Qi family would allow them to look after each other on the way, which was good. Qi Yanzhou instructed the governor not to take anything from Qi Qingyu during the confiscation. Leaving her some belongings would allow her to take charge of the Qin family. After giving his instructions, he went to the back garden. Yi Chutang was chatting with Song Jingning about writing stories and storytelling. The 2 had nearly finished their conversation. Since there were no outsiders around, Song Jingning showed no hesitation in being close to Yi Chutang. He patted Yi Chutang's head and smiled. You are truly clever, sister. You can earn both money and fame.
Ye Chantang raiset her ebros proudly. Her simile birayt.
Money is the lifeblood of a nation, and reputation is the foundation of existence. If you have both, even an emperor must yield. That's true. I'll go to Tianshan County first. You all should hurry and catch up. Song Jingning withdrew his hand and looked at the slightly jealous Qi Yanzhou, a charming smile on his lips. I'll leave my sister in your care. Make sure she doesn't suffer or feel wronged. Qi Yanzhou promised seriously, don't worry, uncle. I will take good care of Atang. Song Jingning trusted Qi Yanzhou's character and nodded. We will meet again in Tianshan County. All right, uncle. Will your appearance today with the students put the Song family at risk? Even if the emperor is angry, he cannot shake the foundation of the Song family. Qi Yanzhou had no doubts about this. The Song family had stood for 300 years. Despite ups and downs, they had never fallen, which showed their strength. Then I feel reassured. Ye Siyin glanced at the darkening sky and said, "Brother, it's getting late. You should go." Song Jingning took out a stack of small-denomination banknotes from his pocket and handed them to Ye Siyin. "These banknotes are small and easy to use. Don't neglect yourself on the journey." With that, he left the back garden. Ye Siyin tucked Song Jingning's kindness into her heart and whispered to his retreating figure, "Brother, safe travels." Qi Yanzhou wrapped his arms around Ye Siyin. "Don't worry, I've arranged for 30 people to secretly your brother.
He will be fine."
Ye Siyin nodded and looked towards the imperial city. "I wonder what expression the emperor will have when he receives the urgent report from the governor of Liangzhou." Qi Yanzhou looked at Ye Siyin, whose eyes sparkled with joy, his gaze affectionate. This time, the emperor is taking the blame for Lord Da and is being scorned by the people. They will surely have a falling out. With the added rumors, the Qi family could enjoy some peace for a while. Ye Siyin looked up at Qi Yanzhou and curiously asked, "Zhao, how do you think the dragon guards in the capital will choose?" Qi Yanzhou shook his head, not knowing much about the dragon guards. "It's hard to say. Not all dragon guards are as sensible as Han Chong." "That's true. The Zhao family cannot hold onto the throne. A change of dynasty is only a matter of time. Do you want to sit on it?" This was Ye Chutong's first time asking Qi Yanzhou about matters of the country. Qi Yanzhou met her gaze calmly and shook his head. "I don't want to. Being a ruler comes with many constraints. The Qi family is made up of capable generals who can ensure the nation's peace. Quanbang and Dinggha are two different matters. He does not believe he has the ability to govern. So, although Qi Yanzhou has been secretly planning to overthrow the Zhao family's tyranny, he thinks of establishing a new ruler rather than taking the throne himself." After hearing Qi Yanzhou's response, Ye Siyin smiled and said, "As a minister, one is also bound and restricted by others. A ruler is constrained by the people of the world and lacks freedom." After finishing, Qi Yanzhou reached out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind Ye Chutong's ear. "Tang, if you want me to take that supreme position, I..." Before Qi Yanzhou could finish, Ye Siyin quickly interrupted him, saying, "No, I don't want to be trapped in the palace, competing with thousands of beauties for a man. If you want to be emperor, we should divorce." Hearing the word divorce, Qi Yanzhou disapprovingly flicked Ye Chutong's forehead. "We will not divorce. The promise before marriage is valid for life." He had no desire for power, otherwise, the kingdom would have changed hands long ago. Ye Siyin kissed Qi Yanzhou's cheek and said, "Then let's settle in Tianshan County and be local rulers." "Okay, I will fulfill all your wishes. Is there a candidate for the new emperor?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yanzhou recalled what Qin Muiyun had said during the wedding procession. In less than 10 years, Beichen Kingdom will surely fall, and a new emperor will emerge. Qin Muiyun must have already set out to find the new emperor. He believed it wouldn't be long before he would know who it was. Thinking of this, he said, "Currently, there is no suitable candidate. Let's prepare for now." Ye Siyin understood that wise rulers are hard to find and nodded. "When the time comes, the right person will appear." After saying this, she rubbed her belly. With such a big incident at the governor's office, I wonder if there will be dinner tonight? Qi Yanzhou did not dare let the pregnant Ye Siyin go hungry. "What do you want to eat?" "I will have someone from Han Chong go buy it." Ye Siyin thought it had been a long time since she had a feast and said, "Book a table with good dishes at the best restaurant in Liangzhou City." She wasn't short on money, so there was no need to deprive herself. "All right, you go back to Qingya courtyard to rest." As soon as Qi Yanzhou finished speaking, Han Chong's voice echoed from the entrance of the back garden. "Young Master Qi, Madam Qi, someone has sent wine and dishes to the Qi family. Should we take them directly to Qingya courtyard?" Ye Siyin guessed it was sent by Song Jingning. "Send it over." After saying this, she and Qi Yanzhou returned to Qingya courtyard. The courtyard was silent. Qi Jingyao did not know how long she had been crying. Her eyes were swollen, and her front and sleeves were wet. Seeing the two return, she immediately stood up and asked, Why hasn't my mother come back? Although she already knew the outcome, she still hoped for a turn of events. Qi and Zhao did not feel guilty towards Qi Jingyao and looked at her calmly. She has passed away. If you want to see her one last time, have the officer outside the yard take you. Qi Jingyao's face turned pale. Thank you, second brother. After saying that, she left the yard. Soon, Han Chong arrived with some staff from the Zue Xiang Lu restaurant. 5 staff members each carried 2 food boxes, with 2 dishes in each box. Since Jingyao Courtyard did not have a separate kitchen, the staff brought the food into the main room. This is spicy beef, this is braised pig trotters, this is steamed base, and this is bird's nest soup. There was a variety of dishes, all delicious and appealing. Han Chong said to Qi and Zhao, not only does the Qi family have food, but we officers do too. This meal costs at least 1,000 taels of silver. I wanted to pay, but the restaurant staff said someone has already covered it. He knew it was thanks to the Qi family, so he came to inform them. Qi and Zhao guessed that the person delivering the food was Song Jingning. Han Darren, feel free to enjoy your meal. Alright, you all finish eating and rest early. We will set off at the hour of the rabbit tomorrow. After Han Chong left, Qi and Zhao called his family to eat. As for Aunt Gao and Qi Yinan, they could only watch and wait for the leftovers. Although the steamed bass was placed opposite Yi Chudang, she was particularly sensitive to the fishy smell and felt a bit nauseous. Noticing this, Qi and Zhao said, Han Darren likes fish. I'll take it to him. After saying that, he took the fish away. Old Master Qi quickly called out to Qi and Zhao, Zhao, take this plate of braised pig trotters too. With so many dishes, we won't finish them all. Without Han Chong's help today, the Qi family would have had a hard time escaping trouble. After agreeing, Qi and Zhao took the pig trotters as well. Without the dish that made Yi Chudang feel sick, her appetite improved, and she ate quite a bit. After the meal, she pulled Qi and Zhao to take a walk. Zhao, I want to visit my brother's maternal family, the Cui family. Qi and Zhao also thought it was a good idea for Yi Chudang to go to the Cui family. Years ago, it was Song Mingyu who saved Song Jingning, but it was the Cui family that helped him survive. I'll speak to Han Chong and accompany you. Yi Chudang quickly refused. Your goal is too big. I'll disguise myself and go alone. She needed to empty the Chao, Chun, and Yuan families, and going alone would be more convenient. Just be careful and come back early. By the latest, before the hour of the pig. After saying that, Yi Chudang went with Qi and Zhao to find Han Chong. Han Darren, I have a personal matter and would like to leave the governor's office for an hour or 2. Han Chong naturally had no objections. He pointed out a secret passage for Yi Chudang to escape. Before leaving, Yi Chudang tied her hair up and changed into men's clothing. After leaving the governor's residence, she did not go directly to the Cui family, but instead headed to the Chao family. The inspector was currently raiding the Chao family. The men were executed on the spot, and the women were forced to become official courtesans. Those with strong personalities quickly chose to end their lives. The cries of those who did not want to die echoed through the air. Yi Chudang noticed that the valuables seized by the officials were not much, leading her to suspect that the Chao family either had a hidden chamber or had stored their wealth elsewhere. She used her earth-based powers to sense the underground of the Chao family, but found nothing. This left only one possibility. The valuables were hidden elsewhere, likely in the Chao family's secret stash. The only ones who knew about it, besides the deceased Chao Liang, were his wife. Based on her observations, Yi Chudang quickly identified a graceful woman around 40 years old. She could not ask questions now and had to wait until the officials captured her before taking action. As for the valuables found by the officials, she could retrieve them later from the governor's residence. The Yuan family was not far from the Chao family, so Yi Chudang decided to take a quick look. Yuan Ting held a low-ranking official position, and his family was not wealthy, so the raid had already ended. The officials were counting the seized items, which would be sent to the governor's residence and then to the capital along with all the confiscated goods. The punishment for the Yuan family was slightly lighter than that for the Chao family. Both men and women were enslaved for life. Seeing that there were only a few officials at the Yuan family residence, Ye Siyin created a distraction to draw them away. She then knocked out the sole guard and boldly took all the valuables. She also visited the kitchen and collected any usable food. As she left the Yuan family, she overheard the officials discussing the ghost thief. Isn't the ghost thief always committing crimes in the capital? Why has he suddenly come to Liangzhou? He's not in the capital anymore. Haven't you heard about the incident in Sun County? County Magistrate Zhang colluded with mountain bandits to rob travelers, and it was the ghost thief who stole from them. There have been rumors linking the ghost thief to young Master Qi. It seems to be true. Enough talk. Let's hurry back to the governor's residence and report to the inspector. After the officials left, Ye Siyin went to the Cui family. She did not go to the Chen family because their raid had started later. It was likely still ongoing and there were too many people, making it inconvenient to act. The Cui family was a well-known scholarly family in Liangzhou, located in the eastern part of the city. Like the Song family, the Cui family only taught and did not hold official positions. However, they had produced many civil officials of varying ranks, ensuring their status. Ye Siyin was unsure if the Cui family knew about Song Jingning's background, so she didn't reveal her purpose and only mentioned that she had an appointment with him. This talisman is a token. Show it to young Master Song, and he'll meet with me. The talisman was a gift from Song Jingning to Ye Siyin. When he saw the talisman, he quickly ran to the Cui family's door, blushing and out of breath. Upon seeing Ye Siyin in disguise, he hurriedly invited her into the main hall. Mrs. Qi, what brings you here? Hearing this title, Ye Siyin realized that Song Jingning hadn't explained his background to the Cui family. I came to thank young Master Song for his help to the Qi family and for the dinner he provided. It was just a small favor. You don't need to worry about it, Mrs. Qi. After saying this, Song Jingning returned the talisman to Ye Siyin. Sister, did you come specifically to see me for something? His voice was low, only audible to the siblings. Ye Siyin kept the talisman close to her. Seeing Song Jingning's worried expression, she quickly said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to thank the Cui family." Although it wasn't the right time to express her gratitude openly, she wanted to convey it subtly. Brother, my medical skills are quite good. Do you need me to check the pulse of anyone from the Cui family? Song Jingning felt warmth in his heart as he looked at his obedient sister. Since Ye Siyin had gone out of her way to thank the Cui family, he naturally wouldn't refuse her kindness. Yes, I will go ask my grandparents to come out. He then stood up and told the servant waiting outside, "Please prepare a pot of the best tea for Mrs. Qi." Ye Siyin quickly declined. Young Master Song, drinking tea at night makes it hard to sleep. Just give me a glass of plain water. She was pregnant and shouldn't drink tea. Prepare a glass of honey water for Mrs. Qi and some fruits and snacks. After saying this, Song Jingning went to the backyard. Before long, he returned with the Cui family members to the main hall. The Cui family only had the direct descendants living there. Besides the old Master Cui, the men usually stayed at the academy, so fewer than 10 people came to the main hall. As Ye Siyin was about to greet the elder members of the Cui family, the women and children stepped forward to greet her first. "Greetings, Mrs. Qi. No need for such formality. I apologize for any inconvenience caused." Old Madame Cui, noticing that Ye Siyin had similar features to Song Jingning, began to suspect something. She felt a bit more warmth towards Ye Siyin. "Mrs. Qi, you save lives. I admire you." "You're too kind, madam. I'm just showing off my medical skills to gain some recognition." Ye Siyin wasn't familiar with the Cui family and didn't know how to make small talk. After exchanging a few polite words, she got straight to the point. "Madam, I shouldn't be away from the governor's office for too long. Can I check your pulse now?" Old Lady Cui extended her arm. "Thank you, Lady Qi." Ye Siyin checked everyone's pulse. For those needing treatment or care, she wrote prescriptions and instructions. Before leaving, she also prepared a prescription to help with eyesight and refresh the mind. Make sure to brew this medicine regularly for the students. It will help with their studies. Old Master Cui accepted the prescription and carefully put it away. He bowed to Ye Siyin, saying, "Thank you, Lady Qi." You're too kind, old Master Chui. What happened today relies on the students to spread the word. This prescription is just a reward. No need for thanks. After saying this, she took her leave from the Chui family. Song Jingning saw her off. When he returned to the main hall, he noticed old Lady Chui wanted to speak, so he spoke first. Grandfather, grandmother, the lectures in Liangzhou City have ended. I will leave early tomorrow. Old Lady Chui, understanding, suppressed her questions. Jingning, you've come all this way. Can you stay a few more days with your grandmother? Grandmother, my schedule has been set for a long time. I cannot delay. Old Lady Chui looked at Song Jingning with reluctance, but did not insist on keeping him. You have great ambitions. Your grandmother won't hold you back. Old Master Chui said to Song Jingning, Jingning, this time for your studies, take Chinner and Yuer with you. Today, the Qi family and the royal family have completely severed ties, and the situation in the world will surely change. The Chui family cannot isolate themselves. They need to broaden their horizons. Chui Yunchan and Chui Shihua are the most knowledgeable and courageous among the younger generation of the Chui family. It is fitting for them to go out and explore. Song Jingning owed a great debt to the Chui family and immediately agreed. I will listen to my grandfather. To establish a branch in Tianshan County, he also needed trustworthy people. Just as the Chui family finished discussing the study trip, Ye Chudang arrived at the Qin family. She did not hide her identity and told the officials at the door, I am Ye Chudang, here to treat Qin Xiaoping's leg. Since Qi Qingyu chose to stand with Qin Xiaoping, she couldn't let him become disabled and hold them back. The officials did not stop Ye Chudang and directed her to the way. It was the courtyard she had disguised herself to come to before. The Qin family had been raided, and the courtyard was in disarray, looking chaotic. Qi Qingyu was applying medicine to Qin Xiaoping's leg. Qin Xiaoping was biting a wooden stick, sweating from the pain. He bit down too hard, injuring his gums, and blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth. Sister, just applying medicine isn't enough. Let me do it. Qi Qingyu was startled by Ye Chutang's sudden voice and quickly stood up. Junior sister, what brings you here? I'm handling some personal matters and came to treat my brother-in-law's injury. Qi Qingyu's eyes glistened with gratitude. Sister-in-law, thank you. We're family. No need to be polite. Ye Chutang first set Qin Xiaoping's bones, then applied medicine and bandaged the injury, finally securing it with a wooden stick to help it heal. Once she finished, she looked at Qi Qingyu. Sister, to help your brother-in-law's leg heal properly, you'll need to get a cart to carry him and avoid putting weight on his leg. Okay, I understand. I'll prepare the medicine for both internal and external use, so you don't have to worry. Hearing this, Qi Qingyu quickly took out a banknote and handed it to Ye Chudang. Sister-in-law, if this isn't enough for the medicine, just ask me for more. Ye Chudang did not take it. The medicine isn't very expensive. I can't stay out for long, so I have to go. As she left, the officials had just finished searching the Qin family home. Using the name of the ghost thief, she created a commotion and took away the confiscated goods. When Ye Chutang returned to the governor's office, the Chao family's belongings had already been moved into the warehouse. In the quiet of the night, she knocked out Qi Yanzhou, disguised herself, and emptied the warehouse. Then, she used her ability to escape into the secret room of the dungeon. The secret room in the dungeon, while not as secure as the Emperor's private vault, was surrounded by solid stone walls. The entrance was at the very back of the dungeon, unguarded, with a musty smell lingering in the air. It certainly didn't look like a place for hiding valuables or secrets. Although Ye Chutang found it strange, she still descended the steps leading down. The further she went, the darker it became, with no light penetrating, and her night vision equipment became useless. Thinking she was alone, she took out her night vision gear and lit a fire stick. At the bottom of the steps was a thick iron gate with a large lock. Inside the gate, there was a bowl with a hole in it. The bottom of the bowl was clean, but the rim was covered in a layer of dark grime, clearly not washed for a long time. Ye Chudang realized that the secret room didn't contain valuables, but was instead holding a person. She wasn't overly curious, so she turned to leave. Just as her foot touched the first step, a hoarse male voice called out from behind. Who? Immediately, the sound of chains rattling echoed, quickly approaching Ye Siyin. Feeling the danger, she tensed up. However, she knew the person in the secret room couldn't harm her, otherwise, they wouldn't be locked away in such a dark place. As she expected, a filthy man, bound by chains, stopped half a step away from the door, unable to move closer. The man was disheveled, with chains piercing his bones, and the stench of decay surrounded him. He looked through his tangled hair at the slender figure nearby holding a torch, his deep eyes shining brightly. Who are you? This was the first person he had seen besides the guards in a year of confinement. Ye Siyin thought that anyone locked in a secret room must be special and didn't want to cause trouble, so she continued to leave. The man became anxious and quickly said, I'm not a bad person. I have many treasures and know how to make money. If you save me, I can make you very rich. I also have great skills and can be your bodyguard. Ye Siyin liked money, but wasn't greedy. As for a bodyguard, she didn't need one at all. So, the man's words did not move her, and she kept walking away. I am the leader of the all-purpose sect. If you save me, I can help you reach the peak of your life. This made Ye Siyin feel a sense of familiarity. She paused and turned around. The light from the torch was limited, so she could only vaguely see the man's figure. All-purpose sect? I haven't heard of it. Seeing Ye Siyin speak, the man's tense nerves relaxed a bit. But when he realized it was a woman's voice, his heart sank. You must have heard of the Wujizong, right? Ye Siyin, not familiar with martial arts sects, shook her head. I haven't heard of it. The man felt the conversation was going nowhere, but didn't want to miss the chance to be rescued. You must have heard of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams and the art of war, right? If she hadn't, he might just cry. Ye Siyin had indeed heard of them. But she wasn't sure if these things existed in this fictional dynasty. She didn't answer the man and instead asked, What is your name? You said you know how to make money. How do you do it? Seeing a chance, the man quickly replied, My name is Sun Chu, a descendant of Sun Wu. I know how to strategize, create clever gadgets to sell, and I can make glass and transparent incense holders. Hearing this, Ye Siyin realized she had encountered an old acquaintance. But she had no intention of revealing her identity. After quietly listening to Sun Chu promote himself, she said, You are indeed good at making money, but how can I trust that you will keep your promise if I save you? After all, you are skilled and could easily silence me. Sun Chu quickly raised his hand to swear, I, Sun Chu. He was interrupted by Ye Siyin. If swearing worked, the heavens would have struck down countless people. This was a fair point, but it surprised Sun Chu. After all, people in ancient times were quite superstitious. He anxiously asked, What will it take for you to trust me? Ye Siyin walked down the steps and approached the iron gate. She extended the fire stick in her hand and saw a dirty, smelly, and disheveled man. He looked so thin it seemed like he was just skin and bones, probably due to being locked up for too long. A metal hook pierced his rib, and the wound was oozing and bleeding, giving off a foul smell. If it weren't for his strong martial arts skills and quick healing ability, along with regular medication, he would have died from infection long ago. Ye Siyin took out a poison pill from her space and handed it to Sun Chu. Take this poison, and I will trust you. From now on, your life will be mine. After saying this, she tossed the pill forward. Sun Chu caught it but hesitated between taking it or throwing it away. He didn't want to be trapped here, but he also didn't want to be someone else's servant for life. Ye Siyin said, 10 years. I only need you to obey me for 10 years. Sun Chu pushed aside his dirty hair and stared at the woman in front of him. Why should I trust you? Because you have no choice. You can either take a risk or stay here, and following me is better than being stuck here. If you have the skills, you can even cure yourself. Sun Chu thought this made sense and immediately took the poison. After swallowing the pill, he asked, Who are you? How will you get me out? Once Ye Siyin confirmed that Sun Chu had taken the poison, she glanced at the keypad lock. She tried a few times and managed to unlock it. Hearing the lock click open, Sun Chu's eyes lit up with joy. Ye Siyin pushed open the heavy iron door, but as she stepped inside, she felt nauseous from the smell.
Ugh.
Sun Chu was taken aback. He knew he smelled bad, but not to the point of making someone sick. Once she started vomiting, she couldn't stop, almost bringing up bile. After recovering, she held her breath and quickly walked to Sun Chu, handing him the fire stick. Hold this. As Sun Chu took the fire stick, he hesitated about whether to threaten Ye Siyin to force her to help him and give him the antidote. Before he could decide, Ye Siyin used a tranquilizer to knock him out. Ye Siyin unlocked the chains on Sun Chu and removed the hook from his rib. His injury was severe, and he would need at least a month to heal enough to move freely. To fully recover his martial arts and injuries, it would take about 3 months. She cleaned his wounds with special water and applied the best ointment to stop the bleeding. Worried that Sun Chu might wake up too soon due to his high martial art skills, she used a needle on his sleeping point. Once she finished, she went to the governor's warehouse and emptied the Zhao family's belongings. There was still a lot of silver in the warehouse, along with a ledger indicating that the silver was tax revenue for merchants. Ye Siyin thought that the taxes were for the emperor, so she took everything without hesitation. After emptying the storeroom, she went to the dungeon where the Zhao family women were held. The women, thinking about their tragic fate, couldn't sleep and cried together. The tired guards, annoyed by the noise, shouted, "If you keep crying, you'll be taken out and punished." The women were frightened and covered their mouths, silently shedding tears. After using a sleeping drug to knock them out, Ye Siyin stole Chao Liang's wife and took her to Sun Chu's secret room to interrogate her about the location of the Zhao family's hidden wealth. Madame Chao woke up to a terrible smell. Everything around her was dark, making her feel blind. Trembling with fear, she asked, "Is anyone there? Where am I? Help!" Before she could finish saying help, she felt a cold touch on her neck and a sharp pain. Realizing it was a weapon, Madame Chao immediately fell silent. Ye Siyin asked in a hoarse male voice, "Where has the Chao family's wealth been hidden?" Her heart raced, and she quickly denied it. "The Chao family has been confiscated. All the wealth has been taken by the local government." A chilling laugh echoed in her ears. "Those who don't tell the truth will face dire consequences." As she spoke, Ye Siyin lit a match. The disheveled Sun Chu suddenly appeared before Madame Chao, causing her to faint in fear. Ye Siyin poked her in a pressure point, waking her up immediately. Seeing the terrifying scene again made her eyes roll back. Before she could faint again, Ye Siyin threatened, "If you don't tell the truth, I will take your life." Pressing the dagger down, it pierced her skin, causing blood to flow. Madame Chao's clothes became soaked with warm blood, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Fearing for her life, she quickly said, "At the auspicious fabric shop in the east of the city and the Wanfufu restaurant in the west." These two places were not publicly recognized as Chao family properties, so even after the confiscation, most of their wealth could be preserved. She had intended to leave half of the money for her grandson and use the other half for her own comfort. But now, everything was gone. Before Ye Siyin could act further, Madame Chao fainted from the shock. Ye Siyin returned Madame Chao to the dungeon, tossed her at the door, and made some noise. Whether any guards would come to rescue her was up to fate. She then left the dungeon and headed to the two places Madame Chao mentioned. These two places have secret rooms filled with valuable items like gold, silver, jewelry, and antiques. Ye Siyin not only emptied the secret rooms, but also took everything from the fabric shop and the tavern. If she had more time, she would have cleared out all the shops owned by the Chao family. After finishing, she returned to the secret room in the dungeon, dragging Sun Chu with her. Merit points plus 239,751. Ye Siyin was shocked by this number and looked at Sun Chu in disbelief. "Who are you? How do you have so many merit points? Even a great benefactor who helps others wouldn't have this much. So, this large amount of merit points must be something Sun Chu can accumulate in the future." Thinking of Sun Chu's identity, two words came to her mind: Great General. With this thought, She took Sun Chu back to the side room and woke up Ye Anzhi. A strong, unpleasant smell hit Ye Anzhi's nose, making him frown. The side room was dark, but 2 lanterns hung at the main door, allowing a faint light to seep in, barely illuminating the space. He saw a dark figure lying on the ground and Ye Chutang standing next to it. Ye Anzhi realized he hadn't noticed Ye Chutang getting up, and his expression changed. Tang, what happened? Before he finished speaking, he moved beside her, positioning himself protectively behind her. Ye Chutang pulled Ye Anzhi down to sit by the bed. This person on the ground is Sun Chu, discovered by the ghost thief. He was locked up in the secret room of the governor's dungeon. She explained Sun Chu's identity to Ye Anzhi. He has great martial arts skills and is knowledgeable in military strategy. Now that he is under my control, if used well, he could be a strong ally for you. Ye Anzhi wasn't concerned about whether Sun Chu could be useful to him. He was more interested in the relationship between the ghost thief and Ye Chutang. Tang, you. Ye Chutang guessed what Ye Anzhi was going to ask and interrupted him. Zhao, I won't say anything about the ghost thief, so don't ask. Ye Anzhi grabbed Ye Chutang's shoulders and looked at her seriously. Tang, I only ask you one thing. Will the ghost thief harm you?
No.
Hearing Ye Chutang's firm answer, Ye Anzhi felt relieved. That's good. This Sun Chu could be very useful. Ye Chutang curiously asked, why do you say that? Ye Anzhi looked at Sun Chu on the ground and briefly explained the origins of the Wuji sect. The Wuji sect is a very mysterious organization that only appears during chaotic times. His most outstanding disciple would choose capable generals to support him, helping to bring about a change in dynasty. Once the great task is completed, the disciple would disappear without a trace. Back then, when the Qi family assisted the Zhao family in seizing the throne, they received help from the Wujizong. After hearing this, Ye Chutang became even more curious. What a fascinating martial arts sect, with no desires, only wishing for unity in the world. Ye Anzhi shared his thoughts. I believe the Wujizong has an obsession with military strategy that others cannot understand, which is why they emerged in chaotic times, choosing capable generals and improving military tactics. Ye Chutang nodded in agreement. It was not surprising that the descendants of Sun Wu were obsessed with military strategy. Then let's keep Sun Chu and place him in the National Defense Army. How about that? She valued Sun Chu not for his military tactics, but for his ability and connections to make money. Ye Anzhi had no objections. Tang, you should rest first. I will take him to find Han Chong. Ye Chutang reminded him, Sun Chu is seriously injured. We need to remove the rotten flesh and bandage him first. Tomorrow morning, after we set off, I need to go to the pharmacy to get medicine for your brother-in-law and Sun Chu. Please let Han Chong know. All right, it's late. You should get some sleep. 15 minutes earlier, in the capital, Jiha from the Astronomical Bureau, who was resting, felt that something significant was happening and immediately woke up. He rushed outside to observe the stars. Suddenly, a new star appeared in the north, shining brightly alongside the crescent moon. It flickered and vanished. The general stars appeared, signifying great power over life and death. After saying this, Jiha looked towards the Qin family's direction, a faint smile hidden in his eyes. Disciple, did you see it as you left the capital? He returned to his room to write a report, calling for a disciple to present it to the emperor immediately. He kept the matter of the emperor's star to himself. Since the general star did not threaten the overall situation, he naturally had to inform the emperor. The report quickly reached the hands of Dinggha. As Dinggha read the words, the general star appears in the north, his brows furrowed slightly. Why is it specifically the north? The northwest is also north. He did not want Ye Anzhi to be the general star. Thinking this, he called for his trusted, Shuangxi, and handed him the report. Go investigate this general star. As soon as he finished speaking, another trusted, Xiao Zhuzi, rushed into the brightly lit palace. Master, an urgent report from Liangzhou City has been personally presented to the emperor by the Dragon Guard. P.S. It's been a while since I asked for rewards, so today I'm humbly requesting some. Love you all. Duke De looked at the panting Xiao Zhuzi, his delicate brows showing a cold sharpness. Who wrote the urgent report from 800 miles away? When he asked this question, he already guessed that something had happened to Chao Liang. Otherwise, the memorial would have reached him first. Little Bamboo shook his head, breathing heavily. I don't know. The memorial was delivered to the palace gate by a messenger and taken by Commander Han Liang to present it to the emperor. This meant that the memorial was specifically handed over to Han Liang by Han Chong. Thinking of this, De couldn't sit still. He took the memorial from Shuangxi's hands and said, "We must find the general star." After saying this, he went to the emperor's chamber. The emperor had been stung by Yi Chutong's poisonous hornet and was still recovering. He had not been well and slept a lot each day. Only after taking the special medicine would he feel a bit better. When Han Liang arrived at the chamber with the urgent memorial, it was already early morning. The emperor was sleeping soundly, and he was stopped by the eunuchs waiting outside. "Commander Han, the emperor is resting. Whatever you need to report can wait until tomorrow." Since the emperor had been poisoned, he had been irritable and would punish palace servants for any small inconvenience. Han Liang did not want to face unnecessary trouble. He knew waking the emperor would lead to scolding. However, the content of the memorial was crucial for the nation and needed to be shown to the emperor. He knocked out and entered the chamber, lighting all the palace lamps. The chamber was as bright as day, and the sleeping emperor frowned in displeasure. "Your Majesty, I have important matters to report." Han Liang spoke firmly, waking the emperor. The emperor did not open his eyes and angrily shouted, "Take him out and execute him." Disturbing his dreams was unforgivable. Han Liang immediately knelt before the dragon bed, presenting the memorial with both hands. "Your Majesty, this is an urgent memorial from the governor of Liangzhou. The chief family is planning a rebellion." As the last 4 words reached the emperor's ears, he sat up in shock. With his thin hand, he pushed aside the bright yellow bed curtains and took the memorial. To help the emperor see better, Han Liang lifted one side of the curtain near the head of the bed. He then saw the emperor's face twisted with anger. "How dare you threaten me? If the chief family is not destroyed, I am unworthy to be the ruler of this nation." After saying this, he forcefully threw the memorial to the ground, so furious that he spat out blood. Han Liang was terrified and quickly shouted, "Call the imperial physician." As soon as he finished speaking, De entered the chamber. "What happened?" Han Liang picked up the memorial from the ground and handed it to De. "This is an urgent memorial from the governor of Liangzhou. Please take a look, Chief." De frowned and took the memorial. "The governor? Isn't Liangzhou managed by the prefect?" Once the chief reads the memorial, he will understand why the current Liangzhou is under the governor's authority. After Han Liang just finished speaking, the emperor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at De. "Was the secret order written by you to the governor of Liangzhou?" He was angry that the chief family threatened him with rebellion, and even angrier that De falsely claimed to convey the emperor's orders. De ignored the furious emperor and, with a grim face, finished reading the memorial. He slammed the memorial onto Han Liang's head. "Han Chong has betrayed us with 100 dragon guards. What punishment do you deserve?" The hard cover of the memorial struck Han Liang's head, causing it to bleed onto the dark gold bricks. "I am willing to accept any punishment." He never imagined that the deputy commander of the dragon guards he had personally trained would betray the royal family. But after reading the memorial, he could understand Han Chong's decision. Although the dragon guards existed because of the royal family, their main duty was to protect the country. When imperial power becomes a tool for harming loyal subjects and the people, the betrayal of the dragon guards becomes understandable. Han Liang lowered his head, and no one knew what he was thinking. De raised his foot to kick him, but the emperor sternly stopped him. "Stop. My people are not for you to punish." But De did not withdraw his foot. Han Liang obeyed the emperor and quickly sidestepped to avoid De's kick. After missing, De's expression was quite unpleasant. However, he knew he couldn't overpower the leader of the dragon guards, so he didn't confront Han Liang directly. He pulled back his foot and threw the memorial from the astronomical bureau to the emperor. Your Majesty, take a look at the memorial sent by Lord Jiha overnight. The emperor was very displeased with Da's disrespect for his authority, but knowing he needed his help to obtain the elixir, he held back his anger. He picked up the memorial and opened it. Seeing the Star of War appears in the north, his heart immediately sank. The Star of War appears. Chaos approaches. The nation will perish. This was a saying that had circulated for a long time, and it had always come true. When the Zhao family seized the throne, the Star of War had appeared. Thus, the emperor's fear of the Star of War was greater than that of the Qi family. Da looked at the pale-faced emperor and said, Your Majesty, the Qi family cannot be allowed to remain, which is why I had the governor of Liangzhou do everything possible to deal with them. Unfortunately, the dragon guards have betrayed us, and our efforts have failed. The emperor knew Da had not done anything wrong. As long as there was a chance to deal with the Qi family, he would not miss it. But Da had falsely claimed to convey the emperor's orders without his consent, which bothered him. How dare you use my private seal at will? Da did not care about the emperor's insult and smiled, saying, Your Majesty, please calm down. I did this for your own good. The emperor angrily slammed the memorial at his feet. For my good? You mess things up. Everyone is saying that I am harming loyal officials and calling me a foolish ruler. After saying this, the emperor remembered something and his expression grew darker. What is the meaning of the handwriting in the secret order? Da calmly replied, I had someone imitate your handwriting perfectly. You are bold. Your Majesty, I had my reasons for doing this.
Speak.
If it succeeds, your worries will be gone. If it fails, you can shift the blame. The emperor scoffed, The handwriting is mine. The seal is mine. How can I shift the blame? Everyone knows you are seriously ill and have not attended court for a long time. The crown prince is currently in charge. Da stopped there, but the emperor understood his meaning. Let the crown prince take the blame. This was the best solution, and he agreed without hesitation. After dealing with the Qi family, he could choose another heir to balance power with the second prince. Once he realized this, the emperor felt much better and looked more favorably at Da. At tomorrow's morning court, bring the person who imitated my handwriting to the Golden Yuan Hall and have him publicly write the contents of the secret order, then execute him. He must kill the person who imitated the handwriting to feel at ease. I obey your command, Da respectfully replied and then asked, Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with the Qi family now that they dare to speak of rebellion? At this, the emperor's anger returned. The Qi family is audacious to threaten me. They must not be spared. Han Liang quickly tried to calm the emperor. Your Majesty, although the Qi family has long surrendered their military power, they can still command some of the Qi army. Ye Anzhi has accumulated significant military achievements over the years and has likely built his own influence in secret. The people are currently on the Qi family side. If we force them into rebellion, the throne will be in danger. A cornered rabbit will bite. This is not an exaggeration. Da agreed, Your Majesty, Commander Han is right. The Qi family has the people's support and holds leverage over the crown prince. It is unwise to act against them now. He did not want the Qi family to rebel and cause chaos. The emperor did not want to leave the Qi family as a threat, nor did he want to push them into rebellion. His brows furrowed deeply, and his expression was grim. When do you think is the right time to act against the Qi family? Every day the Qi family remains, he suffers more. Da did not answer the emperor immediately, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Han Liang. The dragon guards were no longer reliable. Caution was needed. Han Liang thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, I believe the best time to act is when the Qi family enters the northern region and heavy snow blocks the roads. At that time, transportation would be difficult and news would be hard to spread. If the Qi family members were to die, no one would know. The emperor looked at Da. What do you think? Da thought Han Liang's idea was good, but not good enough. However, he did not say this out loud and simply nodded. What Commander Han said is correct. Your Majesty can consider it. After saying this, he remembered the traitor Ye Siyin. Your Majesty, Ye Siyin may have already cured the poison from the breaking tendon powder. Could she also cure Qi Yanzhou's fire poison? Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression darkened again. That is uncertain. He had been careless. He never expected that a young woman would become the biggest variable. I can hold off on dealing with the Qi family, but Ye Siyin must die. As long as she is dead, Qi Yanzhou won't live long either. De looked at Han Liang. Who do you think is suitable to kill Ye Siyin? Han Liang knew De was testing him. He answered honestly, currently, the Dragon Guards are protecting the Qi family, so it won't be easy to kill Ye Siyin. Once we reach Dinggha, there may be another opportunity to deal with the Qi family. Zhao Mingshu's family was under house arrest in Dinggha. Even if the plan failed, Zhao Mingshu could take the blame. The emperor also thought it was appropriate to act against the Qi family in Dinggha. Then we will temporarily spare the Qi family. After saying this, he leaned back against the headboard, his face pale as paper, as if he would faint at any moment. His health had not recovered, and the earlier anger had made it worse. Fortunately, the imperial physician arrived. De said to Han Liang, Commander Han, please go ahead. Han Liang bowed to the emperor. I take my leave. After he left, the physician treated the emperor. De had more to say and did not leave, waiting nearby. The physician took the emperor's pulse and performed acupuncture. Your Majesty is experiencing stress and needs more rest, along with some calming medicine. After saying this, he wrote a prescription and handed it to the emperor's personal. Take this to the imperial hospital and have the pharmacist prepare the medicine. Not long after they left with the prescription, the emperor's acupuncture session ended. After sending the physician away, De said to the emperor, Your Majesty, I have a plan that can ensure the Qi family has no chance of survival. Upon hearing this, the emperor immediately perked up. Quickly tell me, what is the plan? De instructed the palace attendants remaining in the chamber. You all leave and close the door. The attendants filed out, and the chamber door was closed. He looked at the anxious emperor and said 2 words.
Plague.
The emperor did not understand the meaning of these words. Please explain further. Although the plague in Jiangnan has been controlled, it has not been eliminated. If we send an infected person disguised as a refugee to a town that the exile team must pass through, we can create a dead city and trap the Qi family inside. Exchanging the lives of a town's people for the entire Qi family is worth it. The emperor's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. As long as we keep it secret, no one will suspect me. But then his expression darkened again. Ye Siyin is skilled in medicine. The plague may not be able to trap her. De smiled and said, a clever woman can't cook without rice. Without medicine, even Ye Siyin's skills won't help. If we add some bubonic plague and smallpox, we can ensure she can't escape. The emperor looked worried. This plan is good, but could it have risks? The combination of plague, bubonic plague, and smallpox is too deadly. If it spreads, the entire Bachin kingdom could be in trouble. De's smile grew more sinister. It won't be a problem. We can just burn the city. Have the crown prince handle it, turning his merits into a crime. The emperor decided this out of fear that the plan would be exposed, wanting the crown prince to take the blame. I obey your command. De then looked at the memorial in the emperor's hand. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with the matter of the star appearing? He did not know that Chao Liang had captured someone from the Wujizong. Chao Liang originally planned to gain the weapon blueprints and treasures before seeking credit from De. But he died, and the secret was buried with him. The emperor was very wary of the star and said fiercely, find the person and kill them. De wanted to do the same, but there were no leads, making it difficult to find anyone. Your Majesty, we can search, but we need to involve the Astronomical Bureau. The Astronomical Bureau observes worldly matters and can help find people more easily. All right, you arrange it. Go ahead. After the emperor spoke, he looked weary and closed his eyes to rest. De left the emperor's chamber to find Jiha. He told him about the search for the star. Jiha directly refused. Great Monitor, as a member of the Astronomical Bureau, I shouldn't leave the capital to search for the star. My disciples can do it instead. De snorted, I have no use for your useless disciples. The matter of the star is crucial. There must be no mistakes. This is a royal command and cannot be disobeyed. Jiha sighed softly and bowed toward the emperor's chamber. I obey your command. Unexpectedly, in his lifetime, he could leave the imperial city and see the outside world. Lord Jiha, please pack quickly. After dawn, the emperor's shadow guards will come to you. The shadow guards are different from the dragon guards. They are the emperor's loyal protectors and will never betray him. All right, I will pack immediately. Make sure to handle the matters of the astronomical bureau well. Don't make mistakes that could affect the nation's fortune. I understand. After Lord De left, Jiha called his 5 disciples to him. As I leave, I don't know when I will return. You must be cautious in your words and actions. Observe the stars diligently and keep a close watch on the celestial instrument. Yes, Master. No matter what happens, prioritize your own safety, understood? Yes, Master. There were many trivial matters in the Astronomical Bureau. Jiha spent an hour explaining all the details. When he went to pack his bag, the morning court session began. At the hour of the rabbit, all the officials had gathered for court, but the regent prince and Lord De were absent. Everyone looked at each other, whispering, I didn't hear that they wouldn't attend court today. Why are Lord De and the prince not here? The prince must be here. His carriage is still at the palace gate. Could something have happened? An urgent report was delivered to the palace last night. I know about that too. The report delivered at dawn must be significant. As the officials debated the nature of the report that kept Lord De and the prince from attending court, the prince in the imperial study angrily smashed his teacup on the floor. If I admit to wanting to destroy the Qi family, my life is over. Lord De looked at the furious prince, his pale face showing a sinister expression. Your Highness, this is the Emperor's will. Do you dare to defy it? The prince certainly did not dare to defy it. But if he admitted to wanting to execute the entire Qi family, not only would he lose his position, but he might also end up in prison like his uncle. All his efforts over the years would be in vain. Why does it have to be me? Can't someone else take the blame? His father has more than one son. Lord De handed the blood-stained report to the prince. You are the regent prince. No one is more suitable than you. After reading the report, the prince's face turned pale. Now, the royal family's intent to destroy the Qi family was known to all. Only he, as the regent prince, could take the blame for the emperor and provide an explanation to the people. The report fell from his hands, and the prince slumped to the ground. What will happen if I take the blame for the emperor? Lord De looked at the defeated prince and spoke honestly. Exile me, establish another residence, and confine me. Then I might as well die. Do you really want to die? Those light words drained the color from the prince's face. Of course, he did not want to, because only by living could he have a chance to turn things around. Seeing that the prince had accepted the reality, they shared some good news. Your Highness, the Emperor understands your grievances and has arranged an opportunity for you to make a comeback. This made the prince's eyes shine with greedy light. What opportunity? After your confinement, you will help the Emperor with a task. They explained the plan to spread a plague among the refugees, trapping the exiled in towns and burning them down. Your Highness, first secretly poison them, then, under the guise of a guilty person, request to venture into the plague area to stop its spread, thus earning merit to lift your confinement. The throne will still be yours. The prince knew this plan was dangerous and unlikely to restore his position as heir. But he had no other choice but to agree. He proposed a condition. I can take the blame for the execution of the Qi family, but I want command over 10,000 elite troops. Then narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at the prince. Do you understand what having military power means? The prince took a risk, smirking mockingly, and scoffed. Isn't the heir position worth 10,000 troops? If my father doesn't agree, I will not acknowledge a false decree, even if I die. With military power, he would have a chance to fight back. Seeing the prince suddenly being clever, they nodded in agreement. All right, you will have command over 10,000 troops. I want my father to personally acknowledge this, with a decree as proof, and it must never be revoked. Upon hearing this, They took the prince to the emperor's chamber. The emperor was awakened again and was furious. After learning the prince's conditions, he felt guilty and wanted to appease the empress's family, so he quickly wrote a decree granting the prince command over 10,000 elite troops. Qingyu, this matter of military power must remain private. Otherwise, the people would suspect the prince's confession had hidden motives. The prince took the bright yellow decree and nodded. Father, don't worry, I understand the gravity of the situation. He wanted military power, both to prepare for a palace coup and to show his brothers that his father had not given up on him. The emperor tiredly waved his hand. Go to the morning court. As the prince closed the decree, he suddenly noticed something wrong with the national seal. After examining it closely, he angrily threw the decree to the ground. Father, if you don't want to grant military power, you can just say so. There's no need to give me a false decree. As the emperor was about to lie down, he shouted angrily, What are you talking about? After his outburst, he understood why the crown prince claimed the imperial edict was fake. He dismissed the palace servants from the hall. Qingyu, the national seal was stolen by the ghost thief a long time ago. This statement hit the crown prince like a thunderbolt, leaving him shocked. Father. Qingyu, when the city was burned and the Qi family was destroyed, it was the best time to catch the ghost thief. If you can retrieve the national seal, the throne will be yours. The crown prince knew that the ghost thief had gone northwest with the Qi family. Thinking of the thief's great abilities, he felt no confidence in retrieving the national seal. But there was no need to express that. He would first secure military power. Father, don't worry. I will do my best. After saying this, he picked up the imperial edict and left with Da, heading to the Golden Lawn Hall. It was already past the middle of the hour, and the officials were growing impatient. Finally, when the crown prince and Da arrived, they quickly knelt and paid their respects. Greetings, Your Highness, and greetings, Chief. As soon as the words were spoken, the crown prince knelt before the officials. I am guilty. When the crown prince took the blame for his false imperial edict, harming loyal subjects, he was demoted to commoner status and confined to his residence. The exiled group was about to leave Liangzhou City. The entire city came to see them off, creating a grand and warm scene, which caused some delays. The National Defense Army received plenty of food, filling several carts to the brim. Song Jingning waited at the city gate with Cui Yunqing and Cui Shiyue. Knowing that Yi Chutang did not lack food, he offered some rare fruits. Madam Qi, have a safe journey. See you in Tianshan County. Yi Chutang gave Song Jingning some daily medicines and poisons. I hope you won't need these bottles. Qi Yanzhou waved to the crowd. Everyone please go back. Han Chong replaced Wu Qingang as the leader of the exiled group. Let's go. A deafening voice rang out as the group left Liangzhou City. With the addition of the Qin family, the group grew a bit larger. Qi Qingyu bought a cart and a donkey to carry the injured Qin Xiaoping and 2 children. Seeing his elderly mother struggling to walk, Chen Weiming focused on the cart. Qingyu, your grandmother is not well. Let her ride in the cart for a while. Dad, there's no space left in the cart. How about you carry the bedding to make room for Grandma? Qi Qingyu's cart was already full with 1 adult, 2 children, and items from the second household. It was difficult to fit in another person, let alone an extra item. The Qin family not only had to carry their own luggage, but also shared the burden of the supplies needed for their exile. It can be said that, except for the old lady Qin, everyone was struggling under the weight. After just leaving the city, they were already panting with exhaustion. Chen Weiming carried a large iron pot, but couldn't manage the bedding. Forget it. Qi Qingyu ignored the angry Chen Weiming and focused on driving the cart. When the day brightened, Chen Weiming noticed Sun Chu lying on the official's cart. A look of confusion crossed his face. Wasn't this the person Lord Chao had captured and locked away? How did he end up being exiled? Chen Weiming didn't know Sun Chu's identity. He only knew he was wealthy and skilled in martial arts. Could it be that Qi Yanzhou took this person as part of a plan for rebellion? Thinking this, he felt he should find a way to secure the Qin family's future. Should they align with the Qi family? Or lean towards the Zhao family? As Chun Weiming decided to wait and see for a while, Yi Chutong's gaze fell on Sun Chu. Sun Chu had been cleaned up. Although he was thin and frail, his bone structure suggested he was a handsome man. He had fainted from his severe injuries, and his pale face showed signs of weakness. Qi Yanzhou noticed Yi Chutang staring at Sun Chu and asked, "Tang, do you seem very concerned about Sun Chu?" He wasn't jealous, just curious. Yi Chutang met Qi Yanzhou's gaze calmly, a smile on her lips. He said, "He could help me reach the peak of my life. He's quite an interesting person." "Does Sun Chu want you to become an empress?" "No, he means to rise above everyone, making the imperial power bow down." Qi Yanzhou looked into Yi Chutong's bright, sparkling eyes and felt she could achieve what she wanted. "What you desire, I will help you accomplish. Let's work together to live freely and happily." After Yi Chutang said this, she curiously asked, "Why does Sun Chu look like he's dead?" Qi Yanzhou explained, "It's the turtle breathing technique. The turtle breathing technique can make a person appear dead and minimize consumption after injury, speeding up recovery. An injury that would normally take a month to heal could be cured in 10 days with this technique. However, using the turtle breathing technique has significant drawbacks. If one encounters betrayal or enemies, they would have no ability to fight back and would surely perish." After hearing Qi Yanzhou's explanation, Yi Chutang felt a bit interested in learning it.
Can you teach me?
"I can. If a Tang wants to learn, I will teach you when we reach Tianshan County." Yi Chutang, being pregnant, couldn't practice the turtle breathing technique, as it could suffocate the fetus. She understood this and nodded. After what happened yesterday, the emperor should be quiet for a while, right? Qi Yanzhou took a bunch of washed grapes from the fruit basket on the cart and handed them to Yi Chutang. "If everything goes well, we should be safe until we reach Dinggha. How long does it take from Liangzhou to Dinggha?" "At least a month. Dinggha is twice as far from Liangzhou as Liangzhou is from the capital. However, the travel time is more than double. As we head north, the mountain roads increase, so even if we maintain the same speed, it will still take a month. If we encounter any unexpected events along the way, it will take even longer." Yi Chutang smiled and said, "It's good if the dog emperor can stay quiet for a month." As Qi Yanzhou predicted, there were no more incidents on the journey. They didn't even encounter any mountain bandits. After a few days of complaining about their blisters, the Qin family gradually settled down. Sun Chu woke up for half an hour each day to eat and change his bandages. His pale face slowly became rosy, and his thin body started to gain some flesh. After more than half a month, the exiled group reached Bingzhou, between Liangzhou and Dinggha. By this time, the rumor about the royal family's intention to wipe out the Qi family had spread throughout the country. The Qi family's stance on the rebellion was also well known. Although the people did not want internal conflict, many hoped the Qi family would rebel and overthrow the Zhao family's tyranny. So, when the exiled group entered Bingzhou, the locals welcomed them warmly. Of course, the warmth was directed only at the Qi family. "Young Master Qi, here are some eggs from my home. Please take them. I reserved a table of food at the restaurant. I will send it to the post station later. These peaches are from my family's orchard. They may not look great, but they are sweet. The further north we go, the colder it gets. This fur coat will keep you warm." The supportive locals offered their best goods to the Qi family. Yi Chutang selectively accepted a few items and paid them accordingly. The group headed to the post station. The post station in the prefecture was large enough to accommodate over 100 people. Although there weren't many rooms, they could squeeze in. Of course, staying in a room required payment. If they didn't want to spend money, they could stay in the stable or sleep on the ground in the yard. The Yi family was running low on funds, so they chose to sleep on the ground and eat free black corn cakes and pickled vegetables. The Qin family had been completely stripped of their wealth, and aside from the previously worn Qi Qingyu, they were all broke. Throughout the journey, Qi Qingyu wanted to separate from the family, but couldn't find the right opportunity. Chun Xiaoping's leg had improved significantly. He could now use a cane to walk, but not for long. The couple, being upright people, did not want their family to bear the shame of being unfilial, so they tolerated the Qin family. So, when booking the rooms, Qi Qingyu reserved the two worst ones. One was for the old lady. As for food, only the old lady and the couple Chen Weiming could enjoy the benefits. The others had to eat the free food provided by the officials. Although the Zhao family didn't have much money left, they were still secure in housing and meals. Ye Siyin, having more money, booked 4 of the best rooms. The Qi family took 3, and Sun Chu took 1. Sun Chu's injury had already scabbed over, and at his recovery rate, he would be healed in another half-month. After the 4 families settled in, Wu Cheng went to the county office to report. Han Chong said, each family can send 1 person to the city to buy what they need. Hearing this, Sun Chu quickly said, I want to go too. He had business in Dinggha and wanted to get some silver notes to avoid living off others. Han Chong looked at Ye Anzhi, and after he nodded, he agreed. Okay, you have half an hour. Go quickly and come back fast. Ye Siyin naturally wouldn't miss the chance to shop and went out with Sun Chu. Sun Chu's life was saved by Ye Siyin. After leaving the post station, he generously said, the biggest gambling house in Bingzhou is mine, with an annual revenue of over 300,000 taels. Consider it a reward for your treatment. After that, he took Ye Siyin to the Tianjin gambling house and had the manager recognize him. From a distance, Ye Siyin saw a replica of a Macau casino. Sun Chu had developed the gambling culture very well. The first floor was for gambling, dice, pai gao, poker, roulette, and the double color ball. The second floor was for leisure, performances, massages, magic shows, shopping, and auctions. The third floor was for dining. All major cuisines were available, along with fried chicken and beer, hamburgers and cola, etc. The fourth floor was for lodging, single rooms, standard rooms, large beds, various themed rooms, and special services. After Sun Chu finished his introduction, he looked proudly at Ye Siyin. Many states have my Tianjin gambling house. This is a national chain, a monopoly. I'm impressive, right? Ye Siyin looked at the childlike Sun Chu and gave him a thumbs up. Very impressive. With Wuji's sect living in seclusion, how did you come up with these ideas? Sun Chu's face stiffened for a moment. Then he raised his hand and twirled his finger next to his head. He laughed and said, maybe I have a talent for business. Seeing Sun Chu's guilty expression, Ye Siyin asked again, you said you are as rich as a country. You must be doing more than just running a gambling house, right? Sun Chu's face brightened again. He proudly said, of course. Food, drink, and entertainment are all my ways of making money. Unfortunately, he lacks talent in writing, doesn't understand traditional Chinese medicine, and can't find a professional manager, so he can't work in education or healthcare. He has missed out on the 2 most profitable industries. Thinking of this, he said, I will give you all the money and assets I have earned over the years. You give me the antidote and let me go free, okay? Money can be earned again. The feeling of having your life controlled by someone else is very unpleasant. Ye Siyin glanced at Sun Chu and asked, if you give up your assets, can you reach the peak of your life? Sun Chu replied. He realized he had spoken too boldly before to escape the dungeon. He forced a stiff smile, but his words lost their strength. Becoming the richest person in Beichen country is reaching the peak of life, right? Ye Siyin shook her finger. My maternal family was once the richest in Jiangnan, but with one word from the emperor, they lost everything. A local rich person cannot compare to the richest in the country. No amount of wealth can stand against the power of the government. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been captured, would you? Sun Chu felt embarrassed and cleared his throat. That's true. To stand undefeated, both wealth and power are necessary. After saying this, he quietly asked, so, the chief family is planning a rebellion, and you want to be in a position of power? Ye Siyin looked at the bustling casino and spoke softly. Who do you think stands above everyone in Beichen country now? Sun Chu instinctively wanted to say the emperor. But when the words came to his lips, he changed his mind.
Duque.
In all of Beichen country, everyone knows that eunuchs hold power, except for the royal family, which refuses to admit it. Does Madam Qi want to become like Dinggha?
Ye Chan Tank Noddet Kalmli.
Pretty much. As long as young Master Chu listens to me and helps me reach the peak of my life, I will give you the antidote and let you leave. Sun Chu didn't mind helping Ye Chudang make money, but he didn't want to get involved in power struggles.
Well,
If you refuse, you will never escape the control of the poison. The threatening words made Sun Chu swallow his refusal. The shopkeeper is in the backyard. Let's go. The backyard is divided into 3 parts: the kitchen, the office area, and the dormitory. After looking around, Ye Chudang felt even more certain that keeping Sun Chu by her side was the right choice. He had already developed a suitable business model for ancient times, making it easier to earn money together. The shopkeeper was a chubby middle-aged man who burst into tears upon seeing Sun Chu. "Master, where have you been this past year?" Sun Chu recalled the tragic year and waved his hand with a grim expression. "Let's not talk about it." As he raised his hand, he accidentally pulled at his wound, causing him to wince in pain. The shopkeeper quickly wiped away his tears and asked with concern, "Sir, what happened to you?" "I got a little hurt." "This is my lifesaver, Ye Chudang. This gambling house will belong to her from now on." The shopkeeper recognized Ye Chudang immediately and knelt down on one knee to pay his respects. "I am Wu Kuei, at your service, my lord." His life was saved by Sun Chu. Whatever Sun Chu said was the law, and he followed orders. Ye Chudang was surprised that the shopkeeper would acknowledge her so readily and thought more highly of Sun Chu's ability to command. "Get up. How are the gambling house's profits?" Wu Kuei stood up and replied, "The daily turnover of the Qianjin gambling house is about 20,000 taels. After all expenses, the pure profit is nearly 1,000 taels. Although the profit margin was low, the prices were fair and the service was good, making the business very stable. Over a year, it amounted to a significant fortune." Ye Chudang did not think the money was small and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. The gambling house is a great place to gather information. Use it wisely from now on." Wu Kuei respectfully said, "My lord, I have always been gathering information." However, Sun Chu, being a person of the martial world, was not interested in such matters. Although he collected information, he never used it. "Shopkeeper, you should know who I am. Use the gambling house's profits to secretly help me with 2 things.
please give your orders, my lord."
Buy food supplies and warm clothing, as much as possible. Wu Kuei understood what this meant and glanced at Sun Chu. Sun Chu glared. "Why are you looking at me? Madam Qi is your current master. Do whatever she says." Wu Kuei bowed to Ye Chudang. "I will obey." Ye Chudang turned to Sun Chu. "Establish the information network. If there are any major events related to people's livelihoods or the country, have your people report to you promptly." For Sun Chu, this was just a matter of writing a few letters. He readily agreed, sure. Now that he was involved, if he wanted to stay safe, he had to listen to Ye Chudang. Before leaving the gambling house, Ye Chudang reminded Wu Kuei, "Secretly send the purchased food supplies and clothing to Tianshan County before the heavy snow falls, and send as much as you can." "Yes, my lord." "How should I contact you in the future?" "Directly contact young Master Chu." Seeing that Sun Chu did not object, Wu Kuei immediately agreed. "I will obey." Ye Chudang and Sun Chu left the gambling house. "I'll go buy supplies. You handle your business. Let's meet at the biggest tavern in Bingzhou later." She knew Sun Chu had other interests in Bingzhou. Having been gone for a year, he needed to check on all his businesses to prevent any disloyalty among his subordinates. "All right, see you later." Sun Chu said this and left. He needed to check on his inn, winery, and restaurant and go over the accounts. Ye Chudang didn't really need to buy anything. The items given by the townsfolk were enough for now. She mainly went to the pawn shop to exchange some jewelry she had collected for silver. In the barren northern lands, silver is much more useful than jewels. She found a secluded spot and changed her outfit. Ye Chudang visited all the pawnshops in Bingzhou and exchanged for nearly 30,000 taels in silver notes and coins. After the transactions, she changed back into her original clothes. She bought some snacks and daily necessities along the street. When she arrived at the Wangwei building, Sun Chu was already there. The Wanggui building is owned by the Universal Sect and is a place Sun Chu has always dreamed of returning to. Every state and county north of the capital has a Wanggui building. Sun Chu smiled at Ye Siyin and said, "This restaurant is mine. You've definitely never tried many of the dishes here. Come in and taste them." Ye Siyin's face lit up with anticipation as she stepped into the Wanggui building. It had been a while since she had modern cuisine and she missed it a bit. But when she saw the dishes on the table, she shook her head in disappointment. The names of the dishes were fine, but the actual food was not quite right. After all, the vegetables in ancient times were not as varied as those in modern times. There were only a few types. Fortunately, the taste was still decent and somewhat similar. Since becoming pregnant, Ye Siyin had some food aversions and didn't eat much. After finishing, Sun Chu had the restaurant send 11 tables of fine dishes to the post station, 10 for the National Defense Army and 1 for the Qi family. On their way back to the post station, they bought some more items, their hands full. As they passed by the rice shop, they encountered a commotion among the townsfolk. Why is the price of rice changing every day? How are we supposed to live? It was 8 won this morning, and now it's 10 won. If it keeps rising, who can afford it? What's going on with the rice prices lately? Is the government doing anything? The shopkeeper, seeing more and more people gathering at the entrance, impatiently tried to disperse the crowd. "If you're not buying, then hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time." Ye Siyin paused and looked at the wooden sign hanging at the rice shop's entrance. It displayed today's rice prices. She had bought rice before, and in the capital, during the highest prices, a dough of rice was only 5 won. Now, the price in this county was double that of the capital, which seemed off. Ye Siyin approached the rice shop and asked, "Shopkeeper, why has the price of rice risen so much?" From Liangzhou to Bingzhou, the exiled groups mostly traveled mountain roads. Even when they occasionally went to town for supplies, the rice price never exceeded 5 won. In the county, where the merchants are regulated, the price of rice suddenly doubled, which must have a reason behind it. The shopkeeper, who did not know Ye Siyin, was captivated by her beauty. His anger was replaced by a smile as he explained, "Since the start of summer, there has been no rain, and with the hot weather, the rivers have dried up. The rice fields have no water for irrigation, so this year's crops may yield nothing, causing the rice prices to rise." Ye Siyin had already noticed the drop in the river levels, but since she had never farmed, she hadn't thought about irrigation. After hearing the shopkeeper's words, she frowned slightly. A few years ago, the North Qin Kingdom had good weather and enough grain reserves. Even if there is a drought this year, the rice prices shouldn't have risen this much. The people buying rice agreed. "Yes, the price is too high. You rice shops must be colluding to raise the prices on purpose. If the prices don't come down, we'll report you to the authorities." The shopkeeper glared at the crowd, showing no kindness. "Go ahead and report me."
Ye Siyin frowned deepened.
"Is this price approved by the government?" The shopkeeper held his head high, looking proud. "Of course. I'm just an ordinary person and wouldn't dare to inflate the prices." He then looked at the angry crowd. "The price might still go up. If you want to buy, do it quickly. Otherwise, even if you have money later, you might not be able to get any." Upon hearing this, the people's expressions changed as they exchanged glances. If a severe drought occurred, not only would the prices rise significantly, but there would also be limited supplies. Someone couldn't hold back and immediately expressed a desire to buy. One person spoke up, and others quickly followed suit, eager to purchase. Ye Siyin observed the crowd rushing to buy rice, and guessed that the emperor had instructed local officials to take advantage of the drought to raise prices and fill the empty treasury. How despicable! However, she didn't believe that her actions had emptied the treasury, as it had been empty long before. Even if she hadn't acted, the greedy emperor would have targeted the people. Sun Chu noticed Ye Siyin's troubled expression and comforted her. "You can't control the people. Let's go." Ye Siyin smirked. "Who says I can't?" With that, she turned and headed toward the golden gambling house. Sun Chu quickly followed, anxiously asking, "What are you going to do?" Ye Siyin did not answer him. Upon arriving at the gambling house, she found the manager, Wu Kuei, and said, "The The rice prices are too high. Don't buy any. She didn't want to be a fool and give money to the greedy emperor. Wu Kuei replied, "Yes, my lord. Prepare some affordable and filling dry goods." Understood. After Yi Chudang finished giving instructions, she returned to the inn with Sun Chu. The restaurant had already delivered the meals, filling the inn with delicious aromas. Qi and Zhou took the items from Yi Chutang's hands and asked, "You came back so late. Nothing happened, right?" "There was something, but you eat first. We can talk after." "All right, you should rest for a bit." Hearing the word rest, Sun Chu yawned sleepily. "I'm a bit tired. I'm going to sleep."
Call me if you need anything.
Yi Chutang's room was on the second floor. She went upstairs with Sun Chu. At the door of her room, Yi Chutang curiously asked, "Young Master Sun, you are skilled and clever. How were you discovered and captured by Chao Liang?" Sun Chu scratched his head awkwardly, recalling the capture. "Beauty led me astray." After saying that, he hurried into his room, avoiding her gaze. Yi Chutang smiled and said, "Learning from mistakes is important. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." With that, she returned to her room. Not long after lying on the bed, Qi and Zhou pushed the door open. He entered quickly, speaking rapidly. "A Tang, what happened?" Yi Chutang sat up, leaning against the headboard and said, "The emperor is using the drought to raise rice prices." Seeing it wasn't Yi Chutang who was in trouble, Qi Yanzhou relaxed. The court is out of money and can barely pay salaries. Even without the drought, prices would rise. Using the confiscated wealth of corrupt officials and merchants to fill the treasury is merely a drop in the bucket. Naturally, the emperor turned his focus to the common people. Yi Chutang narrowed her beautiful phoenix eyes. "So, I need to control the economy of Beichin Kingdom and keep prices in my hands. When she has enough supplies for the people, the emperor won't be able to control them through the economy." Qi and Zhou sat down by the bed, holding Yi Chutang's hand. "Now, I have the support of the people and some stored grain. We can work with merchants to lower the prices." Yi Chutang knew that Qi Yanzhou's stored grain was meant for urgent use and shouldn't be touched. She held his hand back and shook her head. "Your grain is limited. Even if we lower the prices, it will only be temporary and won't solve the root problem." "A Tang, do you have a way to address the rising prices?" Yi Chutang nodded. "I do, but I need your help."
Tell me.
Most of the grain in various places is in the hands of the officials, followed by grain merchants. Now, when the officials propose a price increase, the merchants are happy to comply. If we can break their alliance, we can lower the grain prices. Qi Yanzhou asked, "Are we going to pressure the merchants to lower their prices?" This method may work quickly, but it is only temporary, as the merchants have a limited supply of grain. Unless the drought issue is resolved, when the officials release grain, prices will rise again. Natural disasters cannot be solved easily. Therefore, in his view, as long as the emperor does not budge, the issue of rising grain prices will remain unsolvable. Yi Chutang noticed Qi Yanzhou's furrowed brow and guessed his concerns. She playfully winked and smiled. "Did you forget? The national seal is in the hands of the ghost thief." When Qi Yanzhou heard the words national seal, he understood Yi Chutang's plan. Issuing a false edict to the officials to sell grain normally will highlight the greed of the merchants and the kindness of the emperor. It's a good idea. This way, the merchants would feel betrayed by the officials. With that feeling of discomfort, they would not unite. If the officials later manipulate prices, even if the merchants obey, they would secretly resist. Yi Chutang nodded with a smile. Yes, a false edict. The theft of the national seal would tarnish the emperor's reputation, and he would certainly not make it public. Moreover, lowering grain prices would benefit his reputation, so even if he was unwilling, he would have to accept it. When the time for rebellion is right, she would reveal that the national seal had been stolen long ago and restore her good name. "I'll write the edict now, and once it's done, you can send it quickly to various places," she said. Qi and Zhou nodded. "I'll get the writing materials." Yi Chutang stopped him. "Zhao, do you think we should use ordinary paper or official paper?" Using ordinary paper would be more convincing later on. Using official paper would prevent the officials from questioning it. Qi Yanzhou asked in return, Ah Tang, do you have official paper? Ye Chudang replied calmly, the ghost thief should have some. Qi and Zhou did not ask further and, after weighing the pros and cons, made a decision. Just use good paper. Although the local officials may question it, with the national seal, they will still follow orders. Should we write an imperial decree to post in a prominent place in the capital? Since they had already torn their relationship with the emperor, it wouldn't hurt to be bold. Plus, having an imperial decree would convince officials in various places. Qi and Zhou thought posting the decree was a good idea. Before you write, prepare first. I will get the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Ye Chudang understood that Qi and Zhou meant for her to communicate with the ghost thief and retrieve the national seal. Once the man left, she made sure no one was watching and took out the national seal from her space. The square Hatian jade was carved with a coiling dragon, looking lifelike and heavy in her hand. The 8 characters commanded by heaven, may it last forever, were stained with dried red clay. When Qi and Zhou returned with a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, Ye Chudang was sitting at the table, playing with the national seal. He placed the wooden box on the table and said, "Ah Tang, I will write and you will seal it." Ye Chudang raised an eyebrow. "Can you imitate the emperor's handwriting?" "Of course, it will be indistinguishable." Although his calligraphy skills were not as good as Ye Chudang's, he was definitely among the best at copying. "You understand what the emperor wants and his writing style, so you will write it well." The two worked together, with Qi Yanzhou writing the imperial edicts and Ye Chudang sealing them with the national seal. Soon, more than 10 imperial edicts were completed. Then came the imperial proclamation. After finishing, Qi and Zhou took the edicts and proclamation to find Nanshao. Bingzhou was not far from the capital. It would take 3 or 4 days by fast horse. Ye Chudang put the national seal back in her space and bought hot water from the courier to bathe. After her bath, it was completely dark outside. Instead of resting, she took out the map of the Northern Star Kingdom and spread it on the table to study water management. To solve droughts and floods, she needed to clear the rivers and dig ponds to store water. When Qi and Zhou finished his tasks and returned to the room, he found Ye Chudang asleep at the table. The map was marked in many places, with notes on changing river paths and water storage. It was already half complete. He carefully picked up Ye Chudang. She woke up when Qi and Zhou was at the door, recognizing his familiar footsteps, but too lazy to move. When he placed her on the bed, she slightly opened her sleepy eyes. "Zhou, the remaining water management projects on the map are up to you." Water management was not her strong suit, and planning it was tiring. Qi and Zhou kissed her forehead. "Okay, you rest easy." He was very familiar with the geography of the Northern Star Kingdom and had previously considered repairing the rivers, so creating the water management map was easy for him. In just half an hour, he completed the water management plan for the Northern Star Kingdom. The project was extensive and would take at least 10 years to finish. Qi and Zhou left the map on the table for Ye Chudang to review the next day. He took a cold shower in the courtyard of the inn and returned to bed, holding Ye Chudang as he fell asleep. The next day, Ye Chudang woke up in Qi Yanzhou's arms. A man's large hand rested gently and warmly on her flat belly. As she shifted slightly, his magnetic voice reached her ears. "Tang, how have you been feeling lately? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Although Qi Yanzhou hadn't seen Ye Chudang experience morning sickness often, she occasionally looked unwell. "The baby is still small, so it's not too tiring. I feel fine. If you find it hard, I can buy another carriage." Ye Chudang turned around and hugged Qi Yanzhou's waist, rubbing against his chest. "The mountain roads are difficult, and a carriage is too bumpy. It's better to walk." After saying this, she released Qi Yanzhou and sat up. "Get up and get ready. We need to leave soon." Qi Yanzhou held Ye Chudang's hand and asked, "When do you plan to tell your parents about the pregnancy?" "I'll tell them when I can't hide it anymore. The journey into exile would surely bring dangers. If the enemy knew she was pregnant, they might target the baby. She didn't want her twins to be in danger." Qi Yanzhou understood Ye Chudang's worries and agreed with her decision. "All right, let's keep it a secret for now." He then released her hand. "I'll go light the lamp." Soon, The dim yellow light of the oil lamp illuminated the small room. Ye Anzhi handed Ye Siyin the clothes she was going to wear. As she took them, he suddenly asked, "Tang, what if you're having twins?" He had heard that twins carry on the bloodline. Ye Siyin didn't hide it from Ye Anzhi. As she put on her clothes, she said, "I am having twins." Her calm tone delivered shocking news. Ye Anzhi paused, slowly turning to look at Ye Siyin. The girl's long hair fell lazily behind her, and the soft fabric of her clothes shimmered as she dressed. "What did you say?" Ye Siyin approached him, pinching his ear and leaning closer, repeating, "Just as you thought, I am having twins." Ye Anzhi felt a warmth in his ears that spread to his heart, bringing him back to reality. He leaned in and kissed Ye Siyin's ear, his voice trembling. "Tang, you've worked hard." Ye Siyin's face flushed from the intimate atmosphere, and she turned her head to avoid Ye Anzhi's soft lips. "Considering how hard it is for me to be pregnant, you will take care of the baby after I give birth." "All right, I will take care of the baby, and I will help you during your recovery." "It's a promise." Ye Anzhi spoke seriously. "I will keep my word." Ye Siyin let go of his ear, turned around to the bedside, picked up a coarse cloth coat, and put it on. Ye Anzhi, while getting dressed, said, "Tang, why don't we buy a cart? If you find it bumpy, we can add more layers." "Not for now. If I find walking too day, I can buy a cart then." "All right, just don't overdo it." After they discussed, Ye Siyin looked at the map of the land on the table. She saw that Ye Anzhi had completed the Water Conservancy project plan and asked, "Can we start construction now?" Ye Anzhi approached the table, looked at the marked map, and shook his head. "This is a big project that will require a lot of manpower and resources, and the lives of the common people are not the emperor's concern." When the treasury was full in the past, he had suggested managing the rivers. The emperor not only disagreed, but also used the funds to repair temples and seek immortality. Ye Siyin lightly tapped the map on the table. "If I provide the money, can we proceed?" "No. To manage these rivers, we first need to go through the official procedures. Although we could pretend to have an imperial decree to make the officials comply, when it comes to money, we must have our own people overseeing it, and I currently don't have that capability. Managing the rivers requires division of labor, and just the management alone needs many people. Moreover, they need to understand water management, and he doesn't have many subordinates with that knowledge. Tang, we can't rush the river management. Let's wait until we get to Tianshan County to do this." Ye Siyin nodded in agreement. "All right, anyway, the official reserves are plenty. Even if there's a drought for a year, or even 3 years, people won't starve." After saying that, she folded the map and put it into a bag for clothes. Once they were ready, they went downstairs to wash up. After washing, Ye Siyin also collected the clothes drying in the backyard. Since Aunt Sue passed away, the laundry work had fallen to Qi Jingyao. She seemed like a different person, quiet and efficient. Of course, having never done heavy work before, she struggled at first. But she improved quickly, becoming a competent helper in just 5 days. Aside from helping the Qi family, Qi Jingyao kept to herself. She ate the free meals provided and slept on a simple bed. Ye Siyin had previously held a grudge against Qi Jingyao, treating her as a laborer without any special treatment. Seeing Qi Jingyao grow thinner due to lack of nutrition, she simply ignored it. After collecting the dried clothes, Han Chong called everyone to eat. Breakfast was made by the station's workers, consisting of vegetable porridge, steamed buns, and pickles. 5 coins were enough to fill you up. Ye Siyin gave the courier 30 coins. Aunt Gao glanced at the lonely Qi Jingyao and bought 3 breakfasts from the courier. "Yaoer, I've already paid, come eat." Qi Jingyao was also working for Aunt Gao to quickly repay the 200 taels she owed Ye Siyin. Although she could only earn 30 coins a day, little by little it would add up. Thinking the money was already spent, she didn't hesitate to accept. "Thank you, Aunt." After finishing breakfast, the exiled group set off. Ye Siyin had spent half the night with Zhao Qingshu and was now trembling. She thought about the wild night and touched her belly. Her monthly visitor hadn't arrived yet. She might be pregnant. The exiled group left the post station. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Vendors were already selling goods on the street. An old man selling wontons said to a nearby vegetable seller, "Old Chen, once you finish selling your vegetables, go to the grain depot in the west suburbs to buy rice. It's half the price of the rice shop. Only 5 coins. The government's grain depot sells for 5 coins? Is that true? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, just go see for yourself." Finally, the heavens are opening their eyes. Ye Siyin listened to their conversation and smiled at Ye Anzhi. "I didn't expect the government to act so quickly. The government doesn't care about the price of grain. It all goes to the national treasury in the end. Once they receive the imperial decree, they will follow orders immediately. The emperor just raised the rice prices, and now he issues a decree to adjust them back. Doesn't the government find that suspicious?" Ye Anzhi took Ye Siyin's hand, their fingers intertwined. "The emperor has done many ridiculous things. The government is used to it by now." "That's true." After Ye Siyin spoke, she noticed a newly opened clinic by the street. She leaned closer to Ye Anzhi and asked in a low voice, "Do you have 2 months? Can the Miao doctors arrive in time?" Ye Anzhi shook his head uncertainly. He hadn't received news from Shiza in a long time. He didn't know if they were busy traveling or if something had happened. Ye Siyin's expression changed slightly and she asked, "Do you know any other doctors who can handle poison?" "I do, but they are all in the southern region, and the poison used by a man is not something ordinary people can cure," implying that if a man couldn't arrive in time, he would be in serious danger. "Don't worry, I will save you." Ye Siyin thought that if a man couldn't meet Ye Anzhi in time, she would use her abilities to take him to find a man. Then, she would use hypnosis and medicine to erase their memories and keep her secret safe. But the merit points she had accumulated were not enough to support both of them traveling to the southern region. So, the top priority now is to earn merit points. Unfortunately, the idea is nice, but reality is harsh. The further we go northwest, the more we encounter mountain paths, and we hardly see anyone. Occasionally helping someone earns us just a couple of merit points, which is hardly enough. 5 days later, the exiled group is about to leave the boundaries of Dinggha. The price of rice has been normal along the way, showing that the imperial decree is having an effect. Chong glanced at the darkening sky and said, "We'll rest in Daong town tonight and enter Dinggha tomorrow." Everyone has been climbing mountains and valleys, feeling tired, and not eating well. Hearing that they could rest in town for a night made them all happy. Wu Qinggang took the exile documents to negotiate with the town magistrate. The magistrate gladly agreed, and even came out to welcome them. "Sir, the town office is small. It might not accommodate so many people." Chong looked at the flattering magistrate and said expressionlessly, "That's fine. If there's not enough space, we can just sleep on the street. Thank you for your hard work. Please come inside." The group followed the magistrate into Daong town. Ye Siyin immediately sensed something unusual. When she looked at Ye Anzhi, their eyes met. The town seemed normal at first glance. The people's clothing and behavior were typical, but there was a chilling atmosphere. Ye Anzhi approached Chong and whispered, "This town has problems. Something might happen." Chong felt the same way and asked, "Should we withdraw?" "Yes." Since they sensed danger, it was best to avoid risks. Just as Chong was about to order the exiled group to leave Daong town, a woman selling cloth shoes suddenly collapsed on the ground. Her head hit the stone pavement with a dull thud. The magistrate rushed over to help the unconscious woman and scolded her with concern. "Sister Wang, I told you not to come out if you were seriously ill." After that, he looked at the leader, Wu Qinggang. "Sir, the town office is just ahead. I won't accompany you further. I need to take her to the clinic." Ye Siyin noticed the woman's flushed face, and her expression changed slightly. "Wait, she seems to have a plague." As everyone turned pale at the mention of plague, a sudden squeak sound came from afar, growing closer. It sounded like countless rats rushing in. The people in the street were screaming, some ran into shops, while others fled inside, creating a chaotic scene. Ye Anzhi was about to go and kill the rats when Ye Siyin stopped him. "These rats might carry the plague. We can't kill them." The sudden appearance of so many rats during the day was definitely man-made. The plague spreads through fleas, And if the rats die, the fleas will desperately look for new hosts, humans. What we need to do now is drive away the pests, then capture the rats alive and burn them in a closed-off area. Qi Yanzhou understood the severity of the plague, and anger rose on his handsome face. He never expected that the Dog Emperor would go so far as to do something so heartless to destroy the Qi family. The combination of the plague and pestilence could wipe out a nation, if not controlled. Shutang, you take Mom and Dad away from the town first. I'll handle these rats. Before he could finish, the Zhao family ran out of the town. Han Chong was about to send his men to stop them when the Zhao family was forced back by another wave of rats. Rats. So many rats. Help! Ye Chutang quickly took out pest control powder and sprinkled it on the Qi family. After that, she scattered some on the ground. Mom and Dad, stay still. The powder will protect you. Then she threw the leftover powder to Han Chong. Give this to your capable men. Let them catch the rats. Once they catch them, wrap them in cloth and take them to burn. Han Chong nodded gravely. Yes, Madam Qi. Ye Chutang turned to Qi Yanzhou. Go to the pharmacy and see if there's any pest control medicine. Buy as much as you can. Just as Qi Yanzhou was about to head to the pharmacy across the street, the town guard, pale-faced, called out to him. Don't go. The pharmacy is empty. There are no medicines. After that, he slapped his thigh and cried, Heaven is abandoning downtown. There are thousands of people here. Ye Chutang didn't have time to ask why. She left a quick I'll go check outside and used her lightness skill to exit downtown. As she reached the entrance, she saw a small group of soldiers with bows and arrows aimed at her. The leader looked at Ye Chutang coming out of the town with a fierce expression. Get back inside, or we will show no mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot an arrow as a warning. Ye Chutang didn't retreat. Instead, she grabbed the arrow and threw it back, aiming for the leader's heart. The leader's eyes widened as he saw the arrow coming back at him. His body instinctively tried to dodge, but he was a moment too slow and got hit in the arm. In pain, he shouted, Shoot! Ye Chutang quickly hid behind a large tree at the town gate. Arrows rained down on the trunk, blocking Qi Yanzhou, who was chasing after her. Seeing the plan succeed, she pressed her hand to the ground and buried all the mice running on the land deep underground. There were still some mice escaping on the bluestone slabs and shop floors, which she had to catch by hand. Just as she finished, Qi Yanzhou arrived beside her, dodging arrows. The man's eyes showed clear panic. Atang, are you okay? While asking, he pulled Ye Chutang up from the ground and looked her over for injuries. Ye Chutang shook her head. I'm fine. I hurt the leader. He's poisoned and will show symptoms soon. Seeing that Ye Chutang was unharmed, Qi Yanzhou felt relieved. Downtown should be surrounded. We should head back. Okay, the town is still safe before news of the plague spreads. Ye Chutang moved ahead, with Qi Yanzhou covering the rear. The two entered the town one after the other. There were no gates at the town's entrance. Soldiers could clearly see the panicked townspeople on the street and hear their fearful cries. Someone asked the leader, Boss, will there be trouble if both the plague and the rodent disease hit together? In the past, any outbreak caused many deaths. This time, with both diseases at once, he was truly worried about losing control and getting infected himself. The leader was named Pringbin. He glared at the talkative soldier. As long as we turn downtown into a dead city, once the news of the disease spreads, we can burn it down, and there won't be any trouble. After saying this, he addressed his anxious subordinates. If we succeed, you can be promoted and earn more, understand? Understood. Those who are bold thrive, while the timid perish. Let's do it. Seeing his soldiers steadied, Peng ordered, pass the word down. If anyone from downtown tries to come out, shoot them on sight. Yes, boss. As the order was passed down, the soldier who had raised the earlier question spoke up again. Boss, will the insect repellent powder we spread on the ground trap the mice? He was worried that over time, the powder's effectiveness would decrease. Peng looked at the powder mixed with the dirt on the ground and confidently replied, Of course it will. This is from the palace. Cough. Before he could finish, he spat out a mouthful of black blood, and collapsed weakly. A nearby subordinate quickly supported Bin. "Boss, what's wrong?" Bin's face turned pale, clearly showing signs of poisoning. He felt as if his blood had frozen, shivering from the cold. "The arrows are poisoned. Hurry and find a doctor." "Boss, the doctor is in the town." The further north they went, the sparser the population became, with the nearest town 30 miles away. Even if we ride on the official road, it takes a good part of the day to go back and forth. Given Bin's current situation, he might not last until his men find a doctor. He looked toward the town, his face darkened, and said, "Bring the doctor out." As soon as he said this, the hand supporting him changed color.
Boss.
"Boss, there is an epidemic and plague in the town. The doctor is likely infected. If we bring him out, not only will we die, but it could also spread the disease." Bin knew how dangerous it was to bring people out of the town, but he wanted to live. "Hurry up." Everyone was afraid of dying and of the disease spreading, so no one moved. "Boss, I'll take you to Lin Town to find a doctor." Although riding together on one horse would be slower, it would still take less time than bringing a doctor from Lin Town. Bin realized that if he didn't agree, he would just have to wait to die. Just as he was about to respond, Ye Siyin appeared at the entrance of the town. "No one can cure the poison except me." Bin struggled to lift his head and looked at the beautiful woman with a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Give me the antidote, or else." Ye Siyin interrupted his threat. "Get in here, or you will die." With that, she turned and walked away. "Stop. You stop right there. I command you to come out." Bin roared in anger, but his voice grew weaker, and his vision started to fade, as if he were about to faint. He knew Ye Siyin was highly skilled in medicine. If she said no one could cure him, then it was true. Realizing this, he pushed away the hand supporting him and staggered into Daong Town. Only by listening to Ye Siyin could he have a chance to survive. Ye Siyin knew Bin would enter the town. The more someone disregards life, the more they fear death. So, seeing Bin's pale face as he staggered, she was not surprised at all. Bin's legs felt as heavy as lead, and he had to use all his strength to take each step. As he got closer to Ye Siyin, he suddenly blacked out and fell. Ye Siyin ignored the fallen Bin and walked toward the serious-looking Chong. "Have you caught all the rats?" "I don't know. My men are still investigating, and quite a few people have been bitten by fleas. Gather them in one place." Chong looked at his busy subordinates and said, "They've all been arranged in the pharmacy, but there are too many. We need to find another place. Then use the shop next door. It's closer and easier to manage." "I'm arranging it now, Madam Chi. Many people in the town have caught the plague, but the pharmacy has no medicine. What should we do?" Daong Town is small, and the clinic and pharmacy are the same place. The medicine was stolen last night, leaving nothing behind. The doctor went to the county this morning to buy some herbs, but the pharmacy's assistant hasn't delivered them yet. Ye Siyin doesn't lack medicine. She just needs a good reason to take it out. What worries her now is that besides the plague and rat disease, the dog emperor might have other plans. With this thought, she walks over to the unconscious Bin, steps on his hand, and presses down hard. The sound of bones breaking echoes. With a connection to his heart, Bin quickly screams in pain and wakes up. He looks at his mangled right hand and cries out in terror, "Ah! Help! My hand!" Ye Siyin squats down, smelling the medicine on Bin, and asks, "Whose man are you? What is the mission?" Thinking of his family's lives, Bin shakes his head. His voice trembles from the pain. Someone sent a message to the county office saying that Daong Town has
Slap.
Ye Siyin interrupts him with a slap and grabs his collar. "Your clothes have been treated with pest control medicine, right?" This makes Bin's pale face turn even whiter. He tries to break free from Ye Siyin's grip, but fails. I don't know."
Slap.
Ye Siyin slaps him again. "The Chi family can easily take your family's lives. Think carefully before you answer." "I really..."
Ah.
Seeing that Bin is not cooperating, Ye Siyin directly uses a silver needle to blind one of his eyes. The needle is pulled out, and the metallic shine is covered by the black liquid from his eye. Thick black liquid drips into his other eye. His vision is now dimmed. Seeing the silver needle so close to his other eye, Peng Bin is terrified and immediately spills the truth. It's the county magistrate. Our families are all locked up in the county office. If we don't obey and do our tasks, none of us will survive. Ye Chutang knows Peng Bin is lying, and she lowers the silver needle, pressing it against his eyeball. You have one last chance to tell the truth. Peng Bin, scared, doesn't dare to blink or move. We're the station troops from Ye Siyin, sent to all the exiles.
How do you them?
Plague, rat disease, and smallpox, then burn the town. As soon as she hears burn the town, Ye Chutang grabs Peng Bin by the throat.
Tell me the specific plan.
Knowing the source of the poison is crucial to solving the problem quickly. Peng Bin dare not hide anything and explained the detailed plan clearly. I have told you everything I know. Please give me the antidote. He felt as if knives were scraping his bones, and every part of him hurt, making life unbearable.
Fool.
After saying this, Ye Chutang broke Peng Bin's neck and stood up. She looked at Ye Anzhi. The soldiers outside downtown are not the main force. They are expendable. These soldiers had no identity or background, but they knew the truth about the burning city. Clearly, those behind this never intended for them to survive. Ye Anzhi understood Ye Chutang's meaning. First, we need to deal with the plague in downtown, then handle the people behind it. After saying this, he grabbed Ye Chutang's arm and asked worriedly, Tang, are you sure? If not, he would never let her take the risk. For Ye Chutang, the plagues of ancient times were not particularly difficult to handle. She nodded confidently, yes. But we must first eliminate the source of infection. The source of the plague was water. There was an infected corpse in the well at the east end of the town. The source of the plague was rats. Although most of the rats had been burned, fleas were still biting people everywhere. The source of smallpox was the waiter at the tea house. The waiter had been infected with smallpox a few days ago and had come into contact with many people. Ye Anzhi said to Han Chong, send someone to retrieve the corpse from the well and burn it, then seal the well. Most people in the town know each other, so it shouldn't be too hard to find out who has been to the tea house these days. Han Chong did not agree immediately. He looked at Ye Chutang, Mrs. Chi, sealing the well, and finding people is not difficult, but the problem is we have no medicine. Should I take people to Sun County to buy some? Ye Chutang immediately opposed, no, everyone in the town may be infected. No one can leave. I will handle the medicine. You don't need to worry. In Han Chong's view, it was hard to cook without rice. Without medicine, people couldn't be treated. But he knew Ye Chutang was right. The people in this town could not leave. If the plague spread, the entire North Qin kingdom would suffer. He said, people from nearby villages will come to the town to trade. The waiter at the tea house has had too much contact, and smallpox may have already spread. Ye Chutang guessed this too. The crowd in the town is too concentrated, making it easy to spread the infection. We must first deal with the plague in the town, then investigate the villages. All right, I will handle the well and find the people. Han Chong immediately ordered his subordinates to take action and went to get busy himself. As for the 4 families that were exiled and confined, he left them to Wu Qinggang to watch. If anyone tried to escape, they would be executed without mercy. Ye Anzhi looked seriously at Ye Chutang. Chutang, you didn't mention a solution for the plague. Is it very difficult? It's a bit tricky, but not too hard to solve. It just takes more time. What worries me now is that if a person contracts multiple diseases at once, the death rate is too high. What she didn't say was that the interaction of the 3 viruses could potentially create a new virus. Then we should isolate the sick people. If you need any herbs, I can send Nan Shao to get them. Nan Shao is nearby, so sending a message wouldn't be hard. Ye Chutang thought about how the town wasn't very big, and even if they isolated people at both ends, it wouldn't help much. Wait, the cellar. Let's arrange for the sick people to be placed in the cellar. This will reduce the risk of spreading. Okay, I'll go talk to Han Chong. As for the herbs, I'll handle the herbs. You have more important things to do. Ye Anzhi guessed what Ye Chutang meant and asked, to find the person behind this? Ye Chutang nodded. I'm sure this person isn't too far from downtown. Achoo. Zhao Qingyu. waiting for news in Ye Siyin, sneezed and felt a bad premonition. After losing his position as crown prince, he was superficially confined in the mansion but had secretly left the capital to plot the burning of the city. Zhao Qingyu rubbed his itchy nose and frowned at his subordinate. According to the schedule of the exiled group, they should have entered Daong Town by now. Why haven't we received any news? Young Master Zhao, Daong Town is a bit far from Ye Siyin, so news won't come quickly. That's true. Is everything in place? Once we burn the city, not a single soldier guarding Daong Town should be left. A cold killing intent flickered in Zhao Qingyu's eyes. Only the dead won't reveal secrets. Everything is arranged. The station troops in Bingzhou received word that all the soldiers guarding Daong Town have contracted the plague and need to be shot on sight, then burned and buried. As long as the plan goes smoothly, no one will know that the Qi family didn't die from a natural disaster, but from a scheme. As for the Ye Siyin county magistrate who knew the truth, Zhao Qingyu nodded. Keep a close watch. There must be no accidents. After saying this, he mentally reviewed the plan. Even after confirming there were no oversights, his anxiety did not lessen. It wasn't unreasonable for him to worry. The substitute plan in Liangzhou City should have been foolproof, but the Qi family had turned the tables on him. Just as his subordinate was about to respond, the county magistrate of Ye Siyin rushed over. He immediately knelt and saluted Zhao Qingyu. Your humble servant greets the crown prince. Although Zhao Qingyu has been demoted to a commoner, he is still a prince. The county magistrate, being a minor official, must respectfully bow. Stand up and speak about important matters. The county magistrate immediately stood up and said, Your Highness, we have received news from Daong Town. The exiled group has entered the city, and the soldiers have released rats infected with a plague inside the town, successfully surrounding it, but there has been a small incident. The word incident made Zhao Qingyu's brow twitch, and his tone grew cold. What incident? Yi Chutang injured Peng Bin, and he, fearing for his life, has entered Daong Town. We do not know his current condition. Zhao Qingyu considered this a minor issue and waved his hand dismissively. Then let's assume he is dead. After saying this, he asked, How has the news of the plague spread? He wanted to act tonight to avoid complications later. The county magistrate understood Zhao Qingyu's desire for a swift resolution and showed concern on his fleshy face. Your Highness, we cannot spread the news too deliberately, or it may backfire. To get the word out about the plague, it will likely take until tomorrow. Zhao Qingyu did not want to wait and said, Find 2 people to pretend to be sick. I want to act tonight. The county magistrate's heart skipped a beat. If we do that, Lai County may also need to be sealed off. If something goes wrong. Zhao Qingyu looked coldly at the county magistrate, a wicked smile curling his lips.
There will be no if.
If anyone shows symptoms, we will bury them on the spot. The county magistrate. What are you waiting for?
Do as I say.
Your Highness, this may cause unnecessary trouble. After all, finding 2 people to pretend to be sick would not be easy. They would need to have genuinely visited Daong Town and not interacted with too many people, or they would be exposed. Zhao Qingyu slammed his hand on the table, speaking with anger. If this causes trouble, I will take your whole family's lives.
Get out.
I obey your command. The county magistrate did not dare to anger Zhao Qingyu and quickly left to find suitable people to pretend to be sick. Zhao Qingyu's subordinates shared the same concerns. Master, the more we do, the more mistakes we may make. Should we wait until tomorrow to act? We can't wait. Ye Anzhi is too cunning. He must be dealt with quickly. Master, Ye Anzhi has the ghost thief helping him. Can this plan really succeed? Zhao Qingyu snorted and confidently said, Even if the ghost thief can go anywhere, they cannot make the plague disappear.
Daong Town.
Han Chong has already separated the citizens suffering from 3 types of plague and placed them in the basements of shops along the street. Due to poor ventilation in the basements, there are not many people in each one. It took 10 sellers to get everything settled. The townspeople were anxious, filled with a sense of despair, and the air was thick with quiet cries of fear. It was unsettling to hear. Yi Chutang sat at the consultation desk in the pharmacy, watching the sky grow darker, her brows slightly furrowed. Sun Chu approached her, curious, and asked, "Is the ghost thief a person or a ghost? Male or female? Can they really do anything?" He had been startled when he saw a mouse running on the ground suddenly disappear. Then he noticed that the pharmacy had no herbs at first. But shortly after Ye Siyin arrived, the desk was piled high with herbs for treating diseases. Confused, he learned from the National Defense Army that it was the work of the ghost thief. Sun Chu was very curious about this all-powerful ghost thief. Ye Siyin looked up at Sun Chu, whose face showed interest in the ghost thief, and smiled. "Do you want to meet the ghost thief?" Sun Chu felt a chill from her smile and cleared his throat. "I do want to meet, but if it's not convenient for them, then never mind." He was clearly eager to survive. "It's convenient, but everyone who has seen their face has died. I don't want to die, so I won't meet." After saying this, Sun Chu sat down across from Ye Siyin and casually praised, "Madam Chi's medical skills are impressive. She can treat all 3 diseases. Whether it was plague, rat plague, or smallpox, these were all deadly diseases in ancient times. But for the advanced modern world, they were minor issues." Was this stunning woman truly skilled in medicine, or did she come from the same world as him? Ye Siyin sensed Sun Chu's probing. She knew she couldn't hide her modern identity from him. After all, once they reached Tianshan County to do business, she would have to deal with many modern concepts and knowledge. But she didn't need to admit it now and create trouble for herself. "It's okay. I'd say I'm among the best." Seeing he couldn't get any more information, Sun Chu dropped his curiosity. "The person behind this may act tonight. Can Qi Yanzhou find them before they do?" Ye Siyin had great confidence in Qi Yanzhou. Yes, if he could manage that, he wouldn't have survived this long. Just then, her stomach growled. With the chaos in downtown, restaurants and inns were closed, and there was nowhere to buy food. They either had to cook for themselves or eat rough food. Ye Siyin, not wanting to eat coarse grain, said to the anxious Qi Jingyao, "It's getting dark. Let's cook." Crouching in the corner, Qi Jingyao stood up, her eyes filled with fear. "Madam, is it safe outside?" This was her first time being so close to death. It would be a lie to say she wasn't scared. "Don't worry, no one will die." The people behind this were worried that an early poisoning would spread news of the illness, causing the exile team to avoid downtown altogether. So, the poisoning would happen soon. The ones most affected in downtown were the waiter at the tea house and the woman selling cloth shoes. They had just shown symptoms, so controlling or treating them wouldn't be difficult. Aunt Sue believed in Ye Siyin and stood up, saying, "Yaoer, you prepare the cooking tools, and I'll go buy some vegetables." Sun Chu volunteered, "I'll go." As a skilled fighter, he wouldn't let a weaker woman take the risk. Ye Siyin tossed Sun Chu a handkerchief soaked in medicine. "Be careful." As Sun Chu left, he nearly bumped into Qi Yanzhou, who was returning. He handed the letter he had just received to Ye Siyin. "The people behind this have been found." Ye Siyin took the letter sent by Nan Xiao. When she saw that the person behind this was the deposed prince, she was not surprised at all. The Dog Emperor's family is rotten to the core, from the oldest to the youngest. After cursing, she asked, "Has Nan Xiao captured Zhao Qingyu?" Qi Yanzhou shook his head. "No, Zhao Qingyu is very cautious and is hiding in the military camp in Bingzhou. It's hard to get close to him. We can only find a way to lure him out." The idea was good, but it would be difficult to execute. This was because the troops in Bingzhou and Dinggha were staunch royalists. Ye Siyin returned the letter to Qi Yanzhou. "Have you thought of a plan? After nightfall, we'll force our way in and grab him." Qi Yanzhou's men were highly skilled. As long as they could hold off the station troops, capturing him wouldn't be too hard. But that would make too much noise, and it would be difficult for your people to retreat safely. There would be casualties. Losing men because of the Dog Emperor's family is not worth it. Does Atang have another plan? Qi Yanzhou knew that Ye Siyin could have the ghost thief capture Zhao Qingyu, but he wouldn't bring it up to avoid putting her in a difficult position. Ye Siyin smiled and said, "It's simple. Let the best fighter carry a mouse, pretend to be someone infected with the disease, and appear in front of Zhao Qingyu. Tell him that if he burns the city, he will surely die too. Actually, she could also send the ghost thief to the military camp to abduct the deposed prince. That would be more secure and effective. But she was now a focal point of attention and couldn't disappear without a trace. Sun Chu, returning with the vegetables, overheard Ye Chutang's words. After he handed the dish to Aunt Sue, he volunteered, "I'm almost better now, let me go." Qi Yanzhou refused, saying, "No need, my people." Before he could finish, Sun Chu interrupted. "Only those who break out of Daong Town can make Zhao Qingyu afraid." Ye Chuting nodded in agreement. "That's true, but do you know Zhao Qingyu?" "I don't know him, but I know that the most heavily guarded place is where Zhao Qingyu stays." After saying this, Sun Chu looked at Qi Yanzhou. "Please help me create a diversion, and have your subordinate get me a fast horse." Qi Yanzhou did not agree and reminded him, "Daong Town is nearly 50 miles from the nearest garrison in Ye Siyin. With your current condition, can you ride a fast horse for that long?" Sun Chu was injured in the shoulder, and pulling the reins would strain the wound. "Of course I can. It's just a small injury, it won't matter." He then looked at Ye Chutang. "Don't worry, I value my life, and won't run away." Ye Chutang stood up, took out silver needles, and pricked a few points on Sun Chu's injury. "These needles will reduce blood flow in your wound." After that, she searched in her bag and took out a bottle of ointment. "This ointment can soften the scab and prevent the wound from reopening. Apply it." Sun Chu widened his eyes and looked at Ye Chutang in complaint. "Why didn't you take this out sooner? Softening the scab will slow down its shedding. Do you still think it's good?" "Of course not." Sun Chu waited for Ye Chutang to finish with the needles before going into the inner room to change and apply the ointment. "I'll leave Daong Town first," pretending to depart to attract the soldiers' attention. After Qi Yanzhou said this, he put down his belongings and left the medicine room. When Sun Chu came out after applying the ointment, he could already hear the soldiers outside the town shouting to deal with Qi Yanzhou. "Shoot arrows to the east. Don't let him escape." Hearing this, Sun Chu took the token from Ye Chutang and left from the west side of the town gate. Half of the soldiers were focused on Qi Yanzhou, allowing him to easily deal with those attacking him and leave quietly. After walking far enough toward where Nan Shao was, he shouted, "Come out." Nan Shao had been closely following the exiled group and recognized Sun Chu immediately. He quickly emerged from the dense forest. Sun Chu handed the token from Qi Yanzhou to Nan Shao. "Get me the best horse. I need to go to the garrison in Bingzhou to capture the Fei Talzu." As he said this, a wicked smile appeared on his lips, and excitement shone on his face. "Since we cannot avoid the matters of home and country and the struggles for power, we might as well participate and enjoy the process." Nan Shao led a swift horse out of the dense forest and handed the reins to Sun Chu. Sun Chu skillfully mounted the horse.
Go.
The sound of hooves echoed, kicking up dust as both horse and rider vanished into the night. Today is the 8th day of the month, and the crescent moon's light is faint, barely illuminating the pale dirt road. Sun Chu, skilled in martial arts and with keen eyesight, raced towards the military camp in Bingzhou, familiar with the route. The swift horse reached Lai County in just 15 minutes. He encountered officials dragging 2 unconscious beggars into the city. Due to an epidemic in Daong Town, Lai County was on lockdown, allowing no one to enter. Seeing the situation, Sun Chu sensed something was off with the officials bringing beggars into the city. However, he had more important matters to attend to, so he turned his horse around and bypassed Lai County to reach the military camp in Bingzhou. The guards at the city shouted, "A plague has appeared in Daong Town and Lai County may be affected. Leave quickly if you don't want to get infected." The guards said this to spread the news of the epidemic through passers-by, preparing for the burning of Daong Town. "Understood. Thank you for the warning." Sun Chu replied, and quickly left. As he passed a cornfield wilting from lack of water, he dismounted and caught a field mouse. 15 minutes later, he arrived near the military camp in Bingzhou and got off his horse. The area around the camp was bare, reflecting white under the silver light of the moon. Someone was watching from the lookout tower. No one could approach the camp silently without being noticed. Unless, of course, there was no moonlight. Sun Chu initially planned to wait until midnight, after the moon had set, to act. However, luck was on his side as a cloud drifted in, blocking the moon. He seized the opportunity to enter the camp and found the most heavily guarded tent, waiting for the right moment. Soon, someone lifted the tent flap and stepped out. Sun Chu quickly threw the dead field mouse inside. Zhao Qingyu's panicked voice rang out, "Someone, quickly throw the mouse out." The soldiers guarding the tent were drawn to the shout. Sun Chu swiftly slipped into the tent and seized Zhao Qingyu by the neck. From the moment Sun Chu threw the mouse to when Zhao Qingyu was taken hostage, it all happened in an instant. By the time everyone reacted, they immediately drew their swords at Sun Chu. Zhao Qingyu's subordinates, pale with fear, shouted, "Who is this ignorant thief? Let go of the crown prince, or we will annihilate your entire clan." "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." The foul smell made Zhao Qingyu feel nauseous. The fear of the plague made him roll his eyes and faint. Sun Chu kicked Zhao Qingyu in the groin.
Ah!
When Zhao Qingyu woke up screaming, a circle of fire lit up outside the tent. The military leader said, "Burn it." In an instant, soldiers poured oil on the tent, intending to burn both the tent and the person inside. A discarded prince was not as important as 10,000 soldiers. Sun Chu seemed unaware of the danger and poured himself a cup of warm Longjing tea. As he saw the entire tent being drenched in oil, he set down his cup and chuckled softly. The soldiers felt uneasy at the sound of his laughter. "Why are you laughing when death is near?" "I'm laughing because you are foolish. How could I come here with just one infected rat? If you kill me, you are cutting off your own escape." "What do you mean?" Sun Chu grabbed the painfully groaning Zhao Qingyu and walked to the entrance of the tent. "It means that the army's camp has already been infected with the plague. If you want to survive, go to Daong town and find Ye Siyin. She has medicine for the plague." After saying this, he lifted the tent flap. "Now, do you still want to burn me alive?" The military leader was unsure if Sun Chu was telling the truth and naturally did not dare to set the tent on fire. He waved his hand to his subordinates. "Step back." The leader's sharp gaze fell on Sun Chu, filled with killing intent. "Why did you release the plague in the camp? Do you know how many people will die?" Sun Chu sneered. "You're human, but the people of Daong town are not? Do they deserve to die from the plague, from smallpox?" The military leader had been ordered to assist the crown prince in solving the plague problem in Daong town, but he did not know the specifics. What plague? What rat? What smallpox? Sun Chu was surprised that the military leader did not know Zhao Qingyu's plan. He kicked the man beside him. "Tell him the detailed plan to poison Daong town, to trap the exiled team, and burn the city." Zhao Qingyu was in severe pain and sweating. He certainly would not admit that he wanted to sacrifice an entire town's people to destroy the Qi family. "I don't know what you're talking about." Sun Chu had already guessed that Zhao Qingyu would not confess. He turned to the military leader. "If you don't want your entire army to be wiped out, send me and the crown prince back to Daong town to get the antidote." The leader did not dare to risk the lives of thousands of soldiers and nodded. "If you deceive me, I will make you pay dearly. Then you better have the ability to do so." The military commander did not argue with Sun Chu, but looked at the deputy commander behind him. "Search every corner of the base and find the traitors. If I am not back by dawn, lead the troops to Daong town and leave no survivors." "Yes, General." The military commander selected 100 guards to Sun Chu and Zhao Qingyu to Daong town. At this moment, in the Qintian bureau of Bingzhou, Jiha looked up at the starry sky above the base. The general star has finally shone brightly again. After leaving the capital, the general star seemed to have vanished, its light weak and invisible. Fortunately, Jia's divination skills were strong enough to determine the general location of the general star. The emperor's shadow guards appeared to be escorting him, but were actually monitoring him. The group moved slowly and eventually arrived in Bingzhou. Hearing Jia's words, the shadow guard beside him immediately took out a map. "Mark the location." Jia listened to the command without showing any displeasure. He used a charcoal pencil to draw a circle around the flickering position of the general star. The shadow guard quickly noticed that the marked location was within Bingzhou and took out a detailed map of the area. This place is the military base in the northwest of Bingzhou. Each state would divide its troops into several parts based on terrain and location to ensure safety. Bingzhou had 5 bases. The number of soldiers in the northwest was not large, but they were well trained. Lord Jie, are you sure the General Star is here? Jie looked at the circle drawn with a charcoal pencil and said, I can only say it is here for now. The position of the General Star was not fixed and was difficult to capture. This was the first time it had clearly appeared since the General Star emerged. Thinking of this, he looked up at the sky again. But he found that the brilliant star had vanished once more. The Shadow Guard was unfamiliar with the troops in Bingzhou, but he knew that the Qi family was currently in Daong Town. The General Star is not Qi Anzhi. After saying this, he called for the governor of Bingzhou to lead the way to the northwest military base. When the governor of Bingzhou took the Shadow Guard and Jie to the northwest base overnight, Sun Chu had already left. Passing through Ye Siyin, he remembered the 2 beggars who had been captured. Wait a moment, I need to handle something in the city. With that, he jumped onto his horse, pushed off with his toes, and soared into the sealed city of Ye Siyin. He was not worried about the military commander and Zhao Qingyu escaping, because these people were afraid of death. Until they confirmed they were not infected with the disease, they would behave like obedient dogs. At this moment, Ye Siyin was not like usual. The streets were empty, with only the lights of thousands of homes remaining. The market was crowded and noisy. I heard the plague from Daong Town has spread to Ye Siyin. Is that true? Yes. My husband works at the government office and saw the officials catch 2 men who were infected. Why are they taking people to the government office? Shouldn't they just burn them and bury them? It seems they are worried that these 2 might just have a high fever and don't want to harm the wrong people. But those 2 really did catch the plague, and the county magistrate immediately decided to execute and burn them in the market. As soon as this was said, the people became upset. Why go through all this trouble? Just take them to a mass grave and burn them. Exactly. Burning them in the market puts us all at risk of infection. No, the government has already taken care of the infected, so the plague won't spread. While the people were anxious, unsure whether to stay and watch the execution, the officials dragged 2 heavy bags soaked in a liquid from the direction of the government office. The bags left long wet marks on the stone ground, with a strong smell. At the entrance of the market was the execution platform, usually used for beheading criminals. The officials threw the 2 bags containing beggars onto the platform. These 2 are the Luo brothers from the west side of the city. They went to Daong Town a few days ago and just returned and were found to be infected. The 2 beggars were falsely identified as the brothers who had left Ye Siyin to do business elsewhere. These brothers were not well-liked and rarely interacted with others, making them perfect candidates for the beggars' identities. If they ever returned to Ye Siyin, they could just be silenced. Once the people believed the brothers' identities, an official waved his hand. Pour the wine. Let's send them off. 2 officials each carried a large jar of wine and poured it over the bags to help ignite them. After the wine was poured, an official took a torch to light the bags. At that moment, Sun Chu appeared. He kicked the torch away, ripped open the bags, revealing 2 dirty faces. These 2 are filthy and smell bad. They are clearly beggars. Did the officials catch the wrong people? As soon as he spoke, the crowd began to murmur again. I know the Luo brothers. These 2 are not them. How could the officials make a mistake? They should know the difference between beggars and ordinary people. Something is wrong here. Who is this person speaking? The officials were caught off guard by the sudden turn of events and immediately tried to grab Sun Chu. Who is this madman? Get out of here before you catch the plague and put innocent people at risk. Sun Chu dodged the official's sword and pulled the 2 beggars out of the bags, throwing them into the crowd. The common people screamed and fled in all directions, as if they had lost their minds. The officials are lying. These 2 have no disease at all. If you don't believe me, wait a couple of days and see if you catch anything. You can also check if these 2 beggars have ever been to Daong Town. After Sun Chu finished speaking, he left the mess for the officials and quickly ran away using his lightness skill. He leaped down from the city gate of Ye Siyin and landed steadily on his horse. He squeezed his legs against the horse's belly.
Go.
The horse galloped towards Daong town, with the troops following closely behind Zhao Qingyu. As they left Ye Siyin, they encountered a soldier coming to deliver a message to the county magistrate. The soldier rode a regular horse and was moving slowly in the dark, allowing Sun Chu to turn back before he arrived. Although Sun Chu did not know the soldier, he guessed he was from Daong town. So, he knocked him out to prevent the message from being delivered. Then he rode off at full speed. The troop leader only cared about his own safety, ignoring the soldier who fell from his horse, and kept close to Sun Chu. Before long, they arrived at Daong town. From a distance, they saw soldiers outside the town holding torches, which were very noticeable. Hearing the sound of galloping hooves, the soldiers immediately turned to look. The moon was covered, and it was pitch black, making it hard to see far away. But they could feel the tremors beneath their feet. It was clear that many riders were approaching. The unknown often breeds fear. The soldiers exchanged glances, their faces serious, and drew their bows, ready for anything. As the sound of hooves grew closer, everyone was on high alert.
Whoosh.
Someone, too nervous, let go of their bowstring. The others thought it was a signal to attack and immediately released their arrows. The arrows rained down on the approaching group. Sun Chu easily dodged, but a few soldiers were accidentally injured by their own comrades' arrows. The worst off was Zhao Qingyu, who was hit in the back and leg. Before the next wave of arrows came, the troop leader shouted angrily, "Stop! I am Zhao Meng, the commander of the northwest garrison of Bingzhou." Some recognized Zhao Meng's voice and were so frightened that they immediately dropped their bows and arrows. "It's General Zhao." As soon as this was said, the soldiers quickly put their weapons away and slung them behind their backs. When Sun Chu rode up to the soldiers, he did not slow down. The soldiers instinctively made way for him.
Thanks.
When the soldiers saw Sun Chu's face, they wanted to stop him but were too late, watching him enter Daong town. Zhao Meng knew that Daong town was a poisonous city and immediately pulled on the reins.
Whoa.
100 soldiers stopped at the entrance of Daong town. The soldiers of Daong town immediately saluted. "Greetings, General Zhao." Zhao Meng rode on his horse, looking down at the soldiers, his voice booming. "Tell me the current situation." Just as a soldier was about to respond, Sun Chu's threatening voice came from the town. "Commander, bring the crown prince in, or it will be too late." Zhao Meng did not dare gamble with the lives of his 10,000 troops. He told the kneeling soldier, "Without my orders, do not act recklessly." The soldier, realizing Zhao Meng held a higher rank than the county magistrate, quickly agreed. "Yes, sir." Zhao Meng dismounted, bringing the injured Zhao Qingyu and 100 loyal followers into Daong town. Yi Chudang had already learned from Sun Chu how the troops were tricked into coming to Daong town. She gave a thumbs up, creating something from nothing. "Well done." Then, her cold gaze fell on Zhao Qingyu, who had 2 arrows sticking out of him. "Someone, throw the useless crown prince into the cellar, so he can experience the horrors of plague and smallpox." Zhao Qingyu, exhausted and barely alive, sat up in shock upon hearing Yi Chutang's words. Attempting to harm a prince is a death sentence. Yi Chutang kicked him to the ground, pressing her dirty shoe against his face. "You would sacrifice an entire city for your own desires. You deserve no pity." Zhao Qingyu felt both humiliated and in great pain, struggling desperately. "Let me go. I don't understand what you're saying." "You will understand once you catch the disease and face the consequences," Yi Chudang replied, kicking Zhao Qingyu to the feet of the National Defense Army. "Take him away. Let him stay in the cellar for a quarter of an hour." "Yes, Madam Qi." The National Defense Army picked Zhao Qingyu up, casually pulling out the arrows from his body and taking him to the cellar. Zhao Qingyu knew how terrifying diseases could be and struggled wildly. "I am a prince. You can't treat me this way. Let go. Release me. Otherwise, I will punish your entire family. If I die, my father will have a legitimate reason to destroy the Qi family. Please spare me. I was wrong. I won't do it again." In just a few steps, He went from a proud prince to a humble prisoner. No one showed any sympathy as they coldly watched the National Defense Army drag the battered Zhao Qingyu into a nearby restaurant. Zhao Ming watched in fear and reached out to Ye Siyin. "Quickly give me the antidote for the plague, or the troops in the northwest will flatten downtown by tomorrow." Ye Siyin narrowed her eyes, revealing coldness and displeasure. When asking for help, one must have the right attitude. "I am not one to be threatened. If you hadn't thrown rats at our camp, we wouldn't have caught the plague." Ye Anzhi kicked away Zhao Ming's hand that reached out to Ye Siyin. "If you want to blame someone, blame the emperor and the useless crown prince. They are the ones who brought this disease." Zhao Ming looked at his swollen hand, held back his anger, and turned to Sun Chu. "You said if I bring you to downtown, you'll give me the antidote." Sun Chu smiled and rolled his eyes. "All's fair in war, haven't you heard?" Zhao Ming was furious at Sun Chu's change of mind and quickly drew his sword. Before he could swing it, Ye Siyin spoke coldly. "If you don't want your whole army to be wiped out, you should behave." Zhao Ming forcefully sheathed his sword and took a deep breath. "What do I need to do to get the antidote?" "Tomorrow morning, reveal the truth about the disease in downtown." Last time in Liangzhou, the royal family had used a decoy to destroy the Qi family, making the people despise them. Now, the royal family was even worse, ignoring the lives of the people and using the disease to harm the Qi family, which would surely cause unrest. Ye Siyin had originally worried that chaos in Beichun would make the people suffer and invite neighboring countries to invade, leading to destruction. But now, she felt that if they didn't take strong action against the royal family, Beichun would face ruin before any foreign invasion could happen. Fortunately, the north was vast and sparsely populated, which limited the spread of the disease. Thinking of this, a deep anger surged within Ye Siyin. Creating disasters that could destroy a nation was utterly inhumane. Zhao Ming felt the temperature drop as he looked at the furious Ye Siyin. He knew he shouldn't refuse her request at this moment. But he was a soldier paid by the emperor, needing supplies and rations from the Ministry of Revenue, and couldn't speak against the royal family. "I only know that the task of the troops in the northwest is to prevent the spread of the disease. As for how the disease started or whether downtown would be burned, it was none of his concern." Ye Siyin, already frustrated, sneered. "But if you don't listen to me, you'll die." Zhao Ming. He knew Ye Siyin was serious, and a troubled expression appeared on his face. Ye Anzhi understood Zhao Ming's worries and spoke up. "I know the troops in Bingzhou are loyal to the emperor. General Zhao won't betray the emperor, so you'll have to risk your life to prove your loyalty." His words made Zhao Ming feel the real threat of death. "If I don't send a message to the deputy commander by tomorrow morning, 10,000 troops will flatten downtown." Ye Anzhi raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned. "All right, I'll wait." Zhao Ming knew this game was about willpower. Whoever feared death more would lose. He glanced at Ye Siyin and left the pharmacy. Ye Anzhi noticed it was getting late and said to Ye Siyin, "A Tang, you should rest first. I'll take care of the rest." The people of downtown were already settled. Now they just needed to prepare and deliver medicine while observing the condition of the sick. Ye Siyin had been very busy and was indeed a bit tired. She yawned sleepily and pulled Ye Anzhi to a corner of the medicine shop's backyard. The backyard was crowded and busy. The National Defense Army was preparing and delivering medicine. They were trustworthy, so Ye Siyin spoke freely. "Zhao, we must teach Dinggha and the emperor a lesson about this epidemic." Ye Anzhi thought the same. "Once we resolve the crisis in downtown, I will send a letter to the capital to poison Dinggha and the emperor. If it weren't for the contagious nature of the disease, he would make them experience it firsthand." Ye Siyin and Ye Anzhi's thoughts aligned perfectly. "I will prepare the poison. It will mimic the symptoms of the epidemic, and the antidote will be difficult to make, enough to make them suffer for a year or two." "Good. Once you prepare the medicine, I'll have Nan Shao send it out. Also, spread the news about the emperor's impotence, and hang Dinggha's shame at the city gate. If the palace guards come to take it down, we will destroy it." She wanted to completely ruin the reputations of these two men. Ye Anzhi nodded in agreement, All right, I will follow your plan. I will also uncover the truth about the scheme for immortality, so Dinggha and the Emperor can turn against each other. Hearing this, Ye Siyin felt relieved and even more tired. You've worked hard, my husband. I'm going to rest now. If anything happens with the sick, come find me immediately. Ye Anzhi pulled Ye Siyin into his arms. You are pregnant and your body is weak. I worry that the disease might take advantage of that. This was his biggest concern. Ye Siyin buried her head in Ye Anzhi's neck and affectionately nuzzled him. Don't worry, I value my life and won't take risks for others. Suddenly, she remembered something. Around the hour of the tiger, soak the herbs I prepared and burn them. At this time, the dew is heavy and the smoke from incomplete combustion won't spread far. Most of the medicinal smoke will gather in the town, reaching the homes of the people with open doors and windows, effectively killing the viruses in the air. In about 5 days, the crisis of the epidemic will be completely resolved. All right, I will remember. You should go rest now. Ye Siyin pushed Ye Anzhi away and left the medicine shop, heading to the inn across the street. The Qi and Qin families were settled in the inn. The Zhao and Yi families were next door in the fabric shop. Just as she reached the inn's entrance, Zhao Mingxiu quickly approached and stopped her. We all risk getting sick. Why don't you give us medicine? They were almost at Dinggha, and he didn't want to die on the way. Ye Siyin looked at the angry Zhao Mingxiu, who seemed to think it was obvious, and extended her hand. Just like last time with the wasp poisoning, a life costs 500 taels. Zhao Mingxiu didn't have much silver left. He could barely save 3 people. This was his last resource, and he didn't want to use it. He pointed at the soldiers distributing medicine and asked, Did anyone pay you for this medicine? Ye Siyin looked at the stingy Zhao Mingxiu, sizing him up with disdain. You worthless person, you're not even worth a finger of the common people. What right do you have to compare yourself to them? If you want to live, pay up. If you want to die, get lost. Although Zhao Mingxiu was afraid of dying, he felt that Ye Siyin wouldn't just ignore his life. If you don't give me medicine, this disease won't stop. When you die, once your body is burned, the disease will naturally end. After scaring Zhao Mingxiu, Ye Siyin went into the inn. Zhao Mingxiu knew very well that Ye Siyin could ignore the Zhao family's fate. He hesitated for a long time, unable to make a decision, and went to find his son to discuss it. He discovered that Zhao Qingshu was again with Ye Siyin. He rubbed his temples in frustration and knocked on the door. Qingshu, come out for a moment. Zhao Qingshu was very focused and impatiently replied, Dad, just wait a moment, I'll be right there. Zhao Mingxiu thought about the life and death situation, while his son only cared about his own desires, which made him very angry. Useless thing, you only need a moment. Hurry up and come out. Insulted, Zhao Qingshu immediately lost interest. He got off Ye Siyin and irritably said, don't go. Wait for me to come back. What moment? He could last an hour. Ye Siyin playfully grabbed Zhao Qingshu's hand. Okay, I'll wait. Little tease, stop it. Zhao Qingshu stepped back, avoiding her touch. He put on his outer garment and quickly left the room. Ye Siyin watched Zhao Qingshu's departing figure, smiling as she pulled up the blanket to cover herself. She touched her flat stomach and whispered, You need to be strong so that I can have a son. Yes, she was sure she was pregnant. The reason Zhao Qingshu's visits had been getting shorter was that she had taken measures. Once they reached Dinggha, this man would become a. If the Zhao family wanted to carry on their lineage, they needed to keep her. This way, she won't have to suffer in Linzhou City at the northwest border. Zhao Qingshu didn't know he had been poisoned by Ye Siyin. He thought his weakness was due to being busy traveling lately and his declining health. Dad, why did you urgently call me out? Zhao Mingxiu slapped Zhao Qingshu's face, frustrated, and said, What time is it? Can you control yourself? Zhao Qingshu pressed his tongue against his swollen face, his eyelids drooping, hiding the coldness in his eyes. Dad, just tell me what you need. Ye Siyin said that if we want her to save the Zhao family, it will cost 500 taels per life. How much silver do we have left? Counting everything, it's no more than 2,000 taels, which can only save 3 people at most. Ye Siyin had already extorted 20,000 taels from the Zhao family before. 5,000 taels for the wasp poisoning incident, and 15,000 taels when Zhao Qingshu caused Ye Siyin to fall into the water, totaling 20,000 taels. The expenses for the 9 members of the Zhao family have not been small. Even if they pooled all their hidden savings, they couldn't save all 9 lives. Zhao Qingshu suddenly remembered the wasp incident. Aunt Jiang from the Yi family didn't take the antidote, but survived. He shared this with Zhao Mingshu. Dad, Ye Siyin is just trying to scare you to get money. She wouldn't let us die, otherwise, she would lose her reputation as a living Buddha. Zhao Mingshu found this reasonable, but still worried. Qingshu, the Zhao family, and the Qi family are enemies. Will she really save us? What if she intentionally lets us get infected and kills us without anyone knowing? Zhao Qingshu hadn't thought of that. He believed that with Ye Chutong's ruthlessness, she could do such a thing. Dad, just in case, we should spend some silver to buy safety. He was still young and didn't want to die so soon. Zhao Mingshu sighed and asked, Qingshu, if we can only save 3 people, who do you think we should save? He and his son were definitely among those to be saved. The last person could be his wife or his daughter. Zhao Qingshu chose without hesitation, save Mom. Only if Mom is alive will the maternal family help the Zhao family. His disfigured sister wouldn't be of much use. Zhao Mingshu cherished Zhao Siyin, otherwise, he wouldn't have raised her to be so spoiled. Minner is still young. I want to save her. Think of a way. If there was extra silver to save Zhao Siyin, Zhao Qingshu would certainly be willing. Although his sister might not marry into a good family, she could still be sent out to form connections. Dad, how about you write to the governor of Dinggha and ask to borrow some silver? Although the family was confined in Dinggha, they still received a salary and had the means to send money. Zhao Mingshu thought this was a good idea and nodded. I'll try writing a letter, but I don't know if it can be sent out. Ye Siyin wants the money and won't stop you. After Zhao Qingshu said this, he returned to his room to continue what he had started earlier. Zhao Mingshu shook his head and went to his own room. At that moment, Zhao Siyin emerged from the corner, her deep eyes filled with a cold, fierce determination. She didn't expect to overhear such a cruel conversation while going to the toilet at night. Her own brother actually wanted her dead. Her gaze fell on the brightly lit room. Hearing the sounds of a man and woman together, her fists clenched tightly. She had to find a way to survive. Thinking of how Ye Siyin was already asleep while Ye Anzhi was still busy, Zhao Siyin immediately had an idea. She had considered getting close to Ye Anzhi before, but unfortunately, she hadn't found the chance during their journey. She couldn't wait any longer. Tonight, she had to take a risk. Instead of going to the toilet, Zhao Siyin left the fabric shop and went to the pharmacy. I can't sleep, so I want to help, she said. Chong glanced at Zhao Siyin and refused. No need, Miss Zhao. Please go back. Something unusual was happening. Tears suddenly streamed down Zhao Siyin's face. Silent tears can be the most touching.
I don't want to die.
I want to help. I can deliver medicine to the seriously ill people. It's dangerous for them to go out. She cried earnestly, but no one was moved. Chong said sternly, Miss Zhao, do not hinder us from saving the people. No one in the Zhao family was good. He would not agree to let her take the medicine. Seeing Chong's firm attitude, Zhao Siyin realized further discussion was pointless and turned to leave the pharmacy. Instead of returning to the fabric shop, she went to find Ye Anzhi. At the tavern entrance, Ye Anzhi was in a standoff with Zhao Meng. Young Master Qi, give me the antidote for the plague, and I will ensure your safe departure from Dinggha.
How about that?
No deal. If you want the antidote, you must do as my wife says, Ye Anzhi replied, and walked toward the pharmacy. Zhao Meng was anxious and frustrated, unsure of what to decide. At that moment, Zhao Siyin stepped out from the shadows. General Zhao, are you interested in making a deal with me? Zhao Meng looked at Zhao Siyin, whose eyes were filled with calculation, and cautiously took a step back. Who are you? I am Zhao Siyin, the former princess of Anping. Just thinking of her past glory made her resent Ye Siyin deeply. The Zhao family was a very prominent clan. Although Zhao Meng has the surname Zhao, he has no connection to the royal family. He stared at Zhao Simin's beautiful half-face and asked with interest, "What kind of deal do you want to make with me, Miss Zhao?" Who would have thought that the once noble Princess Anping would end up in such a situation? He turned to look at the inn. That Ye Siyin is quite impressive. She single-handedly ruined the entire Anwang mansion. If they don't listen to her, could the 10,000 troops in the northwest be wiped out? As Zhao Meng's worries grew, Zhao Simin spoke up. "General Zhao, let's find a private place to talk." After saying this, she took a few steps back and hid in a dark corner. Zhao Meng hesitated for a moment, tightened his grip on the knife at his waist, and followed her into the corner. He wanted to hear about the deal before deciding whether to cooperate. The shops in downtown were lit with lanterns, and every household had oil lamps burning to help the National Army rescue people. The whole town was bright, making the dark corner seem especially eerie. Zhao Simin didn't know Zhao Meng well, so she took a defensive stance, ready to react or escape. Zhao Meng got straight to the point and asked, "What kind of deal do you want to make, Miss Zhao?" Right now, the herbs needed to treat the epidemic are in Qi Yanzhou's hands. If you can convince him, General Zhao, you can get the life-saving medicine. Be direct, don't beat around the bush. I have a way to make Qi Yanzhou provide the medicine or the prescription, but it involves some risk. I wonder if General Zhao is willing to take a chance? Her words made Zhao Meng a bit tempted. How do we try? If it weren't absolutely necessary, he didn't want to stand against the royal family. With autumn and winter approaching, issues with military pay, supplies, and warm clothing couldn't arise. Zhao Simin's eyes had adjusted to the darkness as she took 2 steps closer to Zhao Meng. She spoke in a voice only they could hear, "Help me and Qi Yanzhou take the next step." Zhao Meng immediately took a step back, looking at Zhao Simin mockingly. "Do you know what you're saying?" He couldn't believe that the once most beautiful woman in the capital had fallen to such a level. Zhao Simin understood that this thought would make people look down on her, but she had no choice. The emperor had gone mad. To destroy the Qi family, he was willing to kill countless citizens, and even his own brother's family. The Zhao family's reign would eventually come to an end. Qi Yanzhou was the best candidate for a new dynasty. It was only a matter of time before he became emperor. As long as she became his woman, her future would be secure. With this thought, the discomfort in Zhao Simin's heart faded away. "General Zhao, what I say isn't important. The key is whether you're willing to take a gamble." Zhao Meng lifted Zhao Simin's chin and looked at the scar on her face. "With your current appearance, you are not as good as Ye Siyin. How can you be so confident about winning Qi Yanzhou?" Zhao Simin held back her disgust, wrapping her arms around Zhao Meng's neck and leaning closer to him. "Sir Zhao, men always love something new, don't they?" The unique scent of a woman made Zhao Meng a bit distracted. He tightened his body and cleared his throat. "How can you guarantee that after we succeed, Qi Yanzhou will give me the formula for the plague medicine?" He didn't want to take risks and end up helping someone else. Zhao Simin couldn't guarantee that. She wasn't even sure if Qi Yanzhou would kill her once he was sober. But she wouldn't tell Zhao Meng that. Her slender fingers poked Zhao Meng's firm chest as she whispered in his ear, "General Zhao, are you considering finding a new master?" Zhao Simin thought that if she helped Qi Yanzhou defeat the troops in Binzhou, she would have more leverage to survive. Zhao Meng pushed away Zhao Simin, who was getting too close, and pretended to adjust his clothes. "If I wanted to find a new master, what would it matter to you? He could just agree with Ye Siyin and reveal the truth about the sudden plague in Dayang town, right?" Zhao Simin moved closer to Zhao Meng again and lowered her voice. "Given the current situation, the Zhao family's throne won't last long, and many want Qi Yanzhou as the new emperor. Even if you support him, it will be hard for you to gain his trust. Am I making sense?" Zhao Meng only had 10,000 soldiers. He wouldn't even catch Qi Yanzhou's eye. He thought about how the Qi family was gaining popularity and even dared to challenge the emperor, making him consider surrendering. "You make a good point, continue." Seeing that she had convinced Zhao Meng, Zhao Simin sighed in relief. "As long as you help me achieve my wish and let me stay by Qi Yanzhou's side, I will ensure you become a founding hero." "Of course. Plotting against Qi Yanzhou carries risks, but fortune favors the bold. Even if things go wrong, it can't be worse than now. Her words were convincing, making Zhao Meng even more tempted. Throughout history, founding heroes have always been honored and rewarded. It was worth taking a chance. But he worried that after helping Zhao Siyin, she might turn against him. I can take the risk to help you, but I have one condition to prevent you from going back on your word. Zhao Siyin thought it would take a lot of persuasion to convince Zhao Meng, but it was surprisingly easy. Her voice was filled with excitement. Please, General Zhao, tell me. Go with me once. This made Zhao Siyin's expression change, and she immediately refused without thinking. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. If luck is on his side, Zhao Siyin might become pregnant with his child, who could be a future prince or even the crown prince. He would help this child claim the throne and then become the retired emperor. Thinking of this made Zhao Meng laugh out loud. He didn't go to the pharmacy to find Qi Yanzhou right away. Instead, he wrote a letter for his subordinate to deliver to the deputy commander at their base. No matter what the plan for tonight was, the deputy commander could not bring anyone to Daong town. Of course, he only postponed the troop deployment until noon tomorrow. This was to prevent Zhao Siyin's plan from failing, which could anger Qi Yanzhou and put him in danger. With the army nearby, Qi Yanzhou would be cautious and protect himself. After finishing the letter, Zhao Meng went to find Qi Yanzhou. Qi Yanzhou was sitting behind the counter, leaning against the medicine cabinet, with his eyes closed and lightly dozing. The unfamiliar footsteps made him alert, and his body tensed. Young Master Qi, I would like to talk to you, Zhao Meng said. Hearing Zhao Meng's voice, Qi Yanzhou lazily asked, What does the commander want to discuss? About the sudden outbreak of disease in Daong town, and the price I must pay for betraying the emperor. Qi Yanzhou understood. Zhao Meng was looking for a way out. He opened his eyes and sat up at the consultation table. Let's talk. Zhao Meng sat down across from Qi Yanzhou. If I reveal the truth about the disease outbreak in Daong town, can I obtain the remedy for the plague? Qi Yanzhou nodded, yes. In that case, I would offend the emperor. There would be no more supplies for military pay, food, or winter clothing. More seriously, my entire family could be punished, and the army in the northwest would become slaves. Given the emperor's desire for revenge, that is indeed possible.
So, what do you want?
I want young Master Qi to provide a way out. Zhao Meng did not directly propose to join Qi Yanzhou because he wanted to gauge Qi Yanzhou's thoughts. Qi Yanzhou understood Zhao Meng's intention, but had no plans to take over the army. On one hand, he did not trust that the royalists would remain loyal after a change in leadership. On the other hand, he did not want to support an army that was not loyal to him. I am struggling to protect myself right now. If the commander wants a way out, he must find it himself. Zhao Meng had anticipated that Qi Yanzhou would look down on his 10,000 soldiers. He did not feel discouraged and said, I wonder if I would be fortunate enough to become a member of the Qi family army? Although the Qi family army had long been disbanded, he believed that as long as the Qi family spoke up, they could reunite the army. Qi Yanzhou did not answer but asked in return, Do you know who is currently supporting the Qi family army? The implication was that Zhao Meng must first support his own army before he could qualify to join the Qi family army. This conversation also tells Zhao Meng that he has plans to overthrow the imperial power. If he wants to use the name of the Qi family army to enjoy free meals and drinks, that's not going to happen. Zhao Meng replied honestly, the Qi family army is supported by the emperor. Then he asked, Does that mean if my army is not supported by young Master Qi, we qualify to be the Qi family army? Before long, Qi Yanzhou would plot a rebellion. He just needed to stabilize the morale of his troops for a few months to secure his future. Qi Yanzhou shook his head. Of course not. The commander needs to pass an assessment and show absolute loyalty to qualify as part of the Qi family army. A free offered at the door should not be refused. Zhao Meng knew that Qi Yanzhou would not easily accept his army, as he was a supporter of the emperor. The so-called assessment might just be a delaying tactic. You are very considerate, young Master Qi. I am willing to accept your assessment. First, he needed to gain Qi Yanzhou's trust and lower his guard to have a chance to act. Ye Anzhi poured himself a glass of cold water and said, "Can we talk about the sudden outbreak of disease in downtown now?" "Of course. Please give your instructions, young Master Qi." After Ye Anzhi explained the outbreak of 3 diseases in downtown, he asked Zhao Meng about his task. Zhao Meng informed him honestly. "My task is to shoot the soldiers who were guarding downtown and accidentally contracted the disease, then bury them on the spot. Go outside the town now and tell the soldiers surrounding the town this." "Okay, I will go right away." Zhao Meng immediately left the pharmacy and exited the town. Ye Anzhi watched Zhao Meng's back and felt that things were not so simple. Zhao Meng had been quite arrogant before, and now he wanted to ally with him. There must be something going on. He thought about quietly following him but realized that the streets were full of Zhao Meng's people, so he gave up. Returning to the counter, he leaned against the medicine cabinet, closed his eyes to rest, and waited for the right time to light the medicinal smoke. After resting for a short while, Zhao Meng returned. "Young Master Qi, the soldiers outside the town want to see you after realizing they were deceived by the county magistrate of Lai County." Ye Anzhi guessed what the soldiers wanted to say and didn't want to make the trip. No need to meet. Just let them speak the truth tomorrow. Zhao Meng thought about the busy pharmacy. Even if he successfully drugged Ye Anzhi, he couldn't take him away. He needed to lure him outside the town first before taking action. He said, "Young Master Qi, you should go see them. They want some assurance." Even if Ye Anzhi had the ability, he wouldn't give any assurance to those desperate soldiers. He just wanted to eliminate them quickly. But he still agreed. "Let's go." Zhao Meng saw that his goal was achieved, and a gleam of triumph flashed in his eyes. "Young Master Qi, please." Although the gleam was fleeting, Ye Anzhi caught it. He wanted to see what Zhao Meng was up to. The two of them left the town, one after the other. The soldiers surrounding the town saw Ye Anzhi and immediately knelt down, begging for mercy. "We were forced by the county magistrate. If we don't obey his orders, our families will be in danger. Our families are under the magistrate's control. Please, young Master Qi, save them." Someone slapped themselves hard twice. "We were wrong. We shouldn't have done such terrible things. Please, young Master Qi, give us a chance to make amends." Seeing that Ye Anzhi was focused on the kneeling soldiers, Zhao Meng secretly poured out the contents of a medicine bottle and threw it at him. Ye Anzhi had been wary of Zhao Meng for a long time. When Zhao Meng poured the powder into his palm, he sensed it immediately. As the powder came flying toward him, he quickly waved his sleeve, using his inner strength to disperse the powder, while stepping back several paces. Not a speck of powder touched him or entered his nose. Most of the powder Zhao Meng threw landed on himself, with a small amount hitting the soldiers behind him. Cough, cough. The powder was irritating, and coughing erupted all around. Zhao Meng had anticipated a mistake, but never thought he would be affected. He inhaled several mouthfuls of the powder, and his body immediately felt hot, his legs grew weak, and he struggled to stand. Ye Anzhi waited for the powder to settle, and then kicked Zhao Meng away. Zhao Meng flew back, crashing into a tree at the town's entrance, then fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Before he could catch his breath, a heavy foot pinned him down, crushing him. The sound of breaking ribs echoed. He fainted from the pain, only to wake up again in agony. The fear of death made him regret agreeing to Zhao Simin's deal and underestimating Ye Anzhi. "Young Master Qi, it was Zhao Simin who seduced me, causing me to act foolishly. Please show mercy and spare me this time." Ye Anzhi was surprised to hear Zhao Simin's name and pressed down harder with his foot. "Explain yourself." Zhao Meng endured the pain and exaggeratedly recounted how Zhao Simin had sought him out, accompanied him, and tempted him. After finishing, he pulled out the medicine bottle from his sleeve and handed it to Ye Anzhi. "This contains some powder for charm and confusion. You can use it to take revenge on Zhao Simin." As soon as he finished speaking, his hand suddenly lost strength, and the bottle slipped from his grasp. Ye Anzhi caught the medicine bottle and lifted Zhao Meng, telling the soldiers, "Follow me." The soldiers were already flushed and restless, struggling with their clothes, unable to stand properly. Fortunately, the medicine was just starting to take effect, and they were still aware of their surroundings. The 7 of them followed Qi Yanzhou into Daong town. Zhao Meng's personal guard saw him being carried in such a state and immediately blocked Qi Yanzhou's path, drawing their swords. "Let General Zhao go, or we won't hold back." Zhao Meng, with broken ribs, trembled in pain and felt a terrible pressure in his abdomen, as if he might burst at any moment. He raised his hand with all his strength and waved it. "Get away." He guessed that Qi Yanzhou was taking him to find Ye Siyin and urgently wanted to be with her to counteract the poison. At his command, the guards immediately sheathed their swords and let them pass. As Zhao Meng expected, Qi Yanzhou went to the empty house where Ye Siyin was. However, instead of throwing him to Ye Siyin as he thought, he locked him and the 7 soldiers in a room. When the sound of tearing fabric echoed, Qi Yanzhou brought Ye Siyin to the door. "Listen carefully, you're next." His tone showed no anger, but it sent chills down Ye Siyin's spine. She immediately knelt down, crying bitterly. "Brother Yan, I can't go on living like this, which is why I resorted to such shameful means to survive. Miss He offered 500 taels to save 1 person, but my father only has enough silver to save 3. I'm still so young. I don't want to die. For the sake of our childhood friendship, please let me go." The sounds from the room were terrifying. If she was thrown inside, those men would surely tear her apart, leaving nothing behind. Qi Yanzhou ignored Ye Siyin's pleas, looking at her as if she were already dead. Ye Siyin was frightened by his gaze, her face pale, and her body trembled violently. She slowly shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "Please don't treat me this way." But in response, Qi Yanzhou poured the remaining medicine powder into her mouth. "You have 2 choices now. Either run outside and be toyed with by countless people, or stay here and be at the mercy of the 8 men in this room." With that, he leaped onto the roof and returned to the medicine shop. Ye Siyin immediately began to gag.
Ugh.
Some of the medicine came out, but it didn't help much. She knew that Qi Yanzhou was highly skilled, and ordinary medicine wouldn't affect him, so when she sought this medicine, she used the highest concentration of the fragrant herbs. As soon as the medicine entered her throat and nose, she fell victim to it. There was no remedy, only a special ability could save her. Ye Siyin's body quickly filled with heat, her consciousness slowly fading away, as if her body had turned into a puddle of water, leaving her powerless. In great distress, she involuntarily cried out, "Help me." The 8 people in the house rushed to the door like cats sensing fish. The pharmacy was a bit far from Ye Siyin's house, but Qi Yanzhou could clearly hear her screams. Many townspeople were awakened, trembling at the sound of her piercing cries. Ye Chutang sensed something unusual. As she sat up, wanting to see what was happening, Qi Yanzhou's voice rang out. "Chutang, it's nothing serious. Just rest well." He realized he should have given Ye Siyin a way to silence her cries. Knowing that Ye Chutang might wake up, he hurried over. Ye Chutang yawned, lifting the curtain to ask, "What happened?" Qi Yanzhou sat on the edge of the bed, took her hand, and said, "It's Ye Siyin." He briefly explained how Ye Siyin and Zhao Meng had conspired against him but failed. "There's a lot going on tonight, and the National Defense Army is busy, leaving Ye Siyin an opportunity." Fortunately, he remained vigilant around outsiders and did not fall into their trap. Ye Chutang listened to Ye Siyin's screams without feeling any sympathy. "An eye for an eye, well done." After saying this, she leaned on Qi Yanzhou's shoulder and added, "Tomorrow, arrange for your brother-in-law to separate from the Qin family." She believed that due to the Qin family's selfishness, they would spare Qin Xiaoping's family to save themselves. Qi Yanzhou thought the same way. So, he only sent medicine to his immediate family to prevent illness. "All right, I'll discuss it with my brother-in-law first thing in the morning." After saying this, he released Ye Chutang's hand and stood up. "Chutang, you rest well. I've got everything under control, so don't worry." Ye Chutang obediently lay back down. "Okay, you go take care of things." Qi Yanzhou returned to the pharmacy to continue resting. Ye Siyin's screams lasted for an hour, transitioning from loud to hoarse, then falling silent. It was unclear whether she could no longer scream or had fainted from the torment. Ye Anzhi suddenly thought of Zhao Qingyu. He got up and went to the backyard, asking Chong, who was preparing medicine, "Where is Zhao Qingyu? How is he?" Zhao Qingyu was seriously injured. If he hadn't received treatment and was afflicted by 3 diseases, he might not survive until dawn. Before the truth about the epidemic in Dayong Town was revealed, he couldn't die. Chong, having boiled the medicine for too long, emitted a strong medicinal smell. He said, "I locked Zhao Qingyu in the blacksmith's basement. Did you treat his injuries?" Chong nodded. "I worried he might die too easily, so I simply bandaged his wounds to make him suffer for a few more days." Ye Anzhi patted Chong on the shoulder.
Good job.
"I'll check the basement at the blacksmith's and be back soon." In the blacksmith's basement, Zhao Qingyu lay on the ground like a broken doll, his body slightly rising and falling as he gasped for air, clearly in bad shape.
Creak.
The basement door was pushed open, and he struggled to prop himself up on his arms, looking toward the entrance. The light from the oil lamp shone down the stairs, approaching Zhao Qingyu. When he saw Ye Anzhi, fear made him scoot back. His injured back pressed against the earthen wall covered with iron tools, causing him to grunt in pain. "Don't come any closer." Ye Anzhi stood still in front of Zhao Qingyu. The dim light revealed his body trembling violently from fear. The light reflecting in his eyes shattered. "Who came up with the idea to burn the city?" Zhao Qingyu dared not hide anything and immediately replied, "It was my father and Duke's idea. I'm just the scapegoat." After saying this, he knelt before Ye Anzhi, disregarding his dignity. "The incident in Liangzhou wasn't my doing. I was just pushed forward to take the blame." Ye Anzhi knew that Zhao Qingyu was merely a puppet of the emperor and Duke Da. But he also knew that Zhao had acted out of self-interest despite recognizing the wrongdoing. He stepped on Zhao Qingyu's hand, applying pressure with his toe. "Don't act so pitiful. You're cruel-hearted and not innocent at all.
Do you want to live or die?"
Better to live in misery than to die easily." Zhao Qingyu chose the former. "I want to live. Tomorrow, publicly reveal the substitute plan and the truth about the plague in Dayong Town. You're forcing me to my death. You can refuse, but whether you agree or not won't change the overall situation." After saying this, Ye Anzhi crushed Zhao Qingyu's fingers.
Ah!
With a scream, he left the basement. At the hour of the tiger, Dayong Town, being near a large river, had high humidity even with the water level dropping significantly. Morning mist filled the air, making it the perfect time to burn medicinal smoke. After discussing the location for releasing the smoke with Chong, Ye Anzhi ordered the National Defense Army to act. The medicinal smoke gradually dissipated as dawn broke. A not-so-pleasant medicinal scent lingered in the air, sour and bitter. Zhao Meng, looking pale, appeared at the pharmacy, almost collapsing with every step he took. Ye Anzhi was cooking medicinal porridge, which was both filling and helped prevent disease. He glanced at Zhao Meng and mockingly asked, "Did you sleep well last night, Commander?" Hearing this, Zhao Meng immediately recalled his painful experience from the night before. He tightened his grip and, with trembling lips, replied, "Thanks to you, Qigongzi. I didn't sleep at all." "That's not right. It's thanks to your own actions that you suffered the consequences." Zhao Meng didn't argue. He had come to Ye Anzhi to apologize, not to create more conflict. "You're right, Qigongzi. I deserve this. What happened last night was my fault, and I've been punished. Can we consider this settled?" Ye Anzhi stirred the porridge casually and said, "Have your people capture the county magistrate of Ye Siyin and invite all the prominent figures to Dayong Town to reveal the truth about the disease." Seeing that Ye Anzhi had given him a task, Zhao Meng felt relieved. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away and finish before the hour of the snake. Bring 2,000 men to Dayong Town. I have other tasks for you." Zhao Meng hesitated and asked worriedly, "Qigongzi, my men might have been infected with the plague. If we leave the camp, it could spread the disease, right?" Since he chose to be a good person, he had to think about the people. Suddenly, a light laugh came from the doorway. It was Sun Chu. He hadn't eaten much the night before, and had woken up hungry before dawn. Following the faint smell of food, he had come to the pharmacy and overheard Zhao Meng's insincere words. I only brought one healthy field mouse last night. The troops at the camp are not infected. That's just a fabrication, he said, revealing the truth. Then he added, but whether you and your men are infected now is uncertain. Zhao Meng glared at the smug Sun Chu, wishing he could confront him. He held back his anger and swallowed the word despicable that almost escaped his lips. After all, it was good that his soldiers hadn't contracted the plague. He realized he had been foolish, scared by the plague and falling for the trick of fabrication. If he had been calmer, he would have easily spotted the flaw in Sun Chu's words. The camp was heavily guarded. No intruder could come and go freely, tossing mice around. Thinking of this, he looked at Sun Chu and said, I've learned my lesson. Sun Chu ignored Zhao Meng and stared eagerly at the pot of medicinal porridge.
Can we eat now?
Ye Anzhi looked at the soft porridge and nodded. Okay, go get the bowls and chopsticks from the cart.
All right.
Zhao Meng had been active all night and was very hungry, but he didn't dare to ask for porridge. He cleared his throat and said, Young Master Qi, I'll go get busy now. After saying that, he tightly closed his legs and awkwardly left the pharmacy. When Sun Chu came in with the bowls and chopsticks, he also brought the leftover vegetables from last night. Just having porridge is too plain. I'll make a cold dish. After saying that, he put down the bowls and went to the backyard with the vegetables. The guards in the backyard were still preparing medicine, but it was not as busy as last night, and many medicine jars were empty. Sun Chu took a clean jar, filled it halfway with water, and put it on the stove to boil. He planned to use the boiling water to blanch the vegetables. While he was preparing the vegetables, Han rushed into the pharmacy. Young Master Qi, Zhao Qingyu wants to see you. It was still dark, and he had already checked all the cellars. Ye Anzhi did not respond but asked, How are the people living in the cellars? The people who haven't shown symptoms are in good spirits, and the sickest waiter from the tea house is doing much better. That's good to hear. Once we reveal the truth about the epidemic today, take Zhao Meng and his team to check the nearby villages. If anyone has recently been to Dayang Town, find out their whereabouts immediately, identify the type of infection, and implement targeted prevention and treatment to stop the spread of the disease. Understood. My team is ready to follow your orders. Ye Anzhi nodded and served a bowl of porridge to Han. You worked all night. Eat something first. Han knew that the bowls on the table were just enough for the Qi family and Sun Chu, so he quickly declined. No need, my team is already cooking and it will be ready soon. I'll arrange for them to take breaks in shifts. Otherwise, they won't be able to keep going. Okay, have you checked on Zhao Siyin? Han knew that Zhao Siyin had faced the consequences of her actions, being mistreated by a group of men. He didn't go to see for himself, but many townspeople had already gone to see the commotion. He heard a few comments about Zhao Siyin. There's not a good part left on Zhao Siyin. She lies on the ground like a lost soul, without any emotion. That room was filled with a terrible smell, and 3 soldiers died, all bitten. He didn't finish his sentence, but Ye Anzhi understood what it meant. Zhao Siyin was skilled in martial arts, and once the effects of the medicine wore off, she would surely fight back. She may not be able to match the skilled Zhao Meng, but she can easily handle soldiers who only know flashy moves. Only 3 people died, which shows she showed some mercy. Let Zhao Mingxiu lead the team. Han Chong nodded. Okay, I'll inform Zhao Mingxiu right now. As he turned to leave the pharmacy, Ye Anzhi's voice sounded. Tell Zhao Qingyu that I won't meet him. If he has made a decision, he can let you know. All right, I'll keep Zhao Qingyu waiting and go after breakfast. Not long after Han Chong left, Sun Chu returned with the cooked dishes. He placed the soup bowl on the consultation table and went to the cart to find the seasonings. The seasonings were in the vegetable basket, so he found them easily. When he saw the mixed spice powder, his eyes widened in surprise. In ancient times, people used whole spices for flavoring. While some spices were ground into powder, they were usually kept separate in dishes. Sun Chu had never seen anyone mix ground spices together like this. Isn't this just the seasoning used in modern cooking? Curious, he asked Ye Anzhi, young Master Chi, who came up with this mixed spice powder. Seeing Sun Chu's interest in the seasoning created by Ye Siyin, Ye Anzhi casually explained, "The conditions on the road to exile are harsh, and cooking isn't very convenient. Even if you can carry dozens of seasonings, it's not easy to use them all. My wife has high standards for food, so she thought of grinding the spices into powder and mixing them together." This explanation made sense, but Sun Chu still felt suspicious. However, he didn't show it. Madam Chi is truly impressive. Even if someone thought of this method, it would be hard to master the proportions of various seasonings. Ye Anzhi sensed the underlying meaning in Sun Chu's words and was about to ask for clarification when Ye Siyin yawned and entered the pharmacy. Sun Chu's voice was not quiet, and she heard him. "If I weren't impressive, how could I keep young Master Sun by my side?" Sun Chu had been active north of the capital and deliberately avoided news of the court and high officials. So, his knowledge of Ye Siyin was limited to her literary talent and beauty that captivated the capital. After being coerced into serving her, he wanted to learn more about her. But due to his physical condition, he had been using a breathing technique to recover and hadn't had the chance to learn about her. At this moment, he decided that once he established an intelligence network, his first task would be to investigate Ye Siyin thoroughly. Madam Chi is certainly impressive, beautiful, kind-hearted, knowledgeable in both literature and martial arts, and skilled in medicine. She is truly versatile. As he said this, Sun Chu stared intently into Ye Siyin's eyes, hoping to see if she would reveal any flaws in response to versatile. After all, this word didn't exist in ancient times, but is very common today. Ye Siyin calmly looked into Sun Chu's eyes, showing no emotion. "Young Master Chu, hurry up and try cooking with this mix seasoning. If you like the taste, I can write down the recipe for you to sell in your shop, and we can split the profits 50-50. Sun Chu couldn't see anything unusual in Ye Siyin's eyes and looked away. "All right, I'll give it a try." He was from the north in modern times and wasn't great at stir-frying, but he was excellent at making cold dishes. He added scallions, garlic, and small chili peppers along with fine salt and seasonings, then drizzled vinegar, added some sauces and sugar, and mixed it with sesame oil. After tasting it, Sun Chu found the flavor quite good. If there were oyster sauce and chicken essence, it could taste even better. You all should try it. Ye Siyin looked at the shiny cold dish and immediately felt hungry. She took out some beef sauce and jerky from the cart. "Go ahead and eat. We have more to do today." After saying that, she took a bite of the cold dish Sun Chu prepared. The taste was good, sour and spicy, suitable for pregnant women. Ye Anzhi put out the extra fire with water, stood up, and said, "You all eat first. I will go call my elder sister to join us and discuss the division of the family." With that, he left the pharmacy. Sun Chu chewed on a piece of venison jerky, his eyes lighting up. "This jerky is delicious. Where did you buy it?" Ye Siyin picked up a piece of the jerky, which had a good texture, and took a bite. "My maid made it. You can't buy it." Sun Chu sighed in regret. What a pity. The Chi and Yi families were confiscated, and the maids were all sent away. Ye Siyin didn't respond and slowly drank her medicinal porridge. Before long, Ye Anzhi returned with Qi Qingyu. She didn't see the child and thought the child must still be asleep, so she didn't ask more. Qi Qingyu sat down next to Ye Siyin. "Sister-in-law, I appreciate your help with the division from the Qin family." Ye Siyin smiled and said, "It's a small matter. We are family and don't need to be formal." Soon more people from the Qi family arrived to have porridge. They were all very happy to learn that Qi Qingyu would be separating from the Qin family. Old Master Qi asked, "Qingyu, you won't need to bring out your money for the division, right?" Qi Qingyu served some cold dishes to the elders of the Qi family. "No. When the Qin family was confiscated, the officials didn't search me, so those ornaments and silver notes were turned into my dowry and have nothing to do with the Qin family." She had already thought about the division and had made preparations to avoid issues. Old Master Qi smiled and said, "That's best." After finishing breakfast, Ye Siyin went with Qi Qingyu to the inn where the Qin family was staying. They carried porridge for Qin Xiaoping and the two children. Madame Chen, being older and often sleepy, had already gotten up early. She stood at the inn's entrance, watching Qi Qingyu approach, and reached out her hand. Qingyu, you are so filial, getting food so early. What did you bring back? Madam Chen had always enjoyed eating well. As long as she wasn't given dry, plain food, she wouldn't mind being a bit shameless. But this time, Qi Qingyu did not hand over the medicinal porridge she was holding. Grandmother, I'm sorry, but this porridge can prevent illness. There's only enough for my husband and the 2 children, so I can't give you any. After saying this, she walked past Madam Chen into the inn. Upon hearing that the porridge could prevent illness, Madam Chen immediately reached out to grab it. I'm old and not well. I need to eat this porridge. She hadn't had the medicinal soup last night, which made her anxious and unable to rest well. Now that the porridge with the same effect was right in front of her, she couldn't let it go. Smack! Ye Chutang slapped Madam Chen's hand away. This porridge is mine. You have no right to demand it. Madam Chen looked at her reddened hand and turned to Qi Qingyu with an unhappy expression. Will you give it to me or not? Since marrying into the Chen family, Qi Qingyu had never gone against Madam Chen. So Madam Chen felt quite pleased as she glanced at Ye Chutang, as if to say, what if the porridge is yours? As long as I speak, it can be mine. But reality disappointed her. Qi Qingyu coldly replied, Grandmother, this is the last time I will call you that. This porridge is for Xiaoping and the children. There is none for you. These words made Madam Chen's expression change dramatically. What do you mean last time? Clarify your words. Ye Chutang smiled and said, Naturally, it means we will be separating the families. As soon as she finished speaking, Madam Chen shouted into the inn, Ming, come out quickly. Qingyu wants to separate the families. Ye Chutang waved to Qi Qingyu. Older sister, you go take care of your husband and the children. I'll handle the rest. Okay, just call me if you need anything. After Qi Qingyu said this, she avoided the agitated Madam Chen and stepped into the inn. Madam Chen reached out to stop her, but was warned by Ye Chutang. The medicine to prevent and treat illness is in my hands. If you don't want to suffer in Daong Town, let the main branch separate from the second branch. Chen Weiming, the head of the Qin family, stumbled out from the backyard, still not fully dressed. I do not agree to the separation. He believed that Ye Chutang arranged for the Qi family and the Qin family to stay at the inn because no one in the Qin family had contracted the illness. Thus, he felt he didn't need the medicine to treat the illness and wouldn't be threatened by Ye Chutang. Ye Chutang guessed what Chen Weiming was thinking and smirked. You will agree. After saying this, she grabbed Chen Weiming's collar and threw him into the nearest cellar. Inside the cellar were people infected with the plague. She looked at the panicked Chen Weiming and said with a smile, Tell me, will you die in there or come out alive? Chen Weiming panicked and tried to get out of the cellar, but Ye Chutang kicked him back to the ground. He sat up, clutching his chest, and shouted angrily, You are endangering lives. Ye Chutang ignored his outburst and smiled. If I hadn't discovered the problem in Daong Town, this would have been your grave. I saved you yesterday, and I can choose not to save you today. This isn't endangering lives, it's just bringing you back to square one. Chen Weiming had no words to argue back. Seeing Ye Chutang about to leave, he quickly conceded. I agree to split the family. Although the Qin family was finished and had no chance of revival, living was better than dying. Ye Chutang looked at the reluctant Chen Weiming and beckoned him. Come out. The two returned to the inn. Ye Chutang looked at the eagerly waiting Qi Qingyu and said, It's settled. You can discuss the family split among yourselves. After you finish, write a letter to sever ties, and I will have the town magistrate come to stamp it. The town magistrate was the highest official in Daong Town, making him a suitable witness. Okay, thank you, sister-in-law. Ye Chutang waved her hand dismissively and returned to the pharmacy. Just as she wanted to talk to Qi Yanzhou about the illness among the people, Zhao Mingxiu arrived. He handed Ye Chutang 2,000 taels of silver notes he had pieced together. I want to save 4 people. Ye Chutang accepted the silver notes without hesitation. Go on. My first wife, Qingshu and Jinyan. Zhao Jinyan was Zhao Mingxiu's youngest daughter, whom he favored. Her mother had died in the poisonous wasp incident, leaving her helpless, making her easy to manage. He was willing to spend an extra 500 taels to keep Zhao Xinyan for a marriage alliance.
Ye Chong noted.
Understood. I will send you some herbal soup shortly. Zhao Mingshu then pulled a piece of silver from his sleeve and handed it to Ye Siyin. I want to buy poison or something that can kill. Minner's reputation was ruined, and her body was no longer pure. Rather than live in pain, it would be better to end it all. The pharmacy had been cleared out, and aside from the herbs Ye Siyin had brought, there was nothing left. She understood why Zhao Mingshu wanted to buy poison and suggested, go find the townspeople and buy rat poison. They would likely be willing to sell it to you. This medicine was not worth much, like picking up free silver. She had no sympathy for the person who plotted against Qi Yanzhou. Zhao Mingshu reminded Ye Siyin to deliver the medicine quickly before leaving the pharmacy to buy rat poison. Ye Siyin informed the National Defense Army to send 4 portions of herbal soup to the inn later. Then, she checked on the situation of the people in Daong town. Qi Yanzhou handed Ye Siyin a peeled pear. The people's illnesses are under control, they just need to continue taking their medicine. A large batch of herbs will arrive soon, enough to resolve the crisis in Daong town. Nan Xiao had gone to Bingzhou last night and secretly bought many herbs to send over. Ye Siyin took a bite of the pear. It was very sweet and juicy. We need to stay in Daong town for more than 5 days to ensure the epidemic is resolved. This will delay us, and we might not reach Tianshan County before the heavy snow blocks the roads. Qi Yanzhou thought for a moment and said, how about we take the official road? It would be easier in a carriage. However, taking a carriage wouldn't shorten the time to Tianshan County. The official road, while smoother, had many detours. Ye Siyin shook her head. Let's take the mountain path. The more we follow the rules, the more it highlights how despicable the emperor is. All right, I'll follow your lead. Just then, Zhao Meng, who was guarding the entrance of Daong town, arrived. Young Master Qi, Madam Qi, someone has brought herbs. Qi Yanzhou stood up. I'll go take a look. Nan Xiao brought 3 full carts of medicinal materials, enough to treat the sick villagers. Master, I have something to report. Qi Yanzhou instructed Zhao Meng to deliver the herbs to the pharmacy and went with Nan Xiao to a quiet place. What happened in Bingzhou? The Bureau of Astronomy appeared in Bingzhou and visited the military camp in the northwest last night. Qi Yanzhou knew that Jie had left the capital on imperial orders to find the Star General. So, the Star General is at Zhao Meng's camp? Nan Xiao nodded. It should be. The Bureau of Astronomy's predictions have never been wrong. Qi Yanzhou thought of Sun Chu, who had gone to the camp last night. Keep an eye on Jie. Yes, Master. After Nan Xiao left, Qi Yanzhou returned to the pharmacy. He told Ye Siyin about the Bureau of Astronomy's appearance in Bingzhou and his speculation about the Star General. The Star General came from the Wujizong, and Sun Chu was also from there. Ye Siyin nodded in agreement. Sun Chu is skilled in martial arts and military strategy. He is the best choice for the Star General. If the Star General appears, the power will shift. The Emperor wants the Bureau of Astronomy to find and eliminate the Star General. If the Star General could be easily killed, he wouldn't deserve that title. Qi Yanzhou poured himself a cup of tea and said, yes, throughout history, no fallen kingdom's ruler has ever killed a Star General. Ye Siyin threw the pear core she had finished eating onto the street and wiped her hands with a cloth. The Astronomical Bureau is not on the Emperor's side, so don't worry. As noon approached, the county magistrate of Ye Siyin and other prominent figures were invited to Daong town. People from nearby towns and villages, as well as neighboring counties, came one after another upon hearing the news. Seeing the number of visitors, Qi Yanzhou instructed Han Chong to bring Zhao Qingyu to the town entrance. The tormented Zhao Qingyu agreed to reveal the truth about the substitute plan in Liangzhou and the Burning City plan in Daong town. If his father, the emperor, could easily abandon him as the crown prince, he could betray his father too. Zhao Qingyu was the imprisoned former crown prince. Without the emperor's permission, he could not leave the capital. Therefore, his words were highly credible. With the county magistrate of Ye Siyin, soldiers guarding the town, and Zhao Meng as witnesses, the truth about the epidemic in Daeong Town was made public. Everyone who heard the truth couldn't believe it, yet they had to accept it. Has the emperor gone mad? How could he burn the city just to eliminate loyal subjects?
Yes.
Daeong Town may be small, but it has 6,000 or 7,000 people. Most importantly, the disease is contagious. If something goes wrong, no one will escape. To use 3 types of viruses against the people and loyal subjects, such a person is unworthy of being a ruler. Concerned for their safety, everyone was furious with the emperor's actions, and their insults grew harsher. After everyone had vented for a while, Ye Anzhi said, "Since you all know the emperor is a foolish ruler, you should speak cautiously and avoid attracting trouble." As soon as he said this, the angry shouts stopped immediately. No one wanted to be killed by a mad emperor after escaping the epidemic. Rest assured, my wife is highly skilled in medicine and has stabilized the epidemic in Daeong Town. In a few days, the danger will be lifted. However, I must remind everyone to go out less and avoid the villages near Daeong Town. I will arrange for people to check each one. If anyone discovers that someone around them has recently been to Daeong Town, they should bring them here without hesitation. Do not ignore the illness, as it harms both others and yourselves. After Ye Anzhi finished speaking, everyone quickly agreed. Young Master Chi, don't worry. If we find anyone who has been to Daeong Town, we will not only persuade them to come, but also ensure that everyone they have been in contact with comes to Daeong Town. Everyone knew how terrifying the epidemic was and would not act insincerely in this matter. Someone asked, "How much do the medicines for the epidemic cost?" After Ye Anzhi had Han Chong take the sick Zhao Qingyu back to the cellar, he said, "This disaster is man-made. First, the magistrate of Lai County should provide the money for the medicine, and then inform the emperor to reimburse him." Everyone agreed with this statement. Since it is a man-made disaster, those who caused it should pay. Thank you all for coming to Daeong Town to hear the truth. While I cannot reveal the mastermind behind harming the people, I can punish the corrupt officials of Lai County and restore peace. Young Master Chi's righteousness makes us admire him. Ye Anzhi waved his hand. "It's hot out, please go back. If you can help spread the word about the emperor's incompetence and tyranny, I thank you in advance." After saying this, he bowed to everyone. The crowd hesitated to accept his gesture and quickly returned the bow, bending even lower. "Please go back." After Ye Anzhi urged them several times, the people gathered outside Daeong Town quickly dispersed. The sun scorched the earth, and the soldiers kneeling on the ground were already dehydrated and on the verge of collapse. Although the magistrate of Lai County had just arrived, he was sweating profusely and trembling. As Ye Anzhi approached, he weakened and knelt down. "Young Master Chi, I don't want to harm the people of the town, but I am just a small official, and I cannot go against the emperor's orders." Ye Anzhi lifted the magistrate's chin with his foot, coldly mocking him. "Is it the emperor's orders you cannot defy, or have the benefits offered to you led you to choose your own future?" He exposed the magistrate's base thoughts. The magistrate lowered his head in shame, mumbling to himself, "I don't want this either. If I refuse, I will not only lose my position but also face a terrible end." He knew that with such a big secret from the emperor, there was no choice but to go along with it. Of course, the desire for promotion and wealth was real as well. Ye Anzhi ignored the magistrate's excuses. "If you do wrong, you must face the consequences. You owe the lives of thousands in Daeong Town." His chilling words dispelled the heat, making the magistrate feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His pale lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a word in defense, not even daring to plead for mercy.
What?
"What do you want?" His voice was shaky, as if stuck in his throat, making it hard to understand. Ye Anzhi did not answer the magistrate's question but looked at the soldiers kneeling on the ground and asked, "What do you plan to do with these people?" Hearing this, the magistrate's eyes lit up with surprise. In his view, Ye Anzhi was reminding him that as long as he was willing to submit, he could push these soldiers forward to take the blame. These soldiers have lost their humanity. Their deaths are not regrettable. They must be executed publicly to calm the people. Ye Anzhi nodded in agreement. The county magistrate is right. As soon as he finished speaking, the kneeling soldiers immediately bowed their heads. "We were just following orders. Please spare our lives, young Master Qi. I have elderly parents and young children. If I die, my family cannot survive. It is the emperor who wants to kill the Qi family, not us. What right does the county magistrate have to execute us? He was the one who ordered the burning of the city." Hearing the soldiers' unwillingness, Qi Yanzhi said, "Don't worry. None of you will escape." After saying this, he called Zhao Meng over. "Execute the county magistrate on the spot." Without hesitation, Zhao Meng drew his sword and beheaded the magistrate. The head rolled on the ground, splattered with blood from the severed neck. Although the soldiers had seen executions before, the shock this time was unlike any other. The county magistrate was a 7th-rank official, and he was killed just like that. What would happen to them? Thinking this, one soldier didn't want to be a lamb for slaughter and immediately tried to escape. But as he got halfway up, a long knife pierced his chest. Zhao Meng's cold voice rang out, "Anyone who tries to escape will have their entire family wiped out." At these words, the soldiers immediately gave up their thoughts of fleeing. Half an hour later, the deputy commander of the Northwest Garrison arrived in Daong town with 2,000 soldiers. The soldiers from Ye Siyin who had been executed left a trail of blood around Daong town. The air was thick with the smell of blood, making people feel nauseous. However, the townspeople were very happy because they finally saw justice served. The dismembered soldiers were taken to a mass grave and burned. With the recent high temperatures and the number of bodies piling up, it was best to burn them to prevent disease. Fortunately, the wind had been blowing from the south, so the smell of burning flesh did not reach Daong town. With the county magistrate dead, the county affairs were temporarily handled by the deputy magistrate. Yi Chutang listed all the medicinal herbs' quantities and prices and calculated the total, sending it with Wu Qingang to the county office. "Make sure to bring back the money before dark." Wu Qingang had long lost his pride as a transporting officer and respectfully took the detailed list. "Yes, Madam Qi." Then, he took out a 50-tael silver note from his pocket and handed it to Yi Chutang. "Madam Qi, I have received many benefits from you before, and now I am returning them with interest. On the way, there would surely be more life-threatening dangers. If he could befriend Yi Chutang, his chances of survival would be greater."
Ye Chantang understood Wu Chengang's intentions.
"I'm not going to hold back then." She took the silver note and put it in her sleeve pocket. "Don't worry, Lord Wu. As long as you listen, I won't make things difficult for you on the way." If something happens, she would protect her own people first. Only when she had extra time and energy and was not in danger would she help strangers. Wu Qingang knew he had little power and was not valued by the Qi family. Just hearing Yi Chutang say, "I won't make it hard for you," was enough for him. "Rest assured, Mrs. Qi, I know how to read the situation." After saying this, he took the list of herbs and left the pharmacy, heading to Ye Siyin. It was noon. Aunt Sue and Qi Hian were cooking. The weather was hot, and the mother and son were preparing to make cold noodles. Sun Chu's injuries were still not healed, so he went back to his room to rest and recover. Qi Yanzhi was arranging for the Northwest Garrison to assist the National Army in checking for villagers with the disease. Yi Chutang had nothing to do and planned to take a stroll in town. Just as she reached the door, Zhao Mingxu rushed over in a panic. "Yi Chutang, hurry and save my son." Before he finished speaking, he tried to grab Yi Chutang's arm. Yi Chutang immediately stepped aside to avoid him. Zhao Mingxu missed and, losing his balance, fell to the ground. His sleeve was torn, and he scraped his elbow, blood staining the stone floor. He seemed not to feel the pain, and immediately knelt before Yi Chutang, tears streaming down his face. "I only have one son, Qing Shu. Please, you must save him. I will agree to any conditions." After saying this, he bowed his head forcefully. Hearing the loud thuds, Yi Chutang looked at Zhao Siyin, who was leaning against a fabric shop door, looking disheveled, and guessed what had happened. Zhao Mingxu must have tried to poison Zhao Siyin with rat poison, but Zhao Qingshu ended up taking it. If Zhao Qingshu had just taken the poison, she could have saved him. but she didn't want to help. Ye Chutang looked at Zhao Mingxiu, who had lost his dignity for his son, and a sly smile appeared on her lips. What goes around comes around, he deserves it. After saying this, she walked around Zhao Mingxiu, who was still bowing. Zhao Mingxiu felt as if the sky had fallen and cried out, "Doctor, the doctor from the pharmacy, please save my son." If Ye Chutang wouldn't help, the pharmacy's doctor wouldn't dare to either. "I have no medicine. I can't help." Hearing this, Zhao Mingxiu realized his only hope was Ye Chutang. So he quickly got up and chased after her. "Ye Chutang, I was foolish before helping my brother against the Qi family. Now I realize my mistake. If you are willing to save Qingshu, I will die to atone for my sins." This outbreak had opened his eyes to reality. For the emperor, even a brother born of the same mother can be easily discarded. He can no longer have sons, and his only son must not come to harm. Otherwise, the Zhao family will be left without heirs. Ye Chutang does not care about Zhao Mingxi's life and ignores his words completely. She wishes for all the Zhao family members to disappear. As she passes by Zhao Siyin, she smiles and asks, "Was last night unforgettable?" Zhao Siyin glares at Ye Chutang with anger, her scarred face twisted in rage. "I will haunt you." With that, she recklessly charges at Ye Chutang. Even if she can't kill this person, she wants to hurt her. But after being tormented last night, she can barely move. Ye Chutang grabs Zhao Siyin's wrist and kicks her knee. A cracking sound is heard, and a sharp object falls to the ground.
Ah!
Zhao Siyin's shattered kneecap hits the ground hard, causing her to faint from the pain. Ye Chutang releases her broken wrist and kicks her in front of the approaching Zhao Mingxiu. "Kill her, avenge your son." Zhao Mingxiu picks up the sharp object and, without hesitation, stabs it into Zhao Siyin's chest. Zhao Siyin wakes up in pain. She looks at her father, filled with rage, wanting to say something. But all that comes out is blood, and she dies with her eyes open. Zhao Mingxiu, frightened by Zhao Siyin's stare, falls to the ground. "You poisoned Qingshu. You deserve this." After saying that, he throws away the bloody object and stumbles into the fabric shop. Ye Chutang continues to walk through the town. After just a few steps, Ye Siyin catches up and kneels before her. "Eldest sister, please save Qingshu. I will agree to any condition. I don't want my child to grow up without a father." Ye Chutang is not surprised that Ye Siyin is pregnant. After all, whenever she had the chance, she would spend the night with Zhao Qingshu. Any condition? Ye Siyin is delighted to hear there is something to negotiate. "I will agree to anything I can do. Then let's wipe out the Yi family." Hearing this, the elderly Lady Yi, who is watching from the fabric shop, screams in shock. "Ye Chutang, how can you be so cruel? I am your grandmother." Ye Chutang shakes her finger. "I have already severed ties with the Yi family. To me, you are just an accomplice who caused my mother's death." Before the Yi family was taken down, Lady Yi had been frightened by Ye Chutang. Throughout her exile, she often dreamed of Tang Wanning seeking her life, waking up in fear, which made her very weak and thin. At this moment, she was frightened and took a step back under Ye Chutang's cold gaze, sweating on her forehead. She quickly looked away and turned to Ye Siyin. "Ener, don't believe what Ye Chutang says. She wishes for our downfall." Ye Siyin certainly would not harm the Yi family. It wasn't that she loved her family so much. She just had no reason to commit such an unfilial act. Besides, she didn't care about Zhao Qingshu's life or death. She came to plead with Ye Chutang, hoping to prove her love for Zhao Qingshu to the Zhao family and to mention her pregnancy. To be honest, she wouldn't mind if Zhao Qingshu died. Because once he was gone, no one would know she had drugged him, and the Zhao family would cherish the child she was carrying even more. Sure enough, Zhao Mingxiu rushed out of the fabric shop, excitedly asking Miss Yi, "Are you really pregnant with Qingshu's child?" He had always looked down on Ye Siyin, but for the first time, he was polite to her. With tears in her eyes, Ye Siyin cried, "Uncle Zhao, if you don't believe me, you can ask a doctor to check my pulse." After saying this, she turned to Zhao Mingxiu and bowed her head. Uncle Zhao, I'm sorry, but I can't harm an entire family. I can't save Qingshu. Zhao Mingshu immediately helped Ye Siyin up. Foolish child, get up. This isn't your fault. Go see Qingshu one last time. He shot a furious glance at Ye Chutang and took Ye Siyin into the fabric shop. Ye Chutang glanced at Zhao Simin's body, which no one was paying attention to, lost interest in lingering around, and returned to the pharmacy. As soon as she sat down, Zhao Meng hurried in from outside the town. He looked at Qi Yanzhou and said, "Young Master Qi, the official from the Astronomical Bureau is outside the town and wants to see you." Last night, Jie went to the military camp in the northwest. He met all the generals and soldiers, but did not find the star general. Then he learned that Qi Yanzhou's people had taken the camp commander and 100 soldiers away. Jie originally planned to come to downtown last night, but heard that there might be an outbreak of plague at the camp. He didn't believe it, as Qi Yanzhou wouldn't let potentially infected people leave the camp and endanger the citizens. However, worried about the possibility, he stayed at the camp for a night. Today, Zhao Meng sent a message to the camp, instructing the deputy commander to take 2,000 soldiers to downtown. Jie realized that the plague was a fabrication. He wanted to visit downtown to see Qi Yanzhou, but the shadow guard disagreed. Later, the truth about the disease was revealed. He came to downtown, accompanied by the shadow guard, claiming he was there to relieve the emperor's worries. Jie didn't wait long before Qi Yanzhou and Ye Chutang walked out of the town. He looked at the two, who had tanned quite a bit, and bowed respectfully. "I greet young Master Qi and Madam Qi." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Ye Chutang. This was his first time meeting this remarkable woman. Although she appeared stunning, her expression seemed somewhat sorrowful. It suggested a life filled with hardships. Yet, she radiated a sense of virtue that seemed to change her fate from despair to hope. In over 50 years of entering the mystical realm, Jie had never encountered anything so extraordinary. Ye Chutang calmly allowed Jie to observe her and smiled as she asked, "Lord Jie, is there something wrong with my face?" "Madam Qi, I apologize for my rudeness." Qi Yanzhou bluntly asked, "May I know why Lord Jie wishes to see me?" "I want to discuss the plague in downtown with young Master Qi." "That's fine, but Lord Jie must enter the town alone." The Emperor's shadow guards immediately objected. "No, we are under royal orders to protect Lord Jie and cannot leave his side." Qi Yanzhou, realizing he had already severed ties with the Emperor, saw no need to pretend to be a loyal subject and sneered. "This is downtown, not the Imperial Palace. Here, my rules apply. Young Master Qi, the land under heaven belongs to the king. So, are you suggesting I turn this land into the Qi family's?" The shadow guards, aware of Qi Yanzhou's capabilities and his potential for rebellion, looked alarmed. "Young Master Qi, be careful with your words. I do not mean that. The Qi family could plot rebellion, but not because of a single statement." Qi Yanzhou stepped forward, staring at the speaking shadow guard, and declared, "I will leave your lives here in downtown." As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked the shadow guard. Zhao Meng, seeing an opportunity to show his skills, rushed in to help. Han Chong from the town heard the commotion and immediately called upon the National Defense Army to deal with the shadow guards. The shadow guards were similar to the former dragon guards. Seeing them ally with Qi Yanzhou, they fought fiercely, as if cleansing the emperor of traitors. Jie had some martial skills, but they were not exceptional. Noticing that Ye Chutang remained calm and even seemed interested in observing the shadow guard's techniques, he quickly moved closer to her. Ye Chutang ignored Jie and instead guided Qi Yanzhou with verbal instructions. "Step back, 3 inches to the right. Take 3 steps to the right, then kick back. There's an ambush from the northwest. The northeast has a weakness." With 20 shadow guards facing over 40 opponents, they were already at a disadvantage. Ye Chutang's interference quickly turned the tide against them. They knew that if they continued fighting, they would surely die here. The leader unwillingly glanced at Jie and shouted, "Retreat." Ye Chutang quickly positioned herself on the only path, holding the rain pear blossom needle, cutting off the Shadow Guard's escape. Trying to run? No way. Killing one of the Dog Emperor's subordinates would weaken his power, so why not? The Shadow Guards knew Ye Siyin was skilled, but did not see her as a real threat. If you want to die, I'll help you. He sent 10 men to hold back Ye Anzhi and 10 to attack Ye Siyin. Ye Siyin watched the group charging at her, sprinkled poison on the ground, and kicked it up. The dust turned into a toxic weapon, swiftly attacking the Shadow Guards. The Shadow Guards underestimated the dust, thinking they could easily disperse it with their internal energy. However, some underestimated the threat and did not use their full strength. 6 dodged, but 4 were hit. The sharp dust pierced their clothes and entered their skin, causing severe injuries. The affected Shadow Guards felt a slight sting and, just as they intended to counterattack, collapsed to the ground, bleeding from their orifices. No one expected that Ye Siyin's simple kick would kill 4 Shadow Guards. Ye Anzhi was shocked but also puzzled. To turn dust into a deadly weapon required deep internal strength, yet Ye Siyin clearly lacked that. But now is not the time to think about it. After killing a Shadow Guard, he leaped to Ye Siyin's side. With their escape route blocked, the Shadow Guards planned to retreat into the town. If Ye Anzhi pressed them, insisting they leave their lives in Daong town, they would take the townspeople as hostages. Chong noticed the Shadow Guards trying to enter the town and quickly blocked the entrance. Daong town is now under young Master Chi's control. No one can enter without his permission. The leader of the Shadow Guards glared at Chong. Traitor. The land protected by the Dragon Guards is not for the Emperor. I have never betrayed. After saying this, Chong initiated the attack. After a quarter of an hour, the last Shadow Guard fell. Chong sustained minor injuries. 1 soldier from the National Defense Army died, and Zhao was seriously injured, losing 6 personal guards. Compared to the lives of 20 elite Shadow Guards, these losses were insignificant. Jiha looked at the bodies scattered on the ground and coughed lightly. Is young Master Chi planning to confront the Emperor directly? Ye Anzhi threw the bloodied knife on the ground and pulled Ye Siyin toward the town. Commander Zhao, take the Shadow Guards' bodies to the mass grave and burn them. I will provide 50 taels for the burial of each of your fallen subordinates. Zhao had a deep wound on his leg and a serious injury on his chest. He was standing with a blood-stained knife, barely able to speak. Young Master Chi, there's no need to spend so much. Since I chose to serve you, I knew there would be risks. I will cover my own burial expenses. Ye Siyin took out a stack of silver notes from her space, found 300 tael bills, and handed them to Zhao. Commander Zhao hasn't passed the assessment yet, so he isn't considered one of us. We need to keep things clear. If an ordinary soldier died, their family would receive 10 taels of silver as burial expenses. If the death had more value, the amount could be between 20 to 30 taels. 50 taels from Ye Anzhi was quite generous. Zhao hesitated to take the silver notes, but Ye Siyin stuffed them into his arms. Commander Zhao was seriously injured while helping my husband. Later, come to the pharmacy, and I will treat your wounds.
Thank you, Mrs. Chi.
Ye Siyin walked to the town's entrance and noticed that Jiha had not followed. She turned and said, If Master Jiha is not afraid of danger, come with us into the town to talk. She knew Jiha was Qin Muyun's master and meant no harm, but he was sent by the Emperor to find the Star General, so she had to be cautious. Jiha smiled and said, I'm already halfway in the ground. There's nothing to fear. After that, he followed Ye Siyin and Ye Anzhi into Daong town. As soon as the 3 entered the townspeople knelt down. Please, young Master Chi, rebel against the tyranny. Please, young Master Chi, overthrow the oppressive rule. Please, young Master Chi, give the people a chance to live. The entire population of Daong town came out, pleading for Ye Anzhi to change the dynasty and become the new emperor. They could endure the emperor's tyranny, but they could not tolerate a king who slaughtered cities. Ye Anzhi understood the people's desire to overthrow the imperial power. The emperor, for his own selfish reasons, ignored the lives of the people and the stability of the country, which had already angered many. Dear villagers, please rise. I am already planning a rebellion. Please endure a little longer. He had no intention of rebellion. He said this to ensure the emperor heard it. He wanted the emperor to know that if he pushed him too far, the throne could change hands immediately. The townspeople were delighted to hear Ye Anzhi's words. No matter when the rebellion would happen, as long as they had hope, it was enough. Wishing young Master Ye great success and a stable reign, Ye Anzhi helped the nearby townspeople to their feet. It's hot. Please go back and rest. The peace and prosperity you desire will one day be realized. We believe in young Master Ye. After saying this, the townspeople bowed 3 times to Ye Siyin. We will never forget the kindness of Madam Ye. If we have the chance, we will repay her with all we have. Ye Siyin smiled. Living well is the best way to repay her. She saved the people of Daong Town and earned many merit points, which she has already received as a reward. The townsfolk looked at Ye Siyin with gratitude, bowed 3 times, and then left. Jiha watched them hurry away and called out, "Everyone, the northern region is prone to drought, so please prepare water." Ye Anzhi understood the deeper meaning behind these words. A severe drought would last a long time. He added, "Villagers, it hasn't rained for over 2 months. Please prepare for the drought and stock up on food." The townsfolk ignored Jia's words but listened to Ye Anzhi. "Thank you, young Master Ye, for the reminder." After saying this, they hurried home to gather water. The crowded street suddenly became wide open. Ye Siyin and the others returned to the pharmacy. Aunt Su quickly said, "Second young master, madam, the cold noodles are ready. It's time to eat." Although she had become much closer to them, she still maintained a respectful distance. Ye Siyin replied, "Aunt, we have a guest. Please prepare another set of chopsticks." The Chi family didn't have extra chopsticks, but the pharmacy did. Aunt Su brought a set from the kitchen and served Jiha a bowl of cold noodles. "I'm sorry for not preparing more for our esteemed guest. We only have a simple meal today." Jiha smiled and accepted the bowl. "A simple meal is just what I like." During his journey from the northwest, his meals had been taken care of by his shadow guards, mostly consisting of flatbreads and water. This bowl of noodles was a rare treat for him. After lunch, Ye Anzhi and Ye Siyin took Jiha to their resting room. Ye Anzhi got straight to the point. "Why did you come to Daong Town, risking danger?" Seeing Ye Anzhi's directness, Jiha also got straight to the point. He countered with a question. "Do you have plans for rebellion, young Master Ye?" Ye Anzhi also did not answer Jia's question. "Are you a loyal minister?" "I am loyal to no one. I only speak the truth and follow the will of heaven." This implied that he was not on the emperor's side. Ye Anzhi felt relieved and poured Jiha a glass of cold water. "I never thought of rebellion. It is the emperor who is too overbearing, which is why I spoke of seizing power." Jiha drank the water in one gulp and sighed. "The emperor is not a wise ruler. He is selfish and has been manipulated by eunuchs. The northern Qin kingdom will eventually fall." Ye Anzhi refilled Jia's cup with tea. "At the beginning of my exile, Huai Xian told me a piece of news. The emperor's star has descended. Is there any truth to this?" "There is, but the imperial star flickered and has not shone again." Jiha tried many ways, but could not find any clues related to the imperial star. "Does Lord Xia have any candidates for the new emperor?"
None.
The Xianmen sect focuses on heavenly secrets and speaks only of facts, never making baseless claims or assumptions. However, the fortunes of Beiqin Kingdom have declined sharply since Ye Siyin returned to the capital. Thinking of this, Jiha looked at Ye Siyin. "Madam Qi, may I have the honor of reading your palm?" Ye Siyin, who knew nothing about fortune-telling, was very interested. She turned her wrist and calmly placed her hand in front of Jiha. "Thank you, Lord Jiha." Jiha carefully examined the lines on Ye Chutong's palm, and his expression gradually became serious. The lifeline, which was less than half the length of others, indicated that her lifespan was nearly over. The woman before him was, in fact, a person of great merit who is already dead. Jie couldn't understand how this was possible. Suddenly, a phrase came to his mind. A celestial being descends to the world, living through death. He then thought of the ghost thief who had appeared in the capital alongside Ye Siyin. The deeds of the ghost thief were beyond human capability, resembling those of a ghost or a deity. Thinking this, he quickly averted his gaze. I cannot read Madame Chi's palm. Qi Yanzhou asked in surprise, Why do you say that, Lord Jie? Young Master Qi, I am just speaking the truth. After saying this, Jie changed the subject. May I ask to see the young master, who went to the northwest garrison in Bingzhou last night? Yi Chutang withdrew her hand and asked, Does Lord Jie think he is the star you are looking for? I can only answer that question after meeting him. What is your purpose in finding the star? Seeing Yi Chutang's wary expression, Jie smiled and said, I have no ulterior motive. I just want to confirm. And then what? I will go find my disciple, Qin Muyun. His shadow guards had all been eliminated, and he was now free. Upon hearing this, Qi Yanzhou asked, Where is Huai Xian? Jie calculated based on Qin Muyun's birth date. He is in Tongzhou. After saying this, he asked, Can I see that young master now? He only wanted to confirm the identity of the star and read his fortune. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang, letting her decide. After all, Sun Chu was under her control. Yi Chutang stood up and said, I will ask him. Whether he wants to meet is up to him. Jie stood and bowed. Thank you, Madam Qi. Yi Chutang went to Sun Chu's room. He was still using a breathing technique to heal his injuries with no pulse or breath, and his body temperature was much lower than normal, almost like he was dead. She inserted a silver needle into Sun Chu's Baihui point and twisted it. After a short time with the silver needle at Sun Chu's Baihui point, he opened his eyes. Did you wake me for something? Yi Chutang removed the silver needle from Sun Chu's head and nodded. Yes, the Astronomical Bureau has come to Daong Town and wants to see you. Sun Chu sat up and pointed to himself, uncertainly asking, The Astronomical Bureau wants to see me?
Why?
Because they discovered a star of war is about to appear and have come on imperial orders to find you, as you might be that star. He understood the meaning of star of war very well. With a wary expression, he asked, If I am that star, will the emperor want to eliminate me? Yi Chutang made a gesture across her throat. Even if you are not, the emperor would rather kill the wrong person. That's too ruthless. I don't want to meet that ridiculous Astronomical Bureau. The Astronomical Bureau is not under the emperor's control. Even if you are the star, they won't inform him, but whether to meet them is your choice. Hearing this, Sun Chu stroked his chin. Is the Astronomical Bureau's fortune-telling accurate? Of course, they are among the best in the mystical arts. Then let's go see them and ask about wealth. Yi Chutang, you are already wealthy enough to rival a nation. What do you need more money for? Sun Chu got out of bed and put on his shoes. Making money is my pleasure. Although money was just a number to him now, he hoped that number would grow steadily. Yi Chutang looked at the money-obsessed Sun Chu and teased, Why not ask about romance too? Sun Chu, standing at the door, looked displeased and said, I haven't had enough fun yet. No marriage for me. Getting married in ancient times was far too early for him to accept. Fortunately, the Wujizong encouraged late marriage and late childbirth for their disciples, promoting a one-husband, one-wife system. The sect was like a perfect haven tailored just for him. Yi Chutang took Sun Chu to a resting room. Jie's gaze fell on Sun Chu. Sun Chu allowed Jie to observe him without feeling intimidated. After arriving in this fictional Beichen kingdom, he immediately sought out a wise monk, hoping to return to the modern world. The monk recognized that he was borrowing a body and, instead of being frightened, said it was his opportunity. After some guidance, he fully merged his body and soul and changed his fate. Sun Chu was left in this troubled ancient world. If he died, his soul would vanish too. Angry, he gave the monk a beating and showed him 2 middle fingers. Although the monk's actions were frustrating, they helped him solve a big problem he had. So, he bluntly asked Jie, Did the Qintian monitor see anything? With just one glance, Jie noticed that Sun Chu's fate had been altered. But that was all. "May I see your palm, young master?" Sun Chu sat down next to Jie and extended his hand. "Go ahead, let me feel the power of the Qintian monitor." Jie treated Sun Chu differently than he did Ye Siyin. He held Sun Chu's forefingers with his right hand and used his left hand to slide his fingers along the 3 lines in the palm, feeling a tickling sensation. Sun Chu wanted to pull his hand back, but Jie held on tightly. "You old man, you're not one of those, are you?" Jie blushed at Sun Chu's words and cleared his throat. "Don't misunderstand, young master. I'm just examining the 3 lines. The 3 lines represent the earth, humanity, and heaven, corresponding to life, wisdom, and emotions." "What did you find?" Jie didn't answer, and instead asked for Sun Chu's birth date. Sun Chu pulled his hand back with suspicion. "In my years wandering the world, I've seen many disciples of the mystic arts harm others. You're not planning to help that dog emperor secretly kill me with my birth date, are you?" Ye Siyin slapped Sun Chu on the back of the head. "Lord Jie is an upright person. Don't say such things." Sun Chu rubbed the sore spot on his head and complained, "Don't hit my head. It'll make me stupid." After that, he honestly shared his birth date. He was only 19, born on the Double Ninth Festival. After listening, Jie recounted Sun Chu's past based on his palm and face reading. This included a near-death experience 3 years ago and being captured a year ago. 9 is the highest young number, so you survived. Your fate has been changed, and a bright future awaits you with great achievements. Sun Chu remembered the monk had said something similar. "I helped you solidify your soul because you are alive and can save many people." Though he didn't fully understand, he believed in karma, so after making money, he often donated to good causes. Curious, he asked Jie, "What great achievements?" "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. I'm so tired of you fortune-tellers, always speaking in half-truths, teasing people. It would be better if you said nothing at all." Jie didn't mind Sun Chu's rudeness and smiled gently. "The more you know, the more you can feel restricted, which is not a good thing. Fate is not fixed. The environment, others, and oneself can all influence fate." Sun Chu nodded in agreement. "The path is walked by oneself, not calculated by others." After saying this, he cheerfully asked, "How is my fortune?" "With the Venus line and tiger stripes, wealth will come from all directions." Jie's words made Sun Chu very happy. "Thank you for your kind words. But you will face a major life crisis and will need help to overcome it." This made Sun Chu's heart race. "When will this crisis happen? Who will help me?" He had finally adapted to ancient life and was living freely. He did not want to die. No comment. After saying this, Jie stood up. "I apologize for the disturbance today. We may meet again." Sun Chu quickly stood up to stop him. "Why only say half? You can't leave without explaining." When it comes to life and death, he needed to ask clearly. Jie looked at Sun Chu calmly, saying nothing. "Speak, have you gone mute?" After a long pause, Jie finally spoke. "If you go to battle in the future, please be careful." After saying this, he pushed Sun Chu's arm aside and left. Ye Anzhi went to see him off. After leaving Daong town, he asked Jie, "Master Jie, is Sun Chu a star of war?" Jie did not answer directly. "It depends on one's actions." "Master Jie, traveling alone is dangerous. Let me arrange a few people for you." "No need. Tongzhou is only half a month's ride from here, and my skills are enough for self-protection." Ye Anzhi did not press further. "What will you report to the emperor?" Jie and the shadow guards had come on horseback. He mounted his horse and smiled. "From now on, there will be no more Jie in this world, so there is nothing to report." Ye Anzhi understood the meaning of this. The Astronomical Bureau and the Shadow Guards were both killed and burned by him. "I will cover for you, Master Jie. What are your plans for the future?" "To live in seclusion until the world is peaceful." After saying this, Jie cracked the whip and rode off swiftly. Ye Anzhi watched Jie's departing figure and confidently said, "We will wait for a peaceful world." As night fell, The National Defense Army returned to Dayang Town with Zhao Meng's men. They left with 2,000 people, but only half returned. Farmers in the countryside rarely make it to town for 10 days, or even half a month. Only villagers from 3 villages had come to the town within 5 days. The National Defense Army arranged for 1,000 troops to guard the villagers based on the size of the villages and the number of residents. They did not understand medicine, so they distributed some herbs to each household. Let them stay in a room with medicinal smoke. The medicinal smoke is effective in preventing and treating diseases and is harmless. After understanding the situation, Ye Siyin said, "I will go to the village tomorrow to bring back the villagers who are sick for treatment. It will make management easier." Zhao Qingyu was very careful when poisoning, keeping the disease contained within Dayang Town. In no more than 7 days, the disease could be completely resolved. After sending Zhao Meng's men away, Ye Anzhi said to Ye Siyin, "I will accompany you tomorrow." After Ye Siyin agreed with a nod, she looked at Chong. "The disease in the town has stabilized. Arrange for everyone to rest in shifts, or they won't be able to handle it." "Yes, Madam Qi." After Chong agreed, he brought up the Zhao family. Zhao Mingshu insists on taking the late Zhao Qingshu to Dinggha for burial. "What should we do?" The Zhao family was only under house arrest and could make reasonable requests. After thinking, Ye Anzhi said, "Let Zhao Mingshu take Zhao Qingshu to Dinggha first, while the other Zhao family members can follow the exiled group at a slower pace." Chong thought this plan was feasible. "All right, I will have Wu Qinggang take 4 people to send Zhao Mingshu and Zhao Qingshu's remains to Dinggha. Zhao Mingshu has nothing left now, so he won't cause any trouble." The next day, Zhao Mingshu and Ye Siyin left Dayang Town together. One took a simple coffin to Dinggha, and the other went to nearby villages. The villages were not far from Dayang Town. It took about 15 minutes by horse. Although Ye Siyin was pregnant, riding for a short time was not a problem. By noon, she had visited 3 villages. 2 of the villages had no cases of the disease. In the other village, the sick villagers lived at the far end and had little contact with the others. A family of 6 was brought to Dayang Town and settled in the cellar. 5 days later, all the townspeople who had contracted the disease were cured. As the townspeople cheered loudly with joy, Zhao Qingyu passed away due to severe injuries and the disease. When he died, he was emaciated and filthy, like a bug rotting in a latrine. Ye Siyin instructed Ye Anzhi to cut off Zhao Qingyu's head and preserve it with medicinal liquid. Send it to the capital as a mid-autumn gift for the emperor. Ye Anzhi smiled and pinched Ye Siyin's nose. "This is a great idea." After saying this, he looked toward the capital, his gaze cold. From Dayang Town to the capital, it takes about 6 or 7 days by fast horse. My men should have received my orders by now, implying that the good days for the emperor and dukedom are about to come to an end. As Ye Anzhi expected, his subordinates in the capital had already received a letter from Nanshao. He had 4 trusted subordinates. Dongying, skilled in lightness skills, went to Tianshan County ahead of Ye Anzhi when he decided to request exile. Shizhe, who was good at medicine, had previously gone to Jiangnan for disaster relief and was now on the way to find a shaman in the southern border. Nanshao, skilled in martial arts, had been following the exile group to secretly protect the Qi family. Bei Ning, who excelled in intelligence, stayed in the capital to report on the situation there. After receiving the letter from Nanshao, Bei Ning wished she could send a message to the palace's informant to directly rebel. But since Ye Anzhi had not given the order, she only dared to think about it. She sent messages to places like brothels, taverns, and tea houses that were suitable for passing news. In half a day, the truth about the plague in Dayang Town spread widely. Is the emperor crazy? He actually burned the city to destroy the Qi family. Last time he colluded with enemy spies, and the time before that he had a substitute plan. Now he's using a plague to harm people. The emperor isn't just trying to kill the Qi family or the citizens of a city. He's targeting the entire Beichen kingdom. I can't imagine what would happen if 3 plagues broke out at the same time. Who would survive? Fortunately, Missy is skilled in medicine and has controlled the plague. I hope the Qi family rebels soon. Since Ye Anzhi provoked the imperial power and harbored rebellious thoughts, the common people no longer hid their discussions about the royal family. The capital was filled with dissatisfaction towards the monarchy. If Ye Anzhi raised a banner to rebel, who knows how many people would join him. At this moment, in the palace, the emperor lay on his dragon bed in the sleeping quarters, his face pale as paper, showing signs of anxiety. He had previously been so angered by Ye Anzhi's rebellious intentions that he spat blood, and it took him a while to regain some strength. Today, upon learning that the city-burning plan had failed, he nearly fainted. Why does the Qi family have such good fortune? Not only can they avoid danger, but they also turn the blame towards me. Is my fate running out? Is the Beichen kingdom going to fall into the hands of the Qi family? Minister Da, we are in this together. You need to think of a solution quickly. If the Qi family gains power, we will either be torn apart by horses or face a slow death. Listening to the emperor's rambling, Da showed signs of impatience. Be quiet. Since the emperor lay in bed, he became more aware that his throne was practically meaningless. Da's control over the palace and court had increased, completely sidelining him. He awkwardly fell silent, suddenly feeling less anxious. After all, Da would not sit idly by. He just needed to wait and see the outcome. After hesitating for a long time, the Grand looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, why not issue another self-punishing edict and pass the throne to the second prince, so you can live carefree as the retired emperor? The emperor raised his head to look at the Grand and immediately rejected the idea.
Impossible.
Although he no longer had much real power, holding the highest position allowed him to enjoy wealth and privileges. If he abdicated, he would not only lose those benefits but might not even live long. Thinking this, he sneered, have you forgotten? The national seal has not been found, so how can I abdicate? As soon as the emperor finished speaking, a palace servant rushed into the chamber in a panic. Grand, Your Majesty, urgent news has arrived from 800 miles away. Both the emperor and the Grand guessed it was news from Bingzhou and said in unison, bring it here. The document was quickly delivered to the Grand. After reading it, his expression turned grim, and he threw the document to the emperor. The former crown prince has really gone too far, actually helping the Qi family and betraying us. And the northwest troops in Bingzhou, who were once loyal, have now turned traitor. The sharp corner of the document hit the emperor's forehead, causing it to bleed. He groaned, covering his forehead with one hand while opening the document with the other to read carefully. Before he could finish, he fainted. The Grand thought the emperor had fainted from anger. What a useless fool! Just after he scolded, he noticed the emperor's forehead was turning dark purple, and his expression changed drastically. The document is poisoned. The palace servant who delivered the document was so frightened that he scrambled out. Someone quickly summon the imperial physician. The emperor has been poisoned. His voice was loud. Not only did those in the chamber hear him, but the guards outside also heard. Palace maids and eunuchs passing by also caught the news. The Grand realized something was wrong with the palace servant and immediately chased after him, but he was nowhere to be found. He asked the guards outside, where did the person who shouted go? The guard pointed in the direction of the imperial hospital. Reporting to the Grand, Baifu went that way, probably to summon the physician. The Grand's face darkened. Bring him back. I obey your command. In the end, the physician arrived at the chamber, but the guards had not caught the servant. Although the spies planted by Ye Anzhi in the palace did not hold high positions, they were everywhere. If they wanted to protect someone, it was quite easy. News spread quickly. In less than half an hour, the news of the emperor's poisoning and critical condition spread throughout the palace. Half an hour later, the common people learned that the emperor's time was short.
Instant karma.
It must be that heaven can't stand it anymore and wants to get rid of the new emperor. The emperor has angered many people this time. Who knows how many hands are secretly trying to end his life. Just getting rid of him isn't enough. The Zhao family should be wiped out too. While the common people were cursing the royal family, someone shouted loudly in the market. Quick, go to the city gate to see the show. As soon as this was said, some people scoffed. A show? Can it be better than the emperor being poisoned? This is much more exciting. What show? Hurry up and tell us. The speaker waved his hand. Come with me. Let's talk as we walk. Everyone loved a spectacle and quickly followed him to the city gate. Quick, tell us. I just got a message that a martial arts master flew up to the city gate and hung something up there. Upon hearing this, someone immediately questioned, is this news reliable? Not everyone can go up to the city gate. The court and the martial world usually don't interfere with each other. Could it be that the emperor's cruel plan to use a plague against a chief family has angered the martial artists? As this speculation arose, the leader shook his finger.
Wrong.
That thing isn't to intimidate the emperor, it's to slap the S face. What could possibly slap the S face? Naturally, it's what was cut off when it was castrated. A woman hearing this quickly stopped. This disgusting thing is too unlucky. I won't go see it. It's an eyesore. As she said this, the women stayed behind, continuing to discuss the emperor's poisoning. The man hurried to the city gate, and discussions continued. I heard that after a S part is cut off, they preserve it with lime and bury it together when they die, to keep the body whole.
Ugh.
Those who are neither male nor female just deceive themselves. Once it's gone, no matter how precious they think it is. Shouldn't the S part be in the palace? A martial arts master shouldn't be able to get it, right? A martial arts master can't, but a ghost thief could. Maybe they conspired together? Whether it's true or not, we'll know soon if anyone comes from the palace. As they spoke, the crowd had already reached the city gate. The redwood box containing the S part was hung on the wall inside the city. The red cloth fluttered in the wind, very eye-catching. The lid of the box was slightly open, revealing a small gap. Inside, a black object wrapped in lime could be seen. Sharp-eyed citizens noticed and began to comment. This is too short, right? It's not even as long as my pinky finger. After everyone discussed, someone asked, why don't the guards take it down? A knowledgeable person replied, the martial arts master with the wooden box said that if it is removed, the poisoned emperor and Lord Da will be in danger. As soon as he entered the royal city, he encountered a martial arts master challenging the emperor's authority. Someone exclaimed, is Lord Da also poisoned? Serves him right. Although the common people did not understand the court's power struggles, they knew that the emperor's authority in the North Star Kingdom was merely a facade, already controlled by A. They hated the emperor even more than Lord Da. The wooden box should be completely opened so that Lord Da's treasure is exposed to the wind and sun and pecked by birds. That's right. This is heartless and doesn't deserve a proper burial. Why doesn't the master just poison them directly? Keeping them alive is a disaster. Didn't the master say that without an antidote, they would die? He probably won't give them the antidote. As the common people eagerly discuss Lord Da's situation and the poisoning, the news reached the palace. Lord Da's personal, Shuangxi, hurried into the emperor's chamber. Master, something terrible has happened. Lord Da was receiving treatment from the royal physician. The poison mentioned in the report was very strong. Just touching it caused his hands to swell and show signs of decay. The physician had not yet identified the poison. He could only apply an antidote ointment to the emperor and Lord Da and think of a solution later. Seeing Shuangxi sweating profusely, Lord Da asked unhappily, what is it? Shuangxi did not dare to speak about Lord Da's private matters in front of the physician. He stepped closer and whispered in Lord Da's ear about the treasure being hung on the city wall. After he finished, he quickly stepped back, lowering his head and watching Lord Da's expression from the corner of his eye. Although the rumor had spread throughout the capital, he still felt it was false. Usually, a S treasure would be kept in a special room and could be redeemed when leaving the palace. But Lord Da, as the head, had already taken his away. That treasure must be well hidden. How could a martial arts master steal it? Just as Shuangxi thought this, Lord Da's face changed in anger. Zhao. Shuangxi was shocked to find the rumor was true and quickly knelt down. Master, please calm down. Lord Da, in his anger, kicked Shuangxi to the ground. Have the Dali Temple and the military work together to capture the martial arts master. Shuangxi immediately got up and knelt again. I obey your command. After saying this, he stood up to leave, but was called back by Lord Da. Wait a moment, send the imperial guards to find Xuedong and make sure to bring him back. Since Xuedong claimed he was going to the mountains to find herbs for the emperor, he has not returned. Now, searching for him is just a matter of luck. But it's better than doing nothing. After Shuangxi received the order and left, De grabbed the head physician by the neck and lifted him up. I give you 3 days. If you can't solve this poison, you'll pay the price. The physician quickly replied, I will do my best. De snorted coldly and threw the physician to the ground. What is the emperor's condition? If the emperor is about to pass away, preparations for the new emperor's ascension must begin. The physician looked at the emperor on the dragon bed, whose face was turning purple, and repeated the same words. I will do my best. Useless. After scolding, De strode out of the palace. He couldn't trust his life to these foolish physicians and needed to find another way. Just as he exited the palace, he saw the emperor's concubines approaching, with Furong showing a worried expression. They were not genuinely concerned about the emperor's health. They were here to gather information. Master, how is the emperor? Is the poison serious? What did the physician say? Have you decided on the concubine to attend to the emperor's illness? As soon as she finished speaking, the queen's voice came from behind the group of concubines. I have a deep bond with the emperor, so I will handle this matter. After saying this, she looked at Da with cold, piercing eyes. Do you think what I said is correct? If it weren't for this treacherous using the emperor's name to deal with the Qi family and failing, her son wouldn't have been blamed, and his position as heir wouldn't have been taken away. Now, with the emperor and this failing against the Qi family again, her son was captured, and his fate was unknown. Whether her son was alive or dead, she had to do something. Da understood the queen's anger and resentment, as the deposed crown prince was her only son. Thinking of the military power of the queen's family, he nodded. What you say is very true. Then he looked at the concubines. Ladies, please return for now. The concubines glanced at his bandaged hand and turned to leave. After the concubines left, the queen grabbed Da by the collar. Send someone to rescue my son. She knew very well that Qi Yanzhou would not let Zhao Qingyu go, but she wanted to do her part for her son. Da held her wrist and pulled it away. Queen, I will definitely send someone to rescue the eldest prince, but you must understand that our common enemy is Qi Yanzhou. The queen rubbed her reddened wrist and snorted. You and the emperor are plotting against my son. You are my enemy. If her son could not return safely, she would seek revenge. The court official looked at the queen, whose eyes were filled with hatred, and changed the subject. The emperor may not last much longer. Who do you think should be the new emperor? Upon hearing this, the queen's expression changed immediately. Is the emperor poisoned so deeply? Her son was far away in Bingzhou, and if he could be saved, it would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks. During this time, the emperor must not die. The court official extended his hand, wrapped in detoxifying ointment. The poison is very strong, and the emperor's health is weak. He did not care about the emperor's fate. No matter who the new emperor was, they would be under his control. The queen's heart sank, and her anxiety grew. Who is your preferred candidate, court official? If the eldest prince does not return, I would choose the 8th prince. The 8th prince was the youngest, and his mother's family had little power, making him easy to manipulate. Hearing this, the queen felt a sharp pain in her heart. The court official continued, Your Majesty, the 8th prince is our best choice. I will do my best to save the emperor. After saying this, the queen hurried into the palace. The court official smirked and walked away. In this situation, they could only break through with a counterattack. He needed to find out where all the unfavorable news about him and the emperor was coming from. However, the results of his investigation were disappointing, because Beining was not sending messages directly through Qi Yanzhou's businesses. Instead, she used these channels to inform people placed in various industries, who then leaked the information. Thus, the court official discovered that the source of the rumors was the properties of various princes and officials. Furious, he kicked over a stool and wrote an imperial decree calling for doctors to come to the palace to detoxify the emperor. If successful, they would be rewarded with 1,000 acres of good land and 10,000 taels of gold. After arresting 3 high-ranking corrupt officials and unscrupulous merchants, the treasury was finally not empty. The salaries of the officials this year were secured, and the military pay could barely be issued. But after posting the imperial decree, not a single doctor came to the palace to try. As night fell, another major event occurred in the capital. A petition written in blood, led by the Song family, was delivered to the palace gates. The people used the blood petition to urge the emperor to step down and let Qi's family return to the capital, appointing Ye Anzhi as emperor and executing the court official. After hearing the contents of the blood petition, the court official ordered it to be burned. Yet, within 2 hours, another identical blood petition was delivered to the palace gates. Since the powerful official gained influence, he has never been pressured like this before, making him feel a bitter taste in his mouth. After suppressing the feeling, he looked at his decaying arm. Ye Anzhi, you are ruthless. After saying this through clenched teeth, he called for Shuangxi.
Prepare the ink.
He didn't want to die, so he had no choice but to write a letter to Ye Anzhi and compromise. Shuangxi, seeing the official's hands covered in sores and bleeding, dared not look directly at him. While grinding the ink, he said, "Master, this poison seems." Seeing Shuangxi hesitating, the official shouted angrily, "Speak clearly. It seems to be a combination of smallpox and plague symptoms." As soon as he finished, he knelt down. "I apologize for my foolish words. Please forgive me." He didn't want to cause unnecessary panic, but the symptoms were too similar. If it was truly as he thought, they could treat it effectively. The official immediately called for the imperial physician. After hearing Shuangxi's guess, the physician turned pale. "Master, young Master Qi cares for the people like his own children. Even if he wants to retaliate against you and the emperor, he wouldn't use such a cruel method." His words lacked conviction, indicating that he also believed the official's symptoms matched Shuangxi's description. However, the official believed the physician, because Ye Anzhi was righteous and wouldn't harm the common people in his retaliation. But he had a highly skilled healer, Ye Siyin, by his side. Ye Siyin could treat various epidemics and could also combine them into a non-contagious poison. Thinking of this, the official panicked completely. He immediately showed his gruesome hands to the physician. "Use the method for treating epidemics to detoxify me, quickly." In Daong town, Ye Siyin lay in a rocking chair at the inn's entrance, gazing at the deep sky. It wasn't long after nightfall, and the fog hadn't risen yet, allowing a clear view of the countless stars. "I wonder if the capital is in chaos?" Standing beside him, Ye Anzhi waved a fan to keep the mosquitoes away. Based on the news from Nanshao yesterday, the capital should be lively now. This time, he had taught the official and the emperor a deep lesson. Unless the emperor and the official wanted to die, there would be no danger before they reached Tianshan County. Ye Chutong's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a mischievous grin. Dog Emperor, don't let me down. You must use the method for treating epidemics to detoxify. The poison Ye Siyin gave to Nanshao causes the skin of those who come into contact with it to rot and fester, resembling severe epidemic diseases. It looks scary, but it won't be deadly. Even without any medicine, it can heal itself in 10 days, leaving behind unsightly scars. However, if the Grand Duke and the Emperor foolishly try to use medicine for treating diseases to detoxify, it could double the toxicity, making it worse than death. Ye Anzhi smiled and patted Ye Chutong's head. Both of them are afraid of dying. As long as there is hope for detoxification, they will definitely try. As they expected, the Grand Duke had already started drinking the medicine meant for treating diseases. He was cautious and confirmed with the doctor that even if the medicine was not suitable, it wouldn't harm his body before drinking it. However, as soon as he finished a bowl of the medicine, he felt a sharp pain all over his body. The decay spread visibly from his arm to his chest, then to his face and lower body. The doctor was so frightened that he fell to the ground, desperately trying to crawl away. G. Grand Duke. The spots on the Grand Duke's body that were decaying felt like 1,000 ants were biting him, and it felt like a thick needle was stabbing him, causing him to sweat profusely and struggle to stand. His ears buzzed, and he couldn't hear anything clearly. He felt like he was dying, letting out a painful scream from his throat. "Help! Help me!" The doctor, terrified by the Grand Duke's condition, ran out of the palace without daring to help. The servants attending to the Grand Duke were also afraid of infection and fled. After hesitating, both Shuangxi and Xiaozhu left the palace as well. They believed the Grand Duke was doomed. Since that was the case, there was no need to risk their own lives. The doctor, worried about the spread of the disease, ordered the palace guards to surround the emperor's quarters and the Grand Duke's palace. The servants who had attended to both were sent back inside to prevent them from catching the disease and spreading it to others. No one is allowed to leave until the poison in the emperor and the Grand Duke is resolved. Just provide food daily. Captain Hu, after hearing this, threw the doctor into the emperor's quarters. "Doctor, the Grand Duke said you have 3 days to help the emperor detoxify." The doctor replied. He was very relieved he hadn't given the emperor the medicine first. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble. "Captain Hu, I need some medical books." While the doctor was figuring out how to detoxify, all the concubines were watching the queen's misfortune. The queen originally wanted to use the illness to get the emperor's will, but ended up getting caught in her own scheme. The former crown prince definitely can't return to the capital. Who will be the new emperor? If the Grand Duke hadn't encountered this issue, the new emperor would likely have been the 8th prince. Given the current situation, the 2nd prince seems more likely. I think the Qi family might return to the capital and change the dynasty. Let's not worry about the throne. We should think about whether we have caught the disease. As soon as these words were spoken, the concubines began to worry about their own situations. The in the Shisho palace fainted from pain. When he woke up, it was already the next day. His clothes were soaked with pus and smelled terrible. The chamber was hot like a steam room, with no one bringing ice. Sweat dripped onto his wounded skin, causing intense pain. He gasped for breath and weakly called out, "Someone." He had sores in his mouth, and speaking caused him sharp pain. After much effort, he managed to say 2 words, but no one responded. He struggled to sit up and looked at the closed door, noticing cold food left outside. Feeling hungry, he crawled to the door and finished the meal. With some strength regained, he endured the pain and opened the door. The guards were startled to see he was alive and immediately knelt down. "Greetings, Chief." He stepped over the threshold and grabbed the nearest, breaking his neck. "This is the fate of those who betray me. There must not be a next time." The guards, frightened, bowed deeply, saying, "I deserve to die." Exhausted, they sat on the ground and asked, "Where's the imperial physician? Is there any news from the capital? What are the princes doing?" The guards locked in the Shisho palace could not answer these questions. He ordered the palace guards outside to call for Captain Hu. Although Captain Hu had been bribed by he also wanted to break free from the eunuch's control. So, he followed the physician's advice and locked the up. Unexpectedly, the severely injured had not died. He immediately acted respectful and answered the questions. The physician is in the emperor's chamber, studying ways to counteract the poison. Overnight, everyone learned that the emperor was seeking immortality, a scheme devised by the chief, and the bodies of the fake priests were thrown into the market. The princes are quiet, thinking the emperor and the chief are writing Buddhist scriptures in their own residences. They was shocked that the reputation he had built over more than 10 years could collapse overnight. He weakly leaned against the doorframe but accidentally pressed on a wound, causing him excruciating pain. Does the Song family have any other actions? Captain Hu, seeing the terrible state, quietly took a step back. On the surface, the Song family seems inactive, but secretly, they are having their scholars spread support for Qi Yanzhou to become emperor. They also wrote about the mistakes made by the royal family and the achievements of the Qi family in scripts, spreading them in major tea houses. Everyone knows the Song family has gone too far, but no one dares to confront them. On one hand, the Song family's reputation in the literary world is too high, and they haven't spread false information, so the officials can't take direct action. On the other hand, the emperor and the chief are too deeply involved. If the royal family acts against the Song family, Qi Yanzhou's people will not provide the antidote. Thinking of this, Commander Hu asked the chief, "Chief, should we prepare early in case Qi Yanzhou gathers the Qi army to march back to the capital and seize the throne?" Even a clay figure has some temper. The royal family ignored Qi Yanzhou's warnings and took action against the Qi family, risking the lives of the citizens. It could really push him to rebel. The chief shared this concern and nodded. Tighten the inspection of everyone entering the capital, increase patrols in the royal city, and keep a close watch on the princes and the movements of the Qi army. Yes, chief. Send more people to find Shuedong. We must locate him. Commander Hu respectfully bowed. I will follow your orders. Should I call for the royal physician to check on you? The chief's expression turned harsh. Bring all the royal physicians here. If they can't cure me, they will pay with their lives. Understood. I will go summon them right away. After Commander Hu left, the chief had Shuangxi and Xiaozhu assist him with a bath. He looked at the numerous festering wounds on his body and thought about how his life was still hanging on the city wall, wishing he could punish Qi Yanzhou severely. Achoo! Qi Yanzhou, just setting off from downtown, sneezed. He rubbed his nose and smiled. It seems the urgent report from the county magistrate of Ye Siyin has reached the emperor and the chief. The exiled group was supposed to leave before dawn. However, the people of downtown, grateful for Ye Siyin and Qi Yanzhou's help, sent them off with all their might. The Qi family couldn't refuse their kindness, which delayed them quite a bit. In the end, they took away 3 carts filled with various foods. While eating grapes given by the townspeople, Ye Siyin rubbed her itchy nose. The report must have arrived last night. She had sneezed several times last night, causing her to sleep restlessly. Clearly, the emperor and the chief were in a panic after being poisoned. Thinking about how they were suffering, she felt pleased. Zhao, the capital must be in chaos now. Do you think someone will take advantage of this to cause trouble? As she spoke, she popped a grape into Qi Yanzhou's mouth. There are many ambitious people, and if they can gain the support of military leaders, they might have a chance to seize power. Qi Yanzhou found the grapes a bit too sour, but he smiled and swallowed them anyway. He shook his head confidently, and the jade hairpin in his hair sparkled in the sunlight. In the entire Beichen kingdom, there are only 5 military generals capable of rebellion. 3 are stationed at the borders, and the other 2 are from the queen's family and the troops in Jiangnan. With Zhao Qingyu dead, the queen's family no longer had a legitimate reason to seek the throne, so they wouldn't act for now. The troops in Jiangnan, like the Qi family army, are loyal and won't rebel either. Therefore, although the royal city and court are chaotic, there shouldn't be any major issues. After hearing Qi Yanzhou's analysis, Ye Siyin felt relieved. You should pick some fruits to send to my sister and brother-in-law. The 2 kids are so young, they need to eat more fruit. Qi Qingyu had successfully separated from the Qin family. Everything needed for their journey into exile was bought with her dowry, leaving the Qin family with only a meager amount of luggage. They were eating the black corn cakes distributed by Wu Qinggang every day. When the Qin family saw Qi Yanzhou delivering a basket of fruit to Qi Qingyu, they were envious to the point of turning red with jealousy, but they could only watch helplessly. Qi Yanzhou dared to kill a prince, so killing them would be as easy as squashing ants. Zhao Meng escorted the Qi family to the border of Bingzhou and Dinggha. Young Master Qi, I can only take you this far. I hope to receive your assessment soon. Qi Yanzhou looked at the heavily injured Zhao Meng and gave him the task. General Zhao, your mission is to win over the troops in Bingzhou. This was a difficult task for Zhao Meng, as the troops in Bingzhou were loyalists. But he understood that only by proving his worth could he qualify to be on Qi Yanzhou's side. Rest assured, young Master Qi, I will do my best. I wish you a safe journey. With that, Zhao Meng returned to his base with the 1,000 soldiers he had brought. The exiled group continued their journey northwest. Ye Siyin stood still for a moment, quickly falling to the back of the group. Watching the dust rise from the horse's hooves, she asked Ye Anzhi, "Do you think he can do it?" "Success depends on effort. I hope he succeeds." The more power he gained, the weaker the royal family would become. As his leverage increased, he could change the regime without bloodshed. Sun Chu approached with a smile, saying, "As long as the right support is given, taking over the troops in Bingzhou won't be difficult." Both the original owner and he were familiar with military strategy, which involved not just battlefield formations, but also various tactics. Ye Chutang withdrew her gaze and patted Sun Chu's thin shoulder. "I'll give you some people, and you can handle this matter." Sun Chu. He wished he could slap himself. "Why did you speak up? If you succeed, you get 1 point. When you reach 10 points, I will set you free." Upon hearing this, Sun Chu did not feel that selling himself for 10 years to complete 10 tasks was a good deal. He only felt that Ye Chutang's words were so familiar that they made his heart race. Odd changes even do not change. As he said this code, he stared intently into Ye Chutang's eyes. But he did not see the expected emotional response. Ye Anzhi did not like the way Sun Chu looked at Ye Chutang and stepped aside to block his view. He did not understand Sun Chu's words and bluntly asked, "What does young Master Sun mean by that?" Sun Chu withdrew his gaze. "It's a unique way of recognizing kin in my hometown. I thought Madame Qi, who is knowledgeable in military strategy, would be a descendant of the Wujizong." Although Ye Anzhi was not very familiar with Wujizong, he could tell Sun Chu was lying. Seeing Ye Chutang's reaction, he did not press further. "It's getting late. Let's talk while we walk." Sun Chu's injuries had mostly healed, and he nodded as he walked ahead, responding to Ye Chutang's earlier words. "All right, I will help you complete 10 tasks, but they must be within my capabilities." If he were to burn a city like Zhao Qingyu, he couldn't do it. Ye Chutang smiled. "Don't worry, I know my limits." After saying this, she looked at Ye Anzhi. "From now on, Night Kill belongs to Sun Chu. Have Nan Xiao handle the transfer." "Okay, I'll contact Nan Xiao during the lunch break." Sun Chu knew that Night Kill was an assassin organization, but he had never dealt with them before. Curiously, he asked Ye Chutang, "Is Night Kill, which can do anything for money, yours?" Ye Anzhi answered Sun Chu's question. "No, a Tang just destroyed Night Kill and recruited some people. Those people deserve to die. Why not kill them all? All who needed to be killed were killed. What remains are just the knives for killing, and these knives will pierce the bodies of the enemies." Ye Chutang added, "This is called making the best use of resources." Sun Chu found this reasonable and agreed. "All right, let me use them." Then he asked, "Why would the people of Night Kill listen to you?" "The reason is the same as yours." The three quickly caught up with the exiled group. After crossing a mountain, they reached the territory of Dinggha. Dinggha is considered the most prosperous state in the north, covering an area twice that of Bingzhou. Its stationed army is also quite large, numbering around 120,000. Due to the incident in Daong Town, the garrison in Dinggha has stationed soldiers at all entrances to the city. This is to prevent Ye Anzhi from suddenly rebelling and causing trouble in Dinggha. Therefore, when the soldiers saw the exiled group, they were very alert. Wu Qingming approached with the exile documents and handed them to the soldier guarding the entrance for inspection. The Qi family, Yi family, and Sun family are exiled to the northwest, while the Zhao family will be confined in Dinggha. This is the pass document. After reading the document, the soldier smiled and said, "The governor has stated that due to the hot weather, you do not need to take a detour to report to Dinggha. Just hand over the Zhao family members to me, and I will take them to the city for confinement." The governor of Dinggha had not received any secret orders from the emperor regarding the Qi family, so he wanted to avoid them to prevent unnecessary trouble. After all, those sent by the emperor to deal with the Qi family did not end up well. Wu Chungang relayed the soldier's words to Ye Anzhi. "Young Master Qi, if we do not report to Dinggha, we can save 2 days. By avoiding Dinggha, they could take a much shorter route." Ye Anzhi did not think avoiding Dinggha was a good idea. The exile process must be followed correctly. "We're going to Dinggha." He did not care about the so-called exile process. He just wanted to visit Dinggha because there were former members of the Qi army there. Wu Chungang immediately expressed their position to the blocking soldier. The exile documents must have the seal of each state, as per the emperor's rules. Is the governor trying to overstep his authority? With that strong accusation, the soldier quickly changed his tone. Sir, you misunderstood. The governor did not mean to disrespect the emperor. He just feels grateful that young Master Qi saved thousands of citizens in downtown and that Madam Qi stopped the spread of disease, so he did not want them to take a longer route. Wu Qingang smiled and replied, if the governor truly believes the Qi family has done good deeds, shouldn't he welcome them into the city and treat them well? The rhetorical question left the soldier speechless, and he had no choice but to let them pass. Once the exiled group moved far away, he immediately sent a companion on horseback back to Dinggha to report. The Qi family must have a specific purpose for wanting to go to Dinggha. It was now mid-June, the hottest time of the year. When the sun was high, you could see the heat rising from the ground. They could only walk outside in the early morning and evening, and they couldn't cover the required 50 miles in a day. It would take at least 4 days to get from the border of Dinggha to the city. Seeing everyone flushed and panting heavily, Han Chong walked over to Wu Chungang. Is there a suitable place nearby to rest? Wu Chungang pointed to the mountain ahead and said, if we go around this mountain, there is a valley with a stream and springs. It will be quite cool there. We'll rest in the valley at noon and set off again at dusk. Walking under the hot sun not only slows us down, but also risks heatstroke, which is not worth it. Now that we have fallen out with the emperor, we don't have to follow the exile rule of walking 50 miles a day, so we can take it easy. Climbing the mountain is hard work, and after about an hour, we finally reached the valley. Although the valley was cool, the stream had dried up. The trees by the stream looked lush, but the grass on the ground was dry and yellow. It was clear that there had been a long drought. Wu Qingang said, the spring is not far ahead. I will go check it out. He was worried that the water level in the spring had dropped and might not overflow. Han Chong immediately followed, saying, I'll go with you. The others looked for a place to rest. Ye Chutang said to Qi and Zhao, let's walk into the valley. It will be easier to get water later. However, the path in the valley was rugged, making it impossible to pull the cart in. Qi Jingyao volunteered, I'll stay and watch the luggage. Ye Chutang thought that the National Defense Army also needed someone to guard their belongings, so she nodded in agreement. All right, 30 coins. The entrance to the valley had sparse trees, and the temperature was a bit high, so the labor cost was naturally higher. The 6 members of the Qi family took their cooking supplies and tools and headed into the valley. They also invited Qi Qingyu and her family of 4. The Chen family thought it would be cooler and easier to get water deeper in the valley, so they followed with their bundles. The Zhao family found a large tree with plenty of leaves and rested underneath it. Since Zhao Mingxiu had left with Zhao Qingxiu's body, the Zhao family had only been able to eat plain food. Ye Chutang had also caused the Zhao and Yi families to fall ill. Now they looked thin and weak, as if they were fleeing from disaster. But they thought about how soon they would finish their journey, and their eyes sparkled with hope. We're finally reaching Dinggha City. I hope nothing else goes wrong. The journey had been fraught with danger, and it was truly not easy to survive until Dinggha. The master has gone ahead to make arrangements in Dinggha. Our good days are coming soon. As the Zhao family dreamed of life in Dinggha, their gaze fell on Ye Siyin, who is pregnant. She carries the only heir of the Zhao family. I wonder if she can stay in Dinggha? Of course not. She is in disgrace and must first be exiled to Linzhou. As her pregnancy progresses, her health will surely suffer, and it will be hard to keep the baby. That's just how it is. She should have been more careful. If she dies, it's her own fault. The speaker is Zhao Mingxiu's concubine. She not only lost her personal savings, but was also abandoned during a time of illness, filling her with resentment towards Zhao Mingxiu. Naturally, she does not care for the last descendant of the Zhao family. Zhu Rong had just lost her son and daughter, and Ye Siyin's unborn child was her last hope. She slapped the rude concubine. If you can't speak nicely, then be quiet. As soon as she finished speaking, the concubine returned the slap. Smack. The sharp sound stunned Zhu Rong, and she instinctively covered her face. You. The concubine scoffed. What about you? You no longer have children, and we don't even know if your grandson will be born. What right do you have to compare with me, who has a daughter? Although the Zhao family had fallen, a daughter with royal blood could still marry well, and she could rise in status through her daughter. Zhu Rong was left speechless, feeling sad and frustrated. Ye Siyin walked over and helped her up. Aunt Zhao, come with me. Since Zhao Qingshu's death, Ye Siyin had been caring for Zhu Rong's feelings, and their relationship had improved. They sat under a tree together. Zhu Rong gently touched Ye Siyin's flat belly, tears of sadness welling up in her eyes. Iner, I will do everything to protect you and Qingshu's child. This was her son's posthumous child. Nothing could go wrong. She had to keep Ye Siyin in Dinggha to give birth. But she couldn't openly defy the emperor's orders. What should she do? Ye Siyin watched Zhu Rong, who was trying hard to find a solution, and a glimmer of understanding crossed her eyes. Aunt Zhao, I will also do my best to protect the child, but life and death are fated. Before she could finish, Zhu Rong covered her mouth. Don't say that. The child will be born safely. Seeing that Zhu Rong didn't understand her hint, Ye Siyin removed her hand and looked down at her belly. If the child dies, I will die too. She emphasized the word die. Don't say such unlucky things. We must live. After saying this, an idea suddenly struck her. She thought of a way to keep Ye Siyin in Dinggha, faking her own death to assume a new identity. Zhu Rong leaned closer to Ye Siyin's ear and whispered, Iner, once we reach Dinggha, I will have my husband make arrangements for you to fake your death. Seeing that Zhu Rong understood her hint, Ye Siyin felt relieved. She pretended to worry about the Zhao family and said, Aunt Zhao, the idea of faking death is good, but we can't implicate the Zhao family. I have a better idea. Zhu Rong looked excited. Quick, tell me. Ye Siyin grabbed a piece of dry grass from the ground and handed it to Zhu Rong. She didn't say anything, but Zhu Rong understood her meaning. Start a fire. Her hand trembled slightly as she held the dry grass, feeling hesitant about starting the fire. The mountains stretched endlessly, and many villages were nestled in the valleys. If a fire broke out, many people could die. She didn't care about others' lives, but she wanted to do something good for her only grandson. Seeing Zhu Rong tightly gripping the dry grass without speaking, Ye Siyin moved her hand away from her belly. Aunt Zhao, please rest well. The child is mine, and I will protect him. Zhu Rong caught the hidden meaning in Ye Siyin's words. The child would no longer be associated with the Zhao family. She immediately grabbed Ye Siyin's wrist.
Iner, please don't be upset. Just.
Ye Siyin smiled and touched her belly. I'm not upset, and I understand Aunt Zhao's difficulties. Whether to leave a legacy for the Zhao family or to reunite the child with Qingshu, I can do either. The threatening words reached Zhu Rong's ears, forcing her to compromise immediately. Iner, please don't leave just yet.
Stay and talk with me.
Hearing this, Ye Siyin knew her plan had succeeded. She leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, tilting her head toward Zhu Rong, keeping an eye on their surroundings to prevent anyone from overhearing their conversation. Aunt Zhao, please go ahead. Zhu Rong looked toward the Ye family and asked Ye Siyin, Iner, your grandmother is a burden to the Ye family, isn't she? To hold the position of the main matriarch in the prince's residence, surrounded by many concubines, she was certainly not foolish. Using others to achieve her goals was a common tactic for her. Yi Jingchuan was originally a dutiful son, but during the exile, the old lady had become a burden, and he had long lost his previous good temper. Concubine Jiang and Ye Siyin had also grown impatient with the old lady, who relied on her age and loved to give orders. But with filial piety as the priority, they could only endure. Ye Siyin understood Zhu Rong's meaning, but did not respond. Zhu Rong continued, Iner, both my children are gone now. My only wish is for Qingshu's offspring. The implication was clear. Her life had more value. The 2 concubines and 3 daughters of the Zhao family were not easy to deal with. Ye Siyin took Zhu Rong's hand and smiled. Aunt Zhao is right. I will go discuss this with my father. She kept Zhu Rong close mainly to have the powerful Zhu family as her support. After standing up, she glanced into the depths of the valley, a faint smile appearing on her lips. The narrow valley increased the wind speed, creating a draft. As long as the dry grass was ignited, the wind would help the fire grow quickly. If luck is on our side, we might be able to burn Ye Siyin. Thinking this, Ye Siyin immediately went to discuss the plan with Ye Jingchuan. After hearing her, Ye Jingchuan thought it was not a good idea. The guards escorting them were very skilled, and they would probably put out the fire as soon as it started. Also, escaping from death is not easy. They would have to outrun both the spreading flames and the skilled guards, which was impossible. If there's no chance of winning, it's better not to try. Although he was also frustrated with his mother holding them back, he wouldn't send her to her death. Ye Siyin had already guessed that Ye Jingchuan would refuse. Father, the Ye family can only rise again with the Zhao family's help. But if I lose the child in my belly, we will lose our only bargaining chip. In Dayong Town, Ye Siyin doesn't care about our lives. Do you really think we can safely reach Linzhou City? This made Ye Jingchuan remember Ye Siyin coldness. He had been close to death because he couldn't afford medicine to treat his illness. He begged Ye Siyin, even kneeling before her, but received no sympathy at all. Seeing Ye Jingchuan wavering, Ye Siyin continued to persuade him. Father, let's escape together. We can stay in Dinggha, change our names, and start anew. This idea tempted Ye Jingchuan. He looked at his mother, who was picky about food, feeling frustrated, and decided to give it a try. If it worked, he could escape the hard life of eating plain food. If it failed, he would only lose a burdensome mother. After hesitating for a while, Ye Jingchuan nodded. All right, I will talk to your grandmother. She will definitely agree. Ye Siyin grabbed Ye Jingchuan's sleeve and playfully shook it. Father, let's go now. The current wind and terrain are perfect for our escape. The wind could the fire deep into the valley where Ye Siyin was. The valley was dense with trees and had many bushes, making it easy to hide and escape. Ye Jingchuan found this reasonable and immediately went to find the old lady. Of course, he wouldn't directly send his mother to her death. Instead, he would use the excuse of not wanting her to suffer and would start the fire himself, taking her along to escape. The old lady naturally wouldn't doubt her only son. She had long had enough of a life worse than death, and immediately agreed. Chuaner, let me start the fire. If I get caught, you don't need to worry about me. Just act like you know nothing. Ye Jingchuan pretended to argue for a moment, but under the pressure of filial duty, he had no choice but to agree. Mother, we will definitely succeed. After saying this, he signaled the 3 members of the Ye family to head into the valley. The guards escorting them were either at the valley entrance or near the spring. He chose a spot in the middle of the area with few guards to rest. As the Ye family took their black rice dumplings for lunch and moved into the valley, the soldiers hidden in the trees quietly left to report to Han Chong. Since Ye Siyin's plan to deal with Qi Hian had failed, Ye Siyin knew she had bad intentions and was secretly watched by the soldiers. Ye Siyin was already aware of Ye Siyin drugging Zhao Qingshu, but since it didn't concern her, she didn't interfere. Unexpectedly, just after Ye Siyin had survived a life-threatening incident in Dayong Town, she was about to do something terrible. After months of drought, not only was the grass gone, but even the bushes had withered. The leaves of the trees were wilting and easily lost moisture, making them catch fire. With the wind aiding, once a wildfire started, it would spread quickly. Not only would the mountains burn, but the animals in the forest would perish. The villagers living in the mountains would not survive either. They would either suffocate, burn, or starve. After all, they relied on the mountains for their livelihood. Ye Siyin suppressed her rising anger, saying, "Keep an eye on the Ye family. Whoever starts the fire, let them burn, but don't let them die. If they died, it would be an end to everything, a release. If they lived, it would be worse than death, a punishment." The soldiers immediately took their orders and left. Just as Qi Yanzhou was about to ask Ye Siyin how she planned to deal with the Ye family, Sun Chu's anxious voice came through.
Run.
Go back. There's a huge wildfire coming this way. His voice carried power, causing pain in their ears. Clearly, Sun Chu was far from the valley and used his strength because the situation was urgent. Ah Tang, I'll find a high place to check. You take your parents toward the valley entrance, Qi Yanzhou said, then jumped up into the trees. Yi Chudang, sitting on the ground, immediately placed her hand on the earth to sense the temperature of the surrounding soil. About 5 miles to the east, the temperature of the soil suddenly rose. The soil to the north was even hotter. This meant the wildfire was coming from the northeast and had been burning for some time. Given the current wind direction, it would spread here in less than 15 minutes. The reason Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang hadn't noticed the wildfire was that the mountain they were on was lower, obstructing their view. Yi Chutang knew they had to leave immediately. She told the elderly members of the Qi family, "Don't take anything, just hurry and go." After saying this, she helped the old lady Qi to her feet and led her out of the valley. The soldiers, who were fetching water from the spring, immediately obeyed and left. They were highly skilled and directly helped the Qi family and Qi Qingyu's family for escape. Mr. Qi asked with concern, "Is Yanzhou going to be okay?" In the face of natural disasters, people feel so small. Yi Chudang replied confidently, "Zhao just went to check the situation. He won't take any risks." That's good. This weather can cause wildfires, which is very dangerous. It was noon, and the high temperatures could easily start a fire. First, we need to understand the situation, then find a way to deal with the wildfire. After saying this, Yi Chutang quickened her pace. She soon caught up with the 4 members of the Yi family who were running in a panic. Yi Jingchuan had been skeptical about the wildfire, thinking it was just a scare tactic by Qi Yanzhou after overhearing their conversation. It seemed too coincidental. But seeing Yi Chutang hurry by, he realized the wildfire was real.
당해야.
He wanted to ask Yi Chudang for news, but she didn't even glance at him and walked past. The National Defense troops were leaving one after another, surpassing the Yi family members. This frightened the Yi family, who hurried away, fearing they would be left behind and caught in the flames. The valley was rugged, and the old lady, Yi, couldn't move quickly. In her haste, she twisted her ankle and knocked down Ye Siyin, who was in front of her. Ye Siyin's stomach accidentally hit a rock, causing her to cry out in pain. Aunt Jiang was alarmed and quickly helped her up. "Ina, are you okay?" Ye Siyin was in severe pain, bending over to ease it. "Mother, my stomach hurts. Is the baby okay?" As soon as she spoke, the old lady Yi saw blood staining Ye Siyin's light-colored dress. "Blood, there's blood. Did she have a miscarriage?" As soon as the word miscarriage was mentioned, Aunt Jiang angrily slapped the old lady Yi. "It's all your fault, you old hag. Ina is going to be harmed because of you." The old lady Yi, who didn't care for the careless Ye Siyin, slapped Aunt Jiang back. "You little wretch, it's just as well if the baby is gone." Yi Jingchuan was furious at this remark, nearly choking on his anger. "Mother, stop saying nonsense. This child is very important to the Yi family." With that, he picked up Ye Siyin and hurried forward. "Aunt Jiang, go to Tanger quickly and ask her to save Ina's baby, no matter how much she dislikes the Yi family. The child is innocent." Aunt Jiang ran off. After stumbling 3 times, she finally made it out of the valley, breathless, and caught up with Yi Chudang, who was about to leave. She fell to her knees. "Mrs. Qi, Ina accidentally fell and shows signs of a miscarriage. Please save the baby. No matter how much you hate the Yi family, the child is innocent." Yi Chutang naturally wouldn't do a favor for someone who had wronged her. Life and death are fated. After speaking, she looked towards the northeast, where thick smoke was rising, and said to the Qi family, "The forest fire is coming quickly. We need to leave now." Before she could finish her sentence, Aunt Jiang grabbed her leg. "You can't."
Ah.
Yi Chuding kicked Aunt Jiang away and turned to Han Chong. "Leave me a horse. I need to wait for Zhao." Zhao Meng had sent several war horses to Qi Yanzhou, which came in handy. "Mrs. Qi, you should go first. I will wait. I can ride with Zhao on one horse. Can you?" Han Chong was speechless, but didn't dare to let Yi Chudang stay alone. If anything happened to her, Qi Yanzhou would surely go mad. I'll keep an extra horse to wait with Mrs. Qi for young Master Qi. I need to use the restroom. It's not convenient for you to stay. Han Chong. He knew it was just an excuse from Yi Chudang but couldn't argue, so he had to lead the exiled group away. As for the Yi family members who hadn't arrived yet, they would either be burned or follow the group back. Either way, they couldn't escape. After the exiled group left, Yi Chutang entered the woods. She wasn't looking for Qi Yanzhou, but to see how the fire was spreading. Knowing the area and the speed of the spread would help her create a firebreak to stop the flames. So she used her teleportation ability to reach the edge of the fire. She ran a large circle around the burning forest. For mountain peaks had burned. The area was neither too big nor too small. She could quickly create a firebreak using her earth abilities to prevent the fire from spreading. However, doing so would cost her over 10,000 merit points without any benefit. She wouldn't make a losing deal. Looking at the smoke getting closer, Yi Chutang teleported back to the woods near the valley entrance. Stepping out of the trees, she could already feel the heat from the wind. The horse tied to the tree was nervously stamping its hooves and making low whinnying sounds. Looking up she could still see the figures of the 4 Yi family members. Zhao. Yi Chudang shouted, but it was Sun Chu who responded. Mrs. Qi, where are you? At the valley entrance. Sun Chu walked through the leaves above and quickly reached Yi Chudang. Is there any water? I need a drink. Yi Chudang carried a water pouch filled with spring water. She handed the pouch to the sweaty Sun Chu and asked, Where have you been? How did you find out about the fire? Sun Chu raised the water pouch, and the spring water sparkled in the sunlight. After drinking, he returned the pouch to Yi Chudang. This water is so sweet. After drinking it, I feel full of energy. Is it spring water? Yi Chudang replied to Sun Chu. Yes, this water is taken from a spring in the valley. Sun Chu, trusting him, answered Yi Chutang's earlier question. I went north to hunt for game and noticed many birds flying south. I hadn't gone far when I felt a wave of heat and thought something was wrong, so I followed the heat out of the forest. When he emerged from the woods, he faced a valley. The hot wind rushed in, causing the leaves in the valley to droop, and there was a faint smell of smoke in the air. Looking up, he couldn't see the thick smoke due to the obstruction, but he could see the air distorted by the heat. Sun Chu realized there was a forest fire and quickly returned to report it. After notifying others, he went to assess the fire size and see if he could stop it from spreading. However, the fire was approaching rapidly from the northeast, fierce and too dangerous to get close. On his way back, he encountered Qi Yanzhou. Qi Yanzhou had detailed maps of every region and used a charcoal pencil to draw a firebreak in the direction of the wind. He asked Sun Chu to take the map back and arrange for tree cutting to fight the fire. Madam Qi, young Master Qi, says we don't know when this fire will be put out, so we can't move forward for now. You need to decide whether to retreat to Dayang Town for a few days. After hearing this, Yi Chutang made a quick decision. No retreat. We'll find a safe valley to stay in. Doing good deeds should be visible so that people know. If they retreated to Dayang Town, others might think they were afraid and hiding from disaster. Sun Chu agreed. All right, let's first meet with Lord Han. Yi Chutang rode a horse, while Sun Chu used his lightness skill. They quickly surpassed the 4 members of the Yi family and reached the best vantage point on a hilltop. Han Chong, seeing that Qi Yanzhou had not returned, looked worried. Young Master Qi has been gone for a while. Should I send someone to look for him? Sun Chu waved his hand, no need. He then took out the map from his pocket and spread it on the hot ground. Pointing to the black line drawn with the charcoal pencil, he said, Lord Han, young Master Qi has checked the area near the fire. This is the firebreak he drew. Remember it and quickly head out to cut trees to stop the fire from spreading. The line stretched about 5 miles from southwest to northeast. With an east wind today, if they established a north-south firebreak, it would slow the fire's spread. This would give them more time to create firebreaks in other directions. Han Chong nodded in agreement and committed the nearby mountain terrain to memory. 100 people need to clear a 5-mile-long and 10-jong-wide firebreak, which is not an easy task. Whether they can do it or not, they must try. Fortunately, there are no villages near the forest fire, Han Chong said, immediately assigning tree-cutting tasks to his subordinates. Remember the terrain and your assigned area, but prioritize your safety, understood? The implication was that if the fire became too fierce, they should retreat to safety first, and then think of a solution. Yes, sir. The loud response energized everyone. Bring all the water bags. Those assigned to distant areas should ride horses, while the rest will use light skills to advance. Yes, my lord. Ye Siyin said to the National Defense Army, there are many fruits on the cart. Take as many as you can. They will quench your thirst and fill your stomach. Han Chong did not hesitate and instructed his men to take some fruits and dry food. Only with strength can they do the work well. The people of Daeong Town sent over a few carts of food, half of which were fruits. Each member of the National Defense Army took some and quickly left. Sun Chu still had a task and kept a horse for himself.
Han Chong lyktat vid Shengang.
Keep an eye on everyone. If anyone tries to escape, execute them on the spot. Yes, Lord Han. With Wu Qinggong's assurance, Han Chong grabbed the water bags and fruits and quickly descended the. After wolfing down an apple, Sun Chu looked at Ye Siyin. Madam Qi, I need to go to Daeong Town and Ye Siyin to ask the people and station troops for help in extinguishing the fire. Wait a moment. Ye Siyin called out to Sun Chu, who was about to mount his horse, and extended her hand.
Give me the map.
Sun Chu took the map from his pocket and handed it to Ye Siyin. She used a charcoal pencil to circle the area of the fire, then estimated the location of the firebreak based on the speed of the fire without wind, the direction of the mountains, and the time Sun Chu would need to find people, marking it clearly. Distribute the tasks to the people and station troops according to the map, and remind them to stay safe. Sun Chu looked at Ye Siyin in shock. How did you know the area of the fire? As soon as he asked, the words ghost thief flashed in his mind. No need to answer, I understand.
Go.
He cracked the whip and sped off toward Daeong Town. Wu Qinggong approached Ye Siyin respectfully and asked, Madam Qi, the trees are sparse at the top of this, making it unsuitable for resting, and there is no water. Should we find another place? Ye Siyin nodded and said, if we go over the mountain ahead, there is a river, a tributary of the large river near Daeong Town. We can check it out. Now everywhere is dry, and she can't guarantee there will be water in the river. However, natural rivers usually have deep pits carved out by flowing water or connect to underground rivers, so the chances of finding water are high. Wu Qinggong had no objections. I will listen to Madam Qi. After saying this, he looked at the cart. Madam Qi, the horses have all been taken away, and we can't pull the cart. What should we do with these things? When leaving Daeong Town, Zhao Meng not only gave a warhorse to Qi Yanzhou, but also replaced the donkey pulling the cart with a horse. But they were all taken by the National Defense Army to fight fires. Ye Siyin said, Zhao and the others can return before dark. We should take just a little of what we need for now and leave 2 people to watch over the things. This plan was good, but Wu Qinggong looked worried. Madam Qi, there aren't many guards left. If we leave 2 more, I'm afraid there will be problems. The Qi family wouldn't run away, but the Zhao, Yi, and Shen families might. The 3 families together had nearly 20 people, and if they scattered, he worried they wouldn't be able to keep an eye on them. Don't worry, no one can escape. Wu Qinggong knew Ye Siyin was skilled, and he nodded. All right, let's arrange it that way. Just then, the 4 members of the Yi family finally climbed to the top of the. Ye Siyin's dress was stained with large patches of blood. Zhu Rong saw this and turned pale with fear, rushing over. Ina, what happened to you? Yi Jingchuan carried Ye Siyin up the, exhausted. He quickly laid her gently on the ground, breathing heavily. It seemed like there was a stick stirring in Ye Siyin's stomach, causing her to turn pale and break into a cold sweat, unable to say a word. Aunt Jiang answered for Ye Siyin. Ina was pushed to the ground by her mother-in-law, and her stomach hit a rock. There are signs of a miscarriage. As she spoke, she looked at Ye Siyin with resentment. Madam Qi was there too, but as a healer, she did nothing to help. Upon hearing this, Ye Siyin shot a sharp look at Aunt Jiang. Just as she was about to speak, old Madam Qi interrupted. Your family caused the deaths of Atang's mother and brother. Why should she save a child born out of wedlock? The old lady was a dignified person, and it was the first time she spoke so harshly about an unborn child. But she felt she was justified because both the Ye and Zhao families were disgraceful. Aunt Sue quickly agreed. If it were me, I wouldn't just refuse to help. I would serve you a bowl of herbal soup. Who says healers must save everyone? If they do help, it should be for those worth saving. Aunt Jiang was furious, and her gaze fell on Ye Chutong's stomach. She angrily shouted, as a healer, you are so cruel. Sooner or later, you will face the consequences. You don't deserve to be healthy. Before she could finish the word child, Ye Siyin pulled out the hairpin from her head and pierced Aunt Jiang's cheek, stopping her from speaking further. Ye Siyin approached Aunt Jiang with a cold expression. Her steps were light, but each one felt heavy on Aunt Jiang's heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Fear showed in her eyes as she instinctively backed away, forgetting the pain on her face. Soon, she found her escape blocked by a tree. Ye Siyin closed in and grabbed Aunt Jiang by the neck. Have I been too lenient by sparing your life until now? The cold words pierced Aunt Jiang's ears, making her feel the threat of death. She regretted her careless words that had angered Ye Siyin, who had long been dissatisfied with her. The sensation of choking overwhelmed her, and the sound of her neck straining frightened her so much that she lost control. The unpleasant smell spread. Ye Siyin, disgusted, released her grip. Weak and helpless, Aunt Jiang fell to the ground in a painful position. The hairpin that had pierced her cheek was pushed out by the hard ground, causing her further injury. A sharp pain shot through her, and she cried out. Ye Siyin crouched down, pulled out the bloodied pin, knocked out Aunt Jiang's remaining teeth, and silenced her. Do you know why I don't kill you? Because living in despair is the true punishment. After saying this, she wiped the pin clean with Aunt Jiang's clothing and put it back in her hair. Then she told Wu Qinggang, let's go. Anyone who falls behind will be whipped. Yes, Madam Qi. Wu Qinggang left 2 people to guard their belongings and took 2 portions of dry food, heading towards the river Ye Siyin mentioned. The weather grew hotter, and ash from burnt grass and trees began to fall from the sky. The ash stuck to their sweaty faces, making them uncomfortable and unattractive. But no one paid attention. Everyone just wanted to leave quickly to avoid being caught in a wildfire. Aunt Jiang, injured and frightened by Ye Siyin, walked the slowest. Therefore, the sound of the whip cracking often fell on her. The lashes drew blood, but did not threaten her life. The remaining lashes fell on Ye Jingchuan, who was carrying Ye Siyin. His legs felt heavy, and every step was a struggle. If it weren't for Zhu Rong supporting him, Ye Siyin would have fallen long ago. Finally, when they reached the riverbank, Ye Jingchuan collapsed from exhaustion. Zhu Rong handed her only jade earring to Wu Qinggang. Sir, please let the doctor check on Iner. If this continues, it might lead to a tragedy. She had experienced a miscarriage before and knew that, given Ye Siyin's current condition, the baby was unlikely to survive. But as long as there was a chance, she wanted to try. Wu Qinggang looked at the beautiful earring, feeling tempted. However, he did not take it and instead looked at Ye Siyin. No one knew what would happen on the upcoming journey, and he didn't want to offend a skilled doctor for a small gain. Ye Siyin didn't need to check the pulse to know that Ye Siyin had already lost the baby. Before confirming her pregnancy, Ye Siyin had been reckless with Zhao Qingshu, causing instability in her pregnancy. If she had rested properly, she could have carried the baby to term. But she had to walk many miles every day, making it impossible to keep the baby. Today's incident had only hastened the loss. So, Ye Siyin nodded at Wu Qinggang. Wu Qinggang happily accepted the earring and instructed the accompanying doctor to check Ye Siyin's pulse. Ye Siyin curled up, pressing her stomach tightly, trembling from the pain. The doctor, having received a benefit from Wu Qinggang, squatted down to check her pulse. But her body was too tense, making it difficult to get an accurate reading. Miss Yi, please relax. Ye Siyin wanted to relax, but the pain was too intense for her to control her body. Zhu Rong quickly comforted her. "Iner, bear with it. If the doctor can't check your pulse, he can't help you." Yi Chutang was not interested in the established facts. She turned to Wu Qinggang. "Sir, have your men search for water along the river." Although the riverbed was dry, there was still some moisture in the low areas, clearly from recent rains. So, as long as they found a deep spot, they could find water. Wu Qinggang sent 2 of his men to search the upper and lower parts of the river. Yi Chutang found a shady spot and asked Ye Siyin to take out some jerky and fruit to share with everyone. "Let's have a simple lunch today." After saying this, she walked over to Chen Xiaoping with the food and ointment. Chen Xiaoping no longer needed a cane, but his legs still couldn't bear weight. On the journey, he had to sit on a cart with the child, only moving with a limp during breaks. Climbing a mountain was very difficult for him, causing him great pain. Qi Qingyu was helping Chen Xiaoping with his leg when she saw Yi Chutang coming and quickly stood up. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry to trouble you again." She then took the food Yi Chutang offered her. "There's no need to be polite among family. I'll treat my brother-in-law's leg, otherwise, his injury will worsen." "All right, you've worked hard." Yi Chutang finished giving Chen Xiaoping an injection and applying medicine to his leg. As she was leaving, Qi Qingyu asked, "Sister-in-law, was this forest fire caused by the emperor?" Yi Chutang had previously run around the area of the fire and calculated the location of the ignition point. It was a village. Whether it was an accidental fire or someone did it on purpose was still unknown. Regardless of whether it was the emperor or not, he will have to take the blame. Qi Qingyu nodded with a smile. The emperor has repeatedly targeted the Qi family. Even if he says it wasn't him, no one will believe him. One brings trouble upon oneself. As soon as Yi Chutang finished speaking, Ye Siyin burst into tears. "Doctor, please save my child. Save him." Everyone turned to look at Ye Siyin. The doctor shook his head. "The child is gone. What you need to do now is take your medicine and take care of yourself. He's not dead. I can feel him." Zhu Rong also refused to accept that her grandson was gone. She grabbed the doctor's collar and shouted, "You deliberately didn't save him, wanting the Zhao family to have no heirs, right?" The doctor pushed Zhu Rong away, anger showing on his face. "Madam Zhao, the child has already been lost. If you don't believe me, seek another doctor." Although his medical skills were average, he could tell if the child was saved or not. Zhu Rong knew the doctor wasn't lying but couldn't accept the truth. She turned to the real culprit and rushed to push down the old lady Yi. "You old witch! You killed my precious grandson." The old lady fell onto the rocky ground, crying out in pain. She didn't want to take the blame and immediately looked at Yi Chutang. She deliberately didn't save him and caused her miscarriage. Yi Chutang touched the hairpin on her head, smiling widely. "Old lady Yi, who do you say caused Ye Siyin's miscarriage? Say it again. I didn't hear you." Although she had intentionally not helped, she wouldn't let the old woman turn the blame on her. The old lady was frightened by Yi Chutang's actions and swallowed hard, quickly averting her gaze. I didn't say anything." Yi Chutang looked at the old lady, who quickly backed down and snorted. "I don't have a bad habit of mistreating the elderly, but think carefully about what you say in the future." After saying this, she turned to the heartbroken Ye Siyin, who looked like she might faint. "Make sure you know who the real culprit is before you lash out." Ye Siyin took this to heart and completely hated the old lady. If it weren't for that old woman bumping into her, she wouldn't have lost the baby. Thinking of this, she endured the pain and looked at the doctor. "Could you please prescribe me some medicine, doctor? I want to take care of my health." Although the chance of staying in Dinggha was gone, with her beauty and talent, it wouldn't be hard for her to marry a good man. So the urgent task now is to improve her health. The doctor, being an official, had the duty to treat exiled prisoners and nodded in agreement. However, the medicinal herbs he needed were left at the edge of the valley. "Miss Yi, once I get the herbs, I will prescribe you a remedy." "Thank you, doctor." Just as Ye Siyin finished her thanks, she fainted from the pain. When Yi Chutang returned to rest under the tree, Ye Anzhi was busy chopping trees with the local officials and villagers from Dinggha. Earlier, he had sent Sun Chu back to call for help while he went to the nearby Yun County. The area affected by the fire was too large. Skills alone wouldn't suffice. They needed more people. On his way, he encountered villagers armed with axes and saws, coming to help with the fire. The villagers living near the mountain knew that the fire couldn't be completely extinguished. They could only cut down trees on the outskirts to create a firebreak and stop the flames from spreading. Ye Anzhi introduced himself to the villagers. His reputation had spread throughout the Bachan kingdom, making him a candidate for the people's new emperor. When the villagers realized that the elegant young man before them was the war hero Ye Anzhi, they were both surprised and relieved. They immediately followed his instructions and began chopping trees in an organized manner. Soon, the local officials arrived. Initially, they came to assess the fire situation but found themselves unable to leave after a few words from Ye Anzhi. They sent villagers home to fetch tools and returned to the city to gather more people. When Chong found Ye Anzhi, he was chopping trees with an axe. No matter how thick the tree, with his inner strength, he could fell one with a single strike. The officials dragged the fallen trees toward the fire, while the villagers used sickles to clear grass and bushes beneath the trees. Everyone was sweating profusely, racing against the fire, working together seamlessly. Noticing that Ye Anzhi's face looked unusual, Chong quickly approached and handed him his water pouch. "Young Master Chi, take a break. Let me help." With that, he took the axe from Ye Anzhi's hands. Ye Anzhi's clothes were soaked with sweat, and his face was flushed, breathing unevenly. To save time, he had used his inner strength with every chop. Now, exhausted and breathless, his eyes were bloodshot. He knew that pushing himself further could trigger adverse effects, so he nodded and accepted the water pouch. The villagers and officials understood Ye Anzhi's efforts and were not dissatisfied. He only took a couple of sips to soothe his throat. Chong noticed that Ye Anzhi was saving water for him and said, "Drink up, I have more." He took an apple and 2 buns from his pocket and tossed them to Ye Anzhi. "Eat something first." Ye Anzhi was indeed hungry, so he accepted them without hesitation. After eating and drinking enough, he finally felt better and started chopping trees with Chong. He didn't dare to use his inner strength again, as it took many strikes to cut down a thick tree. Seeing this, Chong quickly said, "Young Master Chi, let me handle the thick ones. You chop the thin ones. All right, if you get tired, I'll take over." The two worked together, and their speed in chopping trees was impressive. The officials and villagers could hardly keep up. Everyone was exhausted but pushed through. Heaven rewards those who work hard. Before the wildfire reached them, over 500 people finally cleared a firebreak on the windward side. Everyone collapsed on the ground, letting the scorching sun beat down on them, with floating ash falling around, barely able to move. Yet, despite their exhaustion, the smiles on the faces of the officials and villagers remained. Leaning against a tree, Ye Anzhi looked at Chong and asked, "Are Tang and the others all right?" Chong nodded. "They're all fine. Young Master's son has gone to call for help as you instructed." When he left the valley, Sun Chu hadn't departed yet. But he had good hearing and caught a few words from the conversation between Sun Chu and Ye Siyin. Lady Chi seems to know a lot about the wildfire's extent. She marked a map for young Master Sun to take. After hearing this, Ye Anzhi thought of the term ghost thief. He stood up. "It's getting late. Let's head back." Chong could barely lift his arms, rubbing his back against the tree as he slowly got up. He instructed his men to give the horse to Ye Anzhi. "You go ahead, young Master Chi. I still need to fetch my horse." His horse was tied where he first met Ye Anzhi, 2 miles away from there. After Chong left, Ye Anzhi said goodbye to the officials and villagers and rode back to the valley. The valley was empty, with only the things left behind. The guard conveyed Ye Chutong's message to Ye Anzhi. "Young Master Chi, after you cross the mountain ahead, Lady Chi has left a mark for you. Follow it, and you'll find a river where everyone is waiting. You should go ahead. These supplies can wait for Lord Han and the others to bring them later." Thinking about how hurriedly they had left and that there were still things in the valley, Ye Anzhi decided to take a look. He then gathered cooking tools and wilted vegetables to find Ye Siyin. When the sound of galloping hooves echoed, everyone turned to look at the river entrance. Ye Siyin saw the man covered in ash and quickly stood up. Zhao, why are you the only one back? Zhao was sweaty and dirty. He stood at a distance from Ye Siyin, afraid of bothering her. Chong and the others will be here soon. The fire control was successful and there were no casualties. Is there water in this river? He felt sticky and wanted to wash up. Wu Qingang quickly replied, yes, there's a deep water hole upstream, and there's some water. This made Zhao frown. Is it flowing water or still water? If it was still water, it meant the supply was limited and could not be used freely. It's still water. I've sent my men to find other water sources. We should have good news soon. Ye Siyin took a clean set of clothes from her bag and handed it to Zhao, then passed him a water bucket. Go wash up. When Lord Han and the others return, they will need to wash too. Zhao knew Ye Siyin was confident there were other water sources. He took the bucket and clothes and headed upstream. As he passed by Ye Siyin, he smelled a strong scent of blood. But he was not interested in knowing what had happened and walked away quickly. Ye Siyin had a high fever, sometimes unconscious, sometimes awake. Her condition was poor. Since learning about her miscarriage, Zhu Rong had stopped caring for her and even blamed her for the loss of her child. The seriously injured Aunt Jiang used a damp cloth to cool her forehead, trying to prevent further damage. Aunt Jiang anxiously looked toward the entrance, hoping Chong and the others would return soon with the supplies left in the valley, so that Ye Siyin could use the medicine and recover quickly. Before long, the sound of hooves approached again. As the hoofbeats got closer, Aunt Jiang eagerly awaited. When the horses arrived, she realized it was Sun Chu. Sun Chu tied 2 horses together. He quickly walked up to Ye Siyin and said, "We found the arsonist." Ye Siyin winked at Sun Chu and playfully asked, "Was it the dog emperor who sent someone to start the fire?" Sun Chu understood her look and nodded firmly. "Besides that scoundrel, there's no one else." After saying this, he looked around and asked, "Is there any food left?"
I'm starving.
Aunt Sue quickly handed him some meat pies and fruit. "Young master son, there's still plenty of food, so please help yourself." After thanking her, Sun Chu took the food from Aunt Sue and devoured it. "Is there any water?" Ye Siyin handed him a water pouch filled with river water. To prevent him from saying the river water was not as good as the spring water, she quickly asked, "Can the fire be controlled?" Sun Chu's throat was dry, and he couldn't even taste the water. He just felt more energized after drinking it. But now is not the time to dwell on that. He returned the empty water bag to Ye Siyin. "We can definitely control it. As long as the wind doesn't change direction, the fire won't spread in less than 2 hours. Although the fire is large, there are many people in Daeong town, and the station troops are considerable. Working together to control the fire is not difficult." Ye Siyin felt completely relieved. "That's good to hear. Are there any casualties among the people?" "There are no casualties. The fire started in a village. It's dry, and there's a lack of water. The villagers knew they couldn't put it out, so they ran away immediately," Sun Chu said, pulling out a map from his pocket and handing it back to Ye Siyin. How did Madam Qi figure out the location of the firebreak? It was so precise. It must have used modern math, physics, and geography to calculate it accurately. Without this knowledge, people from ancient times couldn't have figured it out. Ye Siyin knew that her identity as someone from another time would eventually be revealed. After all, the poems and writings she left behind came from modern times. If Sun Chu looked into it, he would find out they were fellow townspeople. But she didn't plan to confess just yet. She would wait until Sun Chu found evidence to confront her. "The situation is urgent. I didn't have time to calculate. I just drew it quickly." No one would believe that explanation. Although Sun Chu didn't ask anything further, he became more suspicious that Ye Siyin also came from modern times. He thought news about Ye Siyin would come soon, so he stopped questioning her. "Besides me, who else has returned?" Ye Siyin glanced at the tired horse resting on the ground and said, "Zhao went to wash in the upstream waterhole. Why don't you go wash too?" Sun Chu wasn't very dirty, but he smelled strongly of sweat. He found the smell unbearable and rubbed his nose, saying, "All right, I'll go after I finish eating. Also, bring back a bucket of water for the horse." Okay. After Sun Chu finished eating, he took his clothes and headed upstream. He hadn't walked far when he saw Ye Anzhi returning from washing. "Young Master Qi, give me the bucket. I'm going to take a shower." Ye Anzhi was carrying a full bucket of water, planning to save it for cooking. "Wait a moment, I'll pour out the water." He set up an iron pot and filled it with water. The remaining water was put into a basin for later use with flour. Chong and the others will be back soon, and they are hungry. "Let's make some noodle soup." Aunt Sue quickly agreed, "Okay, I'll make it right away." After Sun Chu left with the bucket, Ye Siyin and Old Master Qi went to collect dry branches. Old Madam Qi and Aunt Sue prepared the ingredients for the noodle soup. In addition to making the dough into small dumplings, you can also add some vegetables and diced meat to the pot to enhance the flavor of the soup. Ye Chutang hadn't cooked in a long time. It was mostly Aunt Sue and Ye Siyin who did the cooking, while the two elders of the Qi family helped, and Qi Jingyao did the heavy work. Making dumpling soup was easy, so she didn't call Qi Jingyao to help. Seeing that Ye Anzhi looked unwell, she pulled him to sit down nearby and checked his pulse. The pulse is rapid and feels hot. "What did you do to almost trigger a heat condition?" Ye Anzhi turned his wrist, palm up. His palm was covered in painful blisters, which was concerning to see. "I was just thinking about chopping the trees quickly. Otherwise, I couldn't stop the forest fire. I overused my internal energy." He realized something was wrong with his body, and even if Chong hadn't come, he would have taken a break. "Don't worry, I'll be fine after resting for a bit. Wait here, I'll get some medicine for the injury." Ye Chutang brought over her medicine pouch and took out a bottle of ointment and a roll of silk cloth. She poured the brown powder onto his wounds, spread it evenly, and bandaged it. "Keep it dry, and you'll heal in 2 or 3 days. Ye Anzhi replied with an and asked, "Does Sun Chu have any news about the arsonist?" He didn't think it was the emperor's doing. After all, the grand gift he sent to the emperor had just arrived in the capital, and even if the emperor wanted to retaliate, the news wouldn't reach him so quickly. Moreover, after suffering 2 major losses, the emperor wouldn't dare to harm the people again. Although Ye Chutang hadn't heard the outcome from Sun Chu, she thought the same as Ye Anzhi. She leaned closer and whispered, "It should be a fire accidentally set by the villagers. We'll ask Sun Chu when he returns." After that, she asked, "Should we rest here tonight?" Ye Anzhi nodded, "Yes, Chong and the others are tired and need to rest for the night." Just then, the sound of hooves became chaotic. Chong had arrived first with his mounted subordinates at the riverbank. Everyone looked dirty and exhausted. The horses were also worn out, lying on the ground, panting heavily, with foam at their mouths. Ye Anzhi stood up and walked towards Chong. "There's a big water hole upstream. You all should wash up there before coming back to drink the dumpling soup." The soup was too hot and needed to cool down a bit. Chong's dirty face was washed clean in streaks by the sweat running down. He wiped his face with his sleeve, but it only made him dirtier. "Okay, did you manage to stop the forest fire on the other mountains?" Seeing that Chong's lips were chapped, Ye Anzhi handed him his father's water pouch. "The fire has been controlled. A total of 7 hills burned, but there were no casualties. At least it wasn't all for nothing." Chong took the water pouch, moistened his throat, and handed it to his subordinate. Suddenly, he smelled blood and frowned, asking, "Is someone hurt?"
Ye Chantang interjected, Ye Siyin hata miscarriage.
Chong was not interested in trivial matters and changed the subject. "Young Master Qi, how do you plan to take advantage of this wildfire?" "Naturally, I will reveal the truth to the public." Ye Anzhi smiled and silently added, "The emperor. Isn't the emperor always shifting blame and responsibility? Let him experience that feeling too." Chong thought Ye Anzhi's approach was good, but he was a bit worried about the situation in Beichen. The royal family has completely lost its prestige. In the face of tyranny, many people might feel rebellious, leading to chaos. take the price of grain, which is related to people's livelihoods. If the government ignores the decree controlling grain prices and merchants disregard the government's restrictions, Beichan will be in turmoil. In the end, it will be the common people who suffer. Han Chong shared his concerns with Qi Yanzhou. Young Master Qi, shouldn't we find someone to stand up to the royal family? Although it is not the right time to overthrow the monarchy, having someone to challenge the emperor would be good for the people. Qi Yanzhou had thought about this too, but he had not found a suitable candidate yet. The choice for the new emperor must be made carefully. A poor choice could have negative consequences. He did not argue with Han Chong but asked, "Do you have anyone in mind?" Han Chong remained silent, staring intently at Qi Yanzhou. Understanding his meaning, Qi Yanzhou shook his head. "Let's wait a bit longer. The right person will appear." Han Chong had anticipated this answer. After all, Qi Yanzhou had previously made it clear that he was not interested in the throne. He looked at Ye Chutang under the tree, hoping she would persuade Qi Yanzhou. But Ye Chutang was even less interested in the palace and ignored Han Chong. Han Chong sighed inwardly and asked Qi Yanzhou again, "What if the emperor ignores your threats and continues to target the Qi family?" After the emperor's substitute plan in Liangzhou failed, Qi Yanzhou had threatened the emperor with rebellion. Yet the emperor remained unchanged and initiated the burning city plan in Daong town. After Qi Yanzhou broke the deadlock and retaliated, would the emperor really be wary? The answer was undoubtedly no. Qi Yanzhou knew very well that the emperor would not let the Qi family off easily. But after he receives the prince's head, he will definitely calm down for a while, enough for them to reach Tianshan County. By then, even if the emperor wants to deal with the Qi family, he will be powerless. If the emperor doesn't change his ways, then we should put a prince on the throne. Han Chong raised an eyebrow. Which one will young Master Qi choose? Without hesitation, Qi Yanzhou replied, "The second prince." This answer surprised Han Chong. The second prince, Zhao Qing'an, was even more ruthless than the late deposed prince. Not only did he form cliques for personal gain, but he also manipulated the imperial examinations and even sought out young boys' blood for the emperor's alchemy to maintain his favor. He exploited the emperor's desire for immortality by collaborating with evil practitioners. Han Chong asked in confusion, "Why him?" Qi Yanzhou smiled and said, "Because he knows how to pretend." Although Zhao Qing'an has no genuine concern for the people, once he ascends, he will act like a benevolent ruler to improve the royal family's reputation. At least for 3 years, the common people will not suffer. This also gives him enough time to plan secretly, achieving the best of both worlds. Although Han Chong didn't fully understand Qi Yanzhou's reasoning, he trusted his decision. At that moment, Sun Chu returned with a bucket of water after washing. He looked around and asked, "This bucket is too small for the horse. How will we give it water?" As soon as he finished speaking, the National Defense Army arrived with the supplies left in the valley. Qi Qingyu took out her basin for washing clothes to give the horse some water. Han Chong took the fodder from the cart and threw it by the basin, then took the clothes and bucket to wash in the upstream waterhole. Once the National Defense Army left, the doctor prescribed medicine for Ye Siyin to prevent her from dying due to a miscarriage. Soon, Wu Cheng's subordinate, who was sent to find a water source, returned. There was a large waterhole half a mile downstream. However, this location was close to the mountain fire, and there were no trees above to block it, causing ashes from the burned grass and wood to fall into the water. Ye Chutang thought this was not a big deal. The ashes were not dirty and could even purify the water and disinfect it. Just bring the water back and let it sit for a while. After saying this, she took 2 rain covers from the cart and handed them to Qi Hian. "Go find 2 places to rest at night. Set up the rain covers to block the falling ashes. It's okay to get a little dirty, but if someone accidentally inhales the ashes, it will be uncomfortable." Qi Hian took the rain covers, okay, second sister-in-law. After taking a few steps, he saw a rabbit darting out from the woods. With a bit of skill, he quickly grabbed the long ears of the old rabbit and lifted it up. "Haha, we'll have roasted rabbit for dinner tonight." Sun Chu looked at the rabbit struggling to escape and said, "With the 7 burning mountains, many animals must have run out." It's a good time for hunting. I'll go take a look. After saying this, he quickly disappeared. The Chun family members, hearing this, thought they could try their luck in the mountains, hoping to find something. Yi Jingchuan, tired of eating black steamed buns, also wanted to go to the mountains for a chance. After informing Wu Qingang, the two set off together. In the end, they returned empty-handed. Meanwhile, the Qi family and the National Defense Army were already roasting meat. Sun Chu was skilled and caught wild game easily. He used vines to tie up more than 10 rabbits and even caught 2 deer to bring back. Soon, the delicious smell of barbecue filled the air. Everyone except the Zhao, Yi, and Chen families enjoyed the roasted meat and thick noodle soup. The next day, before dawn, Qi Yanzhou woke up. The air was filled with the smell of burning wood, and a thick layer of black ash covered the ground. Thankfully, Yi Chutang had the foresight to set up a rain cover above the resting area. The air was warm from the lingering heat of the fire. He went to check the nearest fire break. The fire had already been extinguished, leaving behind charred ground and standing trees that hadn't burned completely. When Qi Yanzhou returned to the riverbank, everyone was packed and ready to leave. He used the water he had saved to wash up quickly. Wu Qingang looked at the moon hanging in the sky and shouted, "Let's go." The path was covered in ash, and as the group walked, they kicked up clouds of black dust that made it hard to breathe. By noon, the group finally left the area affected by the fire. 4 days later, they arrived in Dinggha. Qi Yanzhou led everyone in stopping the fire, and news of their efforts had already reached Dinggha City. Many townspeople welcomed them at the city gate, expressing their gratitude. Even the governor of Dinggha, Zhu Hong, appeared at the gate to personally the Qi family to the post station. "Young Master Qi, if you need anything, please let me know. The station master will do his best to accommodate you." Though he was a man of the emperor, he wanted to keep a backup plan. Qi Yanzhou had no good feelings towards Zhu Hong and waved his hand. "Lord Zhu, you can go about your business. We'll leave early tomorrow." The implication was that as long as Zhu Hong didn't cause trouble, he wouldn't seek conflict. That was exactly what Zhu Hong wanted to hear. He didn't want to be implicated just because he was associated with the emperor. "All right, you all rest. I'll take my leave first." After Zhu Hong left, Qi Yanzhou made sure no one was watching the post station before heading out to find the old members of the Qi army. Although no one was following him, Qi Yanzhou remained very cautious. After all, he is now well known, and wherever he goes, he attracts attention. If someone finds out that he has connections with the former members of the Qi family army, it could cause trouble for them. A quarter of an hour later, Qi Yanzhou jumped into a house in the southern part of the city. Ma Kun, a former member of the Qi family army, had been waiting for him in the yard. Seeing him arrive, he quickly approached and knelt on one knee. "Young master, you must be tired from your journey." Qi Yanzhou helped the gray-haired Ma Kun to his feet, a slight smile on his face. "Uncle Ma, there's no need for such formalities between us." Ma Kun did not respond to this. Ever since Qi Yanzhou began to think about overthrowing the tyrannical rule, they were no longer close friends but rather master and subordinate. "Young master, let's go inside to talk." Ma Kun's house was small, with a front yard, a backyard, 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms, a kitchen, and a storage room. He had 3 sons who had long since moved out, living with his eldest son. The eldest son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter lived in the side rooms. Ma Kun and his wife lived in the main room on the east side, with a hall in the middle and a guest room on the west side. Knowing that Qi Yanzhou would come to see him today, he had sent his family away to make it easier for them to discuss important matters. The two went to the guest room. Ma Kun poured the tea he had prepared earlier. Although the tea was a bit cool, it was suitable for the hot weather. "Young master, this tea isn't great, but please make do with it." Qi Yanzhou picked up the teacup and smiled, saying, "Uncle Ma, I'm just a simple person. I can't tell good from bad. As long as it's from you, it's good tea to me." After saying this, he drank the lukewarm tea in one gulp. It had a strong bitterness but also a hint of sweetness. While it wasn't the best tea, it was still decent. Ma Kun knew that Qi Yanzhou was just being polite and didn't pursue the topic further. After refilling Qi Yanzhou's cup, He asked directly, "Young master, is it true that you plan to rebel?" He had previously served as an advisor to Qi Yanzhou's grandfather and was a very clever man. After the Qi family lost their military power and the Qi army was disbanded by the emperor, he resigned and returned to his hometown in Dinggha. He lived a simple life, relying on the savings from over a decade of military pay and doing odd jobs. However, he would visit the capital every few years to meet with the retired General Qi and reminisce, maintaining a good relationship. After General Qi passed away, Ma Kuan rarely went to the capital. Yet, the Qi family continued their annual tradition of sending silver and special foods from the capital at the end of each year. He would also ask friends traveling to the capital to bring some local delicacies from Dinggha for the Qi family. Thus, the two families maintained a polite but distant relationship until the emperor discovered that the Qi family's reckless young master was hiding his skills while being quite capable. He secretly poisoned Qi Yanzhou during a palace banquet and, under the guise of promoting him, made him a military general, sending him on missions where he faced various assassination attempts. After going through many dangers, Qi Yanzhou realized that to protect the Qi family, he needed to gather the old allies they had abandoned and use them as leverage against the emperor. So, he spent 3 years reaching out to all the loyal old allies of the Qi family. Each year, they found opportunities to meet, discussing their lives, the current situation, and future plans. When Qi Yanzhou was assigned to reclaim the southern border, he also began to strategize with the old allies of the Qi army. Thinking of this, he answered Ma Kuan's question. "Uncle Ma, the Zhao family's rule must be overthrown, but not right now.
Maanantai kun understår.
Otherwise, Qi Yanzhou wouldn't have chosen to go into exile voluntarily, but would have directly rebelled. Second young master, what are your plans for the future?" Ma Kuan was asking if he intended to become emperor. Qi Yanzhou understood the implication and replied honestly, "Uncle Ma, I am a military general with the ability to maintain peace, but I lack the talent to govern a nation, so I will not take the throne." His plan was to secretly expand the Qi army, infiltrating various military forces to gain influence and gradually take control. When the time was right, he would support a new emperor. Ma Kuan disagreed with Qi Yanzhou's view and countered, "Second young master, you have vision, intelligence, and care for the people. Even if you don't know how to govern, you could still be a wise ruler." He didn't know how to govern a nation but understood that a good ruler is one who prioritizes the people's well-being and ensures their peace and happiness. Clearly, the second young master had that capability. So, he knelt on one knee. "Second young master, I hope you will take on this great responsibility for the sake of the people." Qi Yanzhou helped Ma Kuan up. "Uncle Ma, as long as we can overthrow tyranny and restore peace, it doesn't matter who ultimately sits on the throne." Seeing that Qi Yanzhou had no intention of becoming emperor, Ma Kuan stopped persuading him. Perhaps once they moved closer to establishing a new emperor, the second young master would change his mind. "I trust no one but you, second young master." Qi Yanzhou smiled and patted Ma Kuan's shoulder. "That's enough for me, Uncle Ma." Then he shifted the conversation to serious matters. Dinggha City is the largest state in the northwest, with a significant military presence. To capture the imperial city, we must first take Dinggha City. Although he had been placing people in the governor's office, the inspector's office, and the station military since 3 years ago, like in the palace, those he placed were in unimportant positions. Because the royal family knows how important Dinggha is, the 3 people in control of this region are all loyalists. If the royal family's reputation were not so low, Governor Zhu Hong would not personally welcome someone like him, who has been exiled. Therefore, his people need an opportunity to gain more power. Thinking of this, Qi Yanzhou asked Ma Kuan, "Uncle Ma, are there any recent developments in Dinggha City?" Ma Kuan thought for a moment and replied, "Since the second young master and the emperor had a falling out, Governor Zhu, Inspector Wu, and General Pei have become very cautious, conducting thorough checks inside and outside Dinggha City 3 times. Fortunately, the people he placed in the government and the garrison are in low positions. Otherwise, they could easily be discovered and executed." Qi Yanzhou knows very well that as long as the imperial power is not overthrown, The three in charge of Dinggha will leave him an escape route, but will not betray the emperor. The reason the emperor trusts them is that their sons have been sent to the capital as hostages since birth. They will not choose another path unless absolutely necessary. Uncle Ma knows Dinggha City very well. Have you found any breakthrough? Ma Kuan nodded. Second young master, I suspect Zhu Hong has a mistress and has even fathered a son with her. He had suspected this before but had not found any evidence, thinking he might be overthinking it. However, today, Zhu Hong personally welcomed the Qi family at the city gate, which deepened his suspicion. Knowing that this would upset the emperor, he still did it to secure an escape route, indicating he has some leverage and is not completely under the emperor's control. After hearing Ma Kuan's speculation, Qi Yanzhou nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Uncle Ma, why do you suspect Zhu Hong has a mistress? Zhu Hong, like the emperor, practices Taoism. On the 1st and 15th of each month, he goes to the temple to pray, staying there all day. The temple takes care of some orphans, and he always brings food and toys for them, even hiring teachers to educate them. Qi Yanzhou sensed something was off in Ma Kuan's words. As the emperor's subordinate, Zhu Hong is not a good official and does not need to show kindness to orphans to win the people's hearts. I thought the same, but I couldn't find anything from the temple or the orphans. I will visit the temple tonight. Ma Kuan immediately objected. Second young master, you will leave early tomorrow morning. It's better not to take risks. I will find out the truth. Qi Yanzhou picked up the cold tea and took a sip. I came to Dinggha City for 2 reasons: to see you and to take action. The emperor's desire to eliminate the Qi family will not die, and his counterattack will not end. Ma Kuan reminded, the attitude of Governor Wu and General Pei towards the second young master is unclear, so be careful. Qi Yanzhou nodded and set down his teacup. All right, I will. Is there anything unusual about these two? Governor Wu has been away from Dinggha recently, inspecting the counties under his jurisdiction. The Wu family doesn't have anything special going on. However, General Pei has been suffering from a leg ailment and is resting at home. I've heard that his mother is also not well. After finishing, Ma Kuan suddenly thought of Zhao Mingxiu. Second young master, Zhao Mingxiu has been getting close to Zhu Hong lately. I see, Uncle Ma. Since your health isn't great either, when Shize passes through Dinggha, I'll have him check on you. We need you to keep an eye on things here. Qi Yanzhou didn't want to burden Ye Siyin, so he decided to wait for Shize to come to Dinggha. Ma Kuan joked, don't worry, second young master. Even if I'm gone, the 3 brothers of the Ma family will still be here for you. Peace and stability are the mission of the Qi family army. As long as the Qi family exists, the Qi family army will not disperse. Uncle Ma, you will see that day because it won't be long, 5 to 10 years. Ma Kuan knew Qi Yanzhou wouldn't say such things lightly, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his slightly cloudy eyes. All right, I will live to see that day. Qi Yanzhou and Ma Kuan talked a bit more about the situation in the world. Uncle Ma, I will come to see you again before I leave tomorrow morning to share what I've gained from this trip. After saying this, he left the Ma family and returned to the post station. The Zhao family had already been taken away by Zhao Mingxiu, ignoring the premature-born Ye Siyin. The post station had rare ice blocks, making it quite refreshing, and everyone was resting. Under the guidance of the post attendant, Qi Yanzhou went to his room. The sound of the door woke Ye Siyin. She yawned and sat up, asking, Zhao, nothing will happen in Dinggha City again, right? It won't. It's still early for dinner, so sleep a bit more. I'm not going to sleep, or I won't be able to at night. Ye Siyin got up and sat with Qi Yanzhou at the round table. She asked, Dinggha is a stronghold in the northwest.
Can you take it?
I'm working it. Do you need me to do anything? Qi Yanzhou held Ye Siyin's hand, feeling sorry for her. No, just rest well. I don't want to rest. Let's go out for a walk and gather some supplies. Okay, and I'll take you to try some delicious food from Dinggha. As the two strolled through the busiest street in Dinggha, the head of the Feitalzu was delivered to the palace. Before his death, Zhao Qingyu had suffered greatly, looking disheveled, with injuries on his face, and he had become extremely thin. The queen recognized her only son after a long moment. She gasped and fainted. The emperor had woken up a couple of days ago, but he was in poor spirits, and his condition was worsening. He spent most of his time in a deep sleep. Looking at Zhao Qingyu's terrible head, he felt a chill in his neck. "Take it away, quickly." They immediately removed the head but handed over a letter. "Your Majesty, this is a letter from Ye Anzhi for you to read." The emperor knew the letter wouldn't contain good news, but he still wanted to know what it said. He shakily reached out with his damaged hand. Just as he was about to touch the letter, he pulled back. "This letter might be poisoned too. You open it and read it to me." The frightened by the emperor's words, dropped the letter. It fell to the ground. He didn't want to suffer from his own ailments, but didn't dare disobey the emperor's command, so he reluctantly picked up the letter and opened it. "The head of the former crown prince is my mid-autumn gift to you. Isn't the cut on the neck rounder than the moon? Your Majesty, how does it feel to be threatened by death while your body is falling apart? Don't worry, this is just a warning, but I can't guarantee what will happen next time. Behave yourself, or I will take your head. Your Majesty, issue another self-criticism decree, go to the city wall, and bow to the citizens." This is an order, not a negotiation. After the finished reading, he fell to his knees with a thud. "Please calm your anger, Your Majesty." Ye Anzhi's letter was extremely arrogant, yet the emperor felt no anger, only happiness. Because he would not die. The heavy burden on his heart lifted, and he felt much better. "Bring someone." The shadow guards emerged from the darkness and knelt before the dragon throne. "Your orders, Your Majesty." All the palace servants in the sleeping quarters. Leave no one alive. The threat in Ye Anzhi's letter must not be known to anyone. This way, writing a self-criticism decree and bowing to the citizens would seem like his own idea, reducing the people's resentment towards him. The shadow guards acted swiftly, and blood flowed like a river. "Your Majesty, all the servants have been executed." "Burn the letter." "Yes." The letter that insulted and threatened the emperor was turned to ashes. "Go tell Lord Da that he will not die, and let him rest easy." "Understood." Lord Da had suffered adverse effects from the medicine he took for his illness, and his condition was much worse than the emperor's. His body was falling apart, and he had a foul smell from the high fever, almost always in a deep sleep. However, he occasionally regained consciousness. The imperial physician had not been able to create an antidote to alleviate Lord Da's and the emperor's conditions. But no one was infected, which means the two did not have a plague. This relieved everyone in the palace. When the shadow guard went to the Shishou palace, Da was asleep. He informed Shuangxi, who was attending to him, to keep relaying the emperor's words to Da. The shadow guard returned to the emperor's chamber to report. The emperor instructed the new palace servants to move the table to the dragon bed, making it easier for him to write his self-criticism. After being tormented by the fear of death for so long, he just wanted to live well. Only by living could he change the situation and seek revenge. Therefore, this time, to satisfy Ye Anzhi, he wrote the self-criticism with extra sincerity. Just as he finished, the grieving queen woke up. The chamber had been cleaned, but the incense could not hide the strong smell of blood, making her feel nauseous. Seeing the emperor still focused on writing, she screamed in anger, "Where's Qingyu? Where is my Qingyu?" She looked at him as if he were an enemy. The emperor glanced at the queen and said, "He is outside the palace. Arrange for him to be buried soon. Qingyu's body is not whole. How can we bury him without finding his remains?" The emperor looked at the queen, who seemed frantic, and placed the completed self-criticism on the table. "Queen, Qingyu died in Bingzhou, at Ye Anzhi's hands. Do you think we can find his whole body?" Zhao Qingyu was the emperor's first child, born to the empress, and was favored from birth as the crown prince. But in the royal family, there is no true affection. Even father and son can scheme against each other. As the son grew, their relationship became distant. Later, when Zhao Qingyu began to covet the throne, the emperor completely severed their father-son bond. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made him take the blame and stripped him of his crown prince title. Now that his son was dead, he felt no sorrow, only relief that he could survive. The queen looked at the indifferent emperor, feeling utterly disappointed and filled with hatred. Does the emperor plan to deny Qingyu a place in the royal tomb? Qingyu repeatedly harmed the Qi family and nearly caused the deaths of countless citizens. How can he deserve a place in the royal tomb? Your Majesty, you cannot shift all the blame onto Qingyu, the queen said fiercely before turning to leave. The emperor called after her, Queen, the deceased is gone. Don't let small matters lead to greater losses. The queen quickly left the chamber, not taking the emperor's words to heart. The emperor, worried about what trouble the queen might cause, sent the shadow guard to issue an order to confine her. The queen was furious but helpless, as the palace belonged to the emperor. She stared at Zhao Qingyu's head, tears streaming down her face like loose beads, crying with sadness and despair. She destroyed everything in the Fengqi palace. Son, wait for me. Your mother will avenge you. When the queen presented Zhao Qingyu's head in the side hall, the emperor had already issued a self-reproach edict, carried out of the palace by the shadow guards, and, under the protection of the imperial guard, ascended the city wall. Along the way, the shadow guards spread the news that the seriously ill emperor had issued a self-reproach edict and would apologize to the people from the city tower. By the time the emperor, who could barely stand, reached the city wall, the streets were filled with citizens, murmuring among themselves. Weren't we told the emperor was gravely ill and nearly dead in the palace? There are so many doctors in the palace, plus Miss Ye's medicine for the illness. He won't die. Why is the emperor suddenly issuing a self-reproach edict? Why apologize to the common people? I heard he was forced by young Master Qi. If he didn't do this, there would be a rebellion. The emperor has repeatedly dealt with the Qi family, yet young Master Qi keeps giving him chances.
Why?
Just rebel directly. Because a rebellion would lead to internal chaos, and the neighboring countries would take the opportunity to invade and destroy Beichen, causing suffering for the people. So, young Master Qi's repeated tolerance towards the emperor is for this reason. The emperor listened to the people's discussions, his decaying face dark with anger. Qi Anzhi, wait for me. He struggled to calm his breathing, not allowing himself to lose control. Otherwise, all his efforts today would be in vain. A luxurious carriage stopped at the city gate, and the commander of the Imperial Guard lifted the curtain. Your Majesty, we have arrived. The emperor looked emaciated, and the dragon robe he wore seemed excessively large. The bright yellow fabric was soaked with pus, showing various wet stains. The fragrance of dragons' saliva couldn't mask the foul odor emanating from him.
Help me down.
The palace attendants waiting by the carriage immediately stepped forward, opening the curtains to reveal the scene inside. The nearby citizens, seeing the emperor's decayed face and bony frame, stepped back in fear. They had heard many rumors, but nothing compared to the horror of seeing him in person. I always suspected the emperor's illness was a ruse to avoid criticism, but I didn't expect him to be this ill. Abusing the people and harming the loyal, he deserves this retribution. As soon as these words were spoken, Commander whose gaze locked onto the speaker, his eyes filled with murderous intent. These foolish people could gossip all they wanted, but to gloat in front of the emperor today? Did they want to die? Your Majesty, may I? Before he could finish, the emperor waved his hand. I am here today to apologize. I will accept whatever the people say. The emperor was not without intelligence. It was just that over the years, Da had made decisions for him, and he had stopped thinking for himself. Since he chose to set aside his dignity and pride, he would maximize the benefits he could gain. After respectfully responding, Commander, who helped the emperor down from the carriage. Outside the carriage was a sedan chair to carry the emperor into the palace. Your Majesty, the city walls are too high. Given your current health, you need to be carried up. The emperor ignored the sedan chair and looked at the crowd of people. I am here to apologize, not to enjoy myself. Help me up. Yes, Your Majesty. Commander Hu and his trusted aides supported the emperor's arms, sharing his weight to make it easier for him to walk. Even so, the emperor struggled to climb the stairs due to his poor health. Just as he was about to faint, Commander Hu gave him a medicinal pill, allowing him to reach the city wall successfully. On the wall hung Da's prized possession. After days of exposure to the sun, the redwood box had faded somewhat, and the red cloth was stuck with remnants of spoiled eggs, making it dirty and unpleasant. The emperor, knowing that the pursuit of immortality was a life fabricated by Da, wished he could get rid of it immediately. However, due to his health and his caution towards Da, he did not dare to show it. Now that the opportunity for revenge was right in front of him, he certainly would not let it slip away. Commander Hu cut that rope. Commander Hu knew that what was tied below was Da's lifeline. Thinking the emperor wanted to help to take it back, he immediately went to pull the rope. But the emperor stopped him. "Stop. Do you not understand my words? Cut the rope. Your Majesty, if we cut it directly, the box will fall and break." As soon as Commander Hu finished speaking, the emperor's shadow guard appeared. With a flash of cold light, the rope was cut, and the box fell. The people standing below the city gate quickly moved aside. Thud! The box hit the ground, and something the size of a pinky finger rolled out. Wow, so the treasure is just a fire stick. What fire stick? It's clearly just a piece of trash. Honestly, it looks just like what my dog leaves behind. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, a beggar suddenly rushed forward and stomped on it. The guards at the city gate turned pale upon seeing this. Da had instructed them to keep a close watch on his treasure and not let anything happen to it. Hey, you filthy beggar, stop right now. Don't get yourself into trouble. The guards wanted to rush forward to catch the beggar, but there were simply too many onlookers. He intentionally obstructed him. By the time he arrived at the crushed mess, the beggar had long disappeared. The townspeople also kicked it around, making it impossible to collect. In other words, after 100 years, the official will die without a complete body. At that moment, Commander Hu's voice echoed with power. Be quiet. The townspeople felt a sharp pain in their ears and immediately fell silent, looking toward the city tower. The pitiful emperor stood in the center of the tower, holding a large umbrella to shield him from the glaring and hot sun. However, the heat made him sweat all over, and the sweat flowed into his wounds, causing him pain and making it hard to stand. Commander Hu realized that supporting the official had angered the emperor, so he quickly stepped forward to assist him, trying to make amends. The emperor, needing help, did not refuse. He took out a prepared apology and read it to the townspeople. But due to his weakness, his voice was barely audible. For every sentence he read, Commander Hu repeated it to the crowd. The apology was heartfelt, and the emperor was moved, but the townspeople remained indifferent. After all, no matter how nice the words, actions that benefit the people matter more. However, when the emperor knelt before the crowd, it shocked everyone. The emperor has always only knelt to heaven and earth, and now he actually, the whole city almost perished because of him. If the plague spread, no one would escape. What's wrong with kneeling once? Exactly, the emperor's knees may be precious, but our lives are important too. I think the emperor realizes he made a mistake and is sincerely apologizing. Seeing the shift in the crowd's attitude, the emperor pressed on. If a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. I am deeply pained and ashamed by the actions of the crown prince. I apologize to the people of the world on his behalf. I thank Ye Anzhi for removing a disaster for Beichen. Now that the crown prince is dead, he has received his due punishment. But I cannot escape blame and understand the suffering of the people. I have decided to have the taxes for 3 years, and even in the face of disasters, grain prices will not rise. As commander who conveyed the emperor's final words, the townspeople below the city wall immediately cheered with joy. For them, who the emperor was did not matter. A good emperor was one who ensured they lived well and safely. The emperor has finally awakened. May heaven bless us. Lower taxes, reduce grain prices, and dismantle the temples. Our hard days are finally over. Long live the emperor. With Commander Hu's support, The emperor stood up, looking at the grateful townspeople with a proud expression. "Qianzhou, do you see this? I have won the people's hearts." He decided to temporarily let the Qi family be, waiting for a heavy snowstorm in the north to block the roads and cities before taking action. When the emperor happily returned to the palace, the empress, upon hearing the news, destroyed the recently tidied Fengqi palace. "Your Majesty, how cruel you are to tarnish your son's life for the sake of the people's hearts." She laughed maniacally, almost as if she had lost her mind. Then, she held Zhao Qingyu's head and cried uncontrollably. After her tears, she gently arranged Zhao Qingyu's remains. "My son, your mother will avenge you. No one who has harmed you will escape. Qi Yanzhou, Zhao Qing'an, Dinggha, and the emperor would not escape." As the emperor's carriage reached the palace gates, a major event occurred within the palace. The mother of the 8th prince tragically drowned. Having just lost her own child, the empress felt for the young 8th prince who had lost his mother, keeping him close to care for him. The concubines noticed the underlying issues. However, the empress's family was powerful, and no one dared to speak up or investigate the truth. In Dinggha City, as dusk fell, Qi Yanzhou and Ye Siyin returned to the post station, loaded with goods. The postmaster had prepared a feast in the kitchen. There was plenty of food and drink. "Everyone, enjoy your meal. If you need more, just tell the post boys," Wu Qing said with a smile. To be cautious, Ye Siyin checked the food and drink as usual. Once she confirmed it was safe, she let everyone start eating. Of course, the Chun and Yi families did not receive the same treatment, still eating simple food. After the officials and the Qi family finished their meal, the two families quickly devoured the leftovers like hungry dogs. After eating, Qi Yanzhou accompanied Ye Siyin for a while and said, "Chudang, I need to step out for a bit. I'm not sure when I'll be back, so you should rest early and don't wait for me." Ye Siyin did not ask further and nodded. "Okay, be careful." "I will." As soon as Qi Yanzhou left, the old lady of the Qi family came to chat with Ye Siyin. Ye Siyin sensed that the old lady had something to say and asked, "Mother, if you have something to say, please go ahead." The old lady hesitated for a moment and swallowed her words. "The Lotus Viewing Festival is coming soon. I heard that the Luoxia Lake in Dinggha is filled with various lotus flowers, all competing for beauty. You can go see it with Qingyu." Ye Siyin knew the old lady wanted to discuss something else. It seemed to be a topic that was not suitable for a mother-in-law to discuss directly, so she sent her sister-in-law to talk to her. "All right, I'll go to Luoxia Lake with my elder sister. I'll go check on Qingyu's child." The old lady chatted with Qi Qingyu for a few moments. After Qi Qingyu agreed, she left the inn with Ye Siyin. Han Chong, worried about their safety, said, "Madam Qi, let me send 2 people to protect you secretly." Ye Siyin, unfamiliar with the situation in Dinggha, did not refuse. "Thank you, Lord Han." Luoxia Lake was not far from the inn. It took about 15 minutes to walk there. Dinggha was not as bustling as the capital. However, due to the heat during the day, everyone chose to go out in the evening, making the streets lively. Shops and stalls displayed various lotus lanterns in preparation for the Lotus Viewing Festival. Although Ye Siyin was full, she still bought some snacks whenever she saw something she liked. Each time, Qi Qingyu insisted on paying. "Sister-in-law, you don't need to argue with me. You've taken care of our family of 4 during this journey, so let me return the favor." "You're being too polite, sister." "Then don't be polite, and let me pay." Ye Siyin accepted Qi Qingyu's kindness with a smile and nodded, "All right." On their way from the inn to Luoxia Lake, Qi Qingyu bought delicious food for Ye Siyin. The two chatted and laughed, quickly reaching the lakeside. Luoxia Lake was cool at night, attracting many visitors, creating a lively atmosphere. The lotus flowers bloomed in the morning, and at other times, only the buds were visible. A summer breeze brought the fragrance of lotus leaves, dispelling the heat of the day. Lanterns floated on the lake, swaying with the waves. In the center of the lake was a large flower boat, where people sang and danced, with music filling the air. Everywhere, vendors sold lotus flowers and lotus seeds. Ye Siyin ordered some peeled lotus seeds and led Qi Qingyu to a quieter spot. She leaned on the railing, eating the seeds, and asked Sister, "Do you have something to tell me?" Qi Qingyu thought of her mother's words, her face turning slightly pink. She dared not look directly into Yi Chutong's eyes and instead gazed at the flower boat in the center of the lake, clearing her throat. "Sister-in-law, have you and Zhao spent the night together?" Qi Qingyu knew it was impolite to inquire about her brother's private matters. However, her mother's intentions were good, so she had to muster the courage to ask Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang noticed Qi Qingyu's flushed cheek and countered her question. "Why do you suddenly ask about this, sister?" Qi Qingyu stopped beating around the bush and said, "Since our exile, it has been nearly 2 months, and you haven't come to Kueishui, have you?" Old Madame Qi had not initially paid attention to whether Yi Chutang visited Kueishui. It was only after Ye Siyin's miscarriage that she remembered. She was worried that Yi Chutang might be pregnant without knowing, so she asked her daughter to find out. After hearing Qi Qingyu's words, Yi Chutang immediately guessed what the old lady Qi wanted to ask. "No, when I was young, I was mistreated by the servants, which affected my health. As a result, my monthly cycle has always been irregular and sometimes doesn't come for months." The reason she didn't reveal the truth was that if the Qi family knew she was pregnant, they would be overly cautious around her, making it hard to keep the pregnancy a secret. The longer she could hide it, the safer the baby would be. Seeing that her mother was overthinking, Qi Qingyu quickly apologized. "Sister-in-law, don't think too much. We're just worried about your health." She felt a bit disappointed, but mostly relieved. Because the journey had been so difficult, it would be hard to keep the baby safe. Yi Chutang handed some lotus seeds to Qi Qingyu, smiling, "I understand. Thank you." Qi Qingyu felt relieved and took the lotus seeds. After eating a couple, she asked about Qi Yanzhou's fire poison. "Sister-in-law, can the poison in Zhao be cured? Will there be any accidents?" "The fire poison can be treated, but whether there will be any accidents is beyond my control. No one could predict what would happen in the future." Qi Qingyu's eyelids drooped, her long eyelashes hiding her worries. "Good people will have good fortune. Zhao will be fine." She said this not only for Yi Chutang, but also to reassure herself. Yi Chutang tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and nodded firmly. "Of course." After saying that, she turned her gaze away from the lake and turned around. "Older sister, let's go back. We should rest early tonight and set off early tomorrow." "Okay, let's go." Just as they were about to leave, they heard a man exclaiming, "Mother, mother, what happened to you?" His voice was filled with urgency and worry, almost to the point of tears. "Is there a doctor? Please help my mother." Yi Chutang didn't want to get involved in matters in Dinggha, fearing it might be a trap. She pretended not to hear and kept walking. Although Qi Qingyu had a kind heart, she also understood that it was better to avoid trouble in their current situation. She followed closely behind Yi Chutang as they continued toward the entrance of Luoxiao Lake. The man's helpless voice continued, "I am Pei Zirong, the leader of the garrison in Dinggha. Whoever can save my mother, I will reward them with wealth and honor." Hearing this, Yi Chutang stopped in her tracks. Qi Qingyu was too close to her and couldn't stop in time, bumping into her thin back. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Yi Chutang turned and walked toward Pei Zirong. "Let's go take a look." Qi Qingyu grabbed Yi Chutang's arm and reminded her, "He is the emperor's person. It could be a trap. Pei Zirong may be foolish, but he wouldn't scheme against us in such a crowded place." With the current reputation of the Qi family, not even a military leader or the emperor would dare to provoke them. Seeing that Yi Chutang had made up her mind, Qi Qingyu stopped trying to persuade her. The two quickly arrived at the pavilion where the old lady Pei had an accident. Inside the pavilion were only the old lady lying on the ground and Pei Zirong, who was anxiously crying. Everyone in Dinggha knew how filial Pei Zirong was, and fearing misfortune, they all kept their distance after the old lady's incident. The strong man looked isolated and pitiful. Seeing that bribery didn't work, Pei Zirong resorted to threats. "Why are you all running away? If you ignore her, I will make you pay with your lives." Just then, he noticed two beautiful women approaching him. Yi Chutang glanced at the old lady on the ground, whose face was bruised, and introduced herself. I am Ye Siyin. Pei Zirong had never seen Ye Siyin, but knew her identity. His anxious eyes turned wary because she was from the Qi family. In an instant, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes because of her medical skills. Ye Siyin noticed the change in Pei Zirong's expression and said, I can save your mother. What can you offer me in return? If Ye Siyin weren't from the Qi family, Pei Zirong would have gladly given her anything. But unfortunately, choose between the emperor and your mother. The decision is yours. Her words struck Pei Zirong like a heavy. He pressed his lips together and threatened, if you don't save my mother, you won't leave Dinggha alive. Ye Siyin raised an eyebrow, smiling coldly. Then let's see. With that, she pulled Qi Qingyu and turned to leave. Pei Zirong panicked and immediately tried to grab Ye Siyin. Just as he was about to catch her, someone appeared and blocked him. It was the National Defense Army. Their skills far surpassed Pei Zirong's, and they quickly subdued him. Madam Qi is not someone you can harm at will. Pei Zirong shouted angrily, I am a third-rank military general. Let me go. Hearing this, Ye Siyin chuckled lightly. General Pei is misusing his authority. She then turned her attention to the old lady who was struggling to breathe. Your mother is dying. Will you save her or not? Pei Zirong, unable to move, coldly asked, What do you want? Ye Siyin waved her hand at the National Defense Army. After they released Pei Zirong, he extended 3 fingers. 3 conditions.
You speak.
First, kneel down and beg me. Without hesitation, Pei Zirong immediately knelt before Ye Siyin and bowed his head. Please, Mrs. Qi, save my mother. She is kind-hearted and a good person. Ye Siyin remained unmoved and said, Second, 100,000 winter clothes for the soldiers. Pei Zirong stood up, swaying slightly due to leg pain. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, When do you need them? Tomorrow. This meant he had to provide the winter clothes for the troops stationed in Dinggha.
All right.
Third, swear on your mother's life that you owe me a favor. Even if I let you kill someone or betray the country, you won't refuse. Pei Zirong's body swayed again, and his expression turned grim. My son is a hostage in the capital. He was a devoted son and a caring father. If the favor Ye Siyin wanted involved dealing with the emperor, he could not agree. Ye Siyin stepped closer and lowered her voice, saying, General Pei, I will offer you a benefit in exchange for another favor. What do you mean? If one day I need your help, I will first assist you in rescuing your son from the capital. I offer this benefit in exchange for 2 favors from you. You won't lose out, right? Pei Zirong felt a surge of emotion and nodded firmly. I won't lose out, I agree. Reuniting his family was his lifelong dream. He immediately raised his hand and swore to the heavens. If Ye Siyin can save my mother and bring my son back to me, I will agree to her 2 conditions. Whether it involves killing, arson, or treason, I will comply. If I betray her, my mother and son will suffer. Seeing him swear on the lives of his beloved mother and son, Ye Siyin believed him. She approached old Madame Pei, squatted down, and checked her pulse and eyes. The pulse was weak and barely detectable, indicating a problem in her brain. Her pupils were dilated, and her body was cold. She wouldn't last long. After using silver needles to stabilize the old lady's heart, Ye Siyin said to Pei Zirong, Help your mother sit up. I need to treat her head. Pei Zirong worriedly reminded her, My mother is ill in the head. She shouldn't be moved, or her condition will worsen. This was why he hadn't taken her to a nearby clinic. Never mind, you're too cautious. I'll do it myself. Ye Siyin supported old Madame Pei's head with her left hand and pushed her waist with her right hand to lift her upper body. Then, she slid her left hand down, moved it forward, and lifted the old lady's chin. She looked at Pei Zirong and said, Watch my movements carefully, and come over to replace my hand. Pei Zirong immediately complied. Once Ye Siting's hands were free, she styled the old lady's hair into a spiky shape. She gathered her energy in her palm, placed it on the back of the old lady's neck, and pushed upward. The silver needles immediately began to tremble. Before long, the old lady's complexion improved. It changed from dark blue to a lighter shade, then to white. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at her tearful son, giving a faint smile. Zirong, you're crying again. Pei Zirong tilted his head back to stop the tears, saying, Mother, I should have thought better. I shouldn't have brought you out. It was my choice to come out. It has nothing to do with you. The old lady's health had been poor for a long time, and as she aged, her illnesses became more frequent, often leaving her bedridden. Feeling that her time was limited, she wanted to enjoy a walk while she was still feeling well. Unexpectedly, as soon as she reached the pavilion and wanted to rest for a moment, she fell ill. Zirong, I scared you again, didn't I? After saying this, the old lady's complexion returned to normal, and the dizziness faded away. She looked down at the silver needle stuck in her chest, puzzled. What is this? Pei Zirong quickly replied, Mother, I found a highly skilled doctor to treat you. You will get better. After catching Pei Zirong's gaze, Ye Siyin nodded. I can indeed treat this illness. Pei Zirong's earlier words were meant to comfort his mother, but he didn't expect them to be so accurate. He thought this must be fate. Originally, he didn't want to have any ties with the Qi family, so he didn't go to the city gate to greet them with Zhu Hong. Unexpectedly, while accompanying his mother to watch the lanterns at Loxia Lake, she fell ill and encountered Ye Siyin. If they had arrived a little earlier or later, they might not have met at all. The old lady was surprised to find that the doctor treating her was a young woman. Your voice sounds young. I didn't expect you to be such a skilled doctor. Skill has nothing to do with age. After saying this, Ye Siyin first removed the silver needle from the old lady's chest, then from her forehead. When the old lady saw her face, she was astonished by her beauty. Pei Zirong looked at Ye Siyin as she tidied up the silver needles and asked, Madam Qi, will my mother not fall ill again? Not exactly. The old lady will still need to take medicine for about 5 more years to fully recover. This made Pei Zirong very happy. Please, Madam Qi, give me the prescription. Ye Siyin placed the leather pouch containing the silver needles into her sleeve and stood up. General Pei, I need to think about the prescription, and we'll give it to you tomorrow. She spoke politely, but Pei Zirong understood her meaning. One hand gives winter clothes, and the other gives the prescription. Good. My mother won't have another episode before taking the medicine, right?
No.
All right, farewell. When and where shall we meet tomorrow? General Pei, may I have a word? Ye Siyin and Pei Zirong stepped aside. She lowered her voice and asked, It's summer now, so winter clothes are not needed. Where are the soldiers' winter clothes stored? Pei Zirong frowned at Ye Siyin, feeling cautious. What do you mean by that, Mrs. Qi? Is she trying to find out about the camp's layout? Give me a specific location, and I'll send someone to retrieve them to avoid unnecessary trouble. With 100,000 winter clothes filling 2 warehouses, how do you plan to move them? Ye Siyin smiled and replied, Ghost thief. Pei Zirong knew about the ghost thief and understood the close connection between him and Ye Siyin. But he didn't expect her to admit it so openly. Aren't you afraid I'll reveal this secret? Ye Siyin blinked, her eyes crescent-shaped, but her smile didn't reach them. Is something everyone believes still a secret? Pei Zirong chuckled self-deprecatingly and then told Ye Siyin the location of the winter clothes warehouse. The soldiers received new uniforms every 2 years, and as long as there was no fighting, they could wear them for 10 years. So, soldiers usually kept only 2 sets of clothes to alternate, bringing new ones home during visits. The winter clothes were sent last year, meant to be distributed after this winter, and they were all new. After noting the location, Ye Siyin said, In an hour, go to the post station to get the prescription. Okay, I'll be there on time. Ye Siyin's gaze fell on Pei Zirong's injured leg. Do you want to treat your leg, General Pei? Pei Zirong's leg injury was from a bandit suppression operation 10 years ago, and it would flare up from time to time, causing deep pain. He could only take pain relief medicine, which only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. Hearing Ye Siyin say she could heal his leg made him excited, and he clenched his fists.
Of course I want to.
What are your conditions, Mrs.
Qi?
Ye Siyin replied straightforwardly, loyalty to the current Qi family and the future new emperor. Pei Zhirong immediately rejected without thinking, "Then I won't treat my leg. General Pei, from the moment you swore on your mother and son, you boarded my ship and stood against the tyrant emperor. Do you understand?" In other words, whether Pei Zhirong treated his leg or not, he had become part of the effort to overthrow the imperial power. Unless he abandoned his mother and son. After realizing everything, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. A wise person makes plans, while a foolish one struggles. I admit defeat. Ye Siyin raised an eyebrow and asked, "So, what is your decision now?" Pei Zhirong looked at his still aching right leg and gave it a firm pat. "Since I've already boarded this ship, I might as well take full advantage and get treatment." This answer was what Ye Siyin expected. Those who know how to adapt are wise. General Pei's choice is correct, but I don't trust you. Once you repay your 2 favors and show your loyalty, I will treat your leg. Pei Zhirong understood Ye Siyin and nodded. "All right. I'll see you in an hour." After saying this, Ye Siyin waved to Qingyu in the distance. The two of them left Luoxia Lake together and returned to the inn. Pei Zhirong watched Ye Siyin leave and rubbed his temples. He never expected that despite all his precautions, he would fall into the hands of a young girl. It felt almost laughable. He looked up at the dark sky and muttered, "Fate." After that, he returned to the pavilion and helped his mother sit up. "Mother, how are you feeling? Does your head still hurt?" Madame Pei knew her son had been forced to do something he didn't want for her sake, and her brow furrowed. "Zhirong, I'm already half in the grave. You shouldn't put your children at risk for me." Although she had been unconscious, she still had some awareness and vaguely heard bits of conversation. But she thought it was just a dream, so she didn't think much of it when she woke up. However, the mention of winter clothes reminded her that it wasn't a dream. Pei Zhirong looked at his mother, who wore a guilty expression, and offered a comforting smile. "Mother, I agreed to Madame Chi's terms not only for you, but also for the children. As hostages, they had enough to eat and drink, but no one taught them properly. If this continued, they would be wasted. If Ye Siyin could send his children back to Dinggha, to his side, then seeking refuge with the Qi family and the new emperor wouldn't be a bad choice." Madame Pei sighed in relief after hearing her son's explanation. Although she didn't understand court matters, she had heard recent rumors about the emperor harming loyal officials and slaughtering innocent people, which made her furious. The current emperor is incompetent and disregards human life. He is indeed not worth following. Pei Zhirong nodded in agreement. "So, as long as Madame Qi can bring Wei'er and the others back to me, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to the Qi family." Now, the Qi family was the people's choice. Aligning with them was a significant opportunity for him. Madame Pei looked around and asked, "Zhirong, many people saw you interacting with Madame Qi today. If this reaches the emperor's ears, he will surely become suspicious of you. Will Wei and the others be in danger?" Pei Zhirong shook his head confidently. "No, after your incident, everyone who came to enjoy the scenery at Luoxia Lake is keeping their distance, fearing trouble. No one heard what I said to Madame Qi. I will go to the post station soon and put on a show, acting as a devoted son kneeling to seek medical help for my mother." Although this wouldn't completely eliminate the emperor's suspicions, his son was a hostage in the capital, so even if the emperor had doubts, he wouldn't act against him. After Ye Siyin and Qingyu left Luoxia Lake, they headed towards the post station. Halfway there, Ye Siyin saw a long line at a pastry shop. She casually asked someone, "Excuse me, what is the shop selling? Why is the business so busy?" The woman she asked had welcomed the exiled group at the city gate and recognized Ye Siyin. She replied warmly, "This shop sells crystal cakes, which are clear and transparent, with a unique taste. They look good and taste great. Madame Qi must try some." "Great, thank you." Ye Siyin looked at Qingyu and gently rubbed her stomach. "Elder sister, you wait in line here. I need to find a restroom and will be back soon." Qingyu nodded and pointed to a nearby medical clinic. "Sister-in-law, if you're not feeling well, you should check the pharmacy." "I'm fine, just had a bit too much variety for dinner and have an upset stomach. I'm just borrowing the restroom at the clinic." After saying this, Ye Tang handed the bag of lotus seeds to Qingyu and quickly went to the pharmacy. She borrowed some writing materials from the clinic and wrote a prescription for Madame Pei. Based on this prescription, please prepare 10 doses of medicine. The shopkeeper glanced at the prescription and, seeing several expensive ingredients, happily said, "All right, please wait a moment, young lady." "Shopkeeper, I have an upset stomach and need to borrow the restroom. Is that all right?" The shopkeeper quickly had a young assistant take Ye Tang to the back courtyard. The restroom was in the northwest corner of the courtyard, with a dim yellow lantern swaying gently in the night breeze. After the assistant pointed out the location, he returned to help in the front hall. Ye Tang pushed open the restroom door. In ancient times, restrooms were simple pit toilets surrounded by dirt. She used her earth-based ability to instantly transport to the military camp in Dinggha, where she found the warehouse for winter clothing. The warehouse was unguarded, and there were patrols nearby. Ye Tang quietly entered the warehouse, placed the winter clothes into her space, and then instantly returned to the pharmacy's restroom. Back and forth, although it took a lot of effort, it only took the time of an incense stick. When she returned to the main hall, the shopkeeper had just finished packing the herbs. Ye Tang paid the money and took the medicine, then joined Qingyu in line. Half an hour later, the two returned to the inn with the jelly cakes. The elderly Qi couple were playing with a child, and when they saw Ye Tang coming back with the medicine, they immediately felt anxious. Old Lady Qi quickly asked Ye Tang, "Tang, why did you buy medicine? Are you feeling unwell?" She worried that Ye Tang hadn't come to Kuei Shui because something was wrong with her health. Ye Tang smiled and said, "Mother, don't worry, I'm fine. This medicine is for someone else." After saying that, she asked Qingyu to take out the pastries so everyone could eat together. Old Lady Qi was still concerned and looked at her daughter. Qingyu placed the still warm jelly cake on the table and gave Old Lady Qi a reassuring look. "Mother, let's eat the cake." Old Lady Qi felt relieved and called Aunt Sue and her son over to eat. Ye Tang didn't see Sun Chu and asked, "Mother, where is young Master Sun?" "Young Master Sun went out after you, but he returned before you. He's in his room now. I'll go call him." The room arranged for Sun Chu by the innkeeper was on the second floor. At that moment, he was looking at a letter in his hand, breathing rapidly. The letter was from a prestigious family in Dinggha and contained the results of the investigation on Ye Tang. He looked at the familiar poetry, almost tearing the thin paper in excitement. Sure enough, my suspicions were right. Just as he finished speaking, Ye Tang's voice came from outside the door. "Young Master Sun, come downstairs for the cake." The sudden sound startled Sun Chu, and the tense paper finally couldn't withstand his grip and tore into 2 pieces. In a panic, he crumpled the 2 pieces of paper and stuffed them into his narrow waistband. "Okay, I'll be right there." Ye Tang immediately noticed something was off in Sun Chu's voice. It sounded like a child trying to act calm after being caught doing something wrong. She wasn't worried that Sun Chu would betray her and didn't think much of his odd behavior. As Sun Chu listened to Ye Tang's footsteps fading away, he held his breath and exhaled a sigh of relief. He took the paper from his waistband and looked at it again. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, he opened the door and went downstairs. The Qi family was gathered around the table, enjoying the jelly cakes and chatting. When Qi saw Sun Chu approaching, he immediately called out, "Young Master Sun, come sit with us." After sitting down, Sun Chu's eyes uncontrollably glanced at Ye Tang, and his hand instinctively touched his waistband. Ye Tang pushed the paper bag containing the jelly cakes toward Sun Chu. "Why does young Master Sun seem so nervous? Did he do something he shouldn't have?" As soon as Sun Chu put the crystal cake in his mouth, he was startled by Ye Tang's words and began to cough uncontrollably. Everyone's eyes were on him, filled with suspicion and caution. "Don't look at me. I didn't do anything." Ye Tang suddenly leaned closer to Sun Chu, staring intently into his eyes. "If you didn't do anything, why are you so nervous?" As soon as she finished speaking, she took advantage of Sun Chu's distraction and snatched a crumpled letter from his belt. Sun Chu instinctively reached for it, but Ye Chutong's finger struck a pressure point in his arm, causing a sharp pain and leaving him weak.
Let me see what it is.
As soon as Ye Chutong said this, Sun Chu shouted anxiously, "Don't look. At least not in front of others." After that, he recited a poem by Li Bai. Upon hearing it, Ye Chutong immediately guessed the general content of the letter. She shot Sun Chu a cold glance and returned to her room. Old Lady Chi looked at Sun Chu, her expression displeased. "Young Master Sun, what do the papers say that makes you so concerned?" She wasn't one to pry, but Sun Chu and Ye Chutong's reactions were too strange. Sun Chu blurted out, "It's a poem I wrote. If it gets out, it will surely impress Lady Chi." Old Lady Chi wasn't very knowledgeable about poetry, so she immediately turned to her daughter. Chi Qingyu was once a famous talent in the capital. After hearing the poems Sun Chu recited, she realized he was also quite talented. But whether he could compete with Ye Chutong, she wasn't sure. "Mother, the poem young Master Sun just composed is indeed excellent, far better than those of other scholars." Even so, she felt the paper contained more than just an ordinary poem.
It was
a love poem. Her sister saved Sun Chu's life, and it's only natural for him to have feelings for her. She needed to warn her brother to be cautious of Sun Chu. Sun Chu was unaware that Chi Qingyu was misinterpreting things, feeling uneasy under her cold gaze. "Cough, cough, I'm a bit tired. I'll head back to my room to rest." After saying this, he stuffed the unfinished crystal cake into his mouth and got up to go upstairs. As he reached Ye Chutong's door, it suddenly swung open from the inside. A delicate, fair hand reached out and pulled him inside. Downstairs, Chi Qingyu's expression changed dramatically. She quickly stood up, preparing to leave, but old Lady Chi grabbed her arm. "Why are you leaving too?" Chi Qingyu didn't know how to explain. She was worried that telling the truth would affect Ye Chutong's reputation, so she found an excuse. "Mother, I want to get some crystal cake for Xiaoping." Son Xiaoping had trouble walking and was arranged to stay in the back courtyard. After dinner, he went back to his room. Old Lady Chi didn't think much of it and nodded, "Go ahead and take a bath. We'll watch the child for now." "Okay, I'll come back to get the child after I wash up." Before Chi Qingyu left, she lowered her voice and said, "Mother, is it appropriate for young Master Sun to be alone with my sister?" Old Lady Chi trusted Ye Chutong's character and glared at Chi Qingyu disapprovingly. "Don't say that again. I trust Dateng." Hearing this, Chi Qingyu felt she was being overly worried. Even if Sun Chu had bad intentions, her sister was still trustworthy. "Mother, I understand." When Chi Qingyu took the crystal cake to the back courtyard, Ye Chutong combined two pieces of paper and pushed them in front of Sun Chu. "Pretty clever. You even know to investigate me. Go ahead." Sun Chu. Shouldn't "go ahead" be something he said to Ye Chutong? He straightened his wrinkled collar and repeated the previous code. "Odd changes, even stays the same." Ye Chutong smiled and asked, "What if I'm a liberal arts student and forgot this line? Royal Palace Jade Liquid Wine. Congratulations, you met a science student." The next line is, "Symbols look at quadrants." Seeing Ye Chutong acknowledge it, Sun Chu stood up excitedly. "Are you really from the same hometown?" Compared to his excitement, Ye Chutong remained calm. "Yes, I come from the modern world." Since Sun Chu had guessed her identity, there was no need to hide it. Once they reached Tianshan County, he would confirm her identity because of the business she intended to do. Sun Chu was influenced by Ye Chutong's calmness and immediately sat down. "When did you come? Where are you from?
Do you have a system or something?
Are we in a book or a different world? Can we return to reality?" He had so many questions but only asked a few of the most pressing ones. Ye Chutong, however, did not answer any of them. "When we get to Tianshan County, you'll slowly find the answers." Sun Chu looked at Ye Chutong pitifully. Just one answer, please. His current mood was like seeing a fellow townsman, with tears in his eyes. If they didn't talk about familiar pasts, he wouldn't be able to relax. Ye Chutong firmly shook her head. "I need to assess whether you are trustworthy, so I refuse to answer." Sun Chu immediately made a zipping motion over his lips. "No matter what you say, I will keep it a secret." He is not foolish, so he won't reveal that they come from another world. Although there were no slice laboratories in ancient times, being careful and cautious is the way to live long. Ye Siyin shook her index finger and said, Tianshan County. Sun Chu, seeing that she wouldn't give in, sighed in disappointment. All right, I'll wait. After saying this, he suddenly hugged Ye Siyin. I'm really happy to meet a fellow villager here. He quickly let go before Ye Siyin could react, grinning cheekily. Before, I was forced to listen to you, but from now on, I will sincerely listen to you. In this life, he had become attached to this cold yet compassionate woman. Ye Siyin was not moved by Sun Chu's sincerity. Her trust in a person was built on a long understanding and experience. Just go out and pretend you didn't see anything. Okay, good night. Sun Chu had never thought that the words good night would feel so strange yet familiar. As he left Ye Chutong's room, Ye Anzhi had already arrived at the Taoist temple where Zhu Hong often went. Taiching Temple. It was now the hour of the dog. The temple was free from the noise of the day, but not as quiet as the deep night. Some guests were still listening to the Taoist master teach and gain insight. There were also some Taoists meditating and practicing Tai Chi. Following Ma Kuan's description of the temple, Ye Anzhi went to the cold light courtyard where the orphans lived. The cold light courtyard was at the back of the temple, connected to the back mountain. 2 lanterns hung at the entrance, and 2 young Taoists were on guard. The courtyard was pitch dark, with occasional whispers from children. The Taoists paid no attention, each dozing off. When Ye Anzhi climbed over the wall, he did not disturb the 2. Apart from the main entrance, the cold light courtyard had rooms on all sides with large sleeping areas. There was a well in the backyard, some vegetables were planted, and a kitchen and storage room were built. Ye Anzhi did not check on the children but lit the kitchen instead. When the Taoists noticed the water flowing, the kitchen was already ablaze and the fire was spreading to the children's rooms. There's a fire, quick, put it out. Ye Anzhi hid in the shadows, waiting to see which child the Taoists would save first. If Zhu Hong had an illegitimate child, it must be this one. Taiching Temple was located at the foot of Taiching Mountain, surrounded by beautiful scenery. Even after months of drought, the well water in the temple was still abundant. After the Taoist guarding outside the cold light courtyard shouted fire, he immediately pushed the door open and rushed inside. The 2 did not run towards the burning kitchen or the already on fire room. Instead, he carried a child out from the room on the right side of the main door. The child was about 3 or 4 years old, beautifully chubby, and his clothes shimmered with a silvery silk sheen under the lantern's light. The child was startled awake by the sudden commotion and cried out loudly. Other children in the nearby rooms were also awakened. The weather was dry, and in the room connected to the kitchen, the fire was growing stronger. The older orphans heard the crackling of burning wood, saw the glow of flames through the tiles, and felt the heat.
Run.
Quick, run. The water's coming in. As soon as this was said, the children jumped off their beds, not even stopping to put on their shoes, and rushed out of the room. When the Taoist priests from Taiching Temple arrived to put out the fire at Hongguang Courtyard, the row of rooms facing the door was already more than half burned. Everyone's attention was on the chubby child who was crying and screaming in fear. I want my dad. I want my mom. Seeing that the most important child was safe, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Other orphans stood outside the courtyard, their faces illuminated by the firelight, revealing their sadness and fear. Help! Put out the fire. One child weakly spoke up, but the priest ignored him and even set down the water bucket he was holding. The fire in the back courtyard made it impossible to draw water from the well to extinguish it. Hongguang Courtyard was also quite remote, making it difficult to bring water from elsewhere, and it wouldn't be very effective. Before long, the head priest, Tai Su, arrived. He immediately picked up the crying child and comforted him, saying, "Don't cry, little one. Your godfather will take you to rest." After saying this, he looked at the disciples nearby. "Take the children to the front courtyard. Let them sleep on the ground for one night. Tomorrow, we will post a notice at the temple entrance asking for donations to repair Hongguang Courtyard." This was a good opportunity to gather funds. It couldn't be missed. Yes, master. Ye Anzhi followed Tai Su to his residence, Wujian. The child was clearly spoiled and kept crying for his parents, no matter how much they tried to soothe him. After Tai Su lost his temper, the child cried even harder. Little ancestor, stop crying. I will take you to find your mother. Upon hearing this, Ye Anzhi realized that this child was the illegitimate son of Zhu Hong.
Click.
Tai Su turned the oil lamp on the table, and the wooden board beneath his feet shifted, revealing a hidden passage. He held the child in one arm and picked up the oil lamp with the other, covering the hole beneath the lamp with a book as he entered the passage. Ye Anzhi replaced the tiles and jumped down from the roof, entering the room through the window. Just before the wooden board closed, he jumped into the hidden passage. Inside the passage, there were mechanisms. Although Ye Anzhi managed to avoid them, Tai Su, who had not gone far, heard the noise. Who is it? Ye Anzhi. The Taoist priest was startled by these 3 words and hurriedly ran forward while holding the child. The oil lamp went out, and the dark passage was pitch black. The child was frightened and cried loudly, struggling wildly. Then he was knocked unconscious with a swift chop. The traps in the secret passage were similar, and Ye Anzhi easily avoided them, quickly catching up to the Taoist priest. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the priest's heart raced. In his panic, he forgot to turn and crashed into a dirt wall. The impact caused him to fall to the ground, nearly hurting himself. The child he was holding was also jolted awake, crying loudly. Ye Anzhi took out a fire stick from his pocket and blew on it. The dim light illuminated a small area. The Taoist priest's forehead was swollen from the impact, and his head buzzed while his vision blurred. The chubby child rolled off him and fell to the ground, his face swollen, crying with tears and snot. Ye Anzhi picked up the oil lamp from the ground. Most of the kerosene had spilled out, leaving just a little, barely usable. He placed the lamp with the wick against the dirt wall and lit it. The light brightened significantly. Ye Anzhi stepped on the Taoist priest's chest and asked, "You have one chance to answer. Whose child is this?" The immense pressure on his chest felt like his ribs might break at any moment. The fear of death washed over him. The Taoist priest replied honestly, "This is the child of the magistrate." Ye Anzhi eased his pressure and asked, "Is Zhu Hong's mistress at the end of the tunnel?" "Yes, if you walk through the secret passage for a while, you'll reach it." "Tell me about that mistress." Zhu Hong's mistress was his distant cousin. After his eldest son was sent to the capital as a hostage, he realized his son was useless. So, he brought his cousin to Dinggha and settled her in a nunnery on the back mountain of Taiching Temple, communicating secretly. His cousin bore him a son and a daughter. To avoid suspicion, Zhu Hong raised his daughter in the nunnery and his son in Taiching Temple. He visited his cousin, daughter, and son on the 1st and 15th of each month. If he wasn't busy, he would stay for a couple of days. Besides the head of Taiching Temple and the abbess of the nunnery, no one knew about the secret. After all, deceiving the emperor was a serious crime. The priest cared about the child only because the Taoist priest said he had high potential and took him as an adopted son. After hearing this, Ye Anzhi kicked the Taoist priest. "Go back and send someone to find Zhu Hong. I want to see him tonight." The Taoist priest quickly got up, picked up the hoarse-voiced child, and covered his mouth. "Yes, sir." He picked up the oil lamp from the ground and walked ahead, avoiding traps to exit the secret passage. Ye Anzhi followed closely behind. Back in the room, Master Tai Su placed the oil lamp back on the table, sealing the dark entrance with a wooden board. He knocked Liner unconscious again and called for his disciple. He instructed the disciple to immediately invite Zhu Hong to the temple. The reason was that the cold light courtyard had burned down, and they needed the governor's help to raise funds for repairs. This wasn't the first time the temple master had done this, so the disciple didn't think much of it. After all, the governor would also benefit from the raised funds. "I'll go right away." When Master Tai Su's disciple rode to Dinggha City, Pei Zirong arrived at the post station with valuable gifts. He brought a large box and a wooden case. The large box contained precious treasures, and the wooden case held 10,000 taels in silver notes. Madam Qi, you saved my mother's life. This is a token of my gratitude. After saying this, he knelt down and bowed deeply. With this life-saving grace, we are even. He then stood up and extended his hand to Ye Siyin, his tone firm. Madam Qi, can you give me the prescription for my mother's treatment now? Ye Siyin nodded and looked at her brother Qi Hyun. Third brother, please bring the medicine package from the table. Sure, second sister-in-law. Qi Hyun quickly brought the medicine package and handed it to Pei Zirong. Ye Siyin also handed over the written prescription. General Pei, the prescription includes details on how to prepare and take the medicine. Just follow it. Pei Zirong accepted the 10 doses of medicine and the prescription. He threatened, if Madam Qi's medicine does not cure my mother, I will not spare you, even if I have to chase you to Tianshan County. After that, he bowed to Ye Siyin again. If Madam Qi can cure my mother, I will send generous gifts to Tianshan County as a further thank you. His initial threats followed by gratitude were for the people at the post station and the onlookers.
Ye Chantang similet confidently.
I will be waiting for General Pei's generous gifts in Tianshan County. After Pei Zirong left, Ye Siyin called for Sun Chu. She pointed at the large box on the ground and said, "This is too heavy. Take it to the Qianjin gambling house to auction it off for silver notes." Once Sun Chu learned of Ye Chutang's identity, after that, he bowed to Ye Siyin again. He smiled widely upon seeing her, acting like a loyal follower. Sure, I'll have the shopkeeper appraise it and buy it directly. I'll bring you the silver notes shortly. With that, he lifted the heavy box and headed to the Qianjin gambling house. Old Madam Qi watched Sun Chu, who worked diligently, feeling a sense of worry in her heart. She trusts Ye Chutang's character, but good women fear persistent suitors. She needs to keep her son alert. Such a wonderful daughter-in-law cannot be taken away. When Ye Siyin turned around with the wooden box containing the silver notes, she saw the worry on old Madam Qi's face. He smiled widely upon seeing her, acting like she didn't understand what the old lady was worried about, and didn't ask. If the old lady wanted to speak, she would listen. If not, she would pretend she hadn't seen it. Old Madam Qi composed herself and smiled, saying, "Atang is truly impressive. It is a blessing for Zhao to marry you." Ye Siyin replied with a smile, "Marrying into the Qi family is also a blessing for me, mother. It's late. You should rest. All right, you should sleep early too." Ye Siyin took the wooden box back to her room and stored the silver notes away. She didn't understand what the old lady was worried about and didn't ask. If the apples were big and red, giving off a sweet fragrance. She picked one, rubbed it on herself, and took a bite. It was crisp, sweet, and juicy, a delicious treat. After surveying her achievements, she returned to her resting area and lay down. The mattress had a massage function, and she sighed in comfort. While munching on the apple, she checked her merit points. Saving old Madam Pei had only increased her points by a little under 10. Although it wasn't much, it proved she was a good person, so it wasn't a wasted effort. The apples were big and red, giving off a sweet fragrance. She picked one, rubbed it on herself. There wasn't much time left before the deadline for Qi Yanzhi's detoxification. She was a bit worried that the Southern Witch Doctor wouldn't arrive in time. Thinking of this, she exited the space and pulled out a map of Beichen Kingdom from her bag. The last letter from Shiza had arrived half a month ago. He had already met with the witch Dr. Amon and was traveling northwest day and night. If nothing unexpected happened, they could reach him before Qi Yanzhi fell ill. But if there were any accidents, it would be uncertain. With that thought, Ye Siyin took out a charcoal pencil and drew a line from south to north, marking the next state, Jiha. She decided to travel a bit slower and stay in Jiha City for a few more days. This way, Shiza and Amon would have to travel a shorter distance. Plus, with a clear destination, she could plan the most efficient route. She placed the drawn map on the table and went to bed to rest. Qi Yanzhi waited in Master Tai Su's room for an hour and a half before Zhu Hong arrived. Zhu Hong had originally not intended to rush over at night. After all, Repairing the cold, light courtyard was not a big deal for him. But he suddenly realized that if it weren't urgent, Master Tai Su wouldn't have sent him out at such a late hour. Hearing that his son was crying loudly and calling for his parents, he rushed over. Zhu Hong hurried to the entrance of Master Tai Su's courtyard. He told the accompanying priest, "You can go now. Inform everyone not to disturb me and the master." "Yes, my lord." Once the priest left, Zhu Hong immediately pushed the door open. He closed the courtyard door and locked it from the inside before heading to Master Tai Su's room.
Master, Linnea.
Seeing Ye Anzhi sitting at the table, his words suddenly stopped, and his eyes nearly popped out. Zhu Hong stood frozen at the door for a while, thinking he was hallucinating, and blinked hard. Then Ye Anzhi spoke, forcing him to face reality. "Lord Zhu, we meet again." Zhu Hong snapped back to reality, his heart racing. He forced a stiff smile. "Qi. Master Qi, what are you doing in Master Tai Su's room?" As he spoke, he glanced around. Not seeing the master or his son made him anxious. Noticing it was late, Ye Anzhi got straight to the point. "I asked the master to invite you here." He then poured himself a cup of water. "Lord Zhu, come sit, and let's talk about your distant cousin and your Linner." Hearing this, Zhu Hong realized that Ye Anzhi knew everything. This made him less anxious. He stepped inside, closed the door, and sat down at the table. "Master Qi, you haven't harmed my son, have you?" "That child is my leverage over Lord Zhu, so I wouldn't harm him." After saying this with a smile, Ye Anzhi called out, "Master, bring the child out for Lord Zhu to see." Master Tai Su came out holding Linner and handed him to Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong was heartbroken at the sight of his son's swollen face. What happened to Linner's face? There was a flood at Hanguang courtyard, and Linner got scared and cried for his parents. I couldn't calm him down, so I took him through the secret passage to find his mother. Then Master Qi caught up with me, and in my panic, I accidentally bumped into the wall of the passage. "Don't worry, Lord Zhu, Linner didn't break any bones. He'll be fine in a couple of days." Zhu Hong frowned in displeasure, but didn't dare to get angry at Ye Anzhi. He gently touched his son's face and questioned Master Tai Su, "Why is Linner sleeping so deeply?" Linner cried so hard that he was out of breath. I was worried he might be in trouble, so I had to calm him down. Reluctantly, Zhu Hong handed his son back to Master Tai Su. "Please take Linner to the side room for a while. I have important matters to discuss with young Master Qi." The Taoist priest didn't want to hear about court affairs, so he quickly took Linner away. Once the door was closed again, Zhu Hong asked Ye Anzhi, "What does young Master Qi want?" Ye Anzhi picked up his cup of tea and drank the cold tea in one go. He poured himself another cup and dipped his finger in the tea, writing 2 words on the table: "Submit." Zhu Hong had already guessed Ye Anzhi's intention. He was not surprised by the words on the table. He knew he had no choice but to fight for his own interests. "I can submit, but I have conditions." Ye Anzhi knew what Zhu Hong's condition was: to save his son who was being held in the capital. He wiped away the 2 words on the table and asked knowingly, "What do you want to say, Mr. Zhu?" "Young Master Qi naturally wants to persuade me, which means you know my 3 sons are in the capital, under the emperor's control." Giving up his 3 sons was a decision he had to make. If he could bring his sons back, he would be very willing. Ye Anzhi nodded, "I know, but I won't help you." This answer surprised Zhu Hong. His expression darkened. "Young Master Qi, if you can help me rescue my son, I will be loyal to you." The implication was clear. He was showing his utmost sincerity and needed Ye Anzhi's sincerity in return. Ye Anzhi looked at Zhu Hong, who didn't understand the situation, and chuckled softly. "Mr. Zhu seems to still be unclear about the situation. Your loyalty is exchanged for Linner's safety and the lives of your entire family. If the emperor found out that Zhu Hong had an outside child, he would surely kill his whole family." Zhu Hong understood his situation and knew he had no right to negotiate with Ye Anzhi. But he still wanted to try. As expected, his little scheme was seen through and failed. He laughed at himself and accepted reality. "What does young Master Qi need me to do?" Ye Anzhi replied, "Within a year, make Governor Wu your person. You say east, and he won't dare go west." What if I can't do it? After a year, the emperor will receive news about your outside child, and the Zhu family will be in danger. Hearing this, Zhu Hong's face turned pale, and his hands clenched into fists on his lap. Qi Yanzhou added, "Don't think about getting rid of the existence of your outside child and hiding your son. My people will be watching you. Submitting wholeheartedly is your only choice. Young Master Qi, rest assured, I will make Governor Wu submit to you within a year." He had no choice. No matter what it took, he would accomplish it. Qi Yanzhou nodded in satisfaction. "Then I will wait for Lord Zhu's good news." After saying this, he stood up and left. Zhu Hong still had some questions, so he quickly called out to Qi Yanzhou. "Young Master Qi, are you really planning to change the dynasty? When will you take action? The time is not right. We must wait." Zhu Hong stood up and knelt before Qi Yanzhou. "Young Master Qi, could you, considering my loyalty and submission, do your best to protect my son on the day we enter the capital?" he added, "if he is still alive." "All right, I promise you." Zhu Hong knew that Qi Yanzhou was a man of his word, and his heavy heart felt lighter. "Thank you, young Master Qi. If my son is saved, I will repay you greatly. If you are my person, saving your son is my duty. No need for thanks." These words brought warmth to Zhu Hong's heart. He reminded him, "Young Master Qi, the most powerful person in a province is not the governor or the inspector, but the military commander with a strong army." Qi Yanzhou certainly understood this, so he had other plans for Pei Zirong. "Rest assured, Lord Zhu, I intend to take control of Dinggha, and Pei Zirong is naturally part of my calculations." After saying this, he opened the door and left. The night wind blew into the room, causing the door to creak. Zhu Hong shivered from the cold, suddenly realizing he was soaked. Truly worthy of Prince Chen, with his strategy and prestige, the world is within his grasp. When Qi Yanzhou returned to the inn, it was already past midnight. He first took a cold shower in the backyard and washed his clothes before returning to his room. An oil lamp was lit on the table. The oil was almost gone, and the light from the wick was faint, ready to go out at any moment. But it was enough to illuminate the map spread out on the table. Qi Yanzhou looked at the line running from south to north and immediately guessed it was the route of Shiza and Amon. However, he couldn't figure out why Jizhou was circled. Suddenly, the oil lamp went out. Relying on his memory, Qi Yanzhou carefully made his way to the bed. He felt the chill of the night, and Ye Siyin instinctively moved closer, wrapping her arms around him. Feeling his well-defined abs, she became a bit more alert. "You're back. Did everything go smoothly?" Her voice was lazy and soft, like a cat's paw tickling Qi Yanzhou's heart. He held Ye Siyin close and kissed her forehead. "Very smoothly. Now sleep." Ye Siyin initially wanted to discuss Pei Zirong and their stay in Jizhou, but the man gently patted her back, causing her barely open eyes to close again. In this sleep, both of them rested very well. The next day, around dawn, the exiled group woke up and started packing their things, making the inn lively. Ye Siyin had been very sleepy lately and didn't want to get out of bed. She held onto Qi Yanzhou's waist, not letting him move. "Packing up won't take long, just half an hour. Stay with me a little longer," she said. Once awake, she no longer felt sleepy. She simply didn't want to get up. Qi Yanzhou looked at the lazy Ye Siyin, her lips slightly curling into a smile. "All right, let's lie down a bit longer." Ye Siyin snuggled closer to Qi Yanzhou. "I saved the mother of the military leader Pei Zirong last night, got 10,000 winter clothes, and used the condition of rescuing his son, who is a hostage in the capital, to force him to submit." After saying this, she reached into his shirt and touched his toned stomach. "I took the winter clothes, and you can handle the matter of saving his son. The military in Dinggha is also yours." Qi Yanzhou had originally planned to wait until Shiza arrived in Dinggha to approach Pei Zirong under the pretense of treating the old lady and then use the child to win him over. He didn't expect Ye Siyin to have already dealt with the toughest part. "Ateng, you are not only my lucky star but also a blessing for the common people. Don't flatter me. I just saw an opportunity." After saying this, Ye Siyin withdrew her hand from Qi Yanzhou's shirt and yawned. Have you received any news from Shiza recently? Qi Yanzhou sat up, leaning against the headboard, his eyes shining coldly in the dark.
No, don't worry.
They will definitely arrive on time. Ye Siyin sensed something was off and quickly sat up. Is there a problem with the witch doctors in the southern border? Qi Yanzhou didn't want her to worry and was about to brush it off when she added, a kind lie is still a lie to me. All right, I'll tell you the truth. When Qi Yanzhou first reclaimed the southern border, the emperor urgently summoned him back to the capital under the pretense of a marriage decree. The emperor even sent someone to replace him in the southern border. When he left most of his trusted aides in the southern border to lead an army of 150,000 to guard the area. Although the emperor's men were just for show in the army, they were also his eyes and ears in the southern border. When the witch doctor Amon received Qi Yanzhou's letter and set off from the southern border, she was being watched. The emperor's men didn't know why Amon was leaving. They only knew she had once saved the seriously ill Qi Yanzhou, who was someone the emperor wanted dead.
So, they sent people to chase after Amon.
She was skilled in poison and had moderate martial arts, facing many dangers on her journey north. The time she was hurt the worst, she almost died. Fortunately, Shiza found her just in time. After resting for several days, they continued their journey north. The delay gave the enemy a chance to set up an ambush, making the following journey even more difficult. Although they managed to escape danger each time, it cost them a lot of time. Otherwise, they would have reached the capital by now. After listening to Qi Yanzhou, Ye Siyin asked, "Did you not send anyone to meet Shiza and the healer?" Qi Yanzhou got out of bed and lit the spare oil lamp in the corner of the room using the light coming in from outside. He placed the lamp on the table and looked at Ye Siyin on the bed. When Shiza went to the southern border, he made arrangements for support, but the emperor's people are everywhere. Shiza's arrangements for support were limited, while the emperor's forces were omnipresent. Ye Siyin got out of bed, dressing as she asked, "Can the healer meet us before your poison takes effect?" Qi Yanzhou wanted to say, "It's not a big problem." But after seeing Ye Siyin's warning gaze, he spoke honestly. "There's a 50% chance." After receiving Shiza's first letter, he had arranged for skilled fighters along their route north to ensure that Amon and Shiza could catch up with the exiled group as quickly as possible. He had done everything he could. Now it was up to fate. Once Ye Siyin finished dressing, she walked to the round table and pointed at the Jiha marked with charcoal. "We will stop here and wait for the healer to join us." Then she asked Qi Yanzhou, "Do you know where they are now?" Qi Yanzhou hadn't received a letter from Shiza in half a month and could only guess his approximate location. He traced a spot with his finger. "About here." Seeing that Qi Yanzhou's indicated location was unclear, Ye Siyin picked up the charcoal pencil. She drew a route from the capital to Jiha. The healer definitely hasn't reached the capital yet. This is the quickest route to Jiha. You need to arrange enough people to ensure she can reach Jiha safely. Even if the healer couldn't arrive in time, she could still find people along the route. Qi Yanzhou looked at the worried Ye Siyin and gently patted her head. "All right, I'll have Nan Xiao take care of it." Then he held Ye Siyin in his arms, his hand resting on her slightly rounded belly. "Tang, I will be fine. I will see our child born and grow old with you. Let's talk about that after you deal with the poison," Ye Siyin said, turning to Qi Yanzhou and playfully winking. "If you die, I won't stay loyal and never marry. I just don't want your child to call someone else dad. So you need to stay alive. Okay, I promise you." Qi Yanzhou put away the map and went to put on his outer coat. Ye Siyin packed their things, and the two went downstairs to wash up. Everyone filled their water bags with well water. The weather was getting hotter, and their daily water intake increased significantly. But due to the drought, it was hard to find places to refill water on the road. So, everyone carried at least 4 water bags to avoid dehydration. The courier knew the exiled group would leave at dawn, so he had the runners get up an hour early to prepare breakfast. They had millet porridge, meat buns, and pickled vegetables, eating until they were full. Although the Chun and Yi families didn't get meat buns, they enjoyed the thick millet porridge. They ate bowl after bowl like they were starving. As the heat increased, when it was time to leave, the courier handed the prepared food to Wu Qinggang. This is what the governor specifically asked me to prepare. There were no hard-to-swallow black buns. The worst were mixed grain steamed buns. Then there were vegetable buns, and meat pies along with some meat sauce. The courier also had his men bring 2 baskets of vegetables. One basket was filled with fresh vegetables. The other had a mat made of reed flowers, with ice at the bottom and pickled meat and vegetables on top, which could be stored for 2 days without issue. Wu Qinggang accepted everything. Please thank the governor on my behalf. After saying this, he had his men load the food and vegetables onto the cart. Let's go. When the exiled group left, the usually dark Dinggha city was brightly lit, and the townspeople came to see them off. As usual, many people spontaneously brought gifts for the Qi family. There were not only food and clothing but also silver and copper coins. The townspeople believed that the Qi family would need a lot of money to recruit soldiers for a change in power. Ye Anzhi symbolically accepted some vegetables but didn't take a single coin. The drought will continue, so everyone should store more water. Young Master Qi, Madam Qi, please stay safe. The exiled group left Dinggha city amidst the sincere hopes of the townspeople. After leaving the city, Sun Chu handed Yi Chutang several thousand-tael silver notes. This is the money from selling that box of treasures. I had the shopkeeper round it up to 4,000 taels. After accepting it, Yi Chutang asked about the properties Sun Chu owned. Sun Chu spoke proudly about his hard-earned business. Seeing the two chatting happily, the old lady Qi felt worried. She grabbed Ye Anzhi's arm and said, Zhao, I need to tell you something. Ye Anzhi rarely saw his mother so serious, so he slowed his pace to fall to the back of the group.
Mother, what do you want to say?
Old Madam Qi stared at Sun Chu's head and quietly said, Zhao, be careful of young Master Sunday. He's been getting too close to Tanga lately, smiling all the time. Ye Anzhi did not notice anything unusual between Yi Chutang and Sun Chu. He felt something must have happened to make his mother feel this way. Mother, are you overthinking it? Seeing her son was not concerned, old Madam Qi quickly pulled out a note about Yi Chutang being alone with Sun Chu. Zhao, I trust Tanger. I know she understands boundaries, but young Master Sun does not seem to be careful. You need to talk to him. Although Ye Anzhi did not know what had happened between Yi Chutang and Sun Chu, he had absolute trust in Yi Chutang. Mother, your worries should stop here. Even if you are only targeting Sun Chu, it is disrespectful to Tanger. Old Madam Qi knew it was not good to speculate about others. She was just worried about her daughter-in-law being taken away. I understand, I won't jump to conclusions again, but you should be aware. After saying this, the mother and son quickly moved ahead. After walking for more than an hour, Han Chong found a shady spot for everyone to rest. Taking this opportunity, Ye Anzhi went to see Nanshao. Nanzhao's face was sunburned, with patches of red and black. Without waiting for Ye Anzhi to speak, he immediately handed over a letter he had just received. Master, this is a letter from Shize. Curing Ye Anzhi's poison was the most important thing for his trusted aide. Ye Anzhi cared more about Shize and the shaman's movements than anyone else. He quickly took the letter, opened it, and read. When Shize wrote the letter, he was in Guangyang County. Guangyang County is nearly 1,500 miles from the capital. When the letter reached Nanshao, he and a man were about 500 miles from the capital. Ye Anzhi estimated the distance. If they used a sea eagle to send the message, they could inform Shize and a man of the best route from the capital to Jiha by the time they arrived. Prepare the ink and paper. I need to send a letter to Shize. Nanshao handed Ye Anzhi the paper and pen, and after grinding the ink, he used his back as a table. Ye Anzhi drew a simple map, marking important locations to prevent Shize from going the wrong way. The letter would be delivered to Bei Ning, who stayed in the capital, and then passed on to Shize when he passed near the capital. So, at the end of the letter, he sent his regards to a man and gave Shize a few reminders. Ye Anzhi rolled up the finished letter and handed it to Nanshao. This letter must be delivered to the capital as soon as possible. Use the eagle to send it. Yes, my lord. After Nanshao took the letter, He placed it in a bamboo tube and handed it to his subordinate. Send the letter to the capital using the eagle. After his subordinate left, he asked Ye Anzhi, "What brings you to find me, my lord?" "I will stay in Jiha for a few days, waiting for Shiza to bring the healer to meet us. You don't need to accompany me. Go ahead and settle in Jiha City." After agreeing, Nan Xiao said, "Just in case, I want to leave half of the men to protect you." Ye Anzhi had no objections. "That's fine." "What did Sun Chu find out?" "I'm sorry, my lord. I couldn't find any leads on the Wuzhizong, only on the Wanwuzong, which Sun Chu leads. Although Wanwuzong sounds like a martial arts sect, it's actually a business group, and Sun Chu mainly focuses on trade with his disciples." After saying this, Nan Xiao handed the detailed information to Ye Anzhi. Ye Anzhi quickly read through the papers. Sun Chu was very skilled in business, involved in all profitable trades, and was among the best. His secret to making money was simple: originality. The dishes in his restaurant were unique. The wines in his tavern were special. The games in his gambling house were different. The performances in his entertainment house were one of a kind. The rooms in his inn were unmatched. Thus, in just 3 years, Sun Chu became extremely wealthy. How did he come up with these ideas? It's not something that can be explained by mere business talent. Nan Xiao also found it hard to believe. "My lord, although Sun Chu is controlled by his wife with poison, we still need to be cautious. Those who are unaware of the dangers are always the most dangerous." Ye Anzhi nodded. "Continue investigating Sun Chu." "Yes, my lord." "Have there been any updates from the capital?" It had been several days since the emperor received the report from Ye Siyin and the execution of the former crown prince. If he were to calm the people and take action, news should have arrived by now. Nan Xiao shook his head. "Not yet, but it should come in a few days. You go ahead to Jiha." After Ye Anzhi finished speaking, he returned to the place where the exiled group was resting. He walked over to Sun Chu, who was with Ye Siyin.
What are you talking about?
Sun Chu instinctively replied, "Talking about making money. You wouldn't understand." Ye Anzhi. Although he was a military general, he had quite a few businesses himself, you know? "Perfect, I want to learn some business tips from young Master Sunday." Although Sun Chu didn't sense any hostility from Ye Anzhi, he found him a bit strange. Ye Siyin, however, keenly noticed Ye Anzhi's possessiveness. As long as this man does not use possessiveness to limit her, she does not mind. So she stayed silent, watching the two men stare at each other. Sun Chu was the first to look away from Ye Anzhi's gaze. "Once we settle down in Tianshan County, I will discuss making money with young Master Qi in detail." Ye Anzhi was not interested in business. He just did not want to see Sun Chu sticking to Ye Siyin. Now that his goal was achieved, he nodded and said, "All right." After that, he sat down next to Ye Siyin and whispered in her ear, "I received a letter from Shiza." It was a simple statement, but his action made it seem a bit suggestive. Ye Chutong's ear felt a little ticklish, but she did not pull away. "Will he arrive in Jiha City on time?" Ye Anzhi nodded confidently. "If they follow your planned route, they will arrive in Jiha City before my poison takes effect." Bainang would arrange for people along the way to clear all obstacles, unless an unexpected natural disaster occurred. Hearing Ye Anzhi's words, Ye Siyin felt completely relieved. It takes 10 days to travel from the capital to Jiha City, and there are 13 days until your poison takes effect, so we have just enough time. Then she suggested, "It's been too hot lately. How about we walk less each day and arrive in Jiha City a bit later? From Dinggha to Jiha, if we calculate 50 miles a day, we can arrive in 6 days. Now that we don't have to rush, we can take 2 days to cover 1 day's journey." Ye Anzhi looked at the glaring sun and nodded. "That works, but with the current drought, finding water on the road is difficult. It's best to stay overnight in the city." He did not want to waste too much time on the road because the Qiqiao festival was approaching. Although Jiha was not large, it would still be lively. Ye Siyin agreed with Ye Anzhi's reasoning. "Wu Cheng has just become familiar with the route for exile. You should discuss with him to plan the daily itinerary, allowing for more rest during the day and more travel at night." It was the hottest season now, and walking during the day was quite exhausting. "All right, I will talk to him." The two men discussed for a tease time and planned an 8-day journey based on the location of the county town. Following the plan, they would arrive in Jiha City just in time for the Qiqiao festival. 3 days later, Ye Anzhi received news from the capital. Seeing that the emperor, in an effort to regain the people's trust, not only issued a self-criticism edict but also knelt before the people and reduced taxes for 3 years, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Indeed, the emperor is afraid and has softened. This was very good. Although the emperor regained some public support, he also gave Ye Anzhi 3 years to make his plans. Furthermore, the emperor would not take action against the Qi family in the short term. Ye Siyin finished reading the letter and scoffed. At least he knows his place. The journey to Tianshan County would finally be peaceful. But the people's support should not be given to the emperor. Zhao, have your people spread the word that the tax reduction is thanks to your efforts. This was the truth. If the emperor hadn't been forced by Ye Anzhi, how could he have bowed to the people? Ye Anzhi thought the same way. So, when he received the letter from Bei Ning, he instructed his men to find Nanshao and spread the news. All right, I'll listen to a tang. 5 days later, the exiled group arrived in Jiha City at the hour of the snake. The governor, the inspector, and the military leader welcomed them along with the townspeople. The crowd gathered at the city gate was even larger than the one in Dinggha. As the closest state to Dinggha, the people had learned days ago that the tax cut was due to Ye Anzhi's efforts. He first spared the people from the suffering of disease, and now he had eased their burden of survival. The people felt genuine gratitude for his help. When they saw the Qi family, they immediately knelt and expressed their thanks and blessings. Ye Siyin glanced at the people's admiration for Ye Anzhi and thought, even if the emperor came in person, he wouldn't have such a grand welcome. Ye Anzhi looked at the crowd that revered him and felt that the risks he took were worth it. With such support, it would be easy for him to place a new emperor on the throne in the future. Everyone, please rise. I am now just a commoner like you and cannot accept such great respect. Master Qi is our savior. We can show him any level of respect. As soon as he said this, the crowd bowed deeply. The inspector stepped forward and said, "Everyone, please get up. Don't block the road. It's hot. Let Master Qi and his group head to the inn to rest." The crowd quickly stood up and moved to the sides of the street, clearing the way. The crowded street immediately became wide and open. The 3 high officials managing Jiha led the exiled group to the inn. The shops along the street hung colorful lanterns, and there were upside-down umbrellas in the air, with vendors decorating their stalls. Ye Siyin twitched her eye at the sight. Was it really necessary to welcome the Qi family into the city with such a grand display? When Ye Anzhi saw her expression, he quietly explained, "Today is the Qiqiao festival." Upon hearing this, Ye Siyin immediately understood. You shortened the rest time on the road and arrived in Jiha 2 days early just to celebrate the Qiqiao festival? Yeah, on the road of exile. I can't give you much, so I do what I can. I really like your arrangements. Ye Siyin had not celebrated a single holiday since arriving in this world, and she was quite looking forward to it. Seeing her joyful expression, Ye Anzhi smiled, his attractive lips curling up. After nightfall, let's go out for a stroll. Okay. Is the Qiqiao festival fun? Ye Siyin asked, then quickly added, I've always been in the countryside and haven't even celebrated New Year's Eve or the Spring Festival. Her words made Ye Anzhi feel a pang of sympathy, and he promised it will be fun. From now on, I will celebrate every holiday with you. That's a promise. Before long, their group arrived at the post station. Jiha City was not large, and the post station was only half the size of the one in Dinggha City, unable to accommodate more than 100 people. The governor looked at Wu Qinggang, who was holding the exile documents, and said, I have rented the inn next to the post station for resting. Wu Qinggang bowed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, governor, for your kindness. Straightening up, he turned to Ye Anzhi. Young Master Qi has been overworked lately and is unwell. He will rest in Jiha City for a few days. Do you agree, Governor? The day of Ye Anzhi's illness was approaching. His handsome face had an unusual flush, and his hair glimmered with a strange red under the sunlight. Even though he tried to hide it, there was an unsettling aura around him. The governor had not considered that the exiled group would stay in Jizhou, so he quickly looked at the inspector and the military leader. Both nodded in agreement, understanding that Ye Anzhi's reputation was too high for them to impose any rules on him. It wasn't just a matter of him staying a few more days. Even if he decided to stay longer, they wouldn't dare to say anything. The governor thought the same. He smiled at Wu Qingang and said, since young Master Qi is unwell, he should rest before continuing his journey. After making his stance clear, he turned to Qi Anzhi. Young Master Qi, I know an elderly doctor returning home who is very skilled. Would you like me to invite him? He knew Ye Chutang was highly skilled in medicine, so Qi Anzhi didn't need another doctor. But he wanted to show concern. Qi Anzhi took Ye Chutang's hand and shook his head, declining. No need, I have a tang and that's enough. You all don't need to waste time on us. Just treat us as temporary travelers and go about your business. The governor understood that Qi Anzhi did not want to be disturbed. I understand. If you need anything, just ask the postmaster. I will take my leave. After giving a few instructions to the postmaster, he left the station. The inspector and the military leader exchanged greetings with Qi Anzhi before leaving as well. Han Chong inspected the post station and the inn before assigning the rooms. Qi Anzhi and Ye Chutang were assigned the best room on the third floor of the inn. The two elders of the Qi family, Aunt Su and her son, along with Sun Chu, occupied the remaining two rooms on the third floor, one for men and one for women. Since Chun Xiaoping's leg had not healed yet, Qi Qingyu's family of four stayed in a regular room on the first floor. The remaining rooms and the back courtyard were allocated to the National Protection Army. In total, over 60 people were staying at the inn. The others were accommodated at the relay station, where the rooms were just enough. This was the first time the Chun and Yi families had been assigned rooms, and they were filled with excitement and tears of joy. Ye Chutang sat on the soft bed, looking at the ice blocks in the corner, feeling emotional. We finally get to live like normal people again. Hearing this, Qi Anzhi felt a wave of guilt. Chutang, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Ye Chutang was just expressing her feelings, with no other intention. She smiled and said, after hardship comes sweetness, it's worth it. After saying this, she took off her outer clothing, lay down on the bed, and patted the empty space beside her. It's rare to be comfortable. Do you want to lie down with me for a bit? With nothing pressing to do in Jizhou, Qi Anzhi took off his outer clothing and lay down beside Ye Chutang. In the next moment, her fingers rested on his wrist. His body was warm, making her fingertips feel cool. Chutang, there's no need to be nervous. Shiza and Amon will arrive in Jizhou City soon. Ye Chutang remained silent, focusing on checking his pulse. Soon, she withdrew her hand and said, after we wake up, I'll give you acupuncture. Though it was better than nothing, it was still a small comfort.
Ji Anzhi apreciated Ye Chutang's kindness.
Okay, let's sleep. He turned to embrace her waist, gently patting her back like a child. Ye Chutang found it amusing, but did not refuse. Since becoming pregnant, her sleep quality had improved, and she fell asleep quickly. Qi Anzhi gazed at her beautiful profile, filled with deep affection. Upon closer inspection, there was a hint of unnoticeable anxiety hidden in his affection. He knew his health situation better than anyone. The fire poison had been worsening over the past 2 days. Perhaps he wouldn't last 5 days. The poison might strike in 3 days. And Amon would have a hard time reaching Jizhou City in that time. He didn't want to die. He wanted to stay with Chutang and see their children grow up healthy. Qi Anzhi couldn't sleep, greedily watching Ye Chutang. He wanted to merge with her completely, but couldn't bear to see her hurt. His warm hand rested on Ye Chutang's slightly rounded belly, his eyes filled with tenderness. Chutang, for you and the baby, I will hold on until the end. After silently promising this in his heart, he leaned closer to Ye Chutang, inhaling her sweet scent, and his eyelids grew heavy. After a while, Ye Chutang and Qi Anzhi were called to have lunch. Although the food is not as good as in Dinggha, it is still quite plentiful. When Qi Yanzhou saw fish on the table, he immediately placed it as far away from Ye Siyin as possible. Old Madam Qi noticed her son's action and immediately remembered that Ye Siyin had vomited several times because of fish. Whenever there was fish on the table, it was always the farthest from her.
Could it be?
Why doesn't the male lead actively meet with the healer to get the antidote? First, the healer is not traveling the same route as the exiled group. Second, the male lead does not know when or where the healer will pass by, making it hard to meet up and easy to miss. Third, the male lead only realized he was about to be poisoned in the last couple of days, so there isn't enough time. Qi Yanzhou noticed his mother's expression and took a bite of the steamed fish. Still, the pickled fish made by Ah Tang is more flavorful. I'll buy a fish at the market tomorrow morning. How about we have it for lunch? His words dispelled old Madam Qi's rising suspicion, as she remembered that Ye Siyin had eaten fish during their journey. Ye Siyin knew Qi Yanzhou was covering for her and smiled, nodding. Sure, I'll teach you how to make it, and you can cook. Qi Yanzhou happily agreed, okay. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while before going to rest. Ye Siyin finished giving Qi Yanzhou acupuncture and was too tired to move, lying on the bed. She sensed that his poison was about to flare up, and each needle had used her inner strength, leaving her exhausted. Qi Yanzhou looked at Ye Siyin, who was sweating, and wiped her forehead with his sleeve. Ah Tang, you've worked hard. Ye Siyin opened her heavy eyelids and looked at Qi Yanzhou seriously. If you feel any discomfort, you must tell me right away. Otherwise, once the poison strikes, even the gods can't save you. Okay, I'll rest with you. When Ye Siyin woke up, Qi Yanzhou was not beside her. She sat up, stretched, and got out of bed to open the window to look outside. The room on the third floor's southeast corner was spacious and had a great view. It was past the hour of view, and the sun was beginning to set. The hot air rushed into the cool room, making it hard to breathe. Ye Siyin closed the window, put on a breathable linen coat, and went downstairs. The Qi family was chatting in the large hall on the first floor. When Qi Qingyu saw Ye Siyin come down, she quickly called her over. Sister-in-law, come here and have some chilled watermelon. Ye Siyin sat down next to Qi Qingyu and asked, where did the watermelon come from? Due to the severe drought, the further north you went, the worse the watermelon harvest was. Watermelons had become rare, and even money couldn't easily buy them. Qi Qingyu smiled and said, a farmer brought them, and I couldn't refuse, so I bought them with silver. After speaking, she took out a watermelon the size of a head from the bucket of ice. Sister-in-law, don't be fooled by its small size. It's very sweet. You should try it. Although watermelon is cooling, it's fine for pregnant women as long as they don't eat too much. As Ye Siyin cut the watermelon in half, Sun Chu came down from upstairs. He said without hesitation, give me half. Eating watermelon with a spoon is the best. Seeing there were 2 more watermelons in the bucket, Ye Siyin handed Sun Chu half. She cut her half into small pieces and asked, where is Zhao? Old Lady Qi replied, he went out for something and said he would be back before dinner. Ye Siyin nodded and chatted with the Qi family after finishing the watermelon. As the sky darkened, Qi Yanzhou returned to the inn. He came in feeling hot, his clothes almost soaked with sweat. I'm going to take a shower. The inn has a bathing tub in the room and a shower room in the backyard. Qi Yanzhou went upstairs to get a clean outfit. After coming down from the 3rd floor, he looked at Ye Siyin. A Tang, since we're going out tonight, why don't you change into something nice? Before Ye Siyin could respond, Old Lady Qi smiled and said, it's rare to go out and relax. You should wear something pretty. Go ahead. Okay, I'll change. When Qi Yanzhou returned to the hall after his shower, Ye Siyin was just coming down from upstairs. She wore a light orange strapless dress, styled in a simple bun. Her hair was adorned with a beautiful tassel hairpin. As she moved, the tassels swayed gracefully. Even without makeup, Ye Siyin was stunning. Sun Chu couldn't help but think, why didn't I get to be born with such good looks? Qi Yanzhou wore a moon-white brocade outfit, his features handsome and defined. His tan skin added to his masculine charm. Mom and Dad, a Tang and I are going out for a walk, so we won't have dinner at the inn. Old Lady Qi smiled and said, "Go ahead, there are many people in the streets today, so be careful."
Got it, Mom.
After saying this, Qi Yanzhou and Ye Siyin left the inn together. The sky seemed to be covered with a dark veil, blurring their vision. Shops and stalls hung various lanterns, lighting up the dim streets. The most popular items sold were magpie lanterns and sweet treats. Many shops organized activities related to the Qiqiao festival. If one could gain skill, there were not only rewards but also discounts for spending in the stores. Because of their striking looks, Qi Yanzhou and Ye Siyin attracted attention wherever they went, as everyone in town recognized them. Ye Siyin didn't like being watched at moments like this, so she bought 2 masks that covered the upper half of her face. There were many young men and women wearing masks on the street, so they didn't stand out. Qi Yanzhou took Ye Siyin hand and asked, "Siyin, how about I buy you a magpie lantern?" Ye Siyin shook her head. "Buying one is boring. Let's win one instead." After saying that, she pointed to a nearby restaurant. "That one. If we win, we can get a magpie lantern and eat at a discount." Qi Yanzhou led Ye Siyin to Lingxiao Tower. This restaurant was one of the best in Jiha City, hosting many events with beautiful and luxurious prizes. The waiter at the entrance saw their impressive demeanor and quickly approached them. "Young master, young lady, are you here for the Qiqiao festival or to dine?" Ye Siyin smiled and said, "Both, please. Right this way. We have many activities for the Qiqiao festival. Do you have a preference, miss?" Ye Siyin nodded towards Qi Yanzhou. "Ask him." Before the waiter could speak, Qi Yanzhou said, "I want the best magpie lantern you have. Please follow me." The waiter took Qi Yanzhou to the riddle and poetry area. These riddles and poems are all related to the Qiqiao festival. If you can solve 5 of each, you can take home this beautiful glass magpie lantern. The colorful glass lantern was exquisite. When lit, it not only shone brightly but also projected a romantic scene of the cowherd and weaver girl meeting on the Magpie Bridge. Many people wanted it, but the manager knew the riddles and poems were quite difficult. Even the most knowledgeable in Jiha City had failed. Qi Yanzhou was quite knowledgeable himself. If he took an exam, he would likely place in the top 3, even if he didn't come in first. He looked at the riddles and half a line of poetry, frowning slightly. They were indeed challenging. He wasn't completely sure he could win the glass magpie lantern. Qi Yanzhou chose the 5 riddles and poems he felt most confident about. Before handing the answers to the waiter, he showed them to Ye Siyin. In terms of knowledge, he wasn't as good as her. Ye Siyin only knew that Qi Yanzhou was skilled in martial arts and was unaware of his literary talent. After reading his poetry, she was impressed. The poetry was fine, but one riddle was incorrect. She made a small change to one word and handed it to the waiter. The waiter didn't understand and immediately went to find the manager of Lingxiao Tower. After reviewing Qi Yanzhou's answers, the manager personally handed him the glass magpie lantern. "Congratulations, young master, you've won first prize. If you dine here, you only need to pay half."
Great.
"Do you have a private room?" "Yes, please. Take the young master to the 2nd floor." Qi Yanzhou held a lantern in one hand and pulled Ye Siyin along with the other as they followed the waiter upstairs. At that moment, a drunken, plump man in fine clothes was coming down. The stairs were wide enough that people going up and down did not interfere with each other. As the man approached Ye Siyin, he was drawn to her graceful figure and reached out inappropriately. Although Ye Siyin was focused on the delicate glass lantern, she quickly sensed the man's intentions. Just as she was about to step aside, Qi Yanzhou let go of her hand and broke the man's wrist. The man let out a scream that nearly shook the roof.
Ah!
"Someone kill him. Doctor, hurry and get a doctor. Take this disgrace to my estate." As soon as he mentioned estate, Ye Siyin realized the man was not just anyone. Qi Yanzhou, familiar with Jiha, quickly guessed who the man was: Zhao Sirui, the son of the Prince of Mediocrity. Ignoring Zhao Sirui's anger and cries, he informed Ye Siyin of the man's identity. The Prince of Mediocrity was the brother of the late emperor. True to his name, he was not favored and was born to a palace maid, having suffered much humiliation. He was made a prince as soon as he came of age and moved to the small city of Jizhou. The prince of mediocrity had no ambitions and lived quietly, avoiding dealings with officials while enjoying a stable life from taxes. He had many wives and concubines but struggled to have children due to an injury in his youth. Over the years, he had many daughters but only one son, Zhao Sirui, born late in life. Zhao Sirui had been spoiled and acted tyrannically in Jizhou, bullying both men and women. His shouting attracted the servants waiting at the entrance of the tavern and also called the manager of Lingxiao Tower. The servants, seeing the prince's broken wrist, turned pale with fear, panicking. They knew they had failed to protect him, and the prince would surely punish them. Though the manager was also frightened, he remained relatively calm. He quickly instructed the waiter, "Go fetch Dr. Jean." After the waiter left, he turned to the prince of mediocrity's servants. Quickly helped the prince back to the private room to rest. The flustered servants regained their composure. One went upstairs to assist Zhao Sirui, another rushed back to the prince's estate to report, while the rest went to capture Qi Yanzhou and Ye Siyin. The manager knew how much the prince cherished his only son. Even though he believed Zhao Sirui deserved what happened, he dared not speak up for Qi Yanzhou. Otherwise, it would be his life on the line. Qi Yanzhou radiated a strong killing intent. Before the servants could reach him, he grabbed Zhao Sirui by the neck. "If you don't want him to die, get lost." The servant looked at Zhao Sirui, whose face was red from being choked, and hurriedly ran down the stairs. "Go call the Prince of Yong. If he won't discipline his son, I will." This statement frightened the shopkeeper. "My lord, please let go of the young master, or it won't just be you in trouble. Your family will suffer too." Qi Yanzhou smirked coldly and removed his mask. "My head is right here. If the Prince of Yong has the ability, let him come and take it." At the moment the mask was taken off, many recognized Qi Yanzhou. Whispers filled the air. "The girl beside young Master Qi must be Lady Qi. The young master is in trouble. You can't walk by the river without getting wet. He deserves it. He has harmed so many good girls. He should have faced consequences long ago. Jizhou City belongs to the Prince of Yong. Does young Master Qi really think he can win? Young Master Qi isn't afraid of the Emperor. Why would he fear a mere prince?" These words made Zhao Sirui tremble in fear. He had always bullied the weak and feared the strong, and he was terrified. Thinking of the deposed prince who had lost his head to Qi Yanzhou, he felt a chill in his neck, shaking even more. As he shook, a foul liquid dripped from his fine clothes. "Oh no, the young master is scared. I thought he was fearless. Even if young Master Qi doesn't do anything, the young master will have no face to go out after this." Qi Yanzhou disdainfully threw Zhao Sirui down the stairs. "What a nuisance." Zhao Sirui fell and landed awkwardly, crying out in pain as he pressed on his injured hand. The servant wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Qi Yanzhou's fierce gaze. At that moment, Dr. Jean arrived with his medicine box. He was a retired imperial physician, the best healer in Jizhou City. He had once checked Qi Yanzhou's pulse when he was poisoned. Dr. Jean bowed to Qi Yanzhou. "Greetings, young Master Qi." Qi Yanzhou looked at the elderly doctor and said warmly, "Dr. Jean, it's been a long time." He hadn't paid attention to where the physician had gone until now, recognizing an old acquaintance. 7 years. Dr. Jean was surprised that Qi Yanzhou, who had been poisoned, had survived for so long. After checking his pulse back then, he had concluded that he wouldn't live more than 3 years. Qi Yanzhou waved his hand. "No one here needs Dr. Jin's help. Please leave." Dr. Jean glanced at Zhao Sirui, who was rolling on the ground, and quickly turned to leave. What a useless young master. Qi Yanzhou picked up Ye Siyin, avoiding the water stains on the stairs, and quickly went downstairs to sit beside Zhao Sirui at the square table. "Owner, please bring a serving of the signature dishes, no fish, and send them to the private room upstairs in 15 minutes. "Okay, I will arrange that right away." The owner wanted to stay out of the conflict between Qi Yanzhou and the prince, so he personally went to the kitchen to give instructions. He also had a waiter bring the couple a pot of the finest by Luo Chun tea. Just as Ye Siyin finished tasting a cup of tea, the staggering prince arrived. Due to his excessive indulgence, he looked like an old man, hunched over with cloudy eyes, even though he was not yet 60. Zhao Sirui, seeing the late-arriving prince, complained angrily, "If you come any later, you'll be sending a white-haired person to bury a black-haired one." Before the prince got close to his miserable son, he caught a whiff of a strong odor. He covered his mouth and nose in disgust. "Who made that mess? Get it out of here." This made Zhao Sirui feel ashamed, and he broke down in tears. "Go away. I don't want your help." As the prince got closer, he noticed his son was bruised, with a broken hand and wet clothes. He never expected that his cherished son would be so hurt and humiliated. If someone else had bullied his son, he would have sought revenge. But it was Ye Anzhi, someone he couldn't confront. The prince approached Ye Anzhi, wanting to resolve their conflict. Ye Siyin spoke up first, asking, "Where is the prince's residence?" It had been a while since she had a chance to gather supplies, and she couldn't miss this opportunity. The prince was confused by the question, but still told her the location of the residence. "Thank you." Ye Siyin smiled in gratitude and looked at Ye Anzhi. "You go ahead, I'll wait for you in the private room." Ye Anzhi also didn't want Ye Siyin and the baby to see any violence. He nodded and handed her a glass lantern. "Go on." After Ye Siyin went to the private room, she left through the window and headed to the prince's residence. The prince's residence was located in the west of Jiha city. Originally a 3-courtyard layout, the prince expanded it to a large 4-courtyard layout after having a son. Today was the Qiqiao festival, and the princess had allowed the prince and the heir's wives to go out for a day of fun. Over 50 women left, taking many maids and servants with them. After the family servant reported that Zhao Sirui was in trouble, the prince took half of the guards and some skilled servants with him. At this moment, aside from the main courtyard, the entire prince's residence felt very quiet. Zhao Sirui was born of a concubine, but only the legitimate son could inherit the title. The prince had executed the concubine and adopted the illegitimate son under the princess's name. The princess treated him like her own child and loved him for over 20 years, and now she was very anxious. Why did it have to be Ye Anzhi? The maid blamed everything on Ye Anzhi and Ye Siyin. "Princess, if Madame Qi hadn't worn a mask, the young master wouldn't have failed to recognize her and acted inappropriately." She snorted coldly. "She's already married, yet still shows off. I think she's doing it on purpose." The princess angrily threw her teacup to the ground. "How dare she? If Rueer is harmed, they will not leave Jiha city unscathed." The maid quickly patted the princess's back to calm her down. "Please don't get too upset, my lady. Let the young master face some misfortune. After all, the Qi family doesn't even respect the emperor, and the former crown prince was executed." Outside, Ye Siyin heard this and realized the maid was a spy planted in the princess's residence. Since marrying into the royal family, the princess had never been wronged and had a spoiled temperament. As she aged, she became even more arrogant. "My son is far more noble than the crown prince. The entire Jiha city belongs to the Yongwangfu. But the world does not belong to the former crown prince." Ye Siyin almost laughed at the princess's words. How ignorant could one be to say such things? With such foolishness, the Yongwangfu would surely face downfall. She left the main courtyard and wandered around the other courtyards of the Yongwangfu. Jiha city was small, and the taxes collected by the Yongwang were not much. Ye Siyin did not find many valuable items. Most were ordinary women's accessories and jewelry, and the total amount of silver notes was less than 5,000 taels. She had hoped to find good goods in the storeroom, but it turned out to be filled with junk. However, Zhao Sirui's room was full of treasures. From a golden Namu bed to a small jade lamp, everything was quite valuable. Although the study was just for show, it contained many rare books and writing supplies. Ye Siyin almost emptied the entire courtyard. Then she went to the main courtyard. Under the instigation of the maid, the princess headed to the governor's office, making it easier for Ye Siyin to clear out the courtyard. The items in the main courtyard were not as precious as those in the young master's courtyard, but they were still good and plentiful. The Yongwang was only interested in women, not luxury. Since he didn't manage the finances, there weren't many valuable items in the courtyard. Not worth eating, but a pity to throw away. Ye Chutang mumbled as she picked out some items to store away. Then she returned the same way and entered the private room through the window. Her round trip took nearly half an hour. Just as she sat down at the table, the waiter began to serve the dishes. There were 5 dishes and a soup, all delicious and fragrant. Madam Chi, is there anything else you need? Ye Chutang felt a bit thirsty and asked, do you have chilled sour plum soup? Sour plum soup is a favorite for women in summer. Not only restaurants, but even tea houses usually have some. Yes, I'll get it right away. Ye Chutang stopped the waiter who was about to leave. How is it downstairs? The Prince of Yong ordered the heir to kneel and apologize to young Master Chi, but the heir refused and had his legs broken. Young Master Chi's actions angered the prince, who then sent servants to summon the governor. The governor came alone, hoping to resolve the conflict, but the prince's wife caused a scene, and a fight almost broke out. Tell Ye Anzhi to finish it quickly. The food will get cold. The waiter replied, understood, Madam Chi. He left the private room and nervously delivered Ye Chutang's message to Ye Anzhi. Then, under the intense gazes of the prince and his wife, he went to the kitchen to get the sour plum soup. Ye Anzhi was still sitting at the table, stepping on Zhao Sirui's chest, raising an eyebrow at the prince. My wife is urging me. What will you do, Your Highness? The prince didn't dare to offend Ye Anzhi but also didn't want to lose face, caught in a dilemma. The prince's wife only saw her humiliated son and shouted, someone, take down Ye Anzhi. She couldn't believe that the entire military force of Jiha couldn't handle an exiled member of the Qi family. But the guards of the palace did not move. It wasn't that they feared Ye Anzhi, it was that the prince hadn't spoken. The princess only had authority over the inner court. The prince was the one in charge. Ye Anzhi thought about Ye Chutang waiting for him and felt impatient. Your Highness, speak. As he spoke, he pressed harder with his foot. Zhao Sirui cried out in pain, speaking in broken sentences. Mother, I'm going to die.
Please save me.
Seeing the blood at the corner of Zhao Sirui's mouth, the prince's wife felt heartbroken, her eyes turning red. Don't be afraid, my dear. I won't let anything happen to you. With that, she suddenly knelt on the ground. Mr. Chi, my son did not recognize the situation and disrespected Madam Chi. He deserves punishment. His mistake is my fault. If you're angry, take it out on me. Please spare my son. The governor saw that the prince's wife had finally softened and quickly stepped forward to mediate. Mr. Chi, the heir has already been punished, and the prince and princess have apologized. Why not make a big issue smaller? Ye Anzhi coldly looked at the forced submissiveness of the prince's wife. This matter is not over. With that, he stood up and went upstairs. The prince's wife immediately rushed to Zhao Sirui's side, unsure where to place her hands, afraid of hurting him. Are you okay, my dear? Mother, it hurts. Zhao Sirui finished speaking and fainted. Someone quickly call the doctor. The Prince of Yong looked at Ye Anzhi's departing figure, his face pale as paper. He had a feeling that good days were coming to an end. Thinking this, he approached the Princess of Yong and kicked her to the ground.
Fool.
If it weren't for this foolish woman interfering, he and Ye Anzhi wouldn't be in such a mess. The Princess of Yong scraped her elbow, but didn't have time to care. She asked the prince, my lord, what did Ye Anzhi mean by that? Could he really threaten the Yong prince's residence? The prince took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. You stay here with Ru'er until the doctor arrives. I need to discuss important matters with Lord Kong. Ye Anzhi clearly wouldn't back down, and he couldn't just sit and wait. The princess nodded. Go ahead, my lord. I will take good care of Ru'er. Kong Zhizhou initially didn't want to get involved in the conflict between the prince and Ye Anzhi, fearing it would please neither side. But now he wanted to be involved because Ye Anzhi was planning to take down the prince. Thinking this, he respectfully bowed to the prince. My lord, should we call on Governor Liu and General Zhang to discuss this in detail at the governor's office? The prince thought the same. Send someone to notify them. We will head to the governor's office first. When the prince and Kong Zhizhou went to the governor's office, Ye Siyin and Ye Anzhi were happily enjoying the signature dish. Both had keen hearing and overheard the prince's words to Kong Zhizhou. Ye Siyin took a sip of chilled sour plum soup and raised an eyebrow at Ye Anzhi. You've been planning to deal with the prince for a while, haven't you? If not, he wouldn't have made such a big deal out of Zhao Sirui's injury. Ye Anzhi did not deny it. He served Ye Siyin a piece of tender beef tendon. If the prince had been content to live a carefree life, as long as Beichen country doesn't fall, he could have lived well. But he raised his only son to be a bully, seizing good farmland and shops, robbing women and oppressing the common people. The young prince's residence is rotten to the core and must be uprooted to restore peace to the people of Zhizhou. The beef tendon was like spicy jelly, which Ye Siyin loved. After finishing one piece, she took another. She put down her chopsticks and asked, "Will the governor, the inspector, and the military leader support you?" Although it was a question, her tone was certain. After Ye Anzhi nodded, he refilled her cup with sour plum soup. They will. They have always reported on the prince's son, but their petitions have gone unanswered. Because the emperor looks down on Zhizhou, which has little tax revenue, he doesn't care about the lives of the people there. Thinking of this, he added, "If nothing unexpected happens, a distinguished guest will arrive tonight." Ye Siyin picked up her cup, feeling the coolness on her fingertips. The foolish prince has no real power or soldiers in Zhizhou, right? Feudal princes can pay for their own private soldiers, but there is a limit to their numbers. An unpopular prince can maintain 3,000 soldiers, while a favored one can have 5,000. Of course, they can choose not to maintain any, as it costs a lot of money. Ye Anzhi took a sip of chilled plum juice to cool down his body. Zhizhou is less than half the size of Dinggha, and it has many mountains and forests, leaving little farmland. The foolish prince doesn't collect much tax each year. He used to support wives and concubines, and now he has to support a son, so he can't afford private soldiers. He has no real power or soldiers, so he won't cause much trouble. There's no need to pay attention to him. After finishing the main topic, Ye Siyin ate a few more bites of food. After feeling about 60% full, she put down her chopsticks. She needed to save some space for later while strolling and snacking. Ye Anzhi also put down his chopsticks and stood up. "Let's go. The streets will be livelier now." After saying this, he put on a mask and picked up the magpie lantern. The two of them went downstairs, paid half of the meal bill, and left Lingxiao Tower. The sky was completely dark now. The streets were bright with lights and filled with voices. The sounds of vendors calling out, laughter, and chatter rose and fell. Ye Siyin felt her spirits lift in the lively atmosphere. "I want to play the needle-threading game. This is the most common and easiest game to play during the Qiqiao festival, found everywhere." Each stall was crowded with many women. Ye Anzhi smiled and said, "Go ahead." Ye Siyin chose the most difficult 9-hole needle and handed a copper coin to the stall owner. 10 women would compete, and the first one to thread all 9 holes would win a pair of exquisite lucky fruits. The stall owner was just looking for fun, not profit. Ye Siyin, inheriting the original owner's memories, was skilled in needlework and easily took first place. She handed the lucky fruits she won to Ye Anzhi. "One for each of us, sharing joy and hardship." Ye Anzhi looked at Ye Siyin, her eyes sparkling, and gently accepted the lucky fruit. Together forever. The lucky fruit was crispy and sweet, just like his current mood. Next, Ye Siyin followed local customs. She prayed to the moon for blessings, worshipped the weaving maiden for love, released lanterns, watched performances, and enjoyed local delicacies. Today was the happiest day since she arrived in this world. There was nothing to worry about, nothing to consider, just enjoying good food and fun. Ye Siyin stuffed the leftover lotus flower pastry into Ye Anzhi's hands. "What time is it? Is it almost time? Are you tired?" Ye Siyin didn't feel tired. She just thought they had done everything fun, and there was no point in wandering around any longer. "It's getting late. Let's head back." Qi Yanzhou carefully packed away the lotus pastry and looked at Ye Siyin with warmth, extending his hand to her. The colorful light from the glass magpie lantern danced on the stone pavement. Since we have this rare chance to relax, would you join me to watch the stars? Ye Siyin was surprised by Qi Yanzhou's sudden romantic suggestion, as she thought he was a practical warrior. She took his warm hand and asked, "Where shall we go to see the stars?" To stargaze, you need either a high place or a quiet spot. It seemed there were no such places within Jiha City. Qi Yanzhou tightened his grip on Ye Siyin's hand and led her away from the busy streets. Once they were away from the noise, he answered, "Jing'an Temple." Jing'an Temple is located at the northernmost part of Jiha City, where there is a small mountain. At the top of the mountain, there is an octagonal pavilion that overlooks the entire city. The temple usually closes at night, but it is open all day during special festivals. Today is the Qiqiao festival, and the temple is open at night. Many people come to the temple to pray, but no one was seen climbing the mountain. This was partly because it was dark and hard to see the path, and also because the mountain trail was steep and narrow, making it unsafe. Qi Yanzhou had visited Jing'an Temple earlier in the afternoon and was familiar with the path. When they reached the entrance to the mountain path, he handed the magpie lantern to Ye Siyin. "Hold this. The path is difficult, so I'll carry you." Upon hearing this, Ye Siyin sensed that Qi Yanzhou's visit to Jing'an Temple was not a spontaneous decision, but rather planned ahead. She eagerly took the glass magpie lantern, wrapped her arms around his neck, and jumped up. Qi Yanzhou immediately caught her and carried her up the mountain. He moved lightly, ensuring that she felt no bumps along the way. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Qi Yanzhou had carried Ye Siyin to the top of the mountain. The wind at the summit was strong, causing her hair to flutter and her clothes to billow. The summer heat vanished without a trace. The large octagonal pavilion was empty. Ye Siyin jumped down from Qi Yanzhou's back and looked up at the sky. A crescent moon hung in the sky, with stars scattered across the dark canvas. The Milky Way was clearly visible, with the cowherd and weaver girl gazing at each other across the river. This place is indeed perfect for stargazing. Qi Yanzhou held Ye Siyin's hand, turning slightly to shield her from the wind. "I don't like the story of the cowherd and weaver girl. If you love someone, you should stay together." Ye Siyin turned to look at Qi Yanzhou's handsome profile and playfully asked, "If you don't like it, why come to see the stars?" Qi Yanzhou led Ye Siyin into the octagonal pavilion, sitting facing south to admire the brilliant lights of Jiha City. "Ah Teng, what I want you to see is not the countless stars in the sky or the lights of many homes, but..." He didn't finish his sentence and covered Ye Siyin's eyes with his hand. "Wait a moment." Ye Siyin felt curious, but didn't ask more, patiently sitting and waiting for the surprise. The warmth from the man's palm made her feel very safe. Soon, Qi Yanzhou released his hand. "Ah Tang, I wish you peace and success in everything, with blessings for health and longevity." Countless sky lanterns rose, and the hanging wishes swayed in the wind. At Jing'an Temple, there were as many monks as there were sky lanterns. Each wish was blessed, protecting and supporting her. Ye Siyin looked at the sky full of lanterns, her heart racing. "Ah Zhao, did you go out this afternoon just to show me the lanterns?" Qi Yanzhou didn't see joy on Ye Siyin's face, and his heart sank. "Do you like it?" He wanted to make his beloved happy on the Qixi festival, but he didn't know how to do it. It was his older sister Qi Qingyu's idea. Feeling Qi Yanzhou's unease, Ye Siyin turned to him with a smile. "I like it, I really like it." Though she was very rational, she wouldn't refuse romance. After all, life needs a sense of ceremony. Seeing that Ye Siyin liked it, Qi Yanzhou felt relieved. He stood up and extended his hand. "I have another gift for you." Ye Siyin placed her hand in Qi Yanzhou's, and he led her to the railing of the octagonal pavilion.
Look down.
She leaned over the railing. In the open space below, lanterns were arranged to form the shape of a begonia flower. The night breeze blew, and the flames flickered, resembling the begonia flower dancing in the wind, beautiful beyond words. Ye Siyin was touched by Qi Yanzhou's thoughtfulness. She wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear. I like all the gifts you give me. Tonight, I want to be a gift for you. Is that okay? Hearing this, Ye Anzhi's face turned bright red, and he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. He stammered, "Ah, Tang you. You are expecting. As long as I pass the first 3 months, it will be fine." Her warm breath brushed against Ye Anzhi's ear, stirring his heart. His heart raced, as if it would burst from his chest. He pushed away the tempting Ye Siyin, trying to calm his restless body. "Ah, Tang, now is not the right time." Although they had been intimate before, that time was unavoidable. He wanted to give his beloved an unforgettable wedding night, not a rushed experience. Ye Siyin didn't really need to sleep. She just felt that the mood was right for some intimate moments. Since Ye Anzhi was unwilling, she wouldn't push him. "All right, next time," Ye Anzhi quickly explained, worried that his refusal might hurt Ye Siyin. "I don't not want to be with you. I just want to wait until we reach Tianshan County, settle down, and have a proper wedding to complete all the steps." Ye Siyin understood that Ye Anzhi had his own reasons and wasn't angry. She kissed his handsome face. "Okay, I'll listen to you." After that, she looked at the drifting sky lanterns and said, "Let's head down." Ye Anzhi kissed her forehead and carried her down the mountain. They hadn't gone far when the oil in the lantern burned out, and the light went out. Fortunately, the lights below were bright, so they could see clearly. Ye Siyin leaned on Ye Anzhi's back, feeling sleepy. Halfway down, Ye Anzhi suddenly slipped and fell backward. The narrow mountain path was surrounded by sharp rocks, and falling could cause serious injury. He reached for a nearby branch to steady himself, but it broke with a snap. Ye Siyin immediately woke up. "Let go." Ye Anzhi obeyed and released his grip. Ye Siyin quickly turned around, bracing herself on the ground to give Ye Anzhi space to move. Understanding her intention, Ye Anzhi jumped back with a push from his hands. His palms felt slick. It was oil. Just as he thought this, he heard a flurry of arrows whistling through the air. "Siyin, be careful." Ye Anzhi immediately shielded her, picking up the broken branch as a weapon to deflect the rain of arrows. Ye Siyin grabbed an arrow that had fallen to the ground, stepped back, and used her inner strength to throw it down the mountain. Screams followed. The arrows became less frequent. Ye Anzhi continued to deflect arrows with one hand while breaking a thin branch to throw on the path to prevent slipping. "Siyin, stay close to me." Ye Siyin responded and followed closely, picking up arrows. After throwing another arrow and taking down several enemies, she heard someone shout, "Retreat." In unison, she and Ye Anzhi shouted, "Chase." Just as they finished speaking, flames erupted at the entrance below, quickly spreading up the mountain path. Someone had ignited the oil spilled on the ground. Ye Anzhi gathered his strength and threw the branch down the mountain. It turned into a sharp blade, piercing the body of the person who lit the fire, ending their life. He and Ye Siyin jumped onto the trees beside the mountain path, quickly descending with the bright firelight. As soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, the abbot of Jing'an Temple noticed something was wrong and rushed over with several monks. Ye Anzhi said to the abbot, "Abbot Minghui, please help put out the fire. My wife and I will catch the person who set it." Although the trees on the back mountain were well cared for by the monks and were lush, making them hard to catch fire, it was better to be safe. "The path has been doused with oil. Using ash and sand is the best way to extinguish it," Ye Siyin said, and then she and Ye Anzhi went to chase the person who had shot the arrows. Both of them had excellent lightness skills and keen eyesight, so even if the opponent changed out of their dark clothing to blend in as a visitor, they could be easily recognized. Seeing they could not escape, the attackers took the visitors hostage, spreading out across the courtyard. "Ye Anzhi, let us go, or we will kill them." The hostages were delicate young ladies, who immediately began to cry. "Woo, I just turned 16. I don't want to die. Please save me. Hero, please let me go. I will give you all my money. It hurts so much. I'm bleeding. I'm going to die. Help. Young master, please let them go, or we will die. Woo-woo." Seeing Ye Anzhi silent, the attackers began to cut the girls' necks with their daggers. Blood stained the light-colored garments, and the girls cried out in fear. They looked at Ye Anzhi with a taunting expression, their lips curling up in satisfaction. If Ye Anzhi ignored the lives of the hostages, he would be seen as heartless, damaging his reputation. But if he let them escape, it would also harm his standing. No matter what choice he made, it was a losing situation. Young Master Chi, if you don't let us go, they will lose their lives. Ye Anzhi saw through the attacker's scheme. He knew that even if he let these villains go, the hostages would still die. As he pondered how to protect these innocent girls, Ye Siyin said, "Let them go." Now, the opponent's attention was focused on Ye Anzhi, making it difficult for them to find an opportunity to strike. If they were allowed to leave, they would be distracted by thoughts of escape. She cupped her hands together, her wide sleeves hiding her movements. Crushing a magpie lantern, she took out a high dose of anesthetic from her space and applied it to the broken glass. Ye Siyin approached Ye Anzhi again and said, "Let them go." As she spoke, she pulled on Ye Anzhi's sleeve, slipping half of the broken glass into his hand. "It's poisonous. Be careful not to hurt yourself. It can be used as a hidden weapon." Ye Anzhi heard Ye Siyin's quiet reminder and immediately let go of the hand he wanted to grip tightly. He looked at the provocative thugs and said, "You all can leave." After saying this, he turned to Ye Siyin. "Siyin, leave these people to me. You stay here and check if there are any survivors. Maybe we can get some information." He was worried about her safety, not knowing if the thugs had more tricks up their sleeves. It was safer for her to stay at Dinggha Temple, where there were martial monks. Ye Siyin understood what Ye Anzhi was thinking and agreed. "Okay, I'll check the back mountain for any survivors." With that, she turned to leave. The 6 men holding the girl exchanged glances and slowly began to back away. "Get out of the way. Anyone who blocks us will die." Ye Anzhi stared at the 6 men, looking for the right moment to strike. Ye Siyin did not go to the back mountain but instead hid behind an ancient tree. The tree was adorned with red strings of good fortune, swaying gently in the wind. She crouched down, pressing her hand to the ground, and the shards of glass disappeared into the earth. The temple had stone slabs, offering no opportunity to attack. But outside, the paths were dirt. The glass shards, laced with a tranquilizer, pierced the soles of shoes, and the uneven ground made it hard to maintain balance. The one who shot from the shadows fell to the right, while the captured girl fell to the left. Seeing the strange scene before him, Ye Anzhi quickly used the shards of glass as projectiles, aiming for the hearts of the 6 men. As 12 people fell to the ground, the uneven surface returned to flat. Once Ye Siyin finished, she headed to the back mountain to check on the black-clad man she had shot with an arrow, looking for survivors. Outside the temple, the rescued girls scrambled to their feet, covering their neck wounds as they ran inside. Ye Anzhi approached the 6 fallen men. 3 had been killed by the glass shards, while the others were severely injured and unconscious. He carried the unconscious 3 into the temple, binding them with red strings of good fortune, and went to find Ye Siyin. The fire in the back mountain had been extinguished by the sand, and the air was filled with a foul smell of tar. The monks at Dinggha Temple found all the black-clad men and placed them at the entrance of the mountain. Out of 7, 5 were dead, 1 was severely injured and unconscious, and 1 was captured. Ye Siyin stood before the black-clad man and tore the cloth from his face. "Was it the foolish king or the foolish queen who sent you?" The man did not answer and spat at her. Ye Siyin quickly blocked it with the cloth and wiped the spit on his face.
Ugh.
The man gagged repeatedly, his eyes filled with a fierce desire to kill. "If you look at me again, I'll gouge your eyes out." Ye Siyin finished speaking and didn't give the man a chance to argue. She used a silver needle to wake up the seriously injured man. She broke off a piece of colored glass from a shattered lantern and ruthlessly poked it into the man's eye. As a piercing scream echoed, the kind-hearted monk said, "Amit Ba." Ye Siyin ignored the monk's compassion and grabbed the blind man's neck. "Tell me, who sent you?" The man struggled to breathe, his eyes bulging, and his face turned a dark shade. "And no one. If you don't tell the truth, your family will be in danger. I won't take their lives, but men will be treated as slaves and women as courtesans." These words filled the man's good eye with fear. He believed that Ye Anzhi would definitely find his family.
You
"You're a living Buddha, you can't." Before he could finish, Ye Siyin tightened her grip, cutting off his words. "To good people, I am a Buddha. To bad people, I am a demon." After saying this, she broke the man's neck. Disgusted, she pushed the body away and broke off another piece of glass. Through the colored glass, Ye Siyin looked at the man, who had stopped gagging. "Tell the truth, and I will spare your family." As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Anzhi arrived from the back mountain. He quickly walked to Ye Siyin side and took the sharp piece of glass from her hand. "Tang, don't waste time on him. Someone has already confessed. Just kill him." When the glass was taken from her hand, her fingers were gently squeezed. She knew Ye Anzhi's words were false, meant to pressure the man. So she played along. "Will you do it, or should I?" "I'll do it." Just before Ye Anzhi threw the piece of glass, the man shouted loudly, "It's the princess of the Yong kingdom." The glass was still thrown. It grazed the man's neck, drawing a line of blood. Ye Anzhi stood over the terrified man, looking down at him. "Tell me the specific plan of the princess of the Yong kingdom, so I can compare it and see if anyone is lying." The man recounted the princess's plan in detail. She wanted revenge for Zhao Sirui, who had lost his legs and arms, so she had her family find some fighters to follow Ye Anzhi and Ye Siyin, waiting for the right moment. The fighters followed the two to Dinggha Temple, knowing the opportunity had come. They originally planned to sneak up the mountain to ambush them. However, they were unfamiliar with the mountain path, stumbling and making noise. So, they stole cooking oil from the kitchen and poured it on the mountain path, hiding in the woods to shoot arrows. The plan was successful, but they underestimated Ye Anzhi and Ye Siyin's skills. They were counterattacked, and the mission failed. Their companion set a fire just to escape, but was still captured. After hearing this, Ye Anzhi looked at the abbot Minghui. "Abbot, please send someone to report these criminals to the authorities. Tell them that my wife and I were attacked at Dinggha Temple, and the Princess of Yong is the mastermind. Please ask the governor to investigate thoroughly." Abbot Minghui placed his hand, adorned with prayer beads, in front of him and slightly bowed. "Amitba, I will arrange this right away." He then called a warrior monk to take all the black-clad men to the governor's office. Ye Siyin took out a $1,000 silver note and handed it to the abbot, who seemed like a wise monk. "Dinggha Temple suffered because of my husband and me. Here is a small donation. Please accept it." The abbot looked at Ye Siyin, his eyes holding a meaning that was hard to understand. After a while, he had his disciple accept the donation. "Mrs. Chi has great merit. You will surely have a bright future." Ye Siyin thought the abbot would say something like returning the dead, but instead, he offered blessings. She smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kind words." After that, she and Ye Anzhi left Dinggha Temple hand in hand. Abbot Minghui watched their backs and quietly said, "Destined to rise." His direct disciple didn't hear clearly. "Master, what did you say?" "Nothing. There are many visitors tonight. Have the warrior monks keep a close watch to prevent any more incidents." "Yes, master." Abbot Minghui remembered the injured women and arranged for the monks skilled in medicine to treat them. However, Ye Siyin had already applied medicine to the 6 injured girls. She even had a monk write a prescription for scar removal and took out 650 taels silver notes as compensation. The girls who had initially felt resentment now only felt gratitude. After all, for an ordinary family, it would take 2 years to earn 50 taels.